Our story begins in Seoul in 2021 in one of the local schools. One of the guys with glasses, named Jae Min, wanted to leave quickly so as not to be late for the academy and walk past the guy Su Hyuk, who was calling him. The rest of the group started laughing at Su Hyuk being ignored. Suddenly, Su Hyuk turns around and demands Jae Min to stand still. He insults him and prepares to hit him. But then Jae Min turns around first and punches Su Hyuk in the face. The guy clearly didn't expect this. Jae Min says that Su Hyuk can pretend to be cool, but let him get rid of him, because he has enough problems without him. Su Hyuk tells Jae Min not to act like a strong man, and that from now on he is a corpse. Jae Min didn't have time to say anything when suddenly a guy with a bat appeared behind him. The guy hits Jae Min from behind. The guy with the bat insults Jae Min and asks him if he really thinks they are just backing up. Su Hyuk sarcastically asks if Jae Min is in much pain. He adds that this is why Min should be a good boy and not argue with them at school. However, Jae Min boldly stands up and calls Su Hyuk a bastard, to which Su Hyuk gets angry and tells the guys to go after him. The guys begin to mercilessly beat the prone Jae Min, and Su Hyuk simply walks away with a mockery. Suddenly, magical purple particles appear in the air. The hero does not understand what it is. There are more and more particles, as if something is about to happen. The guys are confused about what it was, and ask Su Hyuk if he saw it. Su Hyuk replied that, yes, something began to glow brightly. He was also at a loss. The beaten Jae Min tried to get up. Su Hyuk said that this trash is still alive and pressed him to the ground with his foot. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a certain guy appears who says that even after 20 years they have not changed. Su Hyuk asked what the hell. The guy who appeared, Kang Wu Jin, noticed that the uniform remained the same. Su Hyuk asked what was wrong with this homeless man. The guy was surprised by this wording and asked if Su Hyuk knew who he called a homeless person. Su Hyuk's other friends thought he was a senior from their school and were wondering what to do. Jae Min looked at this picture in bewilderment. Kang Wu Jin said that it doesn't matter, because it looks like a conflict between friends, but it can't be left like that. Su Hyuk told him that it doesn't matter whether he is a high school student or not. Let him mind his own business and go where he was going. He also asked if he really wanted to be beaten by junior high school students, so let him move on from here. Kang Wu Jin said that young people these days are rude. He also added that Su Hyuk is talking to a high school student who is 20 years older than them. Here Su Hyuk tries to hit Kang Wu Jin in the chest, saying that he is talking nonsense and that he should run away while he can. However, the guy grabs Su Hyuk's hand, saying that he will break this hand if he continues to piss him off. Su Hyuk said he was crazy and tried to hit him again. However, his fist simply missed Kang Wu Jin's face. Su Hyuk didn't understand what was happening. Our hero said that he went too far, calling the high school student a goner. He added that they would get theirs, but first they would see something incredibly frightening. Suddenly, Kang Wu Jin raised his hand and began to try to cast some kind of spell. The guy stood in shock and looked at it all in bewilderment. Kang Wu Jin was still trying to do something. He looked stunned. The guy didn't understand why his magic didn't work, and looked at his hand in surprise. Su Hyuk angrily asked what day it was today. Either the bespectacled man tries to contradict them, then a crazy person appears and does something incomprehensible. Kang Wu Jin collected his thoughts. This was the last straw. He said that Su Hyuk had finished his game. From one click, Su Hyuk flew straight into the wall. This is truly something incredible. Jae Min, the other guys were just in shock. Su Hyuk was unconscious. Kang Wu Jin asked with a grin who would be next. The hero also killed the rest of the guys from Su Hyuk's company. Jae Min stood up and said enthusiastically that this was amazing. With one finger, Kang Wu Jin killed 4. Although they are insignificant, they are quite strong. The discipline lesson is over. Jae Min wondered who this guy was. Jae Min thanked Kang Wu Jin for his protection. He replied that it was okay. Jae Min thought that he would ask about his well-being, but Kang Wu Jin was thinking about something else. Suddenly, the hero asked the guy what day, date, and year it was. Jae Min found this strange. When the guy told Kang Wu Jin what year it was today, his face changed dramatically. Kang Wu Jin was summoned in 2016, so it looks like 2036 should have been 20 years from now. The hero did not understand what happened and clearly did not know what was happening. Kang Wu Jin turned around and said that he had left, and that Jae Min should not get into fights anymore. Jae Min couldn't figure out who the hell this guy was. Kang Wu Jin started trying to call the teleport. Jae Min said that this guy is too crazy for a second year. Suddenly, Kang Wu Jin turned around and began to walk back towards Jae Min. He asked him not to come closer. The hero asked the name of the guy he saved. He replied that his name was Do Jae Min. Kang Wu Jin called out to him and asked if Do Jae Min had money. The hero explained that he returned too early and could not use magic. Jae Min thought to himself that he was cornered by a crazy person. Kang Wu Jin revealed that he had just returned from another world to Earth using molecular teleportation. but it seemed that something had happened to his mana control in the process. Usually the hero used a teleport to travel to the house, but now he cannot do this. Min asked how much money he needed, and the guy gave the hero, instead of 2,001, as much as 5,000. Kang Wu Jin noted that Min is a good guy. He even gave him money. I'll have to repay him somehow. The hero looked at his reflection and thought that 5 years had flown by in Earth time. I was lucky that not much time had passed. The family should probably be able to recognize him. The hero calculated that he is now 24, and his parents are about 50. And Sua should already be 7. Suddenly, the hero saw that military men were standing near the entrance to the station. He began to wonder what happened here. He really didn't understand what was going on here and decided to find out. He decided to ask the girls passing by why the military was right at the entrance to the metro. They looked at each other and replied that of course the military would be standing at the entrance to the dungeon. They started laughing and joking that the hero was from North Korea. The girls continued laughing and left. Kang Wu Jin didn't understand what she was talking about. The hero decided that he should just take the bus and saw that there were no military personnel here. Suddenly the hero found himself near a door with bars. He didn't understand why it was locked. Something must have really happened. He started looking around and saw the keys on the shelf, so he walked over and took them. It looks like the metro is not working. Apparently they closed the station completely. The hero thought, why did he come here, and began to open the door. Suddenly he received a notification that he had entered the dungeon through the first entrance of Gwacheon Station. Kang Wu Jin remembered the girl's words and realized that this was indeed a dungeon. A notification appeared that the dungeon was already being cleared. Monsters at the metro station. What happened to the Earth during these 5 years? The hero wanted to return, but it seems that this door was locked for a reason. He needs the Stone of Return to get out of here. Kang Wu Jin began to look around and noticed glowing blue particles in the air. He had the feeling that monsters were actually coming here. There's actually someone there, some kind of monster with huge, scary red legs. A fierce monster in the form of a red wolf with sharp teeth attacked Kang Wu Jin. The monster threw the hero back with incredible force. He's clearly aggressive. The hero tried to use magic again, the curb technique, but it still didn't work. The monster threw the hero back again, but Kang Wu Jin was serious and ready to fight. This monster looks like a jerk. The hero did not understand why the monster from Alfen was here. Drebit attacked the hero again, but suddenly Kang Wu Jin discovered a metal stick on the floor, like a crowbar. The hero very quickly picked up the crowbar in order to have time to use it. Now the hero took his will into his fist and decided to act, to get rid of the monster. Kang Wu Jin furiously stabbed the crowbar right into the red Drebit's head. Even though the hero was left without magic, squabbling is nothing to him. Everything would have been fine, but a whole flock of Drebits was still waiting for the hero. However, this did not frighten the hero, and he mockingly said that the guys lined up especially for him. Kang Wu Jin defeated everyone. They're just jabs, so he can handle them. But if someone stronger comes along, he might have problems. Suddenly, the hero saw a notification that the level had been increased. The hero was very surprised by this. The fact is that his strength has disappeared, and he is now a novice. Leveling up. Well, there's nothing wrong with getting stronger while these creatures are running around Seoul. But the same Necromancer class became transferred. For returning to level 1 instead of 99, he was given stat and skill points. One of the skills carried over is the combo box. The hero can combine materials to create an item, but his inventory is cleared. He also now has an achievement store. This was not the case in Alfen, and it is just like online shopping. It's funny. Right now, Kang Wu Jin needs skills. He needs a search to find the return stone. And to fight monsters, detection, and summoning a skeleton soldier are enough. Each one costs 10 points. The hero doesn't have enough. Then he decided to raise the statistics. He raised such characteristics as strength, agility, health, intelligence, mana, recovery, healing, and control. Kang Wu Jin decided to test the characteristics he had just acquired and was pleased. The goal is clear. He now has 5 achievement points. Finding the Hearthstone requires a 10-point search. He needs to kill 5 more Drabbits to buy this skill. In this case, Kang Wu Jin decided to act. He will find the stone and get out of this dungeon. He thanked the Drabbit for running straight into his hands. The hero dealt with them, and his level was raised to 3. Kang Wu Jin said that there are too many of them and they are not ending. In the achievement store, he began to acquire the skills of searching and tracking. He began searching for the homecoming stone, but it didn't seem to be there. Then he decided to go down to the floor below, where a huge number of Drabbits were already waiting for him. It's a risky business to fight all the monsters at once. That's right, doing this alone is definitely not his thing. He went into the achievement store. To summon a skeleton soldier, he needs to sacrifice the corpse of a monster. You also need mana points and control. Kang Wu Jin decides to split 10 points between mana and control. He uttered a phrase so that his subjects would rebel. Skeleton soldiers appeared. The hero ordered them to go on their first hunt in a long time. The skeletons went on the attack. However, the Drabbits were quite deft at dealing with the skeleton soldiers. Today's skeletons are no match for the Drabbits. It was necessary to choose a different tactic. Kang Wu Jin ordered them to block them with their bodies. This is enough to repel the first dangerous attack of the Drabbits. After this, choosing the moment, the hero will finish off the monsters himself, and the Drabbits can be used to call up new soldiers, which is what the hero began to do. The Drabbits attacked, and the task of the skeleton soldiers was to block them with their bodies. Now Kang Wu Jin himself went on the attack. He began killing the Drebbites one by one. Repeating this tactic many times, he finally got rid of all the monsters. Now you can go home. Kang Wu Jin began searching for the homecoming stone and saw a bright red light. Suddenly, an unknown guy entered the dungeon and saw that the lock was open. He was furious that a civilian had gotten inside. Now he's finished. The guy started calling for help by phone as soon as possible. But suddenly, our hero Kang Wu Jin appeared in front of him. The hero was surprised by the guy's arrival. Kang Wu Jin asked the guy if he was awakened. We moved to a certain guy whose backpack was filled with bright red stones. He said it was a good catch this time, too. He said that even though they risk their lives by participating in raids, all the profits go to the damn guild members. He thinks it's unfair. Only an idiot would take it all to the procurement center, given that on the black market they would fetch several times more for the stones. But suddenly someone called out to him and asked how much he had already stolen in this way. The guy turned around to see who was there, and it turned out to be a certain girl. The girl said that she was Death with a Grim Reaper who had come for him. She is the captain of Team Cinnabar, Hwarang Guild, Lee Yun-hee. Lee Yun-hee asked, "How dare the guy steal the bloodstones from their dungeon? Does he really want to die?" The guy realized what guild she was from, and it was terrible to be caught by her. She said that since he knew her, he could go with her. The guy realized that, apparently, the only chance for him was to escape. He wasn't going to give up just like that and directed his magic at the girl, but the fragment simply flew past her. Then the guy decided to run away. This really angered the girl, and she decided to kill him. Lee Yun-hee said that he should have listened when she said to follow her. She took his backpack, but saw a message on his phone from the security team at Gate 1 of Guachin Station. It talked about an unauthorized portal and a request to verify the identity of the violator. Meanwhile, Kang Wu Jin was already standing at the bus stop and thinking about which bus he should take. Dungeons, monsters. This is not the world that the hero knew before. Now he looks like Alfen. What happened during these 5 years? Wu Jin hopes nothing happened to his family. He arrived at his old house. This is exactly the place, but his house has disappeared. He didn't understand what kind of stupid thing it was there now. Perhaps his family moved somewhere. However, it is now too late to look for them. Wu Jin just remembered that he hadn't eaten anything yet today, so he decided to go get something to eat. The hero was full and satisfied. He finally feels that he has returned to Earth. But he doesn't want to go to the hotel, and he doesn't have enough money for an internet cafe. He was already thinking about spending the night in the subway. However, Kang Wu Jin remembered that the subway was infested with monsters. Jae-min, it turns out, also happened to be walking past this cafe. There won't be enough for dinner, so he'll have to settle for ramen since he gave the money to Wu Jin. And then Jae-min walks into the cafe and sees Kang Wu Jin. He wondered what this old fart was doing here. Wu Jin says that he was just about to call him. How lucky it was. Jae-min asked what he wanted from him. Wu Jin asks if Jae-min's parents are home. He didn't want to talk, but the hero said that it was about what happened earlier. Wu Jin would like to talk to them. Jae-min replied that his parents had passed away, to which Wu Jin was happy, but suddenly changed his face and offered his condolences. The hero asked that in this case, Jae-min probably lives alone. Wu Jin told Jae-min to go to his house. Of course it's not for free, so Wu Jin handed Jae-min a few coins. Jae-min asked if it was his money by chance, but Wu Jin shut him up by saying that he saw a fly. The hero promised to return to the guy everything he owed him. The next day, Wu Jin came to school. The teacher was glad that he was alive. Wu Jin told the teacher that they had not seen each other for a long time. The teacher began to ask where the hero lived all this time. He added that after Wu Jin disappeared, everyone thought he had died. The hero replied that technically he died and came back, and also asked to look at the list of students. It was a normal school day. Jae-min was talking with a classmate, when suddenly Su Hyuk and his company entered the office. Su Hyuk noticed Jae-min and pushed the girl away on his way to him. Su Hyuk said that Jae-min had a good day yesterday, because some crazy person showed up and interrupted them. Su Hyuk added that they should end the conversation and asked if he was right. Jae-min replied that he understood and asked him to stop making noise in class. Su Hyuk was very angry at Jae-min's words. He grabbed Jae-min by the hair and asked if he still didn't understand the situation he was in. But suddenly Kang Wu Jin appears in the office and tells him to stand still. He came in just in time. Su Hyuk recognized him as the guy who had arrived yesterday. Wu Jin demanded that his entire company follow him into the backyard. I still didn't understand what the hero was doing, because he invited Su Hyuk and his whole gang to a fight alone. Su Hyuk tried to hit Wu Jin and told him to stop dodging like a coward and come to him. Alfen or Earth, there are such people everywhere, people full of arrogance because of strength or power. Su Hyuk continued to try to hit the hero. He clearly doesn't know his place. Su Hyuk reminds Wu Jin of crises from the Alfen Alliance. Being a bloodthirsty necromancer who calls only the souls of sinners, he tried in every possible way to frame Ugin and set an alliance against him. Su Hyuk ordered the guys from his company not to stand idle and attack Wu Jin. You can deal with such people only by answering them in kind tenfold, and to respond precisely with overwhelming force, as Ugin did in Alfen. The hero began to deal with everyone without much difficulty, one by one. He asked Su Hyuk why he was frozen and told him to come over. The guy started trying to attack the hero. However, Wu Jin easily dealt with him too. He said that Su Hyuk is too loud for mere trash. But suddenly Kang Wu Jin noticed someone on the road to the school. And, really, it turned out to be our hero's mother. She walked very quickly and looked excited. Wu Jin and Mom were incredibly happy to see each other and hugged each other tightly. According to Mom, immediately after he disappeared 5 years ago, there was a dungeon attack all over the world. Subway stations instantly became dungeons. The father died on the way to work, and the mother had to take care of Su-ah alone. Due to the fact that their family was not wealthy, the family's financial situation quickly deteriorated as Su-ah fell ill. Therefore, every day was torture. Wu Jin came home and heard Mom talking to Su-ah and how she was getting ready for kindergarten. The hero froze. Wu Jin felt how difficult it was for Mom to take care of the family alone just by looking at the room that couldn't accommodate the family. The hero noticed various boxes in the corner of the room against the wall. One of these boxes contained his and Dad's things that Mom couldn't throw away. Realizing the reason why his mother couldn't throw them away makes Wu Jin's heart skip a beat. Mom told Su-ah that Wu Jin is her older brother and told him to say hello to him. Wu Jin said that the girl had grown up and asked if she remembered him. He said that he changed her diapers when she was little, to which Su-ah answered menacingly that she no longer peed. Mom invited Su-ah to play with her brother while she prepared something for them. The girl asked if her mother was home today, to which she received a positive answer. Su-ah was happy, and Wu Jin couldn't help but rejoice at being reunited with his family. Everyone went to bed, but the hero did not stop thinking. He realized that this was not it. 20 years ago, he was summoned by Alfen without any reason. That world was more like a game. He fought harder than anyone. It was all to survive against the monsters and creatures of Alfen. And finally, he became a max-level necromancer. However, he did not see the end of his long journey. For this reason, he returned to Earth after meeting with the Dimensional Administrator. And this is all just to reunite with his family. Wu Jin just wanted ordinary happiness, but the Earth he returned to has changed. His father is dead, and his family is struggling to make ends meet. This will not work. Wu Jin realized that he needed to earn money. He survived in Alfen, which means he can overcome even worse, for the sake of the family that was waiting for him. To begin with, the hero bought himself a phone. Awakened? The hero began to remember the day when an unfamiliar man entered the dungeon and asked if he was awakened. That man was scared to death that an ordinary civilian had walked in there. He asked Ugin why he went there if there were no more bloodstones in the dungeon. The man asked the hero to sign. The hero did not understand what was happening then. Kang Wu Jin realized that he needed to earn money. There is a way to do this quickly, to become awakened. The hero wrote a message to his mother that he was staying with a guy he knew, with whom he would prepare for the entrance exams. This is so that she does not worry while he earns money. Wu Jin decides to call Jae-min at the number he left. The hero is embarrassed that he is constantly intruding, but promises to repay him later. Wu Jin dialed the number, but a certain Park Hui-seo from the Dongjin Employment Agency answered. The hero began, in bewilderment, to compare the number he called with the number on the piece of paper. He didn't understand what was happening. Wu Jin was called on the phone again. The hero asked if this was Jae-min's number, to which he received a negative answer. It looks like Jae-min tricked him by writing a different number. This evening, Jae-min was returning home. He thought that he never thanked Wu Jin because Su Hyuk and his gang would no longer approach him. Although Wu Jin looks like a psycho, he's definitely not a bad guy. Jae-min remembered that the hero was supposed to meet his mother. Jae-min entered the apartment, but suddenly saw Wu Jin sitting at the table. The hero was waiting for him. The guy was furious and asked how Wu Jin got here. The hero said that he saw Jae-min typing the password. The guy said it was a burglary. Woo Jin told him that he called, but someone else answered the phone. Jae-min is shocked, but he immediately understood what was going on. He said he wanted to ask Woo Jin some questions. Sharply, Jae-min asked the hero if he is awakened. One could have guessed this before because Ugin had some incredible power. Woo Jin asked Jae-min how much the awakened ones earn. The guy replied that I would, but it depends on the dungeon. Woo Jin asked to tell everything Jae-min knows. You must first register as an awakened member of the association in order to enter dungeons. Then join a guild and go on raids. You can also get a job in an association or administrative bureau. Woo Jin asked if it would be more profitable to clear dungeons alone. Jae-min said that it is, but it is too dangerous, so it is better to join the guild. Woo Jin knew that guilds had to take entrance tests, but he didn't have time for that. He urgently needs money. Jae-min said that the hero can then at least form a group because the dungeons are very dangerous. The guy told Woo Jin to download an app on his phone. Jae-min took the hero's phone and said that it was quite ancient, but Woo Jin only took it recently. The guy explained that this phone was released 4 years ago and was surprised that the hero bought it as new. The salesman told Woo Jin that this was the best-selling phone at the moment. Durable, this model is used by a huge number of famous awakened ones. The seller severely deceived the hero. Jae-min showed the hero the dungeon forum where you can find information about dungeons and make reservations. Woo Jin asked if he could clear the dungeons he found there. Jae-min repeated that the hero must first measure his awakened rank and added that he would simply die if he recklessly went into the first dungeon. Woo Jin was surprised that you had to pay to enter there. Even for a low-level dungeon, you have to pay 10,000 won. The hero thought and asked Jae-min to lend him money. Woo Jin went to the Awakened Control Bureau, to the exam room. He had a black aura, which seriously surprised the workers. They didn't know what was happening. Then the hero decided to show his strength and cast a rebellion spell, and a skeleton appeared. The workers are shocked. Now Woo Jin is not alone, but together with a skeleton soldier. The workers realized that Kang Wu Jin was a necromancer. One of them said that he had seen a lot here, but this was his first time seeing a necromancer. Summoner abilities are measured by the combat abilities of the summoned familiars. Woo Jin was told to order the skeleton to attack. A hologram of a green goblin appeared to check. Ugin ordered his skeleton soldier to show his power, and the skeleton went on the attack. After checking, the hero was told that he had an F rank. He asked if this was a high rank, to which he was told that it was the lowest rank. The summoned familiar's power was weaker than expected, but it was still a unique ability. Who cares about rank as long as the hero can enter the dungeon? The hero approached Silim Station, a dungeon with 2 stars. A group of guys had already formed there. One of these guys called out to Woo Jin, saying that he seemed to have come alone and offered to join them. The guy with green hair said there were 7 of them, so there was an opening. Woo Jin refused, saying that everything was fine and he could handle it himself. However, the guy asked why Woo Jin would spend so much money on entry. He also added that the hero will not be able to carry away many stones due to time limits. The guy realized that Woo Jin had recently become a minor and asked what his rank was. The hero replied that he had an F rank. The guy replied that Woo Jin still doesn't know much and once again offered to join them for experience. The guy's name is Bae Do-soo, and he is an E-rank minor with experience. He guarantees the hero's safety. Woo Jin thought that the entry fee was for the maximum number of participants, and it would cost 800,000 won per hour for a single person. It's too much. The maximum number of participants at the entrance is 8. To enter alone, you need to pay for 8 at once, so in order to mine stones more efficiently, it is better to go as a group. The hero realized that if he wants to get information, then going in a group is not such a bad idea. One of the guys from the group said that he was a little nervous and asked Woo Jin about it. Woo Jin replied that men should not show their fear, even if they are afraid. The guy, whose name is Hong Sung-gu, and he is an F-rank fire mage, said that the hero is very confident in himself. Hong Sung-gu was recruited in the same way as Woo Jin. It seems he awakened 2 months ago, left school, and began earning money as an awakened one. Suddenly, another group began to take the wounded guy out of the dungeon. Looks like something happened. These guys started saying that there was a hobgoblin there, and where he could have come from there. Bae Do-soo said that there is no point in complaining because it is just a waste of time. Sometimes there are monsters in dungeons that shouldn't be there. The hobgoblin is a 2-star monster. They can handle it if they're careful. The time has come to enter the dungeon. Everything in the room was scattered. Small green goblins appeared in front of the heroes. Hong Sung-gu started attacking them with a fireball, which had a good effect on them. Bae Do-soo used the burning technique. Everyone else also began to attack them with swords and more. Ugin's skeletons also played an important role. The group defeated the goblins. Sungu has a strong fireball, and the skeleton is even faster than it looks. The skeleton is also quite strong, definitely above F rank. This is because Wu Jin spent the remaining points to increase the skill level. Apparently it was worth it. As expected from a 2-star dungeon, the stones here are very good. One of these will cost about 200,000 won. Now Ugin understood why the awakened ones risk their lives so much if a small crystal has such a price. So the entrance fee of 100,000 won is just pennies. The group has already collected quite a lot of stones, although they are only at the beginning of the dungeon. 1-star dungeons weren't even close. The heroes realized that 2-star dungeons were a gold mine. The group walked further through the dungeon and soon they would have reached the last floor. They need to give it their all. Then suddenly they saw that same hobgoblin. Su, the group leader, said to use the normal formation. However, Wu Jin asked if it would be better to be a little more careful. Su replied that he had learned the manual. His main attack is magic. John Chula's ability is to create barriers. If they block the first attack and get closer, then victory will be assured. Wu Jin decided that since the team leader said so, he wouldn't argue. The group decided to take action and began by blocking the attack. It worked. The heroes moved on, and Su uses his burning skill. The other guys also attack the hobgoblin. Among the monsters Ugin encountered on Alfen were hobgoblins. Compared to ordinary ones, these had high intelligence. For example, they could cast spells. But the real danger is not magic. The goblins hid behind the columns and one of them began to shoot small stingers, one of which hit one guy in the neck. Something terrible began to happen to his body and he just fell. Wu Jin was afraid of this. The real danger of hobgoblins comes not from magic or strength, but from their ability to lead through their high intelligence. The goblin squad leader is not just another 1-star monster. Suda ordered the group to retreat and get out of here. Sungu sent a fireball at the goblins while the others ran away. Su told him that they couldn't handle it and they had to retreat now. Sungu asked about Zhongchul. Su replied that he was already a corpse. Couldn't Sungu see that? As the group ran away, the hobgoblin followed them, unleashing his incredible magical power. Sungu was pierced by magic and he simply fell exhausted. Su ordered the others to just run away. However, Wu Jin was waiting around the corner. He came out with a crowbar and his magic, saying that he had not hunted goblins for a long time. He ordered his skeleton soldiers to attack. Goblins under the command of a hobgoblin would be difficult to deal with, but he was not deterred and rushed into battle. At this time, the skeletons attacked the small goblins with swords. While the skeletons were fighting the goblins, Ugin decided to attack their commander, the hobgoblin. He needed to kill him, and he drove the crowbar straight into his head. He mockingly asked if he really thought that Wu Jin would politely wait for his spell. The hero dealt with this terrible monster and his level increased to 6. Wu Jin realized that doing everything by himself is much better than with a group. Suddenly, the hero noticed that Sungu, struck by the hobgoblin's magic, did not die, but began to move. Wu Jin was surprised that he came out. Sungu asked the hero to help him. Wu Jin asked what would happen to him if he saved the guy. Sungu replied that there were some things he wouldn't tell anyone. Wu Jin asked him again. Sungu will not tell anyone that Wu Jin is D rank. However, the hero himself doesn't care. Wu Jin thought and said with a smile that 2 would be enough for him. Sungu didn't understand what he was talking about. Sungu and Wu Jin rally all the bloody stones from the monsters. The hero asked if Sungu had collected all the stones, to which he received a positive answer. The guy thought about how Wu Jin could be F rank, because he can hunt 2-star monsters, and this is already D rank. In addition, Ugin summoned skeletons and uses search to detect bloodstones, and also cured him by pumping something out of the monster's corpses. Considering all this, Wu Jin should actually be C rank. If he registered just 3 hours ago, then this is simply incredible. Wu Jin asked Sungu how much he received for these bloodstones. The guy replied that it was about 800,000 won. That's not bad considering he only paid 100,000 won. Wu Jin confronted Sungu with the fact that all the stones were his. Sungu agreed. However, the guy was still frightened by the hero's obsession with money. 2 million is not a bad price for his life, which Wu Jin demanded. They had the stone of return, so they decided to go. A notification has arrived that a low bloodlust has been detected. Wu Jin stopped Sungu and said it was an ambush. There are no more monsters here, which means Wu Jin ordered the guys above not to hide like rats and come out. The group asked what happened and how the 2 of them were able to kill everyone. Wu Jin replied that they were about to attack when they got closer. The hero told the guys from the group that they just ran away, and now they appear so shamelessly. Wu Jin said that they should have waited at the barrier and asked why they came here. Su asked what was wrong with Wu Jin since they were all on the same team. He added that they had simply returned to clear the dungeon after a tactical retreat, but all the monsters were already dead. Bei Dosu asked how Wu Jin did it and looked sarcastically at the backpack with stones. The hero replied that he should not play with him. The guys wanted to escape after receiving the return stones, but now they saw that everything had been cleared and wanted to do so. Wu Jin poured all the stones from his backpack onto the floor and said that if that was the case, the guys could come up and try to take them. Bei Dosu said that it seemed like there was a misunderstanding because they weren't that stupid to attack the hero. Wu Jin killed the monsters that the group was unable to do anything to. He added that they were sorry for leaving them with Sun Gu, but his life was at stake. What did Wu Jin expect? The guys just came back for the return stones. Bei Dosu said that since the heroes had cleared everything, they could even take Zhang Chul's body and thanked him for that. Wu Jin found this suspicious. Maybe he just went too far and confused a premonition from monsters with an ambush. Ugin had become too nervous due to his 20 years in Alfen, but now he's on Earth. The escaped boys began to attack Wu Jin and Sun Gu, pointing their weapons at them. Bei Dosu said that the hero should not hold a grudge against him, because all awakened ones are the same. And then, Bei Dosu ran up to Wu Jin with a dagger, hitting him. At the exit from the dungeon, there were signs that entry was prohibited. Some guys thanked the girl for her work. She was a leader. This is the same Li Yun-hee, the leader of the guild. Suddenly her phone rang. She was informed that the intruder had been found and his name was Kang Wu Jin. She asked who he was. She was told that there was almost no information, but they found out that he registered as awakened today. Li Yun-hee is shocked that it was today. She asked where he was now. Bei Dosu thought he had dealt with Wu Jin, but that was not the case. Wu Jin grabbed his hand. He didn't have a single scratch. Wu Jin took Bei Dosu by the hand and threw him to the floor with incredible force. Wu Jin mockingly asked why everything was going the way he thought. The guys are shameless traitors, blinded by bloodstones. The group was shocked by the sight of the goblin corpses. Ugin said that the time had come for punishment, and sent his skeletons to the traitors. While the skeletons were dealing with the group, Wu Jin picked up a dagger from the floor and began to approach Bei Dosu. The guy suggested that Wu Jin negotiate, but he had his own plans. Wu Jin took and mercilessly thrust the dagger straight into Bei Dosu. Wu Jin said that the bastard must have a lot of money. Sun Gu was shocked and couldn't believe it because Wu Jin killed a person. 5 people. Wu Jin said that these bastards are useless anyway and asked Sun Gu if that was true. Sun Gu was silent, but when Wu Jin turned to him, he replied that the hero was right. Wu Jin said that Sun Gu was in danger because of him, to which the guy fearfully replied that he was not. Wu Jin replied that in this case, Sun Gu would pay him double, because he saved the guy twice. Sun Gu was confused. The hero told the guy to show his shoulder, as he needed medical assistance. Sun Gu thanked the hero. At the exit from the dungeon, the man asked why there were only 2 guys, to which Wu Jin replied that the rest were killed by monsters. The man was puzzled and asked how, in this case, the guys were able to collect these bloodstones. Wu Jin replied that the threat is a threat, but don't leave the money on the ground. The man asked the hero to sign before leaving. Perhaps the bureau will contact him to clarify the situation. Wu Jin and Sun Gu went to the bloodstone store. Wu Jin couldn't believe he got more than 13 million in one raid, and if you add 4 million to this for saving Sun Gu, you get 17 million. The hero decided that it was worth continuing to clear the dungeons himself. Sun Gu was overwhelmed by the fact that even with savings, he did not have 4 million and even thought about taking out a loan. He also thought that he could ask Wu Jin to lower the price. Wu Jin reminded Sun Gu that he doesn't like people who stab him in the back. The guy said he would keep it in mind. The hero left and said that he was waiting for a call from Sun Gu. Apparently, the guy will really have to take out a loan. Then the guy, in a panic, thought that maybe he owed not 4 million, but 400 million. Wu Jin decided to go to the hardware store where he bought the phone earlier. That same seller was sitting inside and was bored because there were no buyers today. Then Wu Jin appears at the door. The seller was shocked. He didn't understand who it was. Wu Jin grabbed the seller by the throat and started beating him. The seller noticed how strong the hero is. Wu Jin continued to hit the seller. He thought the guy was really crazy and he might die. The man asked for mercy, and Wu Jin threw him to the floor. The hero said that he really hates people who stab him in the back, and also people who deceive him. However, the seller did not remember the hero, and did not know when he managed to deceive him. Wu Jin showed the phone the man sold him and asked if he remembered it. The seller remembered this guy to whom he sold an old phone for 900,000 won. And Wu Jin himself, having not been on Earth for a long time, did not know what phones he had now. The seller remembered that it was that bastard. Wu Jin asked why the man swallowed his tongue. Wu Jin got a new phone. As expected, even the colors of the new phones are in a different league. The hero said that in Alfen, he would have torn off this salesman's legs. Suddenly, some unknown people called out to Kang Wu Jin from behind. Ability, Necromancy, F rank. He cleared the Guaqian station alone. Probably his abilities are at least at the E rank level. Teaming up with an F rank and killing his comrades is not a problem for him. It was all said by the same Li Yun-hee. She asked if Wu Jin was too fearless for a newbie. The hero looked at her and asked who she was. The girl introduced herself and said that her name was Li Yun-hee, and she was the leader of the Cinnabar group, Hwarang Guild. Ugin's detection skill makes it clear that this creature is strong. The hero asked what they needed from him. Li Yun-hee said that there was just one rat fearlessly roaming around the dungeons of their guild. Wu Jin mockingly asked that so many people really came for one rat. Apparently Hwarang is a very large guild. Wu Jin started saying that the dungeons were so miserable. However, before he could finish speaking, one of Li Yun-hee's charges grabbed him and threw him to the ground. The man told the hero to watch the yak since it was not for him to talk about their guild. Wu Jin called the man a bastard and grabbing his hand began trying to hit him. But Li Yun-hee knocked Wu Jin back with just one kick. She was very fast and pinned Wu Jin to the ground with her foot. Li Yun-hee gave the hero advice. Although the hero does not look like an ordinary F rank, it is better not to mess with such skills, especially in their territory. She added that if Wu Jin wants to live longer, he should not forget about it. The girl and the men left, but Wu Jin continued to lie on the floor. He hasn't received this for a long time. Wu Jin told Jae Min about the situation, and the guy couldn't believe that this was the same Li Yun-hee from the Hwarang Guild. Wu Jin asked the guy if she was famous and what he knew about her. Jae Min replied that of course he knows, because she is one of the 10 A-rank awakened ones of their country. And the Hwarang Guild is in the top 3 along with KN and Hammer. They have enormous influence in politics and economics. Jae Min asked what Wu Jin did in the first dungeon that made them pay attention to him. Wu Jin asked, in the sense of inciting him, and replied that he could beat at least the Hwarang army if he regained his strength. Jae Min said that Wu Jin's ego amazes him since he is only F rank. Of course, Wu Jin would be at a disadvantage if he fought anyone outside the dungeon, even a high-level one. And the necromancer's skill is not unlimited. You need corpses to use it. Suddenly, Wu Jin took out a gift bag and said that it was for Jae Min. It turned out to be perfume. Wu Jin asks why Jae Min is surprised since this is the money he borrowed. Wu Jin also handed the guy a stack of money. Jae Min said that there is a lot here and let the hero give back as much as he took, because he doesn't need much. Wu Jin said that everything is fine and let the guy take it. Wu Jin said that they can consider the rest to be rent money. At first the guy agreed, but only then did it dawn on him that Wu Jin was going to continue living here. Jae Min asked if Wu Jin didn't meet his mom. The hero replied that her house was too small and he would be here until he could buy a new home. Jae Min got upset and Wu Jin asked if he really didn't give enough money, maybe he needs more, but the guy replied that that's not the point. Jae Min noticed that Wu Jin had changed his phone to the newest model. The guy asked to hold the phone in his hands. The color of the phone is crazy red. Jae Min wondered if Wu Jin really earned so much because to use this phone you need bloodstones. It is insanely expensive. The hero replied that he received it as a result of one event. This was an event in which lives were at stake. Jae Min said that Wu Jin is really cool and started logging into his banking apps. The hero demanded to give up the phone. After picking up his phone, Wu Jin saw a notification that 40 million won had been added to his account. Sungu is an idiot, but Wu Jin told him about 4 million. In the evening, in one of the cafes, Sungu and Wu Jin were supposed to meet. The guy timidly approached the table where Wu Jin was sitting. The hero asked why Sungu was asking him about business if they met just a couple of hours ago. Wu Jin also held out the phone and asked what it was. The hero added that he was actually not a beggar and actually meant 4 million. As Sungu thought, Wu Jin was talking about 4. He thought that if he couldn't pay, he would end up in the place of the guys that Wu Jin killed. Sharply, Sungu knelt down in front of Wu Jin and began to ask him not to kill him. He promised to give the rest, but asked to give him more time. People in the establishment began to look at the heroes. They thought they were some kind of gangsters or bandits. Wu Jin was annoyed and replied that if Sungu wants to live, then he should just sit down. The guy started saying that he was very sorry, but he couldn't get 400 million won, but if Wu Jin gave him time, then he would definitely be able to. Wu Jin was puzzled. What 400 million? He asked Sungu again, to which he said yes. Sungu didn't understand the campaign at all. Wu Jin was talking about 4 million, but the guy first thought about 40, and now about 400 million won. Children today are generous. If he made a mistake, he deserves to be taken advantage of. Wu Jin's face changed sharply, and with a smile, he asked Sungu about how long he still had to wait. The next day, Wu Jin was walking down the street and Sungu called out to him. They got into the car and Wu Jin asked the guy why he was so happy on the first day. Songgu replied that even servants can be happy. It turns out that Wu Jin told the guy that since he couldn't get 400 million now, he could join him in the group and give his share of the profits. That is, Songgu will simply stick to Wu Jin. Convenient idea. The guy, confused, said that everything was wrong. If Wu Jin wants, he can become his manager. Selecting dungeons, making reservations, selling bloodstones, Songgu can do all this for the hero. It's kind of like supporting a guild. Oh, so Songgu is a servant. He's trying to pay off the debt through labor because there is no money. Wu Jin is right, but why does it hurt so much? The hero agreed and said that then the period would be 1 year. Free will be too difficult, so Songgu will have his share. Songgu began thanking Wu Jin repeatedly, to which Wu Jin replied that he should be the one who was grateful. Wu Jin wanted to return the excess, but in the end he got himself a servant. Wu Jin told Songgu to just do his job well, and then 10% of the profit would be his. Songgu was happy, and Wu Jin asked the guy if he had found the dungeon that the hero was talking about. Songgu replied yes. As Wu Jin requested, this is a 3-star dungeon with the most monsters. Exit 3 from Maybong Station. There's a swarm of Rocky. The heroes entered the dungeon. There really were a lot of monsters there. Wu Jin told Songgu to keep his eyes open. Wu Jin will have to spend all his points on control. The number of skeletons that the hero can use has increased to 19. Wu Jin decided to take quantity by quantity. And now the heroes decided to start a hardcore passage. The skeleton soldiers went on the attack. They deftly dealt with all the monsters. While Wu Jin was killing the monsters, Songgu was collecting all the bloodstones upstairs. The hero praised the guy. Songgu was simply shocked that Wu Jin had already cleared everything here. Usually a raid on the Rocky dungeon takes 2 hours, but here Wu Jin did it in 15 minutes alone. Wu Jin sat down to rest. He is now level 7 and has some achievement points. The hero began to look at the skills that he can learn at level 7. There were ones like the fire hand and the water ball. Nothing worthwhile. The hero can learn to summon a skeleton mage at level 10. It will be nice to open it soon. Songgu said that everything is ready, and he also found the return stone. Wu Jin asked how much time had passed. Songgu replied 27 minutes. Wu Jin paid for 4 hours, which means they can complete the dungeon 7 more times. The hero told Songgu to get ready. They went to sell bloodstones. 53.2 million won was assessed. Songgu was simply shocked by the amount of money. More than 50 million in half an hour. At this rate, it will soon be 400 million. Songgu's share will be 40 million. The guy went to peer-to-peer dungeons for 2 months and earned about 30 million, and now as much as 40 million in 1 day. Songgu told Wu Jin that this was simply amazing, and added that the hero was truly a great person. Wu Jin told the guy not to fuss, as there were still 7 approaches left and it was not time to relax. This is an opportunity given by the gods. Becoming Hyunim's manager was a great decision. We find ourselves in the Hammer Guild, with the captain of the 4th support team, Jun Min Chan. A certain Ji Ming called him. Min Chan asked what happened. Geming said that there was something he had to report. In the morning, 2 guys bought tickets for 4 hours and entered the dungeon. But these guys are a little strange. The captain thought that the guys were dead and said into the phone that this happens often. But no, they are alive. It's about the time they spent there. Their first raid took 30 minutes, and now they finish in 11 minutes. This time they spent only 9 minutes 47 seconds. The guys even placed bets on whether they could make it in 10 minutes. Giming asked the captain to find information about these guys. They said it was F rank, but after seeing it, I can't believe it. The captain was shocked. How is this F rank? The captain asked Yiming to be in touch and said that he would call back as soon as he found out anything. The captain started looking up information about the heroes on the computer and found out that one registered yesterday and the second only 2 months ago. 2 newbies clear a 3-star dungeon in 10 minutes. F rank? Even if the meter is faulty, this is too big a mistake. Minimum C rank. Awakened with C rank abilities have a high probability of becoming high rank. The captain began to get ready and hurriedly leave. It had been a long time since he had seen an awakened one with such potential. The Hwarang Guild received a report from the bureau worker who was there. They learned that Wu Jin had entered their dungeon. And next to him is Hong Sung-gu, 21 years old, F-rank fire mage, nothing special. They believe that Kang Wu Jin has the main power. F-rank necromancer. In such an incredible time, the man asked Captain Lee Yoon-hee what she thought of him. She thought he was unusual, but not that unusual. His abilities are at least C rank. There are 2 options. He either hid his abilities during the test, or is growing at a crazy pace. Lee Yoon-hee asked if there was at least one awakened at such a speed, because he was of low rank, but rose 2 or 3 overnight. The man replied that there was a similar case, an awakened one who rose from F rank to A rank. His potential was a mystery until he reached number 1 in South Korea. This is all about Kim Kong Chal. Lee Yun-hee said not to even compare them. The man said that he did not know and was unsure, but he would have to make sure. The man, Hwarang Guildmaster Lee Sang-ho, said to bring him. We need to find out what kind of person he is. Sun-gu took out bloodstones from the corpses of monsters as usual. He thought that money is good, but he will move his skates like that. He will be the first to die when the bloodstones are extracted. Sun-gu asked Wu Jin if they could get some rest. Wu Jin mockingly asked if Sun-gu was already exhausted. Sun-gu drank the water and said that this was much better. Wu Jin asked how much time they still had, to which Sun-gu replied, 1 hour and 12 minutes. The hero has already received about 400 million won. This is enough to buy a house for Mom and Sua. Wu Jin called out to Sun-gu and said that the remaining stones were now his. He'll protect him so the guy can get as much as he can. And now Wu Jin decided to speed up, whatever that means. He suddenly exploded and began to run towards the monsters. The skeleton soldiers were actively killing small monsters, and the hero ran on. Ugin attacked the large monster, thereby killing it. The hero's level has been increased to 10. Now this should be enough. Notification came that Wu Jin had met the level requirements for the class. Now he needs to choose a class. This seemed very strange to Wu Jin. In Alfen, classes were also determined by reaching level 10, but he was already a necromancer. What's happening? The hero began to choose to have a dual class. Wu Jin was given the warrior class, and was also given the warrior bonus, warrior weapon. However, the hero did not really want the warrior class, as this could become a problem. It is more profitable to be a magician, since the characteristics would have something in common with necromancy. If he had known this would happen, he would have used magic instead of swinging a crowbar. He was given the warrior's weapon bonus. The hero didn't know what this meant. Maybe it was a class reward. It turned out that the weapon was an ordinary steel pipe, steel staff. A warrior's weapon is like his friend and life, so it grows with the user and will come to him at the first call. Effects, +5 to strength, restoration of strength, in the withdrawn state. Skills, summon, recall. I wonder what these growing weapons will be like in the future. And now, the Necromancer bonus Demon Seal Catalyst has appeared. The Demon Seal Crystal is a magical crystal that necromancers receive upon reaching certain levels. 7 crystals inside are great familiars, incomparable to skeleton soldiers. With their help, on Alfen, Ugin destroyed all the enemies who dared to go to Ardal, his land. I wonder who Wu Jin will get this time. He decides to open the seal and a bright red light appears. Suddenly, Bibi appears. She asks about where the master went. Wu Jin doesn't understand why her. Bibi jumps into Wu Jin's arms. She is very happy to see him. She missed him. The hero asked why she didn't stay on Alfen and what happened. Bibi replied that after Wu Jin disappeared, all the familiars were placed in the seal space. What is print space? Did they really move along with Ugin? The hero was at a loss. Suddenly, Wu Jin and Bibi smelled something. Bibi asked what it was. Bibi said that she could smell the Tranet subjects from the corpses. Now, Wu Jin is in complete shock. Tranet is a demon who invaded Alfen from a mysterious dimension. He destroyed 90% of the population. Ugin never fought him, but his subjects invaded Ardal so often that the sight of them sickened him. And now it looks like Tranet is invading Earth. This may be the very reason for the appearance of dungeons. Wu Jin believed that he had escaped from Hell, but Hell is on his heels. Everything happens at Maebong Station, Exit 3. The same Captain Jun Min Chan came there on business. The captain asked his charge where Sun-gu and Wu Jin were. The guy replied that they came in 8 minutes ago, so they should show up soon. The guy added that they are not simpletons because they earned more than 400 million won. With a sneer, the guy said that with such power he would also clear dungeons. And finally, the heroes left the dungeon. The captain approached them and said that they had done a good job in the dungeon and asked if it wouldn't be a problem to give him some time. Captain Jun Min Chan said it would only take a couple of minutes. He and his charge looked very friendly. Wu Jin said no, he refuses. However, the captain followed them and asked them to stop. Wu Jin turned and asked what the captain wanted from him. If they are already taking up time, then why ask? Jun Min Chan wondered what was wrong with this psycho. The captain apologized for beating around the bush. He decided to get straight to the point. Min Chan said that the Hammer Guild wants to recruit Wu Jin and handed him a business card. Sun-gu and Wu Jin simply turned around and left, saying they weren't interested. The stressed captain asked them to wait and said that they probably just didn't know about the Hammer Guild. But Wu Jin knew that their guild was one of the top 3 guilds in South Korea. The captain said that in the ranks of the guild, there are the most powerful awakened ones, and if Wu Jin joins them, they promise that they will provide him with the best support. The hero called out to the captain and said that he was in a lousy mood and that he should stop annoying him. Wu Jin has finally saved up enough money to buy a house for his family. His mother was shocked. The real estate agent said they could look around. The house is large, two-story brick with a large lawn. Mom asked her son how he was going to buy such a house, to which Wu Jin replied that he topped up his account today. The mother asked where her son got so much money and he admitted that he was awakened. Mom realized that he earned this money in the dungeon. Wu Jin's mom was very worried because it was dangerous and asked him since when he had been doing this. The mother said that she had already lost Wu Jin's father, and she didn't want to lose her son as well. The hero told his mother not to worry, because he is not as weak as she thinks. For him, it's like catching Zhukov. This, of course, did not reassure my mother. Sua asked if they could get a dog like her mom promised her. Wu Jin repeated again so that mom wouldn't worry. He said she could consider it compensation for the hard times. She just needs to believe in him. Mom was both proud and dumbfounded by such events. In the evening, Wu Jin went to look for Bibi. He saw the magic and told her to come out. He heard her, but for some reason she did not come out. What's the matter? It looks like Bibi has turned into a cat. Wu Jin asked her why that was. She replied that she could not take on her true form, so she had to find a small organism. So Bibi can take on her true form in the dungeons. But why is that? The hero asked what about the energy of the Tranet, if Bibi felt anything. She replied that no, nothing. Bibi said it smells nice here, it smells like peace. The demon enjoys the smell of the world. The energy of Tranet has not yet affected this world. Suddenly a man appeared from behind, who was surprised that Wu Jin even took care of stray cats. He said that the hero is full of surprises. This man turned out to be the head of the Hwarang Guild, Lee Sang-ho. He was glad to meet and asked the hero to give him some time. Meanwhile, Sun Gu sat in the car dealership and thought, and he was thinking about Ugin. Sun Gu can't understand him. Earlier, the guy asked Wu Jin why he rejected the guild's offer. Maybe there was some reason. Wu Jin was not in the mood and simply replied that it was. Sun Gu asked him again. Wu Jin explained that he hates taking orders from anyone. Sun Gu understood. This is what he expected from a hero. Sun Gu said that even the all-powerful Hammer Guild is no match for Kang Wu Jin. But still, Sun Gu was shocked that Wu Jin refused just because of this. However, is the reason important? Soon, Sun Gu will be able to ride the cutie he has been dreaming about for so long. All he has to do is trust and follow Wu Jin from now until... Before Sun Gu could finish speaking, one of the car dealership workers ran up to him. He was uncomfortable that the client was waiting for a long time. The man asked if Sun Gu wanted to sign a contract right now, to which the guy answered confidently that yes. Wu Jin and Lee Sang-ho decide to talk at a coffee shop. First, the leader would like to apologize for yesterday. Sang-ho asked about Wu Jin and Lee Yun-hee's fight. The hero first thought and then remembered that same red-haired girl. It turns out that she is the sister of this Lee Sang-ho. The leader said she had an explosive temper. She is very valuable to the guild, so the man is ready to compensate for any tricky situations. Wu Jin said that there was no need for that, and asked about the real reason for Lee Sang-ho's visit. The man said that Wu Jin is very smart. Sang-ho said that, to be honest, he watched the hero's progress. Stunning progress that is impossible for an F rank. C rank, if you remember today's raid. The man added that he is confident that Wu Jin is one step away from the highest chances. Is it really the Hwarang Guild now? The hero thought that the guild wanted him to join them. That's exactly it. Lee Sang-ho asked to join their Hwarang Guild, and he will provide the hero with conditions for development. The hero thought about these conditions of development. He asked if Lee Sang-ho would hand over the role of head to him if Wu Jin was able to defeat him. The man had heard a lot about the hero's self-confidence. But Lee Sang-ho leads the Hwarang Guild, not because of the skills of the Awakened One, because his B rank is worth nothing compared to his A rank. Therefore, he will not be able to give his place to Wu Jin, even if he defeats him. Wu Jin was angry. The hero stood up from behind and began to walk towards the door. He's not interested, so he decides to leave. And then suddenly Lee Sang-ho asks if Wu Jin knows why the dungeons appeared. 5 years have already passed since the underground earthquake, and they still haven't found out anything. However, the dungeons become larger, and the monsters in them become stronger. But this does not frighten humanity at all, because they have plunged headlong into earning bloodstones. Lee Sang-ho is absolutely sure that the world will drown in chaos if things continue like this. Gathering the Awakened to stop this is Lee Sang-ho's mission. The man said that she hopes Wu Jin will trust them with his strength. At the Hammer Guild, Captain Jun Min Chan had been in a terrible mood since the morning. His ward tracked information on the computer. He told the captain that those guys had booked Gate 6 of Guashan Station. Min Chan was very angry and asked why the guy was ruining his mood by talking about him so early. How good is Wu Jin? At best, he would be a C-rank bastard. And then the guy told the captain that this was actually a 4-star dungeon. Now the captain is in deep shock. He ran to the computer and saw that the heroes had booked a dungeon for 2. The captain thought that these bastards were simply crazy. F rank cannot enter dungeons higher than 4 stars. It would be understandable if they went as miners or support. It can be seen that they are newbies and are booking dungeons without basic knowledge. But what abilities do they have if they are going to clear this dungeon? The captain was tormented by this question. The captain asked the employee if they had a 4-star nearby. The guy replied that yes, exit 11 of Cheongsa Station. It's pretty close. The captain told the guy to try to cancel all reservations for this dungeon. This surprised the guy, because he thought that the captain had already given up. The captain asked what it meant to surrender. This time the heroes will be his. He said that if you want to catch fish, you need the right bait. Wu Jin and Sun Gu were driving a new BMW car. Sun Gu said that he bought this car because he didn't want to carry Wu Jin in a small car. The hero did not know what brand of car it was. Wu Jin thought to himself that this car is on a completely different level. Just look at the interior. And Sun Gu thought that the hero lives in the forest, because how can one not recognize a BMW? Sun Gu happily said that he would do his best to make Wu Jin's ride comfortable. Wu Jin said that a big catch was still waiting for them. Strange, but some man did not allow the heroes into the dungeon. He said that F-rankers couldn't clear a 4-star dungeon, especially with just 2 people. Sun Gu still tried to persuade the man, saying that everything was fine and that he and Wu Jin were confident in their abilities. However, the man was adamant. Sun Gu said that they are not asking to take responsibility and once again asked to just let them in. The man replied that if a guy wants to commit suicide, then let him jump into the Han River, and asked why do it here. The man clearly said that these are the rules and heroes cannot enter. Sun Gu approached Wu Jin hesitantly and said that he could not convince the man. He apologized, saying that he should have scouted first. Wu Jin replied that nothing can be done and apparently he needs to undergo reassessment tomorrow. The hero told Sun Gu to check if there were 3-star dungeons nearby. Suddenly the guys were called out by the captain, the previously familiar Captain Jun Min Chan. The captain said that this was definitely fate. He apologized for interfering and asked what happened. He would like to help the heroes. The captain repeated the question about what happened. Wu Jin felt that there was something suspicious about this. Wu Jin asked how the captain was going to help them. Jun Min Chan asked if the heroes knew that only C rank and above were allowed into 4-star dungeons. This is a 4-star dungeon from the guild, Guashan Government Complex Station. The captain said that all reservations have been cancelled, and it is completely at the disposal of the heroes. Wu Jin saw the catch and said that it was too good to be true because you have to pay for everything in this life. However, the captain said that this was only a gesture of goodwill. He will settle the heroes' problems with their ranks, so that they can clear the dungeon to their satisfaction. Wu Jin replied that if so, then with great pleasure. The captain said he liked their approach. Jun Min Chan asked to wait a minute, saying that he had a gift for the heroes. The captain asked to wait a moment. The captain walked to his car and opened the trunk. Wu Jin is right. Jun Min Chan has his own goals. The captain didn't ask for anything in return, but the favor is returned with a favor. If food is shared with you, then it is natural for a person to share in return. The captain thought in his head that Wu Jin was a fairly strong awakened one, but just a 24-year-old child. Now Kang Wu Jin is on his hook. The assistant captain told Wu Jin that he was completely different yesterday. The hero asked what he was like. The assistant said that yesterday it was scary to even talk to Wu Jin. The hero replied that he was simply in a disgusting mood. In truth, all his thoughts were occupied with Tranet. Wu Jin seems to be in a better mood today. The assistant offered the heroes a drink after the raid, to which he readily agreed. This guy has been in the Hammer Guild for 2 years, and today Wu Jin will definitely sign this damn contract while under the influence of alcohol. The assistant suggested one place, and they began to discuss this issue with Wu Jin. Sun Gu thought about it. He knows that no matter how much he sucks up, Wu Jin won't join in, so it's a waste of time. However, when the captain returned, the heroes were no longer there. The assistant said that they went to the dungeon. The captain was angry. How could they go to the dungeon if he was talking about a gift? The assistant and the captain were going to wait for their return, so it would be possible to give it after. Jun Min Chan threw his bag. The gift turned out to be a survival kit. The captain asked the assistant how much he thought the F-rank guys entering the 4-star dungeon knew about their dangers. For these dungeons, a D-rank team with a C-rank leader is recommended. Kang Wu Jin is F-rank on paper. With this rate of clearing 3-star dungeons, he should be able to defeat the monsters of this dungeon. But from 4-star to 6-star, dungeons are different from low-level ones. If you go there without information and a survival kit, even a high-ranking person will not return alive. Jun Min Chan said that this is the end. They did not help, but literally sent the heroes to the grave. Wu Jin asked if this was really a 4-star dungeon since the monsters they met were too common. Sungu replied that he didn't know. Maybe it was just an easy 4-star dungeon. The heroes resigned themselves, and Ugin began searching for the Stone of Return. But there was something strange. There was no Stone of Return here. Sungu said that this couldn't happen. Wu Jin thought that his search skill might be too low. Okay, the guys decided to go back and look for more. But there is no stone here. What the hell is going on? Sungu showed where the entrance was. The heroes turned their heads and saw a huge portal. Maybe it's because of him that the Stone of Return did not appear. It looks like the heroes need to enter there. And Ujin thought why it was so simple. Now the real game begins. Wu Jin and Sungu approached the portal and entered it. They found themselves in another dimension with some kind of forest and trees. Suddenly Wu Jin noticed that Sungu was naked and covering himself. The hero asked what he was doing and why he undressed. It turned out that Wu Jin was also naked. It seems that only their bodies were transferred into the dimension, but their clothes remained. Suddenly they heard some rustling in the distance. But now it looks like a 4-star dungeon. Wu Jin started doing something on his screen. Sungu thought about how many skills Wu Jin has, because he can even control space and got them clothes. While Sungu was getting dressed, he watched what Wu Jin was doing now. Only Wu Jin can see the information on the screen. Wu Jin is currently at level 10. Thanks to the transferred bonuses, its stats are higher than those of a normal level 10, but it is still dangerous in a 4-star dungeon. In the Rakia dungeon, the skills of a necromancer were enough, but there may be strong enemies here, and Ugin will not be able to fight them face to face. Then the hero began to learn new skills such as Warrior's Intuition, Warrior's Anger, Jump, Charge, and Strong Blow. The heroes began to explore the area and noticed that something was approaching. It turned out to be a monster, a huge crocodile, which immediately attacked the heroes. Wu Jin immediately grabbed his house and rushed back. It turned out to be a level 31 crocodile. The warrior's intuition helped him find out. It's time for Ugin to find out how strong level 31 is. Meanwhile, Junmin Chan and his assistant were waiting for the heroes at the entrance. The barrier still hasn't disappeared. The captain said that time in such dungeons is 4 times faster, so about 2 hours passed there. The assistant asked how long they could hold out, and whether they could at least cope with the crocodile. Karina was unsure of this, because they were barehanded and without a survival kit. Portals in high-level dungeons do not allow materials from Earth to pass through. The only thing that can be carried through them is things from other dimensions. The captain said that even if they can cope with the monster, the main problem is the lack of food and water. If it is difficult to survive empty-handed in the Amazon jungle, then in the dungeons. The assistant said there was one problem after another. The heroes in another dimension made a fire and began to prepare food for themselves, in particular a crocodile. Wu Jin said that crocodile meat has always been considered a delicacy and said to try it with beer. Beer goes well with barbecue, Sungu was pleased. A lot of time has already passed. The assistant asked if that didn't mean they were able to survive. The captain replied that the crocodile could still be defeated somehow by distracting with calls. But this would not be enough to get across the swamps. The assistant understood what swamps the captain was talking about. The swamps that appear from time to time in the jungle are a death sentence for melee fighters. The legs get stuck, and the hoko monkeys and swamp anacondas attack at the same time. And only Hong Sung-gu has ranged combat. The heroes reached this point and saw a huge number of monkeys in the trees. However, his fireballs will not be enough to stop the hoko monkeys. The assistant and the katana were in despair because it was very difficult. Wu Jin and Sungu began attacking the monkeys using fireballs. Wu Jin ordered everyone to be burned. Sungu was shocked that Wu Jin also had such a skill. Ugin sent his skeleton magicians to attack the monsters. The captain and his mate decided to have a snack. 4 hours have already passed. The assistant asked the captain if he thought the heroes would be able to clear the dungeon. Junmin Chan replied that he didn't know, since not only monsters are dangerous in high-level dungeons, but there are also a lot of unfamiliar plants, animals, and insects there. The captain asked the mate how much they knew about that ecosystem. This means that the heroes have a high chance of eating something poisonous. It's all over for them. Sungu found some fruit and wanted to eat it because tropical fruits are very sweet. Wu Jin said that if you eat them raw, the guy will die. Sungu immediately spat out and asked why Wu Jin didn't warn him earlier. Sungu asked how Wu Jin knew all this. The hero replied that the guy should not worry about it. In fact, Wu Jin knows all this because he has lived here for 20 years. It was already dark outside. The captain and his assistant continued to wait for the heroes. The assistant asked if there was a reason why the captain wanted to get Kang Wu Jin, since the guild was not entirely interested in it. The captain replied to Ha Min that over the past 5 years, his eyes had never deceived him. The stories of Junmin Chan recruiting rising stars are very famous. After all, he is almost the first person to know about their A-rank Park Jin-woo. Yes, and now the captain is sure that Kang Wu Jin will be cooler than him. Ha-min was shocked. How is this cooler than Park Jin-woo? Therefore, the captain will not be surprised if he does not join them. But he just wants him to return alive, because his death will be a huge loss for humanity. The assistant did not even expect that the captain had such thoughts. Ha-min suggested praying together for Wu Jin to return alive. This will not be easy, since the Guardian of the Stone of Return is a truly powerful opponent. Everyone already knows about this, but we still need to pray for their return. The captain said that Wu Jin would most likely die. Ha-min thought this was too pessimistic. Wandering around the dimension, the heroes saw the Stone of Return. Finally, they can get out of here. Running towards the stone, Sun-gu almost fell into a trap and died. Wu Jin managed to pull him away. Sun-gu thanked Wu Jin and asked where he was looking. Suddenly, they saw huge evil monsters. Wu Jin didn't expect this. These monsters are Alfen orcs. The population of Alfen consists of a huge number of races: people, elves, dwarves, beastmen, etc., even orcs. But what are they doing in the dungeon? And then the hero begins to ask the orcs why they are here in their language. Sun-gu didn't know what was going on. Orki asked who the hero was and how he knew their language. Ugin said that it didn't matter and asked again why the orcs were here. They replied that they had lost their home. It turned out that Tranet defeated them. When the balance was upset, Tranet became the master of everything, and the orcs are here because of the contract with him. Following the contracts, Earth should become the new home of the orcs. Ugin said that Tranet doesn't even own Earth, so what's the point of this contract? Ugin took out his crowbar and told the orcs to say their last words. The chief orc ordered his warriors to attack. They began to menacingly approach the heroes, but this did not frighten them at all. Night has already fallen on Earth. Ha-min said that he had a good feeling. 6 hours and 20 minutes had already passed, and the whole day passed in the dungeon. If that's the case, it looks like the heroes will really clear it out. Clear a 4-star dungeon. Suddenly, the captain and mate noticed that the barrier had disappeared. They were expecting something incredible. The captain begged for the heroes to return alive. However, no one came out. It looks like this is the end, and Cardboard suggested returning. How suddenly they heard the voices of the heroes, who were saying that next time they should take the cart. The heroes rose with a huge number of different orc weapons. The captain was incredibly happy and glad to see the heroes alive and congratulated them on their return. Wu Jin asked why Junmin Chan was so happy to see him. The hero was riding in the car and thinking. They realized that a survival kit was not really needed, but the information was very much needed. Wu Jin read that crocodile skin is very expensive, but they threw it away. Wu Jin told Sun-gu to take her next time. Okay, bloodstones, but now he also has to cut up monster carcasses. Sun-gu's dream of becoming a fire mage is getting further and further. Suddenly, Wu Jin noticed someone on the street. Sun-gu asked what happened. It turned out that it was Jae-min and some girl. Wu Jin asked Sun-gu to stop for a second. Wu Jin called out to Jae-min and waved to him. He asked if Jae-min was on a date. The guy replied that it was just his older sister. Jae-min told her about how Wu Jin helped him back then. She remembered him and turned to the hero. Wu Jin looked at the girl. The Hammer Guild planned to make someone vice president. The president was informed that Vice President Park Jin-woo had arrived. The young man entered the office and saw Leader Young with the captain. The captain turned around and said he would go. Jin-woo is confused. Park Jin-woo asked what was wrong with the captain. The leader said that he had no idea and said that Junmin Chan had noticed one necromancer and now wants him to make him vice president. Jin-woo said that since Leader Young said so, then we should listen. However, the president said that the captain has already lost his touch and has been bringing in only mediocre people lately. The president said that it was pure luck that he spotted Park Jin-woo. The guy told the president not to be so cruel. The president said it didn't matter and asked the guy how things were going in America. The guy replied that, judging by the atmosphere, the rumors were true. It seems the Titan protected them. The president thought about it, so the rumors are true. The head of the Titan Guild, awakened A-rank Dean Kun, asked about the person who appeared from the dungeon, about the condition of this girl. The assistant replied that there were no changes yet. She doesn't know their languages and keeps saying a word they can't understand. She added that it was something like PTSD. The head of the guild said that this girl seemed to be the key to finding out the secrets of the dungeons, and she needed to be talked into somehow. 5 years have passed since the dungeons appeared, and they finally found at least some clue. And the girl from the dungeon, looking out the window, repeated the name Kang Wu Jin. In the evening, Jae-min sat at home and did his homework. He was worried that nothing would happen. You never know what's on Wu Jin's mind. The hero invited Jae-min and his sister to eat with them. It turns out that Jae-min's older sister, Ji-won, is Wu Jin's former classmate. The hero did not expect this at all and said, "How many years? How many winters?" Wu Jin said that 5 years have passed and she is still the same beauty. Jiwan became embarrassed and asked what Wu Jin meant. The hero said that the girl is too modest. He revealed that Jiwan was the most popular girl in school and half the boys were secretly in love with her. The guys continued to praise Jiwan, and it made her feel embarrassed. Wu Jin was also one of Jiwan's crushes. She was bright, beautiful, and got along with everyone. The girl wondered if Wu Jin had been so open before. Suddenly, the hero asked Jiwan why she was wearing a hat and asked if maybe she hadn't washed her hair. Jiwan timidly replied that she just liked it that way. It was suspicious. Sungu was surprised by such straightforwardness. Wu Jin asked if Jiwan was hot and maybe he should take off his hat. She replied that everything was fine. Sungu thought about how Wu Jin could ask such a thing from a girl. He realized that his great Wu Jin had probably never dated anyone, and apparently he really liked Jiwan. In this case, such an atmosphere is not good, and Sungu suggested playing a game since it's boring to drink without games. Wu Jin asked Sungu what game he was talking about. Sungu was having a lot of fun, drinking and singing different songs. The guy continued to fool around and it really bothered Wu Jin. Wu Jin told Sungu to calm down before he broke his shoulders. Sungu immediately fell silent and calmed down, and Jiwan was very drunk and fell asleep right at the table. Suddenly the hat fell from her head and a woman passing by saw it. The woman told other people if they had seen the girl. The woman thought Jiwan had a burn. Sungu and Wu Jin also noticed a large scar-like spot on the girl's forehead. Wu Jin said that there was no need for such a violent reaction, put Jiwan's hat on, and said that it wasn't that scary, because she was still beautiful. The guys decided to have one more drink and go home. The next morning, Jiwan woke up with a severe headache. She did not immediately understand where she was. Jae-min saw that his sister had woken up. The girl asked her brother how she got here. Jae-min replied that Wu Jin brought it. He told her to go wash up and eat the hangover soup he had prepared. Jiwan went into the bath and, looking in the mirror, realized that she fell asleep without even thinking about the hat. And then she began to remember last night. Still, Wu Jin saw her scar. 5 years ago, when monsters from the dungeon attacked her, Jiwan received this terrible scar. The girl didn't want Wu Jin to see this. She wanted the hero to remember her past. Then she remembered Wu Jin's phrase about how she was still beautiful. The girl was embarrassed, but she was pleased. We find ourselves in Wu Jin's dream. It's a normal school day. The teacher asks who is on duty today. And the people on duty were Wu Jin and Jiwan. The teacher told them to clean up the classroom when everyone left. The guys cleaned everything up. Wu Jin looked embarrassed and awkward. After cleaning, the guys walked along the corridor. Jiwan said that Wu Jin is so quiet, just like her brother. She said that her brother is going through adolescence and he answers, "Aha," to everything. Wu Jin didn't answer. Jiwan continued by saying that it was the first time she and Wu Jin had spoken since the start of second semester. She suggested getting along better from now on. Jiwan stopped the hero and said that she had to tell him something, and asked for his ear. But Jiwan didn't have time to finish speaking when Bibi suddenly woke up Wu Jin. The cat asked how the hero slept. Wu Jin was unhappy that he woke up. He asked Bibi if she had used any skills on him while he was sleeping. Wu Jin went down to Sungu on the first floor of the hotel. The guy was working on the computer and asked Wu Jin how he slept. Wu Jin mumbled something and asked Sungu if he was looking for a level 4 dungeon. The guy answered positively. Sungu was just in the process, but he said that there weren't that many of them, and all the mid-high level guilds had already reserved most of the dungeons. Wu Jin began to think about what to do. Maybe it's worth clearing the 3rd level dungeon? Suddenly, Wu Jin had an idea. He started dialing a contact called Weakling. The subscriber at the end of the line said that he would arrive now and asked to wait for him a little. Wu Jin said 15 minutes and no more because he doesn't have time. Sungu asked Wu Jin who he just called. Wu Jin asked the guy to guess. Wu Jin replied that he was calling the person who was returning the favor. It turns out that Wu Jin called Jun Min Chan. The captain ran in a hurry and apologized for keeping him waiting. Min Chan asked Wu Jin what he wanted. The guy said that they were looking for a dungeon on the 4th level. The captain said that although many people use the dungeon forum, it is not the best choice. The captain showed the guild's exclusive program. The captain said that this is what their support department specializes in. Junmin Chang asked about what made the heroes stay at this hotel. He added that if the heroes join them, they will be able to stay in any hotel they want. The captain also added that they could provide the heroes with a cozy apartment if they wanted. Again, he took up his task. Unexpectedly, Wu Jin replied that it sounded really good. Junmin Chan showed the computer and told the heroes to look at the dungeons they could book for today. Ugin said that the guild is really something. Min Chan thanked him for the compliment. The heroes came to the dungeon. Min said everything is reserved. The captain told Wu Jin that since they had time before the reserve, why not have some tea? The captain was hoping to give a short briefing before entering if the heroes don't mind. He is sure it will be useful. The captain added that this information provided by the guild may surprise. Wu Jin was intrigued. Suddenly, the dungeon reconfiguration began. The heroes saw this for the first time. Junmin Chan told Min to hurry up and call the guild. Wu Jin wondered what this dungeon reconfiguration was all about. A crowd of people and reporters gathered around the dungeon. The entrance to the dungeon is blocked. The captain said it appeared the mine phase was completed. Wu Jin didn't fully understand what was happening. Junmin Chan said that the status of the dungeon can be divided into 3 categories. The first is mines, the second is reconfiguration, and the last is rupture. The dungeons that the heroes cleared before are called chests. They have been cleared at least once. When this happens, base mobs are spawned, and then miners, called awakened, enter and collect heliotropes. The mine stage lasts about 2-3 months, then it reaches its time limit. Reconfiguration and a new dungeon is created. As the heroes see, Exit 6 of Seoul University has been reconfigured. From now on, many guilds will begin to try to clear the reconfigured dungeon first. Wu Jin asked if the dungeon was free now. The captain replied yes. Simply put, whoever clears it first gets the dungeon. Wu Jin wanted to try to do this. Nothing is stopping him. Junmin Chan said that this is impossible, since the dungeon of the first clearing is many times more dangerous than those containing ordinary mobs. They are run by guilds. Then Ugin asked the captain if he really wanted the guild to manage the dungeon himself. The captain replied that that was not what he meant. Although the rules say that one person can own a dungeon, but only after measuring its energy, so that people can enter. Wu Jin asked how it was. The captain replied that when the dungeon readjusted, it radiated energy. This is how the dungeon level is determined. Right now, they're going to measure energy. If it is level 4, then rank C. If it is 5th, then B. And if the dungeon is level 6, then only units of rank A can enter there. Wu Jin thought about it because the captain said that he had a rank of C, so he has the privilege of entering the 4th level dungeon. The device showed that this was a level 5 dungeon. Wu Jin got upset, and the captain said that he would have to give up. Suddenly, Team Jajak appeared along with Lee Yoon-hee. They're pretty fast. It looks like Hwarang will take this dungeon for himself. Wu Jin remembered this girl, because she threatened him, and told him not to show off his pathetic skills. Now he won't give up so easily. Suddenly, Wu Jin began to approach Lee Yoon-hee and said that now that the awakened A rank has arrived, clearing the dungeon will be spit out. The girl was not very happy to see him. The hero approached her and said that she had cool armor. She replied that this was a level 5 dungeon, and Wu Jin had nothing to do here. Let him get lost and not interfere. Wu Jin told Lee Yoon-hee not to be such a jerk and just wanted to look at the armor. He began to dig into her armor. The girl asked how dare he and who told him that he could touch her. A whole bunch of people were already crowded around the dungeon. Lee Yoon-hee tried to push the hero away and told him to take his hands off her. And then suddenly Ugin began to fall straight into the dungeon. In fact, he planned it. People began to say that now everything is very bad and someone has fallen into a dungeon. The hero now finds himself through the portal, not in the jungle, but in the desert. He starts walking when suddenly a level 48 sandworm appears out of nowhere. What an aggressive greeting. The hero thinks that level 5 dungeons are not much different from the previous ones. The hero begins to attack the worms, saying that monsters will always remain monsters. But then Ujin is surrounded by a whole bunch of worms. They surround him and wrap him in a ball. But the hero is not lost and uses shape change, thereby cutting the worms into pieces. It's good that after killing the orcs, the hero raised his level, otherwise he would have had problems. Here a whole bunch of level 46 ball worms begin to attack the hero. The hero tries to attack, but an explosion occurs. Some green smoke starts to come out. And then the hero raises a wall of bones. Another explosion occurs, and the hero begins to feel dizzy. Level 5 dungeons are completely different. The hero drinks a potion that removes the poisoning effect from him. People are still standing in a crowd around the dungeon. One of the team members, Lee Yoon-hee, says that Wu Jin hangs around there for too long and it annoys him. Sungu replies that Wu Jin is not just hanging around, but clearing out the dungeon. The guy on the team asks how a C-rank idiot can clear a dungeon. The guy also says that Wu Jin is probably hiding there like a coward. This made Sungu angry, but the captain calmed him down, saying that they should just trust and wait. Sungu fell silent. The captain asked him if Sungu really believed that Wu Jin could handle the dungeon. The guy replied that of course he would cope and return alive. The captain asked to tell us about what abilities Ugin has. Sungu replied, "This is classified information. This teenager is stubborn. He will not give out any important information. The captain thought that in any case, if Wu Jin returned, it would mean that Korea would have an 11th awakened A rank. Ugin in the desert continued to kill monsters and reached level 27, then 28 and 29. Wu Jin said that he had only one level left until he was called up again. The hero thought about how big this desert is. No matter how long he goes, it doesn't end. Then suddenly the hero saw in the distance the abandoned city of Lacrisia. Ugin, along with his skeletons, began to explore the city, and he did not feel anyone's presence. Looks like a regular throw. But then suddenly someone attacked him and hit his skeleton. Ugin saw that it was Naga, a snake-like mythical creature. Nasha asked for the reason why Ujin invaded their temple. The hero said that he was not surprised that this place looked familiar, because it was the temple of Arya. Nasha asked if the hero really knows Arya. Ugin replied that of course, how can one not know the seer goddess? Ugin asked Naga what Arya's follower was doing on Earth, and asked if the demon Tranet had defeated her too. The Naga was furious that the hero dared to insult their goddess. He said they only cooperate with Tranet to punish cults. This way they will be able to punish all the apostates of the blue-eyed priestess, who left Alfen and fled to Earth. Ugin thought about the fact that the blue-eyed priestess was on Earth. Wu Jin said it was none of his business whether they caught her, killed her, or let her live, but he couldn't let them get to Earth. Just as the Nagas protect the temple of their goddess, Ugin wants to protect his home. Naga said that he respects Ugin's decision, so before they go to Earth, they will crush the hero. The hero realized that this was too much. Although communication is his strong point, he doesn't feel anyone. Their hiding skill is higher than Ugin's detection skill. It won't be easy for the hero with his skeleton soldiers. The hero used the distribution of skill points and increased the number of skeleton soldiers to 20. Since Summon Skeleton Soldiers has reached level 20, their form will also change. Wu Jin said that the Nagas would regret every blow they missed. Both the Nagas and the skeletons went into battle against each other. Ugin deftly dealt with his enemies. But then suddenly someone started shooting at the hero and the skeletons. It was the Nagas on the roof of the building. Ugin tried to attack them, but the Nagas surrounded him, and he used a wall of bones. The hero and the Nagas have a significant difference in levels. But more importantly, they are trained in many melee attacks. In addition, their ability to use the territory also becomes a problem. Even Bibi and the skeleton magicians will not help here. Ugin can only use skeleton soldiers. But they are monstrously fast and can kill their enemy, so Ujin will not win. If so, then this is the only thing left. Meanwhile, the news said that 10 hours had passed since the accidental fall of a person, but the barrier was still in place. The victim of the incident was Kang Wu Jin, an awakened C rank. They also said that his survival so far amounts to a miracle. Guildmaster Hammer wondered if they really had to come all this way to trade their faces. Even if they plan to give this dungeon to the Huarang Guild, they can't help but show off. The master said that when they returned, they would need to be reprimanded. Sungu was very worried. The captain brought food and invited Sungu to eat while they waited. He said that the average raid time for a level 5 dungeon is 12 hours, and they don't know exactly how long it will take this time. Sungu was in despair because Wu Jin was suffering there, and he was sitting here. He decided to eat anyway. The Nagas killed all the skeletons. The chief asked Ujin if this was all he planned to invade the shrine with. Wu Jin said that level 5 dungeons are a lot more problematic than he thought. Naga said that the hero was not in a position to bluff now, but the hero replied that he was not bluffing. Wu Jin leveled up. He now has the use of a special level 30 demonic sealing stone. Naga is perplexed. And then suddenly a huge monster appears, Ugin's servant. As a result of the designated zone, Golem was summoned in the Sand Golem video. Ugin ordered the Golem to kill the Nagas. The head of the Nagas also told everyone to line up. The Golem went on the attack and defeated the Nagas without any obstacles. Now only the chapter remains. He was clearly in shock. Wu Jin asked if he had anything else to oppose him besides his soldiers. Naga called the hero a shameless scum and tried to attack. And then Ujin uses the shape-shifting skill Hammer to attack Naga. The hero uses a whirlwind, after which he defeats Nag. Wu Jin said that Naga is a persistent bastard and is trying to prove that he is the boss of the level and is different from the rest. Naga never thought that there was someone so strong on Earth. But Naga is not ready to die until he completes his mission and turns into a new huge monster. Ugin points his hammer at him and says that for someone who is dying, Naga talks too much. People continued to wait at the entrance to the dungeon. Sungu continued to eat despite what happened. Before Sungu can finish speaking, Wu Jin appears and asks if he's been booked. All the people start running, taking pictures and filming Wu Jin. Has he really come out? Sungu asked if the hero was hurt. Wu Jin replied that there was not a single scratch on him and it was as easy as shelling pears. Li Yun-hee was also still there. Wu Jin asked how she could push him into the dungeon. It's dangerous. If something had gone wrong, he could have died. The girl was clearly angry. The reporters wanted to quickly publish an article that Korea's 11th A rank awakened had appeared. Guild leader Hammer began to get ready when suddenly the breaking news turned on. They reported that on Friday at 11 a.m., at Exit 6 of Seoul University Station, Kang Wu Jin, who accidentally fell into the dungeon, unexpectedly returned back. The leader couldn't believe it. Reporters asked Wu Jin to answer the question of how he managed to survive and come back. However, Jun Min-chan closed the camera and said that the hero barely returned alive from the 5th level dungeon and that there would be no interviews. The leader was shocked that the hero cleared the dungeon alone, and it looks like he really has A rank. So Jun Min-chan's instincts were correct. If he recruits Wu Jin to join them, then Hammer will become the first guild in Korea with 3 A rank awakened. The leader was delighted and hypocritically said that he knew that the captain would cope. Meanwhile, Lee Sang-ho was having dinner with the minister. The minister asked how what he asked for was going on. Sang-ho replied that the progress is good, and as far as he knows, there are a lot of people involved. The minister said that Lee Sang-ho should not make a single mistake. The man replied that the minister need not worry, as they had prepared impeccably. The minister said that he knew that Master Lee Sang-ho could be trusted and promised to reward him generously. Suddenly, Lee Sang-ho received a message about the latest news, and he also found out that Wu Jin is an A rank. Lee Sang-ho knew that Wu Jin was exceptional, but he didn't think that he was that special. Lee Sang-ho remembered their conversation in the cafe when he asked Wu Jin to help them. Wu Jin is definitely hiding something, and Lee Sang-ho is obliged to hire him in Hwarang no matter what. The man also asked the minister for a small favor, to which he replied that he would do anything. Lee Sang-ho said that he actually wanted to involve someone in their plan. In Jae-min's apartment, Wu Jin and Sungu watched TV loudly while the guy tried to study. Jae-min turned and said that he was preparing for exams and asked to turn down the volume a little. The guys agreed and apologized to Jae-min. Jae-min was unhappy. He even has a cat at home now. He asked the guys if they were worried. It's been 3 days and the outside is full of reporters. Wu Jin said that they would gradually get tired and leave one by one and asked Jae-min to let them stay with him for a couple more days. Since they started talking about it, Wu Jin asked Jae-min to buy them tangerines. Jae-min was of course not happy. But then Wu Jin showed the guy a couple of large bills and said that Jae-min could keep the change. The guy immediately agreed. Wu Jin's mom called. The hero asked her if the reporters were already looking for her. She replied that they still continue to come. Suddenly my mother asked me to pick up something. Sungu asked the hero what happened. Wu Jin asked if Korea was still divided, to which Sungu responded positively. Wu Jin is furious. How come dungeons are already appearing and they are still separated? Sungu asked Wu Jin what was wrong. The guy replied that he had received a summons to the army. Wu Jin said that he would not go like that, and suggested simply killing Kim Jong-un. Sungu is shocked and asks the hero if he is going to avoid war by killing Kim Jong-un. But Wu Jin was furious and said that we must go unify Korea. Song Yagu tried to stop him. Sungu asked Wu Jin if he really thought he could just kill him, and Korea would be united. Wu Jin asked if there were other options since this was the best he could come up with. Sungu said that they could find another way if they thought longer. Suddenly the door opens and Jae-min walks in. He asks in bewilderment what is happening here. Jae-min listened to the hero's problem and asked why he was so worried about it, because the awakened ones are not sent like ordinary soldiers. They are assigned to special forces, but if Wu Jin does not want to join the army, he can serve the country in another way. The hero asked which one. Jae-min replied that then he should join the guild and help fight monsters when asked. Wu Jin noted how much the guy knows. Jae-min replied that after all he dreams of working in a big guild. Wu Jin got a little mad and asked Sungu how come he didn't know anything. Suddenly, a joyful Ha-min runs up to Captain Jun Min-chan and says that they did it. The captain asked what was the matter, and Ha-min replied that Wu Jin wanted to meet and talk to them about the guild. Perhaps he wants to join them. Min-chang was dumbfounded. He began to remember all the attempts to please Wu Jin. He knew that with his sincerity he would achieve it. Ha-min said that the head had accomplished another feat. Min-chan told Ha-min not to make any noise. The captain decided to talk to the president and return. He told Ha-min to start preparing for the meeting. Min-chan was glad that he was still worth something. The captain came to see the president. He was very happy to see him, and asked how the negotiations with Kang Wu Jin were going. Min-chan replied that the hero had just contacted them. The president was simply happy, and said that Chief Jun had really done a very good job. That's why the captain came here to talk about the position of vice president. The president said that since Chief Jun is asking, they cannot refuse. The president said that thanks to Jun Min-chan, the Hammer Guild will rise to number 1 in Korea. The captain and the president agreed and Min-chan was about to leave. The captain, Ha-min and Wu Jin gathered in the cafe, and then Ujin said something that shocked the captain. Ugin offered to create a guild with him. The captain thought that they had gathered because Ugin wanted to join the Hammer Guild. The hero replied that he did not need it and invited the men to join him. Ha-min and the captain came thinking that Wu Jin would sign a contract with Hammer. This proposal was very unexpected for Jun Min-chan. He has no words. Suddenly Ha-min asked Wu Jin what benefit they would get from this. And then Ujin said it was $1 million. Wu Jin proudly said that he would give them $1 million on top of their salary. The captain was shocked, but said that it was not just about money, because he was the manager of the Hammer Guild, and it was difficult for him, as someone who had not awakened, to get this position in one of the best guilds. Jun Min-chan added that he cannot transfer to another guild because of money. Wu Jin said that he could guarantee that they would become even greater than Hammer, and asked the men to become founding members of his guild. As Ha-min and the captain were driving from the meeting, Ha-min said that he was going to accept Wu Jin's proposal. The captain was shocked. Ha-min said that this actually sounds cool since Wu Jin is definitely an A-rank awakened because no one has raided a level 5 dungeon solo before him. He is confident that they will grow faster than the Hammer. Ha-min added that even if he stayed in Hammer, how high could he climb the career ladder? The captain thought and realized that the guy was right. Based on the way Ugin raids dungeons, he has a brighter future than Hammer. On the other hand, it will be difficult to advance further in Hammer. No matter how good Min Chang's achievements are, it will be difficult to surpass the founding members and become vice president or president. The captain should be grateful that he is not ridiculed or mocked. Then, Jun Min-chan said that he also agrees. He added that in order to rise higher, they all have to take risks. Ha-min said it was a good decision. Ha-min took out the registration letter and offered to leave. Min-chan asked if Ha-min always carries it with her. It turns out that the captain also carries a registration letter with him. It was quite wrinkled. Apparently he had been carrying it with him for a long time. Then the men decided to abruptly quit the Hammer Guild and go for a drink. When the men entered the office, they saw that it was dark, and no one was there. Suddenly the lights turned on, firecrackers were launched, and everyone began to congratulate the head, Jun Min-chan, on his position as vice president. The president said that when he first met Min-chan, he knew that he would not last long as a manager. Starting tomorrow, Min-chan will become the vice president of the support team. The workers told the captain to blow out the candles and continue to congratulate him. Min-chan was, to put it mildly, in a stupor. The president said that this genius had just completed an incredible negotiation and said to applaud. Workers said they admired him. It turned out very awkward. Min-chan tried to object, but the president said that they would discuss it later when they got to the dinner location. The guild has made reservations at a nice restaurant. The evening went on, and Min-chan could not find a place for himself. Ha-min asked what they would do, because it would be somehow awkward to talk about registration in such a situation. The captain puzzled over this question. Suddenly Ha-min gives him a registration letter, and the captain asks why this is. Ha-min replied that one of them had to leave, and he didn't think they could say anything about registering in such a situation. Ha-min said that everything is very awkward, and he will leave first, and everything else is in the hands of the head. Suddenly, the president approached Min-chan and asked him to come to them to tell about his exploits. Still, Min-chan decided to say. The president noticed that the man was very worried. And then, Min-chan said that he screwed up. The president is at a loss. The captain said that he screwed up Kang Wu Jin's contract and he's really sorry. The president was absolutely furious and asked if Min-chan was serious now. The captain apologized again. The president asked if Min-chan really thought that his apology would somehow improve the situation and if he wanted to be fired. In fact, the captain would be grateful. The president said that he spent a lot of resources running after Wu Jin, and an apology will not cover them. That's right. Min-chan vacated the dungeon schedule and let Wu Jin use it for free, paid people to adjust his rank, and went into a lot of debt to hire him. The captain said that he takes full responsibility upon himself. The president asked how. Min-chan said he would resign. The captain asked if he really thought that taking a step back would solve everything. The president thought that the captain was running away after doing something bad. Min-chan didn't know how else to explain it to him. Min-chan said that that was all for him. He was leaving and wished him a good evening. The president was very angry with the captain, and they tried to calm him down. Meanwhile, Min-chan finally said goodbye to the Hammer Guild, and was ready to welcome a new start. When Min-chan came out, he saw Ha-min waiting for him. The guy said that he couldn't leave without the head and said to get into the car. That's why Min-chan appreciates this guy. even though he's strange. Arriving at the restaurant, Ugin greeted the heroes and said that the guild was called Ardal. Min and the captain were a little surprised by the name, but shook Wu Jin's hand. They said that they will do their best to serve Wu Jin and hope that they will achieve great success. Min said that they can be addressed on a first-name basis, and they will try to ensure that the name of the guild is on everyone's lips. Wu Jin asked if he could call the captain Min from now on. However, the hero does not think that they should communicate so informally. The captain said he could be called Chief Jun. Wu Jin leaves the guild registration and preparation to him. Now Wu Jin offered to drink. Min Chang was a little embarrassed that the meeting was over. Wu Jin said that there is nothing more to discuss, and Min will be in charge of everything, and the hero will do what is required. In fact, the hero thought that he just needed to come up with a name for the guild. Min thought to himself how normal it was for a boss to be so careless. He doesn't like it. He hopes he won't regret his decision to come here. The captain suggested postponing the acquaintance, since first they had to decide something. Min was referring to the level 6 dungeon raid at Seoul Station. To take reservations from other teams, they need to negotiate details about conducting raids. This has nothing to do with creating a guild. Wu Jin said that there is no need to allow other people to use the dungeon, since he can raid it himself. Min asked if it would be better to let others use it when Wu Jin is resting, rather than leaving it standing idle. Wu Jin thought about it. Wu Jin asked if the captain had anything else to add. Min said that they require at least 5 members to register a guild. Wu Jin and Sun Gu began to think about who they could invite. They thought about Jae-min, but he is still studying and an underage teenager would not be suitable. And then Wu Jin began to look through his contacts on his phone. Mom doesn't come. What should I do? But then Wu Jin remembered one little man. And then the same phone salesman who once deceived Wu Jin comes into the room. Wu Jin asked if he brought the ID card and stamp. The man replied yes. He looked very scared, which is not strange because Wu Jin beat him up last time. Wu Jin stood up and greeted him, saying that he was now their 5th guild member. The man was clearly perplexed. 2 days later, the Ardal Guild office was undergoing renovations. Now the office looks human. That man salesman, Seung Hoon, thought about the fact that just yesterday he thought he was being played. The guy who beat him half to death and stole his phone is the well-known Kang Wu Jin. They spend the whole day talking about their boss, since he is the 11th A rank awakened in the country, although this is not official yet. He is also one of the strongest in history. Seung Hoon wondered if Wu Jin had lured these two away from the Hammer Guild. Seung Hoon realized that it was very profitable to work for Wu Jin. His business at the store wasn't going so well anyway, so it would be better to work for him. Suddenly, Ha-min asked Seung Hoon how he knew the boss. Ha-min thought that they must be close for Seung Hoon to come running so quickly when Wu Jin called him. In fact, Seung Hoon came running here because he thought he would be beaten if he was late. However, the man did not understand why Ugin invited him to become part of the guild. Maybe he apologized for the beating? Suddenly, Wu Jin himself came into the office. He said the office looked great. Min asked Wu Jin if he had finished writing out the dungeon raid strategy. Wu Jin replied that, yes, something like that, but Sun Gu did it. Sun Gu looked exhausted and tired. Ha-min said that even if the raid was successful, there was a lot of stuff that needed to be recorded since this was a level 5 dungeon after all. Sun Gu looked like his soul had been sucked out of him. He definitely needs to be given more time for himself. In the meeting room, all guild members gathered to decide the most important thing. Wu Jin asked Min what position he wanted. The hero said that even though there are only a few people in the organization, you need to give them their roles in order to distribute the work productively. Wu Jin asked everyone to tell them what positions they wanted. Everyone was simply shocked that they would choose their own positions. Wu Jin didn't understand why everyone was silent, and asked the head of Jun about what positions usually exist in the guild. Min said that they are usually divided into 2 categories. The first is awakened, and the second is ordinary employees. An awakened person may be an executive, a director, a vice president, but usually this is not important. For the awakened, the most important thing is the details of the contract, such as a share of the dungeon raid and other payments. Wu Jin asked Sun Gu what he wanted to be. The guy replied that he was Wu Jin's manager, and before he could finish speaking, Wu Jin said that he would be the director. Sun Gu was shocked that he was 21 years old and already a director. However, he will be the director of resource collection. Wu Jin asked about departments. Min replied that there would be accounting, administration, sales, support, and management departments. Wu Jin started thinking and decided that Min would be the general manager. Wu Jin also asked Ha-min, to which he asked to be given the position of head of the support department. And then Wu Jin asks why Seung-hoon is still here. Everyone was surprised. Everyone thought he was one of the founding members. Wu Jin replied that he was just bored with his name. Seung-hoon was completely at a loss and didn't know what to do. Wu Jin said that since he is here, they will give him a suitable job. Min Chang asked about how they plan to hire employees. Wu Jin asked why they needed them. Min Chang was shocked. The captain said that as the guild grows, there are usually more awakened ones and they will need new employees. Here, Wu Jin hands the head some piece of paper and says that this is his raid to free himself from the army. This shocked Min Chang that Wu Jin created a guild just to free himself from the army, when he could have simply joined Hammer. If Wu Jin did this, Jun Min Chang would become the head of the department and live a luxurious life. Min Chang said that people will probably still be needed. Wu Jin said okay and instructed the head to do what was required. Wu Jin said that the general manager will be in charge of the support department. Min Chang is even more shocked. She wondered if Wu Jin was doing this because he trusted him, or just because he was lazy. Meanwhile, Ji Wan was lying in bed and reading the news about Wu Jin. It's incredible that Wu Jin is now a celebrity. She was surprised that she was drinking with such a person. Suddenly, some women came into Ji Wan's room and said that she scared them. They said that Ji Wan should wear a cap even if she is sitting in the room, because she is not alone here. Ji Wan apologized and they left for a while. One of the women said that she needs to save up and move out of the dorm because Ji Wan scares her to death every time. Ji Wan was very upset by these words and thought that she had nothing to hope for. Jae Min got off the bus near Ji Wan's dorm. He wanted to have dinner with her and have a good time since he was done with his exams, and Ji Wan had moved back to his place. She was a little late when suddenly the same two women came out of the building. They began to discuss how Ji Wan was the same fox with men before getting burned. They said they thought she was a gray mouse. Jae Min was not very pleased to hear this. Meanwhile, Wu Jin and Sun-gu raid or dungeon. They collected various items, but there were only ordinary things there, and useful artifacts no longer dropped out. Sun-gu said that this is because the drop rate has decreased due to the increase in the number of raids. Wu Jin said that they already took everything from this dungeon. The heroes came out and a huge number of people were waiting for them. People were shocked that they had already finished, even though 4 hours had passed. Seung-hoon ran over and told Wu Jin that it was a good job. The hero asked what he was doing here. The man replied that Min Chan asked to take the heroes back to the office when they were finished. Wu Jin asked where the head Jun himself was. Seung-hoon replied that the guild was most likely approved and he headed to the Public Affairs Bureau. Suddenly, one of the reporters pushed Seung-hoon away and started asking questions. He asked about Ugin's secret, which allows him to raid dungeons with unusual speed. Reporters attacked the hero. It is said that Wu Jin is not accepting reservations at Seoul Station Gate 6, and reporters asked when he plans to open it to other people. And then Seung-hoon started yelling at the reporters and demanded to move away from Wu Jin. He said that the hero was tired after the raid, and if they wanted to ask something, then they should send an official request to the guild. Seung-hoon added that if the reporters continue to pester Wu Jin, then they will already have to deal with the matter in court. Seung-hoon said that he remembered their faces and would remember them when they received an official interview request. Wu Jin was surprised. Seung-hoon said that he would drive the car now. Wu Jin wondered if Seung-hoon became like this when he pushed him, or if he was always so aggressive. Sun-gu asked Wu Jin how he knew Seung-hoon. The hero replied that he sold him the phone. Seung-hoon wondered why Wu Jin hired him, but he just wanted his name. Because the man misunderstood, he even closed his shop. And now that things have turned out this way, he must remain in this guild no matter what. 3 days later, Wu Jin sat in his office and read the news about him being promoted to A rank and about his guild. He also read the news about a comparison between him and Kim Kang-chul. Wu Jin said that Kim Kang-chul looks pretty strong. Sun-gu asked Wu Jin what he eats. The hero said that these are enhancement stones. They raise stats and suggested it to Sun-gu. Sun-gu was shocked as each stone was worth at least 1 million won. Wu Jin gave Sun-gu these stones and said that they would increase his strength, agility, and endurance. Wu Jin said that Sun-gu needs to become stronger to carry more things and faster to collect them, and his stamina will be useful to him to work even harder. Suddenly, Jae Min came into the office and asked if Wu Jin was here. The hero thought that the guy came to visit him, and Jae Min wanted to talk about something and asked for a couple of minutes. After Jae Min left, Sun-gu asked why he came. Wu Jin replied that it was a long story, something like the love of a brother for his sister. Wu Jin said he would go out for a while and started getting ready. Sun-gu asked where the hero was going. He replied that he was going to meet Ji Wan and told him not to wait for him. Sun-gu asked if they were on a date and Seung-hoon heard it. He realized that this was his chance. Seung-hoon flies into Wu Jin's office and says that making him an employee was a great decision. Wu Jin was perplexed. and asked why the man was behaving this way. Seung-hoon said to rely on him as he is a professional in such matters. The heroes went to the shopping center, and the hero began to try on different outfits. Sungu said that who would have thought that there was a VIP shopping room in the mall. Seung-hoon offered Woo Jin a suit, saying it would fit him perfectly. Woo Jin didn't understand what all the fuss was about. An hour ago, Seung-hoon, having heard about the date, said that there are many ways to win a girl, but the most important thing is sincerity and the first impression. He also said that suitable clothes are the first step to a girl's heart, so they went to the mall. Woo Jin decided that okay, sometimes it wouldn't hurt to buy something stylish. And then Woo Jin comes out in a black suit and blue shirt. Everyone was speechless at his appearance. His clothes suited him very well. Seung-hoon handed Woo Jin the watch to complete the look. Seung-hoon also handed the hero some piece of paper. He looked for things to do in the city and told Woo Jin to just follow the plan. Woo Jin said to himself that this idiot understood everything wrong, but he wanted to relax, so he might as well listen to him. Woo Jin thanked everyone and said they could leave early. Woo Jin left, and Sungu asked Seung-hoon if he was going home now, but the man replied that he had something to do. Every time Seung-hoon tries to bring people together, they become couples, and so he is going to help the head. Sungu asked if Woo Jin was going to date Ji-won because he was unsure about it. Seung-hoon replied that of course. Seung-hoon said that there was little time and there was a lot to prepare, so he said goodbye and said that he would see him on Monday. Seung-hoon disappeared like lightning. Sungu doesn't actually think Woo Jin is going to confess. He's talking about some kind of medicine or something like that. Meanwhile, Ji-won got out of the shower and started reading her correspondence with Woo Jin. He wrote that he would come for her, it seems. The girl was very embarrassed that Woo Jin most likely wanted to ask her out on a date. Ji-won thought that this couldn't happen, definitely not with someone like her. Maybe Woo Jin has some reason. And then suddenly Woo Jin called the girl. He said that he was standing in front of her dorm and that she should come out when she was ready. She went to the window and saw him. He waved to her. They went out and Ji-won asked why Woo Jin wanted to meet and so suddenly asked to go with him to the center. Woo Jin said it was nothing. He just wanted to give her something and go on a date. The girl was confused and did not know what to do. Does Woo Jin really like her? The hero said that it was still too early for dinner and suggested going to the cinema. Suddenly on the way, some guy bumped into Ji-won and her cap fell off a little. She quickly began to correct it. Woo Jin, remembering the words of the woman from the restaurant, asked Ji-won if she really cared so much what others thought. This is because people feel uncomfortable when they see her face. Suddenly, Woo Jin takes the girl by the hand and leads her somewhere. They approached a shop with masks. Woo Jin gave one of the masks to Ji-won and took one for himself. On the way to the cinema, all the people looked at the characters and said that they looked funny. People thought that maybe they were some kind of celebrities, or maybe this was a competition. Someone thought it was for Halloween, but it's still early. Woo Jin continued to take Ji-won to the movies. They were wearing masks and the girl asked if they would really wear it. Woo Jin asked if she wanted to switch with him, to which Ji-won replied that that was not the problem. Then the hero said that it was time to go, otherwise they would be late for the film. The heroes watched the film, but for some reason the hall was empty. Ji-won thought it was strange since it was said that all the tickets were already sold out. Half an hour ago, when the heroes wanted to buy tickets, they were all sold out, and they thought about not even going to it. But suddenly a man in a cap and mask approached Chris, saying that he had urgent business to do, and offered to take his tickets. The man gave the tickets and ran away. Woo Jin thought that he reminded him of someone. Seung-hoon came to the ticket office and said that he wanted a refund for all the tickets except those two. However, the girl worker said that the man bought tickets for the group. Seung-hoon demanded his money back for the tickets since he bought them 10 minutes ago. The heroes left the cinema. Ji-won said that she liked it and hasn't been to a movie for 5 years. Woo Jin replied that he hasn't been to a movie in 20 years. Suddenly they were called out by some clown with a wheel of fortune. He told them to come spin the roulette wheel. It was free. The clown said that such an opportunity would not arise again because the chance of winning was 90%. Woo Jin asked Ji-won if she wanted to try. She replied that she was bad at such things. Ji-won spun her wheels, and it came down to losing. The clown suggested that Woo Jin should try it because it would be nice to give a gift to his girlfriend. Woo Jin spun the wheel and lost again, but the clown, Seung-hoon in a suit, spun the wheel so that there was a win. The heroes won the prize. Ji-won said that this is her first time winning something. The clown gave the girl a gift in a bag. Woo Jin understood everything. Seung-hoon was watching them. Woo Jin took Ji-won, and they left from there. The heroes played slot machines with toys, had dinner, and walked. Ji-won lost track of the time since she stopped worrying about people's gazes. She's just wearing a mask. But if Wu Jin hadn't done it with her, she probably wouldn't have decided on her own. Ji-won thought that if this was a dream, she didn't want to wake up. Ji-won said that today is an amazing day, she really enjoyed it, and people probably think they are weird. Wu Jin asked what the big deal was. Ji-won said that he is right, but she still doesn't have the courage to go where there are a lot of people. For her, it's like a dream, but sooner or later the dream ends. She thought that if she continued to sleep, she might fall in love with Wu Jin. Ji-won suggested taking off the masks and returning to reality. Wu Jin said that he would give the girl something to help her regain that courage. Suddenly, the heroes saw an incredibly beautiful fireworks display in the sky. People around began to congratulate the heroes. But when people saw Ji-won's face, they said that it scared them, and that the guy must really love her. Seung-hoon behind the tree got angry and said that he just asked them to clap and liven up the atmosphere. But they are doing this. Wu Jin noticed Seung-hoon. He also saw how uncomfortable Ji-won was and activated the bone wall. Ji-won asked where they were. Wu Jin told the girl to close her eyes as he had a gift. On the very day when Jae-min came to Wu Jin, he told him that they had lost their parents during the dungeon breakout. Ji-won stopped doing what she wanted for his sake. She was injured by a monster during a dungeon breakout. Therefore, she received a scar that cannot be removed. For this reason, Jae-min asked to help her if Wu Jin could. Wu Jin took out a jar and said that now Ji-won will wake up from the dream she mentioned, from the terrible nightmare that began with the dungeon break. Wu Jin applied healing ointment to her scar. It is a high-level restorative medicine that helps to recover from wounds received due to physical or magical attacks. Wu Jin wrote to the girl not to wash her face or wash her hair for a day, otherwise she will wash off the ointment. He also told her to go to bed. Ji-won thanked Wu Jin for everything and also advised him to rest. She thought it would be great if the ointment could completely heal her wounds in one go. She remembered that gift and decided to see what they won. And then Ji-won saw the ring. There's no way the street vendor gave her a ring. If you think about it, the characters watched the film in an empty theater, ate in an expensive restaurant, watched fireworks, and gave her roses. No way. Ji-won thought that Wu Jin was going to confess his feelings to her. Wu Jin forced Seung-hoon to do push-ups and repeat that you need to know when to stop. Wu Jin told the man to do only what he asks, and no more. He asked why Seung-hoon did all this. The man replied that he simply wanted to show his loyalty to the head, since he did not trust him enough. Seung-hoon said he was sorry. Wu Jin asked where Seung-hoon would get all the money for this. It turns out he took the guild card. Suddenly, Min-chan came into the office. He was surprised by what he saw and asked what they were doing. Min-chan said that he had reached an agreement with the Ministry of Defense. Wu Jin asked if he still needed to serve in the army. Min-chan replied that it is not necessary if he completes 10 mobilization tasks from the army, but this is nonsense. Head Jun didn't know how to tell Wu Jin about this. Wu Jin demanded that Min-chan speak. Chief Jun said that Wu Jin was asked to immediately mobilize to Daegu, exit 3 of Jukjeong Station. There was a dungeon breakout. Wu Jin arrived there, but there was no one there. It was like a ghost town. Previously, Min-chan said that a dungeon breakthrough happens if the rebooted dungeon is not cleared in 30 days, because the barrier breaks and the monsters come out. It seems that no one managed to clear Jukjeong Station, and the awakened were called in as reinforcements. Wu Jin asked, what will happen if they fail? Min-chan said that it was unlikely that the army would mobilize, but if it did, Daegu would be completely destroyed. Wu Jin wondered why there were so many open spaces and parks in this area, probably due to the dungeon explosion. A certain woman in military uniform said that the residents were evacuated 2 days ago, and the rupture will occur tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The girl introduced herself. She is in charge here, the first lieutenant of Cho Hae-seo's Special Protection Squad. Wu Jin also introduced himself. Jo Hae-seo said that she had heard a lot about the hero, and it was an honor for her to meet him. Wu Jin asked why don't they clear the dungeon again while they have time. Hae-seo said that the return portal has already been used 3 times, and they will not be able to return. Wu Jin was surprised as he heard this for the first time. She explained that if you use return items, you can return even during the raid. But in one dungeon, this can only be done 3 times. She asked how Wu Jin could not have known this. He didn't even suspect that this was possible. The first team from the Hwarang Guild tried to raid the dungeon, but they failed. Then Hwarang and Hammer teamed up, but the result was the same. International forces have already joined for the 3rd time. However, it didn't work out for them. Moreover, you can no longer return from the dungeon. Hae-seo said that it was possible, of course, to try to cope with the remaining time, but she would have to risk her life, and no one was eager to do that. Wu Jin asked if it would be more dangerous if the dungeon did explode. The girl said that the location of the dungeon greatly affects its difficulty. Luckily, the monsters in the dungeon aren't too strong, but it's the terrain that makes things difficult. Therefore, they will cope. They will not be able to use modern weapons in the dungeon, since the portal does not allow them, and outside it, they have an advantage. The girl said that all they need is to use modern weapons. Wu Jin asked why they called him then. Heiso replied that awakened ones are also important. While they carry out the operation, the awakened will provide support. And if monsters break through their first line of defense, the awakened ones will help. The girl added that they don't know anything about the boss, so Wu Jin needs to prepare. Heiso suggested going to the waiting room. The others who had awakened were already there. When Wu Jin and Heiseo walked into the room, everyone started talking about him. And then suddenly Wu Jin sees Lee Yun-hee. They met again. Fate itself brings you down. In fact, her brother, Lee Sang-ho, gave her some task that she needs to complete. Wu Jin apologized for jumping the queue at the Seoul station, but said that a rank 5 dungeon was not that difficult. Wu Jin decided to inject Lee Yun-hee and said that she couldn't have done it alone anyway. Lee Yun-hee replied that it seems like she beat him yesterday, and it looks like Wu Jin has become much stronger. All the people heard this and began to discuss that maybe the rumors were lying about Wu Jin's strength. The hero got angry. He told Lee Yun-hee if she wanted to check it out. Heiso tried to calm them down, saying that they were comrades who would all fight together in the dungeon rupture tomorrow. Lee Yun-hee said that it seems that Wu Jin has become stronger, but he remains a child and should not become too arrogant, because of one of his mistakes, people can die on the battlefield. Wu Jin was outraged by this and said that who was she to tell him. Lee Yun-zi turned around and left. Heiso said that she is the leader of the awakened support team. Wu Jin asked Heiseo to get him information about the type of dungeon. She replied that there would be a breakup soon and why did he need this information. Wu Jin asked if this was a military secret. Heiseo said that the information about what is inside the dungeon is public and she can print it out if needed. Lee Yun-hee didn't even think that he could go to this 6th rank dungeon. Ugin came to him and said that the energy released was incredible, and it is not surprising that this dungeon is the most powerful. Suddenly, Lee Yun-hee called out to him and asked what he was doing here. Wu Jin replied that of course he was going to clean it up. The girl said that Wu Jin really isn't catching up. In fact, this is not so. Wu Jin is not a fool. He does not want to share experience points and achievements with the army and the awakened. Lee Yun-hee said that the best awakened team failed in this dungeon 3 times, and it looks like Wu Jin wanted to die. Yun-hee started talking about the return portal, and Wu Jin told her to talk less. He said she was scared. Wu Jin said that it seems that Yun-hee is very scared that she will not be able to use the return portal, and if so, then she should just quietly wait here. Lee Yun-hee got really angry at him and called Wu Jin an asshole. Meanwhile, Lee Sang-ho received a call from the minister and asked what this all meant. Sang-ho didn't understand what was wrong. The minister replied that he was talking about his sister, Lee Yun-hee. The minister asked if Lee Yasna-ho was going to break her promise and clear out the dungeon. Sang-ho said that he will contact him when he finds out everything. He was angry and thought about why Yun-hee went to the dungeon and what she was even thinking about. In the dungeon, Lee Yun-hee began to look around and noticed that there were a lot of battles here, as there were signs of battle everywhere. She saw the monsters summoned by Ugin. There were 20 of them. It seemed to her that Ujin was just going crazy since he wanted to clear the dungeon himself, but now everything fell into place. Lee Yun-hee saw the difficulty of the area and said that a hero with his skill level would not be able to obtain the Hearthstone, let alone clear the dungeon. Ugin began the attack along with his skeletons. Finally, his experience points began to increase. He began to attack the huge stone monster. He summoned the hammer and struck it again. He reached level 40 and had the special benefits of that level unlocked. Suddenly, Bibi appeared with a golem and said that the master did a great job. Wu Jin asked where she learned to talk like that. She said her Rocky did his best too. Wu Jin said that there is no need to fool around and we need to move on. Suddenly, they saw something unusual, a cliff. He had already heard about this. Legends speak of the appearance of a sacred place in Alfen, the Tarda Plateau. Otherwise, it is known as the Temple of the Giants. Wu Jin thought that because of this cliff, other people failed the raid. Now is the perfect time to unlock the special level 40 perks, Necromancer class skills, Wraith armor, and spear. Wu Jin studied the soul extract when he treated Sun Gu. Finally, he will be able to use the highest rank skill that comes from the soul extract. He upgraded his ghost armor skill. The hero called Wandering Spirits to him. The number of subordinates is 100 100ths. Next, he unlocked the warrior class skill, Great Sword, and learned the Great Sword technique and the Split Sword skill. Wu Jin told Shin Shin to show himself. The seal of the sealed demon stone has been broken. Suddenly, a ghostly horse appeared. This is a hot-blooded war horse that attacks even at the cost of its life. Bibi was glad to see the horse, but the touching reunion must be postponed until later. They need to hurry. They don't have time left. Wu Jin flew away on his horse. Meanwhile, Lee Yun-hee was also killing the monster with her shadow breakthrough skill. She began to explore the area further and saw Wu Jin on a flying pet. She thought that the hero had many tricks. She saw the tower. The reason why they were unable to clear the dungeon before this is very simple. They could not cross the cliff. Only those with flight abilities could cross it. But behind the cliff, the Stone of Return is guarded by 3 monsters. Seeing this, they gave up. Letting the dungeon fall apart made more sense than clearing it out. Even though this area will be destroyed, they can still rebuild it. Since she is not interested in political affairs, the decision depends on the guild president, and it has nothing to do with her. However, the Hwarang Guild cannot clear the dungeon, but someone else can, especially alone. For the sake of the Hwarang Guild's reputation, Lee Yun-hee must stop Kang Wu Jin. There was 1 hour left before the dungeon broke, and Lee Sang-ho was holding a press conference. They started asking him about whether Wu Jin and Yun-hee had a chance of returning alive from the dungeon. Lee Sang-ho replied that he thought their chances were close to 0. One of the audience said that there was an hour left before the break and asked how the president was feeling, because Lee Yun-hee was his sister. Lee Sang-ho was angry at such questions. He replied that how could he still feel when a member of his family was on the verge of death, and he could not do anything. He could not stand it and announced that he was ending the conference. Lee Sang-ho asked his subordinate how the dungeon was. He was told that the barrier was not responding yet. Sang-ho said that, "This is good, and we should go to the office." His subordinate was shocked that he was happy about this. Although he is the president of the company, he is frighteningly cold. Even his own sister is just a pawn in his hands when it comes to the interests of the guild. At the entrance to the dungeon, Ha-min and Min-chan demanded to be let in. Sang-ho and his assistant saw this. Lee Sang-ho asked what kind of crowd this was. The assistant replied that it seemed they were members of Ugin's Ardal guild. Meanwhile, Ugin and Bibi had already flown to the Temple of the Giants. Bibi said it looked more like a cemetery. Wu Jin agreed and said that she looked kind of scary. Will the statues turn into golems? Wu Jin decided to find out and told Rocky to try. Wu Jin thought that it worked and it was an ordinary stone. But no, it was a giant level 65 golem. There were 5 golems. Wu Jin wondered if entering the center would activate the trap. Golems are not corpses, they have no soul, so his necromancer skills are useless. If so, then it's time to increase the level of Ugin's warrior class. Lee Yun-hee watched all this. She was surprised that he wasn't a necromancer because he was currently using the warrior class. All the stone statues turned out to be golems. If a person carelessly approaches the altar, he will be instantly surrounded and destroyed. Wu Jin continued to attack them, and Yun-hee said that his instincts were much better than she thought. Wu Jin caught his breath and said that they would be over soon. There are just a lot of them, but they are not strong. True, from the very beginning he is frightened by the 3 near the Stone of Return. Ugin finished off all the monsters. He told Bibi to come down as it was not safe. The homecoming stone is shining so brightly, maybe it means there will be an explosion soon? There is no time, we need to hurry. Cyclops are a race that descended from ancient giants. Although they, like ogres, are descendants of the same race, they are not so cruel and wild. The Cyclops inherited the wisdom of the giants who once flourished as a civilization. They are powerful and worthy of being the final boss. Suddenly, one of the Cyclops said that he was surprised and did not expect to see Ugin here. Wu Jin asked if he knew him, to which he received a positive answer. With him is an attacking titan of destruction and a witch of hallucinations, and he himself is a necromancer of bloodshed. Wu Jin said that he was quite famous. The Cyclopes said that he could not know who Ugin was, since he is the king of death and the immortal king. Suddenly gigantification occurred and the Cyclops became unrealistic in size. Ugin asked if Tranet sent them here too. The Cyclops replied that Tranet is the new order of the universe and Ugin cannot stop his troops. The Cyclops said that by escaping from Alfen, Ugin had already lost. This infuriated the hero, because he did not run away. The Cyclops added that the hero's anger only proves his defeat. Ugin told Cyclops not to take on too much. The hero told him to stop talking and die. Wu Jin began to attack him. Cyclops told the hero to rest in peace and use the whirlwind skill. Ugin was surprised that he pierced the Cyclops' eye, but he was fine. The Cyclops healed his wounds. Watching all this, Lee Yun-hee said that it would not be easy for him because the Cyclopes have monstrous strength. Ugin had no time to do anything. He had never heard that Cyclops had such regeneration. He asked Bibi and Rocky to distract them for a moment. Wu Jin climbed onto the statue. She was very big. It was as if they were afraid that people would not understand that this was a temple of giants. A temple with divine relics will bestow benefits on its worshippers. In their case, this is the advantage of regeneration. The Cyclops demanded that Ugin remove the dirty feet from the statue. Wu Jin mockingly said that he slipped through his guard and asked why he was panicking. Ugin used the earthquake skill, which destroyed the statue. The Cyclops became very angry and began to attack Ugin. Ugin began to attack the Cyclops in response. He said that now his cups work as they should. The hero began to taunt the Cyclops, and they were shocked that one of them was killed. Ugin told them to attack if they were confident they could destroy it. By killing them, Ugin received the Giant's Belt and Giant's Tears. Bibi asked if he was okay. Ugin began to get lost because his strength stats were approaching his magic stats. But he decided that it probably wasn't that important. Ugin suggested returning, but the Stone of Return had disappeared somewhere. Wu Jin got nervous. But suddenly, Li Yunhee called out to them with a stone in her hands and asked if this was what they were looking for. Wu Jin asked her what she was doing and why she was following him. In reality, Li Sang-ho told Yunhee to force Wu Jin into the dungeon rift at Jukjung Station. Li Yunhee asked why. Li Sang-ho replied that they don't know his past or his abilities. A dungeon rip is the best place to find out all its secrets. The man told Li Yunhee to observe him and learn about his abilities and skills. Maybe someone is helping him. If so, who? Li Yunhee had to find out everything she could. The girl asked why she should run after him, and not someone of lower rank. Li Sang-ho replied that only she could do it. Although he really wants Wu Jin to be on their side, he has already founded his own guild. It doesn't matter how exactly, but if he can clear a dungeon alone in the shortest time, he will soon take over the heliotrope market. The man said that, since he couldn't get it, he needed to get rid of him before he got even more power. Li Yunhee told Wu Jin that, surprisingly, he cleared the dungeon alone. She thought he was using some tricks, but she had to admit that the hero was indeed strong. Wu Jin replied that he didn't care about her confessions. Ugin demanded that he quickly give him the Stone of Return, because the dungeon would soon explode. But then suddenly Yunhee attacked Wu Jin. The hero did not understand what she was doing. The girl said that she has her own personal reasons, and she cannot allow the hero to get out of here alive. Meanwhile, Sungu, Min Chang, and the others demanded to be let through. They said that they were directly connected with this person, and the military man wanted them to find out everything from the news. Suddenly, Li Sang-ho came up and asked what was the matter. Min Chang explained that he was a member of the Ardal guild, and they were here because they found out that their boss went to the dungeon. Sang-ho thought that both their boss and employees did not understand the hints at all. Yunhee probably fell for Wu Jin's provocations. Sang-ho said that there will be a dungeon rupture soon, so it is better to stay away from this place. He added that they would talk about responsibility and compensation for what happened later. Sungu began shouting that there would be no gap, because Wu Jin would break the barrier and appear soon. Suddenly, the military began to fuss, and said that the barrier was no longer responding. Everyone started saying that this can't be true, but Wu Jin is here. Li Sang-ho was shocked. An hour ago, Li Yunhee and Wu Jin were fighting. She used Shadow Breakthrough. Wu Jin couldn't dodge. Wu Jin summoned the golem, but Yunhee still continued to actively attack. Although the golem looks large, it knows where the core is and destroyed it without any problems. Wu Jin said that they were done with the campaign. His ghostly armor was activated and 2 souls belonging to him were summoned. Their strength is equal, but Ugin is inferior in speed. Li Yunhee lives up to her A rank. Wu Jin set up a barrier. The girl asked what he was trying to achieve by simply blocking her attacks. She added that if he takes some things out of here, there will be a break. Wu Jin said not to make him laugh. Li Yunhee speaks as if the dungeon rupture doesn't bother her at all. Wu Jin said that people with power are so heartless. It's hard to understand what's on their mind. But Wu Jin was ready and said that no matter what intrigues she was preparing, he would destroy them. Li Yunhee said that the hero is self-confident and invited him to show everything he is capable of. Wu Jin tried to use the ghost spear, but Li Yunhee used shadow speed, thereby causing a large wound on Wu Jin's face. She mockingly said that it looked like the barrier had broken, and it was time to finish. Yunhee uses the moon separation skill. However, Wu Jin was not going to give up. Yunhee said that she had not enjoyed a fight this much for a long time and said goodbye to Wu Jin. Wu Jin replied that the fun had just begun, and it was too early to say goodbye. It turned out that she attacked not him, but the skeleton. Wu Jin said that Li Yunhee finally got caught. He was only pretending to be cornered to hide where he would summon the skeleton from. Li Yunhee didn't understand when the hero managed to block her attacks. Wu Jin said it was his turn now. Yunhee panicked and said that his slow attacks wouldn't work on him. And then suddenly 2 skeletons thrust their swords right into the girl's back. Ugin said that 3 of the Cyclopes attacked, so we won't delay. Li Yunhee tried to answer, but Wu Jin hit her with his sword and said goodbye to her. Wu Jin has gained a lot of experience. He reached level 50 and received Resurrection and Corpse Explosion. He thanked Li Yunhee. The people at the entrance continued to argue, when suddenly Wu Jin came out. Everyone immediately started running towards him. Min Chang said that they came as soon as they heard the news. Sun Gu noticed the scar on his face. Wu Jin asked to look for his things and his phone, which he threw somewhere here. Min Chan was shocked that the whole country was on edge, and he was talking about this. And then Ji Wan ran up to the hero, hugging him tightly. She called him an idiot and said she was very worried. Wu Jin ignored and asked why she was still wearing a cap if everything should be fine already. He said that the girl looked better. Ji Wan replied that who cares about her injury when Wu Jin's face looks like this. He replied that he would simply apply ointment to the wound. Then Ji Wan remembered that ring and started saying something about how if they were suitable for each other, then Wu Jin didn't understand which ring she was talking about. Ji Wan began to tell him that he was given it at that entertainment. She thought that he had set it all up. It turned out that everything was wrong and Ji Wan just messed everything up. She wanted to fall through the ground. Wu Jin remembered Seung Hoon and looked at him. Seung Hoon was clearly at a loss. Lee Sang-ho approached Wu Jin and said that he was glad that the hero was alive. Wu Jin thought about Lee Yoon-hee's words about how she couldn't leave him alive. It smelled fried. Sang-ho asked about what happened to team leader Lee Yoon-hee. Wu Jin replied that she died. Sang-ho's whole life passed before his eyes. Wu Jin said that she's a strong woman, but she was unlucky. The man wondered who killed her, Wu Jin or the monster. Sang-ho decided to ask Wu Jin who killed his sister, to which the hero replied that he was immortal. Suddenly, Sun Gu burst into the conversation and said that he had found the hero's phone and things. San-ho did not believe the hero's words that Lee Yoon-hee was killed by an unknown monster. The dungeon rupture did not occur, and the main A rank of the guild, Lee Yoon-hee, died. Everything that Lee Sang-ho had built collapsed in an instant. Lee Sang-ho decided for himself that Kang Wu Jin was to blame for all this. Meanwhile, at the hotel, the hero was thinking about the Cyclops. They are definitely strong opponents, but the monsters on Alfen are many times stronger. It won't end there. When the hero came out of the shower, he heard something on TV saying that Dr. James Toppler was ready to give answers to questions about the origin and changes of the dungeons. The doctor was asked where the dungeons came from and how they will change now. He replied that the monsters were life forms not from their planet. According to his hypothesis, dungeons are like roads for monsters. They use them as a method to get to Earth. Wu Jin was very puzzled by this thought and was at a loss. He began to listen further. The doctor said that even after creating the gate, monsters cannot freely pass through it, because the dungeon breaks after 30 days. The doctor also has a theory regarding the homecoming stone. Based on their knowledge, the stones of return stabilize the dungeon and also serve as the key to exiting it. But if you look at the stones from the monster's side, 30 days after the appearance of the dungeon, they may represent the key to opening the gates to Earth. This sounded quite convincing to Wu Jin. The doctor continued that in the first days, the monsters appearing in the dungeon were weak. And in most cases, in the past, mostly rank 4 dungeons were formed. And the reason why they suffered such huge losses was that they were not properly prepared for battle. The hero thought that they were smaller in size, but their movements were different from those in the dungeon. Maybe this is because they materialized a minimum of energy, for example, like BB. Currently, after the dungeon shock, rank 5 and 6 dungeons have begun to appear more frequently. Thus, it is only a matter of time before rank 7 dungeons appear. Wu Jin agreed, but the question still remained. Why did such a phenomenon arise in the first place? Dungeons are more than just mines. The heliotropes that are brought out of the dungeon are actually baits. The more heliotropes on Earth, the better the environment for monsters. The energy contained in heliotropes is known as mana on Alzina. Monsters increase the amount of mana on the ground, forcing people to take out and use crystals. Consequently, they create an environment where monsters can materialize. Wu Jin listened and said that he would remember Professor James Toppler. Wu Jin received a call from Ha-min. He apologized for interrupting his boss's rest, but Wu Jin has to come to the press conference. Many people gathered in the hall, including Lee Sang-ho and Min Chan. Wu Jin sat between them. Min Chang said he was sorry, but he couldn't refuse the interview. He asked Wu Jin not to answer difficult questions. Wu Jin looked at Lee Sang-ho and immediately realized that he had jumped into an ace up his sleeve. A man from the audience asked Lee Sang-ho if this reckless raid was pre-planned before the Hwarang and Ardal guilds broke up, or if it was a spontaneous decision. San-ho replied that no such instructions had been received, and the vice leader of the guild, Lee Yoon-hee, made the decision herself. He added that he thinks she was just promoting Wu Jin, who has been in the spotlight lately. The man said, which means Lee Yoon-hee recklessly went to the dungeon to save Kang Wu Jin. Then the man has a question specifically for him. He asked about how their teamwork with Lee Yoon-hee went during the raid, and asked to talk about the process itself and the death of Lee Yoon-hee. The man also asked about how she died and whether Wu Jin did everything he could to save her. Lee Sang-ho thought that they should continue to bombard the hero with questions because he dared to cross the road of their guild. It turns out that Lee Sang-ho himself called the reporters and said that he had information and suspicions about Kang Wu Jin. A man from the audience asked Wu Jin not to remain silent because the country has the right to know. People began to whisper that the death of the team leader could be connected to the hero. Min-chan thought to himself that things were bad, and he felt like they were in court. If he had known that this would happen, he would have refused the press conference. Wu Jin was angry. He stood up and asked the people what they wanted. The man reiterated that the country has a right to know, to which Wu Jin told him to stop talking nonsense. Everyone in the audience and Lee Sang-ho were shocked. And then suddenly Wu Jin picks up and kicks Lee Sang-ho out of his chair. The audience is in shock. Sang-ho asked the hero what he was doing. Wu Jin asked how Lee Sang-ho had the nerve to set him up. Wu Jin grabbed him by the collar, but then Sang-ho said that Wu Jin had gone crazy, and they were on live television. Sang-ho said with a grin that the hero screwed up, and the whole country was looking at him. But Wu Jin was not bothered by this. The population of Alfen is 1 to 2 billion. The hero has killed so many that he no longer remembers. And absolutely everyone in that world was watching his every move. So the live broadcast of one country is nothing for him. Wu Jin asked if Lee Sang-ho wanted to be beaten on live television. The man clearly did not expect this. And then Wu Jin hit Sang-ho in the face with all his might. Seung-hoon watched everything happening on TV. He was shocked and said that just think. He once tried to deceive the hero. However, he thought that doing such a thing at a press conference was risky. Does Wu Jin really care about public opinion? Seung-hoon said that Wu Jin has done something crazy again, and that's all they talk about on the internet. Suddenly, Seung-hoon saw a headline about a certain new saint. This interested him very much. Seung-hoon watched everything online. Hundreds of people arrived to receive Saint Murdy's favor. Seung-hoon said that she is an elf, and her beauty is beyond their world. People watched a man sitting on a wheelchair. This is Mr. Smith, who has a congenital weakness in his body. People wondered if he would be able to rise today, for the first time in his life. They wanted to see this miracle with their own eyes. Murdy only gently touched the man's head when, unexpectedly for everyone, he stood up from his chair. Seung-hoon began to think that this was a staged act. The man was infinitely grateful to Mrs. Murdy. She replied that God's favor has no bounds for those who believe in him, and she is only his messenger. Seung-hoon thought it was impossible. There are many awakenings with similar abilities or potions, but none of them can cure someone who is sick from birth. This is truly amazing. Is she really a messenger of the Almighty? Already hundreds of thousands of people follow her and become members of the Order of Arya. No one has yet doubted her miraculous abilities. Still, it's funny that after she left the dungeon, she was in a state of aphasia. She managed to learn the Earth language in just a couple of days. Goddess Arya, goddess of fertility and providence in the world of Alfen. She is the one who introduced herself as a priest serving Arya and demonstrated many miracles. And not only does she have magical healing, but she can also convey Arya's prediction through divine revelation, which is truly incredible. Because of her ability to predict the location and time of a dungeon, Awakening was able to clear 5- and 6-star dungeons in just a week. But there is a condition for using this power. It is necessary to found a squad of paladins serving the goddess Arya. A man from the guild asked about how things were going with the creation of a squad of paladins. The assistant replied that they had received a lot of applications. It's alarming that most of the awakened ones in their guild are asking for a transfer. The man replied that nothing could be done about it. If they can't stop them, then they need to get the most out of them. In any case, at the moment, this woman is the best awakened one with SS rank. Meanwhile, at the press conference, Min-chan tried to calm Wu Jin down, saying that if he continued, they might get into trouble. Wu Jin picked up the once again beaten Lee Sang-ho and threw him to the ground. Wu Jin told people who asked how Lee Yoon-hee died that she tried to kill him and, as everyone can see, it didn't work out. Wu Jin said they have the nerve to accuse him of murder. The hero threatened them, saying that if he saw them again, they would not get off easily. People were shocked, and Wu Jin turned around with Min-chan and left. Min-chan asked if what Wu Jin said was true. The hero replied that it was true. He added that he killed her and the blame lies with the Hwarang Guild president. Wu Jin asked why Min-chan was so surprised, that the hero killed a woman, or that the Hwarang Guild was hunting for him. Min-chan thought that even taking into account the fact that they tried to kill the hero, it was extremely strange to be so calm after the butts of a person. Wu Jin said that at least it was good for them since he got rid of Yoon-hee who was in his way. Min-chan said he was worried about what would happen next. Wu Jin asked Min-chan if he knew what people who act on the sly cannot handle, with the fact that they begin to act against them openly. That's when the headache starts because they won't be able to plot in secret. Then Min-chan realized that that's why Wu Jin changed the atmosphere from "Did Kang Wu Jin incite Yoon Hee's death?" to "Did Hwarang really want to set up Kang Wu Jin's murder?" Since there is no way to prove what was in the dungeon, Min-chan was shocked that Wu Jin had thought this through so much. Min-chan asked how they would deal with the consequences. And then Wu Jin said that it was not them, but Min-chan, because this is his job. He didn't think anything through, damn boss. Wu Jin suggested that he raise his salary according to his wishes. Walking out of the building, a crowd of people was waiting for Wu Jin. They were glad to see him. These were residents who were hiding in shelters. They wanted to thank the hero. They thanked Wu Jin for protecting their homes, said that they would always root for him, and so on. A girl with flowers ran up to Wu Jin. Wu Jin was touched by this. He thought that such things were really pleasing. Min-chan said that he cannot understand Wu Jin. He is on a completely different level, and now he is a hero who defended the entire city. Lee Sang-ho was incredibly angry at Wu Jin. The hero beat him to a pulp. Sang-ho decided that he would do whatever it took to finish off Kang Wu Jin. We moved to America, Manhattan, to the headquarters of the Titan Guild, the Order of Area. Murdy was praying to the goddess when a woman friend called out to her and said that the guildmaster had arrived. He entered and bowed to Murdy. She asked about the process of creating a paladin squad. The master replied that it was excellent and that many applications had been received. The Order of Paladins will be heroes in the Holy War that will save Alfen. They will lead them and take Alfen back. Murdy said that it would be too late if their main troops invaded them. The Earth will suffer a catastrophe just like Alfen. Alfen and Earth. Holy war to protect both worlds. And yet it's hard to believe. If this is true, then this is not a problem that their guild can solve alone. They will need the help of people from all over the world. The master said that he had more news. He found the man Murdy mentioned in her prediction. The goddess was very happy. She looked at the screen and asked why this man was on Earth. The master did not fully understand and asked what was the matter. A ruthless, immortal necromancer. Is Kang Wu Jin really the savior from the prophecies? 6 days after clearing the dungeon, Wu Jin received a subpoena. Lee Sang-ho sued him. Wu Jin was very angry. He was going to forget about it, but apparently it wouldn't work out. Sun-gu said that the hero has 2 more days before submitting a report to the police. Wu Jin asked why he had to go there, and the hero was about to pay a visit to the Hwarang Guild. Everyone was simply shocked by his fearlessness and carelessness. Wu Jin said that everything is going according to his plan and there is no need to be so surprised. Min-chan, in a cold sweat, asked to leave this to him, since there was no need to complicate the situation. Wu Jin tried to object, but Min-chan convinced him. The hero asked if he could help with anything. Min-chan replied yes. Min-chan asked to be allowed to hire more workers, because if they want to solve the problem, they will need a lawyer, as well as more support staff. Wu Jin thought about this question. Bloodstones continue to accumulate on the Earth. At this rate, not just monsters from Alfen, but minions of Tranet will appear. By the hero's minions, he means 72 captains under the direct command of Tranet. Each of them is too dangerous for one person to cope with. Even with Ugin's followers from Alfen, an army of undead, and the help of the Alfen Alliance, they could barely fight on equal terms with the Tranet army. But now he has these 4, which is not good. What kind of resistance can we talk about if the only one among them who has awakened is Hong Sun-gu, and his only strength is his kind heart? Min-chan asked what about hiring workers. Ugin agreed, but said to try to recruit more awakened ones. The hero turned to Sun-gu and told him to follow him. They went to the dungeon where Sun-gu fought monsters. Sun-gu managed it and told Wu Jin that he felt like he had become stronger. He collected a lot of stones. Wu Jin thought that he was collecting these stones so quickly that you would think he was hunting monsters or something. Wu Jin called out to Sun-gu, telling him to stop collecting bloodstones and come to him. The hero asked Sun-gu how strong he wanted to become. Wu Jin said that he is sure that the guy has a goal, or does he really want to continue collecting these stones for him for years? Wu Jin is right. Sun-gu's original dream is to become a high-class fire magician. What will he achieve as a stone collector? Nowadays, Sun-gu is busy with driving, carrying supplies, mining amnits, and booking dungeons. Wu Jin asked the guy if he was happy with the current result. Sun-gu replied that no, and he told about his dream. Sun-gu said that he would do anything to become stronger, even if he was tired to death. In that case, Wu Jin said that they will start now. The hero said that he would make Song-gu A rank in 1 month. Sun-gu was shocked that it had come to this. Is it possible to become A rank in a month? Sun-gu was running when he suddenly met a skeleton soldier. He can't relax. 1 hit, and he's dead. You need to use the skill, after which it will increase the distance. He attacked the skeleton with his fire magic, and it worked. However, the skeleton was able to wound Sungu in the shoulder with his sword. Sungu doubled over in pain. Wu Jin came over and told him to get up and asked how long the guy was going to lie down. First, Wu Jin asked if Sungu really thought he could defeat his skeleton with his fireball. To survive, Sungu must want to become stronger himself, because monsters will appear not only in dungeons. Wu Jin told Sungu to imagine that dungeon breaks would happen in all the stations around the world. And then, in just 3 days, half the population will be exterminated. Sungu didn't understand what kind of nonsense Wu Jin was talking about. Wu Jin said that, if this happens, he will have to protect his family, and he will not have time for Sungu. Therefore, the guy must learn to survive on his own. Wu Jin said that if Sungu wants to protect his family as well, then he must make sure that he is strong enough. Sungu stood up in terrible pain and persistently began to ask Wu Jin to teach him. This is what Wu Jin wanted to hear. The heroes went to the Chunbok stop and sat down to have a snack. Wu Jin asked if Sungu was tired. The guy thought about how he could not get tired after these crazy workouts. Wu Jin relieved Sungu's overwork with his skill. If he feels tired, it means his mind is weak and wants rest. Wu Jin told the guy to hypnotize himself or something to overcome his fatigue. Suddenly they heard a report about Murti on TV. They said that her blessing saved so many and that what she was doing was a miracle. Wu Jin said that she reminds him of someone and even acts the same. Sungu said that she was beautiful and looked like an elf. Ugin replied that she was not an elf, you could tell by her ears. They said on TV that everything they had seen up to that moment was Saint Arya, the miracles of Mrs. Murti. Wu Jin recognized her and couldn't believe it was true Murti. He didn't understand why she was here. Wu Jin arrived at his guild office. The hero asked Min Chan to get him tickets to America. Min Chan thought that the hero was talking about his invitation to the consortium. Wu Jin didn't understand what he was talking about. Chief Jun said that the Titan Guild had previously saved someone in the dungeon. This was a saint known as Murti. Her mind-boggling abilities raised many questions among people. In this regard, the Titan Guild sent an invitation to the consortium to all guilds from all over the world. Wu Jin said it doesn't matter and let Min Chan just get the tickets. Min Chang thought that the hero would not be interested in this. He began to think what happened. Chapter Jun also gave the hero books of skills and enhancement cameras that he ordered. Wu Jin said that it was time, and he would just instruct Sungu to learn all this tomorrow. But Wu Jin ordered more. Min Chang said that they are now cut in finances due to previous expenses. After all, skill books and enhancement stones have always been a luxury. Wu Jin asked if there were any dungeons nearby. Chief Jun replied that there are many of them. But unfortunately, it is difficult for small guilds like theirs to claim ownership of them, unlike large guilds. Wu Jin asked about breaking through 6-star dungeons. Min Chang said there is one request from the Ministry of Defense, but he has doubts. Wu Jin asked what was going on, and it turned out that it was in Pyongyang, North Korea. We are transported there and see a man repenting before the president. The man asked for mercy and to give him another chance. The president said that how can he expect mercy from him, while he himself ran away with his tail between his legs. The man was choking in tears, but the president was adamant and pointed a gun at him. The president shot him and ordered his subordinates to clean up this trash. This doesn't seem like something their republic can handle alone. The president asked about the request to South Korea. The subordinate said he had great news. Kim Jong-un was very happy and looked forward to meeting South Korea's greatest hero, Kang Wu Jin. Wu Jin joked about Pyongyang several times, but who knew that everything would turn out like this? Suddenly the same Hei So called out to him and said hello. She will accompany him to Pyongyang. The hero said that he would also be much more comfortable with a person he already knows. The heroes were driving along the highway and it was empty. The hero thought that there would be a lot of soldiers at military installations, but it's pretty quiet here. Heiso said that very few areas of North Korea have developed well. Most of the country looks like theirs in the 70s. Even Pyongyang has only one metro. Wu Jin was surprised that they asked for help, since they couldn't handle such a small thing. He asked the girl if there were really no awakened people in North Korea. She replied that compared to their country, there are much fewer of them. Therefore, it is difficult for them to assemble a team consisting only of A-rankers. In addition, the mortality rate among their awakened ones is quite high. Wu Jin said that he believed that they could die either in the dungeon or simply be shot. Heiso said that they didn't have too much trouble before because they were supported by China until now. But this time they tried to figure out the problem on their own and failed. And China only defiantly watched their failures. Therefore, North Korea requested help from many countries around the world. Wu Jin said that it seemed like they didn't think it was profitable to share the loot from a high-ranking dungeon with China. Heiso said that it is. Wu Jin wanted to quickly sort everything out and leave. He asked Heiseo to make sure that he gets half a month as originally promised. The condition that Ugin insisted on was to allow him to spend half a month in the dungeon from the moment the first cleanup began. Negotiations between North and South will begin after the arrival of the North Side delegation. But this is a pretty small request for the first person to clear the dungeon, so Haeseo thinks everything should go smoothly. However, this is only if the dungeon is successfully cleared. If it fails, the result will be Woojin's death, and North Korea will suffer huge financial losses. Gradually, relations between North and South will become worse than ever. Now everything is in Woojin's hands. The heroes arrived at the place. This is the Jimsusan Sun Memorial Palace. Woojin noticed that the building was quite bulky, but did not understand why there were tanks there. Haeseo began to explain that the Palace of the Sun was originally a building that represented North Korea. Gwangmyeon Station, the dungeon Woojin must clear, is very close. These are measures to prevent a breakout from the dungeon. The man told the heroes to follow him. They came to a hall where a large number of North Korean soldiers stood guard. Haeseo said that they are not in a hurry. Haeseo asked if he was nervous, to which Woojin responded in the negative. This is an obvious psychological trick aimed at depressing guests by making them wait so long. It was announced that the first chairman of the National Defense Committee had arrived. Kim Jong-un extended his hand to the hero and said that he was glad to meet him. The president had heard well about the hero. Woojin thought to himself about what kind of pig this is in front of him. Woojin did not particularly respectfully extend his hand and greet the president on a first-name basis. Everyone was simply shocked, and the North Korean soldiers told the hero to be polite. Woojin said he was glad to see them and called the president Jong-un. Haeseo didn't understand what the hell. Even though he did something similar to the president of the Hwarang Guild, it seemed to her that the hero, without instructions, would understand how to behave in the presence of this person. The soldiers pointed their guns at Woojin and were outraged by the way he communicated with the leader. Haeseo was in a cold sweat and thought that that was it. They were dead. Woojin said he was polite as they asked, "What's the problem?" Haeseo thought that now neither the dungeon nor anything else matters because they could die right here. But unexpectedly for everyone, Kim Jong-un laughed and said that Woojin is undoubtedly an open person, as expected from the strongest man in the South. He patted the hero on the shoulder and invited him to sit down. Woojin suggested getting straight to the point since he was going to go to the dungeon immediately. One of the soldiers was furious and silently called Woojin an insolent dog. The leader laughed and said that Woojin is very straightforward. He had already heard about his condition. Woojin wants to occupy the dungeon for half a month and then take all the resources received. Kim Jong-un said that, of course, this would not cause much harm to the government. They will fulfill his conditions if the hero clears the dungeon properly. Woojin stood up and wanted to go in that case. The leader said that he was very impatient. He suggested taking a photo before he left. Haeseo was seriously sure that her heart would fail. She asked if Woojin had forgotten that they were in Pyongyang. She asked me to be more careful in my choice of words next time. Woojin said that he was already careful. In fact, when meeting the leader, he thought about just killing him, but he would have been fired. Woojin said goodbye and said he was leaving. Haeseo wished him to return safe and sound. Meanwhile, Kim Jong-un watched everything through binoculars. He told his subordinate that Woojin was amazing, and how wonderful it would be if such an incredibly strong person appeared in their country. The leader was confident that Woojin would certainly cope with the task. Woojin should do it. At this time, Woojin felt something strange, as if someone had touched him. He thought it might be a monster. In the dungeon, Ugin and Bibi ended up in the Tranet colony. There was some kind of stench here. Woojin said that if anyone from the 72nd mission leaves, he will finish him off. This is a fight against humanity. The Vasiki, the lowest monsters of Tranet, appeared as heroes. Their front legs are like swords. They also tend to move in groups. Ugin directed Dolso, a huge glowing golem, at them. The Vasiki were quickly killed. Ugin began summoning skeleton soldiers and skeleton mages. He said that in terms of quantity, there will be more here. Now ranchers have appeared. The lower monsters of Tranet, which spit tentacles from their mouths that resemble sharp needles. Rokto is there too. This is a monster with great strength and high defense. His huge body alone looks menacing. Woojin told Dolso to distract him. All of Ugin's forces were ready for battle. The warrior's weapon form is now an axe. Ugin and the skeletons deftly dealt with the ranchers, cutting them into pieces. Bibi put the monsters to sleep with her hypnosis. Due to Rokto's solid body, no attacks will affect him. Ugin was sorry that in such a situation he could not summon a Death Knight and a Lich. However, he surrounded Rokto in a bone wall. He also used the Bang skill. Instead, the hero has the attacking skills of a warrior. It was 12 days later in the dungeon. Woojin asked if the area around the center was a colony. This is a hatchery. Bibi said that it looks like they are not ready yet. They will not be able to meet the owner of this colony, although they would like to know who it was. They wanted to end it and leave. Ugin uses resurrection of corpses. He can control a corpse. A dead body can use 50% of its original abilities, but only carries out simple orders. Wu Jin ordered them to go ahead and they went to the incubator. Wu Jin also used explosion. This is a skill thanks to which you can blow up a corpse that is located 10 meters from the control, or the corpse that is being controlled. After the explosion, the hero thought that a homecoming stone had appeared, but it was not him. It turned out to be a fragment of a dimension. The material world consists of it, used to form spatial sacred ground. Wu Jin asked Bibi if she knew about the spatial sacred land, to which she replied that she had heard about it for the first time. The hero decided that since Bibi doesn't know, there's no point in thinking about it. The time would come when the hero would need to use it, so he put it in his inventory. At the same time, in the secret room of Kim Jong-un's hobbies, subordinates were establishing something. It turned out to be a huge photo of him and Wu Jin. One of the soldiers asked what to do with the other photo, to which the leader said to throw it in the trash. Another soldier came in and said there was good news for the leader. It turns out that Comrade Kang Wu Jin has successfully cleared Gwangmyeon Station. Kim Jong-un was simply shocked and could not believe it. The leader ordered Comrade Wu Jin to be brought here, because he must treat the hero who saved Pyongyang well. Nothing is certain. Comrade Wu Jin may return here because he will feel good treatment from their republic. However, the commander of the unit, Ri Peng Guan, was clearly not favorable to Wu Jin, and was angry that the hero was able to clear the dungeon in just 3 days. Wu Jin came out of the dungeon and people started taking pictures of him. Reporters began talking about his powerful abilities and compared him to Murdy from America. A joyful Haeseo ran up to Wu Jin. She congratulated the hero on the successful cleanup. Wu Jin said that this is what they came here for, to which Haeseo said that she did not expect Wu Jin to be so successful. Wu Jin asked where the negotiators were. Haeseo replied that they are here, both sides, south and north. They are just waiting for the results of the hero's cleansing. Wu Jin said that there was nothing to wait for, because since he was here, the cleanup was 100% successful. Haeseo didn't want to say that the negotiating team thought his chances of failure were 70%. But then Wu Jin turned around and said that he was confident in the excellent work of the negotiators, so he would blow back into the dungeon. Haeseo screamed for Wu Jin to rest a little. He left again headlong. It looks like Haeseo will have to report the situation alone. Some soldier ran up to Haeseo and asked where Comrade Wu Jin had gone. She replied that he went back to the dungeon. The soldier was confused and said that something terrible had happened. Meanwhile, Kim Jong-un commanded the banquet. He demanded that everything be done in the best possible way, because they should not lose to South Korea. 14 days later, the hero and his assistants continued to kill monsters. Auto-hunting is quite an entertaining thing. The hero has reached level 60 and new warrior class perks have been unlocked. A new weapon form is the bow. Obtained the archer, blind shot, and flurry of fire skills. The hero purchased a bone bow and decided to try it right away. The impact area is larger, and the speed is higher than that of a bone spear. That's pretty good. The hero looked at the privileges of the warrior class. Now it's time to summon the goblin. A dark guy appeared who said that he and the master had not seen each other for a long time. This is a shadow spirit. He is able to read the owner's emotions, share thoughts, and take control of the owner. As always, Wu Jin looked at him with disgust. The goblin said that since the hero hated him so much, he should just give him a new body. A particularly good option is Wu Jin's body. Wu Jin told him to stop. He will call him when he is needed, but until then the goblin must return to his shadow. The goblin agreed and disappeared. Wu Jin said he was creepy. Looks like this place is done. If Wu Jin hurries, he might have time to clear this dungeon again today. Coming out of the dungeon, the hero saw that Haeseo was waiting for him. She began to beg the hero on her knees. She asked him to take a break before he went to clear the dungeon again. All this is useless if he, their hero, is here. Wu Jin said the same thing again. A few days ago, before the next clearing of the dungeon, Haeseo said that this raid was announced as a joint effort of both Koreas, and they needed Wu Jin to be there. The hero replied that these were the affairs of politicians, and it was time for him to return. Haeseo tried to stop him. Earlier, before another purge, Haeseo said that Wu Jin should go with her, to which he replied that she should go on her own. And now Haeseo says that the situation can't get any worse. She asked the hero to think about his country and take a break before the purge. If this time he doesn't go with her, then she knows what it could turn into. The hero still came to the feast, but he was very bored. Wu Jin stood up and decided to go now that they were done. Haeseo thanked him for coming. Suddenly, one of the soldiers asked the hero to leave his autograph on a piece of paper. because he is the strongest awakened one in North Korea, and this is a great honor. It turned out that it was Kim Jong-un who ordered an autograph for him. Ugin told the goblin to attach himself to him and report everything that was happening. The soldier told the commander that everything was ready and asked if they should follow him. The commander said to blow as inconspicuously as possible. He was incredibly angry that Wu Jin allowed himself to look down on their North Korea. The commander attached a lot of explosives to himself. He said that this was all for the sake of their president, whose mind was clouded by this scoundrel. Two soldiers approached Ugin, who was preparing to go underground, and wished him good luck. As he left, one of the soldiers told the other to hurry up before the barrier disappeared. The soldier caught up with Ujin, and the hero asked why he was following him. The soldier said he had an urgent message from the president. Kim Jong-un conveyed thanks for everything to his comrade from South Korea. The soldier pressed the button, and an explosion occurred. Another soldier was watching everything and saw that the barrier was not disappearing. It was strange that Ujin didn't die instantly. Even so, he must have mortal wounds. It is only a matter of time before he becomes prey for monsters. The commander said that Ujin should give up and finally die. This operation was destined for success. 2 days have passed since Ugin entered the dungeon. Haiso was talking in the meeting room with the South Korean representative. They discussed that Wu Jin had not returned yet, and the barrier was also not reacting. This put them in a difficult position. A day has already passed since the deadline that Kang Wu Jin requested. It is unknown what compensation North Korea will request. Is there something wrong? The last purge of Kang Wu Jin lasted 1 day and 17 hours. By this time, he should have left already. But unforeseen circumstances can happen in a dungeon. Hae Seo showed a photo of a foreign reporter where a North Korean military man followed him right after Wu Jin entered the dungeon. They should immediately investigate and protest against North Korea. The representative asked if Hae Seo valued her life. He said that this is Pyongyang, and if they go against them based on a tiny doubt, then it is not a fact that it will be safe. But Hae Seo objected, saying that they couldn't just sit and wait. The representative slammed the table and told Lieutenant Hae Seo to think before speaking. Perhaps there is a possibility that there is a wiretap here. They are also not sure if the hero is alive. He suggested we just wait. Meanwhile, Kim Jong-un learned about the reporter's photographs. He got angry, and the soldier said they would find out right away. The president demanded that these bastards be found and brought to him. 3 days have passed since Ugin entered the dungeon. Hae Seo waited and hoped that he was okay. But suddenly people started saying that the barrier was changing. The barrier has disappeared. And suddenly Ujin comes out safe and sound. He was incredibly angry and said that they all wanted to die. Wu Jin demanded that this vile pig be brought to him, meaning Kim Jong-un. He also stated that if he himself does not agree, then the hero himself will come to him. The soldiers started pointing their guns at Wu Jin, but he intercepted them, saying that he survived the explosion, so the gun wouldn't do anything to him. Bibi appeared in the form of a cat and she used her sleep spell skill. Bibi asked Wu Jin what if he was convicted of all these murders. The hero told Bibi not to bother him, but then suddenly some began to get up. They said that their republic is not weak, and they will not allow the garbage from South Korea to pass into Pyongyang. They knew things would turn out this way. It looks like they are awakened ones from North Korea. Some of them were quite strong. But the hero activated the Ghost Spear skill and began to kill them. No matter how strong they are at most A rank. Goblin energy was coming from somewhere. Exhausted, Hae Seo asked the hero to stop. It turned out that she was also a level 11 awakening. She has an F rank. She is slightly better than an ordinary person. But how was she able to overcome Bibi's spell? What kind of terrifying fortitude is this? She stood up and once again asked to stop the wait, because they would not be able to fix the situation if he did not stop now. Wu Jin said there was no need to correct her. The only one who should correct her is the fat pig who betrayed him. Hae Seo was shocked. She thought that a North Korean spy was trying to eliminate Wu Jin. She shouted that even so, the hero must come to terms with this, since at this rate a real war could begin. Hae Seo asked the hero to think about the country, but Wu Jin was adamant. He told Hae Seo that if she doesn't want to die, then don't let her get in his way. She replied that if he wanted to get through her, then let him kill her. Wu Jin said that apparently nothing could be done if Hae Seo decided to go that far. The girl began to rejoice, saying that the hero made the right choice. But Hae Seo didn't have time to finish when Wu Jin picks up and hits the girl. He didn't intend to kill her, but simply made her relax and lie there for a while. On the way to Kim Jong-un's bunker, the hero was shot at from numerous machine guns, but his ghost armor skill was activated. He found the bunker, and when he saw it, he said that the pig had hidden well. He started shouting, asking to talk. The soldiers in the bunker said that the president had nothing to worry about as the bunker could withstand any bomb. But suddenly some unknown monster broke through this huge iron door. It was Wu Jin who summoned Rocky, using metal as an intermediary. Wu Jin walked in with a smile and said that now they can talk. Bibi put all the guard soldiers to sleep with her spell. Wu Jin asked how Kim Jong-un dared to raise his hand against him. The president replied that he had never even thought of such a thing. Wu Jin was not satisfied with this, and he has a way to find out the truth. And this method is the same goblin. It will provide insight into the president's personal life. But then Wu Jin saw the portrait. How Kim Jong-un was furious with this incident. It looks like he really didn't do it. Now we need to somehow get out of this. Wu Jin asked if Jong-un really didn't do this, to which the man replied that he swears and is not lying. In this case, Ugin ordered to find the smart guy who tried to undermine the hero. If not, then the president will die in his place. The president, in a cold sweat, promised to do this, to find this bastard, no matter what the cost. Wu Jin extended his hand and apologized for the misunderstanding. Kim Jong-un was happy and said that he was glad that he understood his feelings for him. However, Wu Jin had such a big fan that he didn't even know he had. It's hard to believe that Kim Jong-un was a fan of the Awakened Ones. He collected many artifacts that he never even used. Wu Jin decided that he would accept it as a gift. According to the goblin's recollection, Ugin went in search of a room with artifacts. Suddenly, someone stops him. It was Hei, who suddenly woke up and was angry. Wu Jin was surprised and thought that he hit too weakly. She again asked the hero to stop. But Wu Jin said it was all over. The whole world flashed before Heiso's eyes. Has he already killed him? She thought that it was all over, and the war could not be stopped. But Wu Jin said that Kim Jong-un is still alive. Haiseo was shocked and asked if Wu Jin was going to kill him now. She asked the hero to come to his senses and said that if his anger could not be pacified with words, then let him take her life. Wu Jin became interested in the fact that she was willing to give her life. Haiseo said that if it helped stop the war between the Koreas, then she would be honored to sacrifice herself. I wonder if she's not lying. Although she does not have a pure and innocent soul like Sungu or Jiwon, this is the first time that Wu Jin has seen such fire in her eyes. And then the hero says that the girl is too valuable to be killed and invites her to leave her position. She was at a loss. The hero invited her to leave her military position and work for him, and then he would spare Chen-un. The girl asked why the hero spoke so sharply about this. He replied that since she was ready to offer her life, didn't that mean that she now completely belonged to him? He wants Heiso to give up her career as a soldier, which she has been pursuing for so long. She would happily do it if it would help stop the war, but why? In the end, she agreed. 3 days later, Kim Jong-un caught Lee Pyong-kwan and everyone involved. And as always, there were innocents among those caught. They were tortured. The men began to make excuses, saying that they had nothing to do with it. This lie only angered the president. He said that they even stole treasures that people had obtained with sweat and blood. One of the men said that he really doesn't know what treasures the president is talking about, and he is sure that this is the work of Wu Jin. Chen-un was completely furious and ordered to beat them until they remembered. The president was tormented by the thought that such a traitor was so close to him. If it weren't for Comrade Wu Jin, the consequences would have been more serious. Meanwhile, Wu Jin and Haeseo returned to South Korea. It was the girl who was most happy. Everything ended well, but Haeseo was incredibly nervous these 3 days. And Ugin raised the level and filled his inventory. He even found a new employee in the process. The trip to North Korea was successful. The next point is the United States. Wu Jin can't wait to see what awaits him at this time. The guys watched the news. They said that based on the news received, it can be concluded that the person who organized the coup is Lee Pyong-kwan, who is currently the leader of the superpower of the Korean National Republic, awakened like two sides of a coin. They are the ones who have strength beyond human power and protect them from monsters, but they can also commit crimes with ease. The men said that if it were not for Kang Wu Jin, there is a high probability that because of this coup, Kim Jong-un would have been overthrown from power. He asked the other for his opinion. The man replied that the very fact that some individual with a radical ideology had control over North Korea is frightening. Wu Jin's contribution to Koretz's relationship is amazing, and they plan to award him with a presidential order. Suddenly, Seung-hoon gets up and begins to say that this is 100% a lie because someone like their boss couldn't do something without making mistakes. Seung-hoon thought that he might have blackmailed or threatened Kim Jong-un. He continued by saying that they made it look like Lee Pyong-wang was the thief of all the artifacts. But in reality, it was Wu Jin who stole them. This is quite likely. Ha-min said that even if he were a saboteur, he couldn't just go and clean everything out. Seung-hoon replied that he didn't think he was a saboteur, but he was someone who didn't think about his actions at all. Sungu said that he first met him like this when he killed the entire team that was trying to rob Wu Jin. Then all the guild members agreed that it was Wu Jin who cleaned out the entire treasury of Kim Jong-un. Seung-hoon said that this is why they cannot believe everything the media says. Perhaps Wu Jin has already killed Kim Jong-un. Ha-min didn't want to believe it and said that the boss couldn't do that. And then Sun-gu turned black before his eyes. The guy said that before this, Wu Jin had already offered him to go with him and kill Kim Jong-un. Seung-hoon got goosebumps all over his arm. This happened when Wu Jin received a summons to the army. Seung-hoon was shocked and said that Wu Jin is a fucking psycho. Suddenly, Wu Jin entered the office, scaring everyone present. The hero asked Seung-hoon why he was so alarmed. Wu Jin asked if they were gossiping about him behind his back, to which Seung-hoon replied that they wouldn't dare. The guys decided to get together in a restaurant and have a drink. Wu Jin told them to eat well, because they must eat well in order to plow well. Min Chang asked if the Duke was really not going to the Blue House, to which Wu Jin coldly replied that he was not, and asked not to ask him about it. Wu Jin doesn't want to resort to the president at his first word. Wu Jin stood up and wanted to leave to let everyone know, but Min Chan said there was no need for that. He said he would simply politely decline their request. Head Jun was on edge. He didn't understand how to deal with this. He had more than 100 unread messages and 27 missed calls. Eun's son showed Murdy and invited the hero to take a look because she is now the most popular of all. Wu Jin said yes, the video is not fake. The hero said that he just knows her. All the guys were incredibly surprised. Min Chun said that she was first found in the dungeon during research. She should be on par with S-rank awakened ones. How can Wu Jin know her? Wu Jin began to tell him that 5 years ago he disappeared and the planet he was thrown onto is called Alfen. Everyone was shocked, and Seung-hoon said that the joke was too difficult to understand. Wu Jin told him to shut up because it wasn't a joke. Not only people lived on Alfen, there were also monsters and hybrids. In an attempt to survive, he fought them for 20 years, and in the end, he was able to return to Earth, where only 5 years had passed. Min Chan noticed the time difference in the dungeons. Ugin said that just like on Alfen, dungeons also began to appear on Earth. Min Chan thought about it. If this is true, then he can now understand why Wu Jin is so inhumanly strong. This also explains the fact that Wu Jin can communicate with others so easily. If you think about it, he is about 44 years old. And yet, it was there that Wu Jin learned about Murdy. He doesn't know how she got to Earth, but they will only understand it when he goes and asks her. Sun-gu asked if the hero could tell them all this like this. Ugin said that he doesn't have to hide it, because they live in a world where priestesses appear from dungeons. Min Chan asked about what kind of relationship the hero had with Murdy. The hero replied that she was like a friend to him. Meanwhile, Murdy prayed to the goddess, saying that a ruthless immortal necromancer was coming. 5 years ago on Alfen, Murdy and the general arrived somewhere. She asked if everything would be okay. This place is Death Valley. This is where no one returns. The general said it was true, but it was the only way to survive. If they stop, they will be caught by Tranet and the immortal. Suddenly, one of the warriors said that someone was hovering above them. It seems a certain Ardal has caught up with them. The general told the soldiers to hold on, because they would soon face Ardal. Suddenly, the general falls and is left without a head. It was Wu Jin floating in the sky. He wonders why the dogs from the Alliance suddenly decided to show up here. Is this really the safest way to commit suicide? Seung-hoon started to fall asleep and dreamed of Wu Jin beating him again. Wu Jin asked if he should kill him this time. You can't tell right away who is worse, a fraudster or an idiot who beats the crap out of him. Sung-woo told Wu Jin that he was worried that the boss was so indifferent to the media and what was happening around him. Wu Jin replied that he should get used to it since he doesn't need details. Min Chan added that the hero should pay attention to official affairs and think about social media, isolation at the international level. Is there anything good that comes from acquiring new enemies? This didn't bother Wu Jin before. He cared about the country and cared about how others viewed him because he cared about public opinion. Wu Jin said that if you think about it, you won't get far at this rate. Min Chan was perplexed by this answer. It will be a disaster. The time will soon come when all the dungeons in the world will break out at once, a catastrophe that cannot be compared with the shock of 5 years ago. Wu Jin asked if laws and countries would exist after this. Min Chang replied that even if the dungeons broke through, the army would be able to suppress them. Wu Jin said that they may be able to suppress 6-star monsters, but what if they are stronger? Wu Jin said to imagine that the 6-star monster is a pet dog. But what if there is an influx of tigers, lions, elephants? Even dragons can be compared. Modern firearms would be useless, even against the ghosts that would fly around them. Wu Jin asked what would be used to stop them then. Nuclear weapon? This is a direct path to suicide. The world will collapse, and the borders that are called countries will be erased into dust and ashes. Morality will turn into myth, and all that will remain is the desire to survive. But Sun Gu objected that even so, he was confident that people would unite to defeat a common enemy. Yes, there really will be such people, warriors, kings, saints and their knights, even knights from the United Kingdoms. But it's no use. Everyone will try to grab their piece until everything collapses. Ultimately, people will turn on each other, succumbing to temptation and forming associations only to achieve their own goals. Sun Gu asked what to do then, since they can't just sit and wait for this. Wu Jin replied that this is exactly what they are preparing for. The world will need a hero in times of disaster, therefore they need a strong leader. The opinions of others, an offensive article, a summons for a police investigation, all this is useless. On the contrary, Wu Jin must show them more of how arrogant and cruel he can be. Meanwhile, Lee Sang-ho read the news about how Wu Jin became the hero who saved North Korea. He was furious that a bastard like Wu Jin could pull this off. He did not understand how such a rebel could be so praised. Lee Sang-ho asked what the hell this President Kim is doing. He said that he would cut off his tail, but he would survive, didn't he? But Lee Sang-ho has plans for all occasions. He sent photographs of some documents and said that he would now see how he would ignore him after this. And then SJ Group President Kim Ho-jung called Sang-ho. He asked if Lee Sang-ho was really ready to do such a thing, to threaten him. Sang-ho replied that he would get rid of the documents if he fulfilled one of his requests. Lee Sang-ho said that Kang Wu Jin chose the worst opponent he could. He is aware of the president's relations with the West and asked to be connected with them. A week later, it was departure day. Sun Gu laughed and Wu Jin asked the reason. Sun Gu was happy because he had a B rank. Wu Jin replied that the plan was to visit America only after Sun Gu became A-ranked. But Sun Gu said that this was already a huge achievement, and it was all thanks to the boss and his instructions. Sun Gu feels like he died and was reborn a couple of times in 1 week. Wu Jin told Sun Gu not to dare to clear 4-star dungeons alone, giving in to his emotions and giving him the marble ball of return. Wu Jin said that this is so that Sun Gu does not fall back, if anything happens. He needs to get out as soon as he senses danger. Sun Gu was incredibly happy and grateful, because Wu Jin purchased an item worth more than 10 billion just for him. He thought that the boss just had a way of communicating, but in fact he was a person with a very kind heart. But then Wu Jin said that Sun Gu had finally become a little needed, so there was no need for him to die at the first opportunity, because he wasted a lot of money on him. Wu Jin said that if Sun Gu dies, he will simply summon a skeleton from his corpse. Then someone called Min Chan and said something. He said into the phone that he would do everything right away. Wu Jin asked who it was. Min Chang replied that it was a call from the Ministry of Defense. They spotted a terrorist group and report that their target is Wu Jin. The hero was very surprised and asked why he surrendered to them. But Min Chan thought to himself that Wu Jin is the one who gets himself Jews harps at every turn. Wu Jin asked about flying to America. Min Chang replied that until the ministry solved the problem, they could not board the plane. This is the situation, but the consortium is already tomorrow. Wu Jin began to think about what he should do. And then a certain man with bodyguards began to approach the heroes, saying that this happens even to Kang Wu Jin, whose word is equal in power to the entire country. The woman said that it seemed they were heading to the same place. If so, the man offered to go with him on his personal plane. Wu Jin asked Min Chan who his grandfather was. Min Chan was surprised that the hero didn't know. This man is the head of the guild recognized as the largest in all of Korea, the KH group, and one of the dozen A-ranked in South Korea. His name is Baek Jongdo. Baek Jongdo asked the hero if he would go with him. Wu Jin replied that he would gladly accept his offer if he was not afraid of terrorists. Baek Jongdo replied that how some small terrorists could scare him away. He invited Wu Jin to become friends. Wu Jin asked what this old man was raving about. Baek Jongdo said, "It can't be that the hero doesn't know this famous series." He explained that this is a popular slang that is used in many modern TV series. Wu Jin said that he thought the man was challenging him to a duel or something. Baek Jongdo said that it was a long way to America, so they would watch a couple of TV series together. Min Chang said that he didn't think such a rich man would have such a hobby. Somehow. But Min Chan and Sun Gu found their way to America. 20 hours later, the heroes arrived. Wu Jin thanked Baek, since he only got there thanks to him. Baek replied that they were friends now, and friends always share with each other. Min Chan thought that it was certainly good that they had become closer, but he was ashamed of them. People around also did not understand what these Asians were doing. A few hours earlier, on Jongdo's private plane, the heroes were watching TV series and were having quite a lot of fun. Wu Jin was approached by a man, Richard Choi, his guide from the Titan Guild. He said that his goal was to deliver the hero safe and sound to the hotel. Chando said goodbye to the hero and offered him a drink after the hero had rested for a while. Wu Jin said it was a good idea. Min Chan asked Wu Jin in the car how he liked President Baek, since they seemed to get along great. Wu Jin said that he is a cheerful person and they are almost the same age. Min Chan thought it was strange since Baek Jong-do was turning 42 this year. Wu Jin said that perhaps President Baek Jong-do's life as a third-generation chaebol is not much different from his. Bodyguard Jong-do also asked about Wu Jin. The man said that the hero is definitely not an ordinary guy. He didn't seem worried or surprised, even when he heard about the potential terrorists or when talking to him. The guard asked that maybe Wu Jin was just confident in his abilities. Chando said that also played a role. But there is a feeling that it was something more. Such confidence and calm cannot be due to youthful spirit alone. Baek Jong-do said that he became even more curious about what kind of person President Kang Wu Jin was. He seems to like it. Baek Jong-do said that what's more, he and Wu Jin have similar tastes in dramas. The heroes arrived at the hotel. The consortium will be held tomorrow at lunchtime, so the car will be waiting for them at 11. Hero said she was waiting for Min Chan after he took a shower. They will go drinking. Damn, Min Chan at least wanted to rest on a day like this. And Wu Jin goes to get drunk right after a 20-hour flight. Wu Jin took a shower, got ready, and thought it would be time to head out. The hero was thinking about what he would like to drink when he saw a red laser aimed at his room from the window. Suddenly a bomb started flying straight to Wu Jin's room. Wu Jin was not afraid and jumped towards her, and there was a huge explosion. The people around were terrified. Wu Jin landed on the roof of one of the cars. His ghost armor skill used up all his available souls. Wu Jin began to wonder what kind of son of a bitch blew up an entire building just to eliminate him. He drank a healing potion. This is all strange. Wu Jin wouldn't act like a sweetheart unnecessarily, but he wouldn't be so cocky as to become an enemy of someone like them. Wu Jin told Bibi to follow the helicopter. The hero realized that the bastard with the laser had already disappeared. Even so, he sent the goblin after them at the very moment when the explosion occurred, so it was only a matter of time to find them. Wu Jin wanted to look the terrorists in the face. Meanwhile, Murdy was informed that the guild president Ardal had just arrived. The girl immediately said excitedly that the immortal had arrived. She asked if they had done anything to piss him off. The woman replied that there was no way. She heard that the Titan Guild took him straight to his hotel room. Murdy calmed down, and the woman thought about what kind of person it was that made Murdy worry so much. Wu Jin is a ruthless necromancer, and Murdy will see him tomorrow. She can't keep avoiding him. Murdy wondered what if she had angered him by not showing up to the meeting in person. He's definitely one of those people who thinks like that. Murdy asked where the gentleman's hotel was. The woman was surprised that the saint herself was calling some Korean master. Murdy said she had to meet him now. In that case, she will be accompanied by the Holy Knights of Arya. One of them, from the Order of Holy Knights, Officer General James Barnes, said that it was an honor for him to serve as a saint. 5 minutes ago, Min Chan was taking a shower and suddenly heard an explosion. People began to go out onto their balconies and panic. Min Chan immediately thought it had something to do with Wu Jin. Therefore, Min Chan began calling the hero and trying to enter his room. Wu Jin didn't answer the phone. And when the employee opened the room, they saw that everything there was destroyed. This is definitely the boss's doing. Meanwhile, Murdy and James were on their way to the hotel, but something didn't suit the saint. This was the first time James had seen her in person, but she usually looked different. She cured his daughter's terminal illness, and so he will protect Murdy no matter what. Suddenly, the driver braked sharply. James asked what it was. He was told that there was an explosion ahead. James looked out the window and saw smoke coming from the hotel. Murdy asked what happened. James responded that it looked like a terrorist attack, and they should turn around for her safety. Murley thought that maybe Ugin was furious. The saint said that they must find out what happened. James said no, they are going back to base. He will survey the area and report back to her later. Over the earpiece, he told his colleagues that they were going back to the church and told them to gather the guys to check everything. Wu Jin was hiding around the corner of one of the houses, looking around. Looks like he's caught. They noticed him and are now wandering around in circles in the alleys. They are not stupid enough to go straight to the base. Then the hero decided to catch this one first. But the guy moved off abruptly, and Wu Jin ran after him. Wu Jin could not catch up with him. Is he really not inferior to him in speed? Wu Jin uses the snatch skill and almost grabs the guy by the jacket. However, the guy somehow managed to escape. This guy turned out to be level 71. With this level, he could easily become the best in the world. Wu Jin wondered why him. Suddenly, the guy started calling to Wu Jin. This seriously provoked the hero. Already, after all, about 10 years have passed since someone openly provoked Wu Jin. Wu Jin followed him into the underground station. The guy stood around the corner and thought to himself that the hero had followed him to his own grave. This is his 100th hunt. This guy was born in Afghanistan, and when he was 10 years old, his father sold him to the rebels. Seeing how his dad was overjoyed after receiving a couple of bucks, the boy became a monster. And the endless war before his eyes forced him to kill enemies for the sake of survival. If necessary, he will slaughter an entire army. He killed and killed. His very existence is the result of his murders. And to become awakened, the guy continued his life as an assassin. The guy stood around the corner, ready, waiting for Wu Jin to approach. And then the guy attacked Wu Jin from behind with a knife. But the hero anticipated his attack and began to attack in response. Wu Jin grabbed the guy by the collar and told him that he was caught. Wu Jin and this guy continued to fight, and the hero deftly dodged the blows. The guy understood how Wu Jin knew where he would be, because after he became awakened, no one could predict him like that. Wu Jin said the guy is good. Most assassins wield two blades, so one-on-one combat is their thing. The guy thought about what kind of nonsense the hero was talking about, and that he began to criticize him too early. Wu Jin said he wanted to see how long the guy could last. Wu Jin hit the guy hard, which he didn't even expect. But they told him that he was definitely a necromancer. Suddenly, Wu Jin disappeared. The guy thought that he might have gone underground. This time he will definitely come and finish him off. The guy saw a huge number of bloody spots, but not a single corpse. And then the guy meets a whole army of skeleton soldiers led by Ugin. It turns out it was a trap. The skeletons were ready to attack. The guy thought the quantity didn't matter. And then the guy uses the Wrath of God skill. Ugin was surprised that he also had the Berserker skill. Apparently, he has dual skills as a warrior assassin. The guy began to deftly kill skeletons and was aimed at killing Ugin. And then the guy cuts off Wu Jin's head. The guy was glad that his 100th hunt was completed successfully. But before he could finish speaking, Wu Jin appeared and now for real, cut off the guy's head. It's almost impossible. Wu Jin said that if you arrange the skeletons correctly, they will definitely be useful. The sin of the one who points his blade at Ugin is the seal of the soul. Ugin received the soul sealing stone. He can seal the soul of a dead enemy. The next day, in the interview hall of the Titan Guild, Min Chan and Baek Jongdo discussed what the hero had come up with this time. Baek said that he is confident that Wu Jin will return soon, because he is the best awakened of Korea. Ugin is the one who can deflect missiles with his bare hands. Min Chan is worried that America won't think the hero attacked them. It's time to go to the consortium. The head of the Titan Guild thanked everyone who came to the consortium. He said that solving the problem of this consortium was beyond the power of any guild. So he asked them, awakened from all over the world, to help them. To begin with, they decided to discuss the available information about dungeons. The dungeons they know are spatial gates. The gate that connects two planets, Earth and Alfen. The monsters that come to Earth are not peculiar to it. On the contrary, they are the inhabitants of Alfen. The head said that it is also known that time passes 4 times slower in the dungeons due to the difference in the passage of time. One of the guys stood up and asked if the dungeons are gates. Does that mean they need to close them? This guy was from the Japanese guild Taken, which makes money by selling bloodstones. The head replied that no, and such changes were too risky. He said there was a better solution, a preemptive strike. Murdy entered the hall and said that people from Earth should cross the bridge and be the first to exterminate the monsters. People started talking about this, saying that this is the girl about whom there are so many rumors. She introduced herself and said that she had come from Alfen to save the Earth. That same guy said that he had a hard time believing that she was a priestess or someone from Alfen, and that what he saw in front of him was nothing more than an awakened one. And then Murdy began to do something. She is able to buff hundreds of awakened ones at a time. The guy was shocked, and Murdy asked how he could believe it now. She, together with the Order of Paladins, will open the way for them to Alfen. Everyone must go there in order to save planet Earth. If they do not decide to do this, then only ruins will remain on Earth, just like on Alfen. This is a war to save both planets. All the awakened ones began to talk to each other. Merly continued that, moreover, once they save the Earth, they will be able to continue selling bloodstones. This is a great chance to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But someone objected, saying that they were already open. He asked if this is why Murdy came all the way to Earth. And this guy turned out to be an immortal, Wu Jin. Murdy was very excited. Wu Jin looked different in appearance, but she was sure that it was him. Wu Jin came up to her and said that it was somehow awkward that Murdy was looking down at him. James told Wu Jin that he was an ill-mannered bastard and should mind his manners in front of the saint. And then Murdy began to say that before her was a king ruling over an immortal army, a godlike warrior who was sweeping away everything in his path. The monarch of Ardal, the humble servant of Arya, bows before the immortal. Wu Jin said they haven't seen each other for a long time. People were simply shocked by everything that was happening. Who was Wu Jin for Murdy to bow to him? The hero and Murdy began to speak the Alfen language. He asked if it turned out that this was the end of their mutual truce. Murdy replied that this was not so, and if she had known that it was Ardal, she would not have set foot there. Wu Jin asked why she came to Earth. Murdy replied that she received an order from the goddess to bring a savior from planet Earth. She is just a humble servant following orders. Ugin said that was enough because he already understood that Merli was sent by Arya. Ujin told the Titan Guildmaster that they needed to talk. The man said that he didn't think it would work out here and suggested moving to a more secluded place. The hero asked the operator if there was a live broadcast, to which he said no. Ujin said to turn on the live broadcast. Suddenly a man approached. If we are talking about a hero who stopped a terrorist attack on a hotel, then they must show it to the whole world, no matter what the cost. The operator received permission to broadcast. But everyone was shocked by Wu Jin's words. He said that they would find and kill all the bastards who launched a missile at him, were intermediaries, and wrote something to him later. It looks like Wu Jin is declaring war on the terrorists. Suddenly Min Chan ran in. He was relieved that the hero was okay, and thanked him for saving him from the explosion. Wu Jin said it didn't matter and said to follow him. He needs to talk to them about something. Min Chan asked that the hero seemed to say that the saint was his friend. But judging by what happened earlier, she is more like... Wu Jin asked what he meant and confirmed that they were friends. Min Chang didn't understand what this all meant. Suddenly Baek Jongdo appeared. He called out to the hero. He said he felt like he was now really interested in his little brother. His bodyguard asked what part of Wu Jin he was interested in, since he was definitely dangerous. The heroes entered the guildmaster's office and began to take their seats. Murdy told the chief that he must give up his place to the monarch of Ardal. Wu Jin said everything was fine and asked not to worry. The master said that the saint should also sit down. She asked in horror how she dared. And Ugin, in the language of Alfen, told her to sit down. The master said that it might sound rude, but he wants to know what the relationship is between Wu Jin and Murdy. The hero replied that they were just friends. Murdy was surprised by this wording. Friendship with an immortal? What a nightmare. The master began to ask the hero why Murdy arrived from Alfen. Wu Jin said that this is not an interrogation and that the master will ask Murdy later. The hero said that there was something more important, and took out the head of the Afghan guy who tried to kill him. Wu Jin said that it would be great of them if they found out about the identity of the owner of this head. Murdy was shocked that someone was trying to assassinate the monarch of Ardal. Has the Earth chosen the path of self-destruction? Wu Jin said that he didn't suspect them, and asked them to just find the one whose orders this guy was following, because there weren't many AA rank assassins in the world. And then Murdy exclaimed that she would do everything. The master tried to object, saying that the U.S. Department of Defense would handle this itself. Murdy thanked the master for working with her and asked if she should devote her life to carrying out his orders. She will do so and return to Alfen to save many lives. She only asked not to anger the immortal. The master calmed down and said that he understood everything. Then Ujin asked her what she was talking about before. She mentioned that she wanted to gather these kids and invade Alfen. The hero asked what would happen to the Earth if she took with her all the awakened ones and sent them to a terrible death. What if all the dungeons on Earth opened? Who will stop this? Is Murdy really going to die? Wu Jin asked if Murdy was declaring war on him. She fell to the floor and began nervously explaining that this was not so. Wu Jin told her to stop blaming herself and just sit down and tell her more. She started saying that there was a way to stop the dungeon from breaking through. First, the hero must learn about the spatial dimension and the fragment of space. At the same time, we find ourselves in an unidentified underground base. One of the men tells Professor Leola that it is time to move their bases immediately, since it looks like Assad has failed. The professor replied that they were at the last stage of their research, and they could not leave this place. In addition, initially it was promised that 2 days would be allocated. The man said that this could not continue, otherwise they risked exposing their base. The professor asked for another 3 hours, and then they will leave this place when he conducts the last test. Bibi was watching them all this time just to think that the place she ends up in while pursuing the killer would be a dubious research facility. It is not normal. And then Bibi saw that same fragment of space in the professor's hands. One of the laboratory workers said that the energy level of the bloodstone exceeded a critical level. Indicators. At least 5 stars. The professor said it was excellent. This experiment will prove to the world that he is the greatest dungeon explorer, not Toppler. The numbers continued to rise, already reached the level of 6 stars. Bibi wondered what these mana fluctuations were. If this continues, it will not lead to any good. But the figures continued to grow at tremendous speed, and has already reached 7 stars. The professor was horrified, and suddenly there is a huge explosion. A gigantic beam of light quickly goes into the sky. Everything around seemed to have died out. And then a certain man monster appears. He says that this is the place where the vital energy of the earth is filled to the brim. Suddenly, Bibi ran up to him. He said it was someone with an energy that was all too familiar to him. Meanwhile, the heroes continued to talk. Murdy said that before she explained the method of stopping the dungeon from splitting, they should learn about spatial dimension and space fragment. In her understanding, the spatial dimension is some kind of special space in the upper dimension, but she is sure that they were already there. Wu Jin was surprised by this. Murdy replied that yes, these are other dimensions that appear behind the red portal that appears in the dungeons from levels 4 to 6. Ugin now understood what the spatial dimension was. As the heroes may have noticed, dungeons are like the entrance door to such places. Many dungeons are connected to one-dimensional areas, like the tentacles of an octopus. Ujina asked how this had anything to do with stopping monsters breaking out of the dungeons, and asked why dungeon schisms were happening in the first place. Murdy said that, from a Terran perspective, dungeon schisms are a process of synchronization. Monsters will not be able to show their full power if they do not have enough mana. Therefore, they split dungeons in order to spread the energy of the dungeon, the energy called mana. They turn dungeons into their habitat, literally terraforming the earth. Wu Jin asked if that meant they could stop the process. Even if they clear the dungeons, the bloodstones fill the earth with mana. Murdy said there is one way. Dungeons and spatial dimensions are under the control of the Lord of Dimensions. In other words, whether to send monsters or not is his will. Ugin asked if it might turn out that the descendants of the Lord of Dimensions are. Murdy replied that it was. Invader Tranet and his 72 commanders are representatives of the Lord. Besides them, there are also lords of a lower level. And at the moment they are expanding their power through a war in which everyone is trying to win their own territory. They were busy protecting the lands of Alfen, however. They do not have the strength to fight back. Therefore, her plan is to gain the title of Lord of Dimensions and confront them on equal terms. In order to restore all the dungeons on Earth and Alfen. Wu Jin said it sounded exciting. Ugin asked what happens if they take away all these lands from them. They will be left on the street with nothing? Murdy replied that it seemed so. The hero said that they would conquer everything, and he would be able to see the guys of Tranet who so skillfully hide their faces. Now Ugin asked to tell how to get these spatial stones. She replied that they would be able to acquire spatial territories and take personal control of empty lands. Only both planes require stones called space fragments. Ujin took out and showed one of these stones. Murdy asked him how he was able to get it. Wu-Jin replied that he just picked it up somewhere and asked what to do with it. They need one piece to get a conquered dungeon, so they need 3 pieces because they don't have their own spatial dimensions. Murdy said that the dungeon should choose a hero. If he holds onto a fragment of space, he will point to the dungeon reacting to him. Wu-Jin asked what kind of stinginess and thought about how to get 3 pieces. He told Murdy to just give him 2 more. She was shocked. Wu-Jin said that judging by the way she was keeping silent, she had the rest, and said to give them to him. After a short argument, the girl finally agreed. Wu-Jin asked if she was sure that she only had this one, because Wu-Jin had little trust in a priestess like her. She replied that this thing was very difficult to get, and for God's sake, the hero must return it back. Suddenly, the goblin returned. Wu-Jin asked why he was already here if he said to follow Bibi for support. The goblin told the hero that they had lost the hallucination witch. The goblin said that this was done by one of Tranet's pawns, Rushmod. Wu-Jin told everyone that he had to go. When asked where, he replied that it was to the guy who staged a terrorist attack on him. The guildmaster said that they had not yet formed a support squad, and that after collecting it they would definitely... But Murdy interrupted him, saying that Rushmod had appeared. She said it was too early for the Lord's representatives to appear, but still. Wu-Jin told her to gather her previous squad and follow him. Now that the hero thought about this place, there is no station there. The heroes, together with a detachment of paladins, arrived at the scene. The master asked Murdy if everything would really be okay without a support squad, and asked how they could deal with splitting the dungeon with so many. She replied that it doesn't matter because if we talk about power, then this person, Wu-Jin, is enough. She said to stay away until further notice. Entering the building, the hero saw a huge portal on the floor. Suddenly, Rushmod himself appeared. He was surprised that Bibi was indeed an immortal succubus. He asked if the place where Ugin fled from Alfen was really just some kind of earth. Wu-Jin said that, of course he understands that Rushmod is happy to see him, but why is he so annoying? The hero remembers that Rushmod died at his hands 5 times. Rushmod was furious at these words. He said that at least it was like that before Wu-Jin was reborn. Rushmod said that if Wu-Jin wants to save this little girl, then he should tell the guys outside to get away. He suggested equal sparring. Murdy told Wu Jin that she was sure that Rushmode knew about the difference in their overwhelming strength with the hero, and asked why, in that case, he provoked Wu Jin so much. The hero replied that since this happened, then Rushmode is aware that he does not yet have his former strength. Murdy was shocked that the hero's strength was not at Alfen's level. Wu Jin said he'll catch up with her quickly, but he doesn't own her yet. He lost his crushing power as a necromancer. Ugin cannot summon that Lich and Death Knights yet. Murdy shouted that this was dangerous because if Ugin was going to fight Rushmode, then he must at least have Death Knights. But Ujin was calm as a boa constrictor. He said that he would finish with him, that Murdy wouldn't even have time to blink an eye, and he told him to just wait. When the hero returned to the building, something terrible happened. The portal seemed to begin to burst, releasing huge rays of light. This caused the dungeon to split, and a huge number of different monsters appeared in front of the heroes. They prepared for battle. The split does not stop. Apparently, Rushmode decided to set all the monsters on. It turns out that he is not going to supply the hero with corpses in the dungeon. And then Ugin began to call for Rocky. He said that he would save Bibi right away, and let him deal with this small fry. And then a huge transforming monster appeared. Everyone was stunned by this power. Rocky began to deftly deal with the monsters, blowing them up from helicopters and tanks. Now Murdy was not sure that the immortal had lost his former strength. Ugin entered the research laboratory of the warlock Rushmode. He activated the attack mode. This was different from what Ujin had seen in normal dungeons. Rushmode said that Wu Jin is an idiot for actually following him. He asked what Ugin hoped for without his corpses when he entered here. The hero replied that at least he could cope with the likes of Rushmode. The monster said that Ujin was filled with arrogance. However, if they both go up against the same monster, then Rushmode will be in a much more advantageous situation, since he has changed his body, thanks to research on the Chimera. Wu Jin asked how about Rushmode giving Bibi before their fight. He laughed at this, asking if Wu Jin really cares about such things. He said that why shouldn't Wu Jin stop worrying about such little things, because such things are only needed to control them. Succubus Bibi was killed. The level of the succubus has been lowered to 1. The hero will not be able to summon it for 32 days. Rushmode continued to mock Wu Jin, and the hero, in turn, replied that now his rage cannot be expressed only by the word anger. Rushmode said that this arrogant one is still the same, but today is the last day that Wu Jin can behave like this. But Ugin repelled Rushmode's first attack. The monster did not think that the hero would react so quickly and thought that he drank some kind of physical buff potion. Meanwhile, Wu Jin hit Rushmode with all his might. The monster clearly didn't expect this. He didn't understand what kind of attack it was and where the necromancer got such power from. And then Rushmode realized that Ugin had become a warrior. The hero uses the warrior's rage skill. Fury will gradually increase his power until it reaches the limit. All physical stats have been increased by 10. Ujin went on the attack. Rushmode was surprised that it changed from a sword to a spear. The hero hit the monster with a hammer, causing it to fall to the ground with great force. Ugin finished off the monster, cutting it in half. Ugin said that this was boring, and asked why Rushmode went into battle with a warrior with such changes in his body. Wu Jin was about to leave when suddenly Rushmode began to move. He began to get up, saying that not only had the immortal defected to Earth, but he had also exchanged the necromancer class for the pitiful skills of a warrior. Ujina asked what's wrong with warrior skills, since it's so fashionable to have fun. Rushmode's body recovered despite being cut in half. Apparently he implanted something into his body again. Rushmode summoned the monsters and said that he would make Ugin regret this choice. He unleashed a huge number of monsters on Ugin. Meanwhile, Rocky continued to smash monsters on the street. The master said that this is terrifying power, and with it this golem alone can cope with everyone. Murdy replied that he had his own mana limit, and had no idea where all these monsters would go if the golem stopped. We need everyone to remain in their positions and be ready to fight. She's more concerned about the immortal. She thinks about how Wu Jin is going to deal with Rushmode alone without his subordinate soldiers. Rushmode told the hero to look at himself, because he had reached such a state, although he only fought one chimera. He asked if Wu Jin now realized the price he would pay for that bloody sword in exchange for the throne of domination. Wu Jin asked about who said that he chose him instead, and then he began the call. A huge number of skeleton soldiers appeared in front of Rushmode. Ugin put all his mana into Rocky, so it took a little time before the cooldown. Rushmode was shocked because Ujin is a warrior. The hero said that it was so, but he didn't say that he was not a necromancer. Rushmode was furious and asked how Wu Jin dared to deceive him. Now the second round will begin. Wu Jin attacked Rushmode. It looks like he's not as good as he used to be. The monster said that the current connection cannot be stopped, but Ugin himself has lost his strength. Due to wasted energy, in his current state, Wu Jin cannot be defeated. Looks like it's time. The hero increased his level, and all characteristics were restored. All thanks to Rocky and the accumulated experience. Ugin said that Rushmod was tired and suggested that he take a little rest, hitting him on the head with a hammer. And Ugin cut off Rushmod's head in one easy movement. The monster told the hero to rejoice while he can, because the connection has already been lost. He advised him to run away if he wanted to live. But Wu Jin proudly declared that he was not going to run away. Wu Jin praised Rocky and apologized to him. Even if the summoned one dies, he will not disappear. However, before his resurrection, he will unconsciously wander in the endless void. Wu Jin told Rocky to go back and take care of Bibi. The hero told Murdy that Rushmod appeared outside the subway station, and she should know the reason. The saint replied that the earth had not yet fully synchronized. In reality, dungeons cannot spawn anywhere. The same thing should have happened to him. But this is no ordinary dungeon. This place is a summoning circle. Wu Jin asked what it was. Merly explained that someone from Earth had used a fragment of space. It looks like he was trying to summon a dungeon, but it resulted in Rushmod appearing. Wu Jin began to think about who this idiot was, because why the hell did you need to summon a dungeon if you weren't able to handle it yourself? Ugin said that he would not allow Tranet to appear on Earth like this, and he hoped for Murdy's assistance. He will make every effort to save Alfen if he can obtain the spatial dimension. Will the immortal really save Alfen? Murdy knew that the man from the prophecy was an immortal. She bowed before the hero, saying that she would do everything in her power to help him. After his unsuccessful fight with Rushmod, Ugin concentrated on leveling up in 6-star dungeons as a favor for the Titan Guild. Afterwards, the Ardal and Titan Guilds established a strong alliance in the form of an alliance. They considered the details of Earth's defense and the expedition to Alfen. The conclusions drawn from the consortium, the army of Tranet and the position of Alfen, as well as the whole truth about the structure of the dungeons, led the whole world into confusion. The land was put at risk by the mining and use of bloodstones, but they also served as weapons against danger. The world was divided into two sides, which entered into heated disputes among themselves. On the sides between those who believed that it is time to stop with dungeons, and between those who wanted to strengthen the defense for the light of an active trip to the dungeons. Given all these circumstances, the world needed a unified defense system. It was decided to convene a team to lead the global organization of Awakened Ones. A month has passed, and it is time to return. Guildmaster Titan thanked the hero for his excellent work. Wu Jin said that this was nothing, because he managed to clear the dungeons comfortably. Wu Jin also said that Murdy should now feel much better about not having to see him anymore. The girl was simply silent. She tried to say that it was not so, but it was written all over her face. Ugin said that they would meet on Alfen. Murdy prayed to the goddess, saying that the day when she would return to Alfen was already close. But suddenly the goddess began to talk to Murdy. This was the revelation of the goddess. She said to follow him. Murdy begged him not to. The goddess said to stay on Kang Wu Jin's side. Murdy asked why she was suffering all this and burst into tears. Wu Jin was already in Korea and was traveling with Min Chan. Suddenly the hero said to drop him off. Min Chan was surprised. Wu Jin said to stop here, then he will take a taxi. But Min Chan asked about what to do about dinner with the president. Wu Jin replied that he was full. Does he really think the president just called him to eat? Wu Jin said that Min Chan could go instead. Min Chang objected, saying that the hero should be there and he should also elect a CEO. Wu Jin told Min Chan to prepare new business cards since he is the vice president from now on. He also told him to go there instead. Wu Jin said that he needed to go home because he was tired and wished him a pleasant dinner. Min Chan was confused that Wu Jin was going to leave him like that. The man thought about how he could deal with all this, since this was a meeting with the president himself. Why did he suddenly become vice president in the first place? But suddenly despair grew into hysterical laughter. Min Chang was clearly proud that he was now vice president. Wu Jin was talking to his mom on the phone. They discussed everyday things. The taxi driver arrived and said that the hero would pay 25,000 won. Wu Jin started looking for his wallet, but he only now remembered that his luggage was left with Min Chan. Wu Jin told the taxi driver to go to Sedan Station. Looks like it's time to meet that guy he hasn't seen for a long time. Jae Min was minding his own business when suddenly Wu Jin called. The hero asked if the guy was at home. Wu Jin said he was at Jae Min's house. He asked him to go outside with 50,000 won because he couldn't pay for a taxi. Jae Min realized that this guy hasn't changed a bit. Ji-won asked Jae Min where he was going since he seemed to be taking his last test. Jae Min has national exams tomorrow and he might catch a cold. Jae Min replied that he would be in a moment. He needed to lend Wu Jin money for a taxi. Ji-won became excited when she heard his name. Wu Jin called her to the cafe. She brought him the money herself, and he apologized for the trouble. Ji-won replied that everything was fine, and she had not seen him for a long time. Ji-won revealed that she quit her job at the factory. Wu Jin asked if she wanted to become a celebrity. He had already seen an article about it. It said that she was Kang Wu Jin's beautiful girlfriend. Ji-won said to stop bullying. Ji-won wanted to discuss something else. She recently started writing her own novella. She always dreamed of becoming a writer, but now she is serious. She decided to show Wu Jin her novel. It said that a summoning circle suddenly appeared under the feet of a Korean high school student. Through him, the main character entered another world. He went through all the difficulties and became an expert. And finally, he was able to find a way to return back to Earth. However, when he returned there, she was no longer the same. Humanity has submitted to monsters. Wu Jin asked if it was written about him. Ji-won replied that she was just thinking about him when she wrote all this. Wu Jin said it was quite an interesting piece. He started reading the comments. There were a lot of good reviews there. Ji-won took the phone away. She said that she wanted to thank the hero, because if it weren't for him, she would not have been able to walk among people like this. She wouldn't even be able to do what she dreamed of. Wu Jin said that Ji-won was strong enough to get through it all, and he only helped a little. He added that the girl is brave enough to be worthy of such a life. She thanked him sincerely. Wu Jin returned to the office and saw a large number of employees there. It looks like the guild is quite lively now. Seung-hoon was glad that the boss returned safely. The hero asked if Sungu and Hamin were here. Seung-hoon replied that they were distributing the rewards and should be here soon. Hae-so approached the hero. Wu Jin asked when she arrived. She said that she was no longer a first lieutenant. She transferred to the reserve unit and started work yesterday. Wu Jin replied that it looks like there is still time before Hae-so stops wearing the uniform. Wu Jin said that they will talk about it when Min-chan returns, and now he wants to conduct a short interview. Hae-so and Wu Jin walked into the office and sat down. The hero saw that Hae-so was level 14, class tamer. Wu Jin noticed the F rank and tamer class and said that it seems that it is quite difficult to develop. Hae-so was shocked that the hero saw this. When the hero analyzed Hae-so for the last time, in North Korea, she was level 11. This may have been due to strengthened synchronization. Also, she doesn't seem to have any special skills. Judging by the fact that she has increased 3 levels in such a short period, then she has good potential. Due to the military's use of modern weapons, she had no opportunity to improve her awakening skills. Ugin handed her the stones and told her to eat them and then absorb the mana. Hae-so was surprised that Wu Jin was giving her these enhancement stones because they are insanely expensive. Wu Jin replied that in her current state, he would not be able to help her and she should accept them. He told her to eat them first. Hae-so said she can handle it. She started eating them and her stamina, magical power, and strength increased. Wu Jin said that she was doing well with her medication. Now the skill. The hero thought what to choose. Hae-so's starting skills are acceptable, and since she is a military person, she is good at clearing out the battlefield. He found it. Telepathy. She can communicate with others using an electroencephalogram. She can command through telepathy, even in the midst of battle. Wu Jin gave the book to Hae-so. He said that she needed to perfect this skill because it was very important. He gave her another stack of books and told her to let it all bounce off her teeth. Hae-so was horrified by the number. Suddenly, Sungu literally ran into the office and asked if Wu Jin was serious. The hero did not understand what was going on. Wu Jin didn't expect Sungu to greet him like this after he returned from the States. Sungu has grown up a lot. Sungu turned on the TV. Min Chang was there, and it was said that they were here to announce that South Korea had signed a defense treaty with the Ardal Guild. Wu Jin didn't understand that Min Chan was doing this after he ate. The hero asked about the people in front. Hamin replied that he was the head of the Ministry of Defense and the main leader of the army. Judging by the announced agreement, their guild will have the same support from the state as theirs. It's not solo cool since their guild is now in charge of national defense. They are now a kind of state army. Wu Jin was angry. Songu said that, in simple terms, most of their time would now be spent in the army. Bastard! Wu Jin only told him to eat, and what did this all lead to now? Wu Jin told Hamin to tell Min Chan not to go anywhere when he returns. Wu Jin started to get ready. When asked where he was going, he replied that he was going to a rookie training camp. He is going to the dungeon and told Sungu and Hae-so to follow him. Sungu was surprised that Hae-so was awakened all this time. She replied that yes, she has mana and skills. Meanwhile, Min Chan was preparing to go back. The driver asked if he could be taken home, to which Min Chan said to take him to the office. The driver said that soon, Min Chan will have to move his office, because now their guild protects the entire country, and they will need a bigger place. Presidential Committee member Park Jun-po said they will begin working together immediately after they choose a location. Min-chan replied that they had not signed the contract yet and the boss's opinion matters. Jun-po replied that the terms of the contract were excellent and he didn't think Wu Jin would refuse. Min-chan called Wu Jin, but Ha-min answered the phone. Ha-min said that the president went to the dungeon with Director Hong and Hae-seo. Ha-min asked the director what the hell happened. Min-chang said that he is now not a director, but a vice president. Ha-min asked about how it happened that they were protecting Korea. Min-chan doesn't understand how he knows this. Ha-min replied that it was all over the news. Min-chan was shocked. He asked Jun-po about the conference, whether it was a live broadcast. The man replied that in no case, and even if there was, he is sure that it was an accident. It's nonsense that everything went on air by accident. Min-chan said he would stop by the office. Ha-min warned him that Wu Jin was not in a good mood. Slippery scum. Why was there such a rush to tell this news? The president suggested one thing at the dinner. He wanted to upgrade the Ardal Guild into an organization called the Korea Defense Guild. The Ardal Guild is a stumbling block to keep the strongest awakened in Korea, Kang Wu Jin. And after dinner, negotiations were held. They promised to support them if Min-chan could persuade the president. Min-chan can't believe they went public with the private press conference before they even got the agreement. Did they really decide to show this to the public to gain his approval? But this is impossible because a person like him, who finds out about what is happening, will turn this blue house to hell, and without blinking an eye, Min-chan must prevent this if he wants to stay in Korea. He will definitely find a way out. The heroes were inside the 6-star dungeon at exit 9 of Gangnam Station. Hae-seo said that she is still F rank, and if they were in the wrong dungeon. Usually people like her start with a 1-star dungeon. Sungu glued the fool together. Hae-seo didn't understand what this meant, it didn't make any sense. Sungu said that he thinks Hae-seo will die, but they will help her. For some reason this did not give her confidence. The girl asked what about the president. Sungu replied that he had left a long time ago. Hae-seo thought they came for training. Sungu said that it had already begun and gave her a dagger. He asked her if she had ever gutted raw fish. Hae-seo took out stones from the corpses of monsters. She didn't understand where she was and why she was here. She noticed that Sungu was fast and didn't understand how he did it so quickly. Sungu did everything and told Hae-seo to be faster. At this rate, they will meet Wu Jin before they even get below. Hae-seo has already started mining bloodstones faster, but she still can't keep up with him. She didn't understand how the hell the president hunted. Suddenly they saw a huge number of pairs of red eyes in the distance. It looks like these are monsters, and there are more than one of them. Sungu said that it looks like the president is already returning. These turned out to be Wu Jin's skeletons. He asked them if they had finished yet. Sungu replied that he would hurry and gather the rest. Wu Jin replied that that was enough and said to follow them. They go into the portal. Hae-seo realized that Wu Jin was not hunting alone. He called more than 100 of them. So this is how the president clears the dungeon so quickly. The heroes entered the portal. It wasn't easy for Hae-seo. Sungu said that she probably felt a little uneasy about going through the portal. It depends on the person, but Hae-seo will quickly get used to it. They decided to go. Wu Jin was already ahead. Hae-seo asked why Sungu's clothes were still the same. He replied that it was because it was made from materials obtained from the underground. The support department will then pay for them. They saw Ugin in front of the bone wall. They asked him if he had not gone first. The hero said they were on time. He called Hae-seo over and told him to try to tame him. The girl saw in horror that it was a level 57 saber-toothed tiger. The tiger began to roar. Hey. So asked if she really should do this, because she feels like she will be torn to pieces if she gets close. Wu Jin asked if she really thought that, and said that no one told her to fight. He asked to tame him. Wu Jin told Sungu to make sure he doesn't mess around. Sungu climbed inside the bone wall towards the tiger. The tiger began to bark. Sungu rhetorically asked why he shouted if he didn't even touch him. The tiger tried to attack Sungu, but the guy used an steel fist strike. This threw the tiger back with great force. Hae-seo heard that he was B-ranked, but she was surprised that Director Hong was so strong since he looks frail on his own. Sungu told Hae-seo that she could come over. She began to try to tame him, but the tiger began to bare his teeth. Hae-seo told Wu Jin that she thinks that even if she tries, she still won't succeed. Moreover, she will not have enough mana. Suddenly her mana was restored. She didn't understand how Wu Jin did it. The hero said not to rush because this is natural, because they have a significant difference in levels. Wu Jin told her that she has 2 methods of taming. Be close to him like friends or beat him up and make him your subordinate. Hae-seo asked what she should do, beat her or what, although the tiger had already been beaten. Wu Jin replied that no, because the one who beat him was not her, but Sungu. Hae-so has to get close to the one who was beaten. Wu Jin asked what she would do. Sun-gu began to pretend to attack Hae-so. She must protect the saber-toothed tiger from the villain, save him, and become his friend. The girl did not understand what was going on and how she could breed the tiger with the help of this clownery. Sun-gu started to pretend to hit Hae-so, but it turned out that Sun-gu swung too hard and she broke her arm. Hae-so told Sun-gu about this, but he continued to play the role, saying that she was weak. Wu Jin told Hae-so to quickly pretend that she was attacking Sun-gu and then tame the tiger. She swung at Sun-gu, and he flew towards the wall. Her blow was quite strong. It worked, and the tiger himself approached Hae-so and was very kind. Wu Jin said that this is great, and Hae-so now has a protector. Sun-gu asked the guys how they liked his work. Wu Jin replied that Sun-gu is an Oscar candidate. Hae-so told him that he looked very scary, and she didn't know that he was an awakened one with physical abilities. Sun-gu said that he is a magician. It was already dark, and the heroes were sitting by the fire. Wu Jin asked Sun-gu what kind of face he made just now. Sun-gu shared that he believed everything Wu Jin said all along. Maybe he became stronger because he received his support, but Sun-gu didn't understand why he could only swing his fists if he was a fire mage. It was strange. He dreamed of becoming a fire wizard from the very beginning. Wu Jin said that the guy is their director. He asked Sun-gu how it felt to be him. The guy replied that he was doing small errands. This means that he is an errand boy who is well paid. Wu Jin replied that this was not the case and asked Sun-gu what he thought was the purpose of these small assignments. When the hero needs someone to do his job for him while he's away, he turns to Sun-gu. This means that Sun-gu is the head of their guild number 2. This means that someday Sun-gu will definitely become stronger. Advanced fire magic has high requirements, which Sun-gu does not possess, but now he can learn it. Wu Jin congratulated Sun-gu for becoming A rank. Now he has finally become fireman. Sun-gu was incredibly happy. He can't believe he complained despite Wu Jin's good intentions. He told himself that he would follow him for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, Min-chan was in the office thinking about what he should do and how to convince Wu Jin without going against his will. Suddenly, an angry Wu Jin came into the office. He told Min-chan to listen carefully. Wu Jin asked him what the news was. Min-chan began to make excuses, saying that it was all fake, and the recording should have been published to the masses only after Wu Jin made the final decision. But there was a glitch in the media. Wu Jin said that they are just making it look like a glitch. Min-chan said that they offered a good deal. He means the conditions they provided were not bad. The government will do anything to prevent Wu Jin from moving abroad. In truth, some countries are putting pressure on the Korean government. Wu Jin replied that the problem was not the conditions, and asked if Min-chan had forgotten the real reason why he created the guild. And this reason is to avoid conscription into the army. He could have joined the Hammer Guild if he wanted to avoid the army, and then why should he bother creating a guild? And Min-chan realized that the problem was not with the state, but with the fact that Wu Jin, in principle, did not want to work for anyone. Wu Jin said that nothing can be done, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The return will not be long in coming. The hero said to call reporters from the street. Wu Jin was on camera. He did not like the prepared statement apologizing for the false information about accepting the agreement with the Defense Guild. He decided to do things his own way. Wu Jin said that we'll leave the questions for later, and now, as the president of the Ardal Guild, he will tell everyone about everything from the very beginning. The agreement that the state showed on the news hasn't even been signed yet, and Wu Jin is terribly uncomfortable with this act on their part. Reporters began whispering that the Blue House had lied. This is exclusive. Wu Jin continued to say that there was no contact as such in the first place, so let everyone forget about everything that was said earlier. Wu Jin added that if they dared to contact him, he would immediately leave the country and let it be handed over to them. That's all. The hero turned around and began to leave, and the reporters were eager to ask him questions. Wu Jin told Min-chan to finish what he started. A struggle with public opinion is coming, but there is nothing to fear, even if the opponent is the Korean government itself. Min-chan thought that thank God Wu Jin didn't decide to go to the Blue House. After the press conference of the Ardal Guild, the media and the whole world went crazy. And yet, the agreement in question was not signed. All of this was published in advance by order of the state and was rejected by the Ardal Guild in just a few hours. This news caused a great stir among the public. At the same time, the Ardal Guild was preparing for the approaching disaster. To expand their reach, they hired new awakened ones. Min-chan spoke to someone on the phone and said that the president's decision was final, and there was no reason to reconsider. The calls haunt him when he is already up to his neck in business. Min-chan asked Ha-min how many applications to join from awakened people they had received. Ha-min replied that today 1,200. That's quite a lot, but the problem is that many of them are F rank. This is understandable. Usually, high-ranking awakened ones are already in guilds, and if not, it's because they want freedom of action. Ha-min said that even so they will be useful considering that the president can help them. Director Hong and Hae-seo were also originally F-ranked. He's right here, it's amazing. If the awakened ones can grow enough, then the scale of the guild will be able to compete with the three main ones. Ujin has already reached level 70. He will finally be able to use this skill. It was because of him that in the past he was able to control an army of thousands. Ugin deactivated the Summon Death Knight skill. He can feel it. All 52 Death Knights in the summoning room. He also has a new recruit. Ujin told Al-Assad to come. It opened his soul. Assad remembered everything that happened, and he again wanted to kill Ujin and survive. Suddenly, Wujin told him to stop, and the guy couldn't move. He was shocked by what Wujin did. Wujin said to Neil, he told Assad to simply surrender. He will leave him if the guy swears to serve him. Assad told Wujin not to talk nonsense. Wujin said that it seems that the guy has not yet fully woken up and is not aware of the whole situation. He asked the guy what he would prefer, submission or having his soul erased. Assad saw his dagger. He is sure that it was then that he killed Wujin. Then Assad said that he obeyed. Wujin replied that this was the right choice. Assad looked like a Middle Eastern assassin, but the required control level was 312. Ugin said that was arrogance. Wujin called him over. Just look at this beast. Wujin said that this is only for now. Let them accept the new recruit. Ugin summoned Kiba, who demanded Assad bow before the Lord. The level of control required drops, which means the recruit is receiving proper training. Now that Ugin can summon Death Knights, hunting will become much easier for him. Death Knights are creatures capable of independently ruling an empire. Skeletons are free to fight under their command, even when he is away from them. Also, skeletons can turn into a summoning room with Death Knights, and Ugin doesn't even have to hunt himself when he's in the dungeon. Thus, his preparation of a one-man army is over. Bibi appeared and said that the summoning room was too noisy. Wujin asked about her condition, and if she was okay. Her soul was depressed after her resurrection. Thank God her old energy has returned. Sungu approached Wujin using his fire magic. Wujin said that he can see that the guy has already mastered the flame skills. Bibi said that she had not seen Sungu for a long time, and he had become very strong. The guy asked what kind of child this was. Wujin was surprised that they hadn't met before. Sungu realized that the cat that Wujin picked up was Bibi, so Sungu remembered. Sungu said that they had obtained all the bloodstones. Wujin was surprised that already. Sungu said that yes, and it so happened that he found a couple of brats who helped him. Sungu said that he would introduce them when he returned. Suddenly, Sungu heard someone and thought they were monsters. He was already ready to attack. Wujin stopped him. These were sharp-beaked crows, which Hae-seo seemed to be able to tame on her own. And then Hae-seo appeared on a previously tamed tiger. She was now level 31. Wujin said that she is growing fast and it is wonderful. The heroes returned and rode in the car. Sungu said that he can't believe that Hae-seo is already D rank after only 3 dungeons. Hae-seo has an excellent growth rate. Wujin replied that she was indeed growing quickly, and it would be ideal if she could tame even more. Sungu said that there are already 20 of them, and it looks like the collection of bloodstones will go even faster. Wujin told Sungu not to let himself be blinded by such small achievements because he and Hae-seo still have to grow and grow. Wujin has one more thing he needs to decide. Get rid of the forces that ordered Assad to kill him. Wujin told Xionghuan to connect him with the Titan Guild. The guild president answered and asked Wujin what was the matter. The hero asked if the president remembered the guy he showed him in America. The president realized that he was talking about Al-Assad. They didn't track him, but the guy was a pretty famous killer. Also, he has no connections with anyone. He is an independent mercenary and has many orders, most of which were carried out in Afghanistan. They are trying to find who is behind this. Wujin said that he seems to know. The guildmaster couldn't believe it. Wujin knows everything. All he had to do was ask Assad, and he was able to track all of his organizations and all of his clients. Wujin said that the Titan Guild wants to catch those behind the terrorist attack against him. Whoever they are, how dare they try to kill him? It's time to take revenge. Meanwhile, the news was all about Kang Wu Jin, who raised the whole world's ears. Lee Sang-ho was terribly infuriated that they said about Wu Jin that he is the best in his business. The contract killing of Kang Wu Jin, which cost Sang-ho tens of billions of dollars, was unsuccessful. Quite a long time has passed since his last contact with the terror group. In addition, the chairman of SJ Group cut off all ties with Lee Sang-ho, and the status of the guild that Lee Yun-hee lost began to rapidly decline. Lee Sang-ho was desperate and blamed Wu Jin for everything. Suddenly, San-ho heard a voice that asked him if he wanted to take revenge. The man did not understand who it was. The voice asked the man if he wanted to take revenge on the man who killed Lee Yun-hee. A certain creature said that Lee Sang-ho could take revenge on him, and it would lend him its power. It said that if Lee Sang-ho wants revenge, then he should go to the place where his younger sister died. Lee Sang-ho was horrified and asked the creature to show itself. It said it would be waiting for him. Lee Sang-ho asked him to stop, but the creature suddenly disappeared. What just happened? Maybe it was a ghost? And suddenly the man saw Lee Yun-hee's sword on the table. It's creepy because he definitely stayed in that dungeon. Lee Sang-ho gathered his thoughts and decided to accept the creature's offer and gain the power to take revenge. Guildmaster Titan pondered the situation. The Ardal Guild only asked Titan for two things. For starters, transportation to Central Asia, as well as stabilization of the territory that will remain after the reprisal against the terrorists. Their guild provided transportation, and the U.S. military has already settled in that territory and is conducting a special operation. The key point is a joint operation with the Ardal Guild. As they investigate the opponents, the only thing they can do is follow Mr. Kang Wu Jin's instructions. If they fail, they will face public criticism from both the U.S. government and the Titan Guild. But if you look at it from the outside, it sounds absurd that the Korea Guild is cracking down on terrorism in his homeland. Based on the current situation, should Titan's president accept their offer and take risks? The master was informed that the saint had come to meet him. She said that she wants to leave the Titan Guild and follow Kang Wu Jin. The master was surprised by this. Murdy said that based on the situation, she had no choice, because it was the prophecy of the goddess. The master is confused. Her skills in blessing and divination brought great benefits to their guild. She created and allied with the Holy Knights to free Alfen. Therefore, leaving them now without her, their guild would suffer greatly, and it would be difficult to prevent future disasters. Murdy thanked the Ardal Guild for the attention she received, but she cannot go against the prophecy, and will leave everything she received and leave the guild. The master said that he could not stop her, but would ask her to lead the Holy Knights. They were gathered under the order of Arya. They will become a support if they are on her side. The master also said that their guild owes a huge debt to her and the goddess, so they will continue to support the order of Arya. Murdy was delighted and thanked Mr. Kuhn. She said that the goddess wishes him happiness. This is the best alternative. He must maintain contact with the saint, no matter the cost. Lee Sang-ho wandered the streets with thoughts of power and revenge. He needs power to take revenge on Wu Jin. Lee Sang-ho came across a monument to Kang Wu Jin on the street, the hero who prevented the disaster. A man was passing by, and he saw Lee Sang-ho destroying the monument to Wu Jin. The man tried to stop Sang-ho, but in response, Lee Sang-ho lifted him into the air and asked if the man recognized him. The man realized that in front of him was the guildmaster of Hwarang. He was confused. Another man walked behind the first. He saw what was happening and asked Lee Sang-ho what he was doing. The man tried to call for backup, but Lee Sang-ho broke his phone in his hands. Lee Sang-ho lifted the men into the sky and mocked them. Sharply, Sang-ho knocked them to the ground. He said they were just non-entities. Lee Sang-ho walked further and ended up in a dungeon. He didn't understand how it happened. Did he really kill someone? Damn, it's too late to look back. First you need to deal with the dungeon, and then get out of here. He wondered if he could do it alone. That voice said that it would be a mere trifle for him if Lee Sang-ho accepted his offer. A voice told Lee Sang-ho to go through the portal. It said it would give him what he longed for most. Sang-ho found himself in a snowy area and was near the ice palace. Looks like that guy is there. What nonsense. All the monsters he encountered along the way didn't even attack him. The one who called him must be the master of the dungeon. Lee Sang-ho entered the temple. He saw a certain monster sitting on a throne. It was glad that the hero had actually come. The one who needed it is the king of this place. Lee Sang-ho bowed before him. The monster said that the man caught on quickly and liked it. There was a monstrous flow of energy from him. If Lee Sang-ho said something wrong, he would die at that very moment. The monster welcomed Sang-ho to his dimension. The day came to leave for Afghanistan. Wu Jin was wished a pleasant and safe flight to Bahrain. The hero thanked him and said that not a single reception from other guilds could compare with the reception from the Titan Guild. Murdy was also on the plane. Wu Jin didn't understand what she forgot here. Murdy heard dirty things coming from the summoning room. Too loud. The Death Knights went wild. Wu Jin asked why that grandmother needed it. Does she really think that this holy woman can use him as a necromancer partner? Murdy replied that the prophecies of the goddess are unquestionable. Wu Jin told her to forget, and since that grandmother told her so, then so be it. However, Wu Jin told Murdy not to approach him. If he noticed even a spark of holy energy without needing it, then there was a high chance that the Death Knights would quickly deal with it. He's not saying this to scare her, no. Wu Jin means this literally. His head wouldn't even have time to blink, so he told Murdy to be careful. 2 days later, Ujin's team arrived in Afghanistan at the Bahram military base. At the operational headquarters, they discussed a certain Narsur Salchai. Based on Mr. Khan's testimony and other evidence, he was indeed a businessman in the past. Both the rebels and the government are involved in arms sales, so you need to be on your guard. Besides this, there are a couple of illegal transactions. The military thinks that in this area they have a major negotiation point from which instructions are issued. Wu Jin asked if it turns out that if they find out what these guys are doing, they will be able to understand from whom the contract killing came. He also asked about where they should go to be closer to them. He was told to moderate his ardor. They will be in a bad situation if the suspect escapes with key evidence or gets rid of it altogether. Commander David Morgan, stationed in Afghanistan, said they would share details only after they had discussed everything to begin with. Wu Jin said that he could watch them without letting them notice them. If the military can lure the object even into Wu Jin's line of sight, then he will be able to find out about not everything, including his movements, habits, his type of activity, and his subordinates. He will be able to find out even about his latest transactions and will find out about everything. David Morgan was shocked that Wu Jin was able to find out about the target's confidential information. He said it sounded great, and they decided to start discussing the mission. 2 days later, the hero was in Pakistan, Peshawar. He was riding in a car with senior U.S. intelligence officer Rachel Park. She was nervous because it was her first time here. Wu Jin told her to relax and just think that she was on vacation. He invited her to look at the beautiful view, but it was not beautiful at all. Rachel said that the area had recently been bombed. This seems to happen here often. She added that, although such things usually cause chaos, here it is a common occurrence. It's a strange feeling returning to the battlefield. It makes Ugin remember those days on Alfen. Rachel was surprised that the hero found time to think about something else, probably because of his confidence in his strength. They arrived at their destination. Rachel told the hero to avoid actions that would attract attention from others. They entered the restaurant and sat down at one of the tables. They saw the man in the blue shirt at the second table behind them. Rachel told Wu Jin that while there was time, he should install his tracking device on him, but the hero, it turns out, has already done it. Wu Jin told the girl to follow him when she finished. He will be waiting outside. The Shadow Stalker skill was summoned. It said that it had not felt this feeling for a long time. Wu Jin went outside. Looking around, he said that this place would be better than Alfen. Suddenly, local children approached Wu Jin, saying something in Arabic and extending their hands. Wu Jin realized that they were begging for money. He began to give money to the children when he saw a girl standing alone at a pole. Wu Jin thought it was interesting to see such a bright girl in such a place, a rare chance to see a child with a shining soul. Wu Jin called her over. She began to extend her hands to the hero. He started taking out bills and said that at this rate, all the children in the area would gather around him. But Wu Jin noticed something was wrong. He noticed explosives under the girl's dress, and suddenly there was a terrible explosion. Ugin survived by using the phantom armor. Wu Jin really lost his grip, and not much has passed since he returned to Earth. Rachel ran up to Wu Jin and started asking if he was okay. Wu Jin asked about where they went after he left. Rachel said no, and 7 other explosions just happened at the same time. It turns out that 7 more children died. If we judge this way, then there is a high probability that there will be even more victims. Wu Jin said that it's okay, because they won't have to wait long. To use such an ignorant child as a suicide bomber, Wu Jin had not felt so much rage for a long time. He will find every terrorist and finish him off without batting an eyelid. A week has passed since the terrorist attack. Wu Jin and the other men were being taken somewhere with their hands tied. One of the guys asked the gentleman to save him. Well, the noise from this guy. A week earlier in the commander's office, David Morgan had said that he would not allow a targeted attack on the enemy camp. Wu Jin said that he doesn't have to participate and that he alone is enough. The awakened Colonel Roger came into the office and said that it would be difficult to distinguish ordinary civilians from the rebels. He asked if the hero planned to eliminate everyone who caught his eye. It seemed to Roger that Ugin had a strong desire to become the most dangerous and brutal terrorist among the locals. He added that if the hero plans to mindlessly invade their territory, then the rebel leader will most likely simply disappear. Morgan said his words made sense. He understands the hero's rage over the situation. However, Wu Jin must understand that this problem is not one that he can solve on his own. Morgan asked how about giving them some time and, in addition, their superiors decided to send reinforcements to the zone. Before the commander could finish speaking, Wu Jin stood up and said that it seemed like they had nothing more to talk about. Roger caught up with Wu Jin. The hero asked if the guy really wanted to die by his hand and asked why he pestered him. Roger replied that he didn't say he couldn't help. On the contrary, He has a solution to how they can accomplish this mission. Instead of going head-on, Roger suggests they start by killing the rebel commander. Wu Jin became interested. Roman Baker. He is in the business of selling weapons on the black market. With the cooperation of the government and the rebels, he is the only one who can stop them from gaining the upper hand over the latter. The rebels plan to take him prisoner soon. The heroes will make sure that they are captured along with Ugin, and the hero will be able to follow him. It is likely that Ujin will be able to enter their headquarters camp without any problems. The men were finally brought and taken into some room. This is great. We managed to enter the camp without incident. It's time to begin. The hero increased the goblin's level to 50, and also increased other skills. Wu Jin requested a body swap from the shadow goblin. The goblin replied that this honor is in the body of the owner. It's disgusting to switch bodies with a goblin, but it looks like Wu Jin has no choice. The shadow goblin moved. For starters, these two are from the front. Wu Jin will leave a mark on those who are not civilians. Finally, the hero found him, the rebel leader. The goblin asked if he could do legs. Wu Jin asked why. The goblin said that an execution was planned here and that a bullet was about to be planted in Ujin's head. Wu Jin told the goblin to change. One of the rebels told those captured that, according to God's commandments, each of them would receive punishment prepared from above. He demanded to bow before their God, and those who disobeyed would receive a punishment hundreds of times worse. There were 25 rebel soldiers, 18 hostages, and you could also hear the cries of countless souls who undeservedly died in this desert. Ugin told the rebels that they seem to love their God very much, and he himself carries out the punishment, and they, the bastards, have no right to this. Wu Jin broke the rope that tied his hands. The rebels were shocked that the hero was awakened. They ordered to shoot and kill him, but Ugin was belligerent. Wu Jin approached one of them and said that trash like them is not even worthy of God's punishment, and began to use force. This is for those souls who died here for nothing. Ugin also summoned an entire army of skeleton soldiers. The rebels began to run away, calling Ujin a demon. They ran away and continued to shoot at him, but the skeletons caught up with them. They ordered the gates to be closed immediately in order to escape. However, Ramson, the fourth knight of the immortal King Ugin, goes after their souls along with the soldiers. They broke through the gate. They showed themselves worthily before their immortal leader. Even if God does not deal with their punishment, it is unlikely that they will receive his blessing. This is just the beginning. Ujin will turn each of them into his own undead soldier. Ujin inspected the area. It looked like everyone had been eliminated, but it seemed like there should have been hostages left. One of the rebels grabbed the man and pointed a machine gun at him. He told Wu Jin not to move. This guy is the one with the bulging eyes who sells illegal weapons. The rebel said that if Wu Jin moves, this guy will die. The guy begged to be released in exchange for anything. Ugin used magic to remove the rebel, and the guy was able to untie his hands. The guy thanked Wu Jin for his help and asked if he was an American soldier. He asked the hero to say his name in order to repay him without fail. Wu Jin said it wasn't necessary. The guy started asking the hero why, and offering to send the reward secretly. Ugin told the chatterbox to shut up and pointed a dagger at him. The guy said that this is wrong, and an American soldier should not be rude to his own people, but civilian. The guy started threatening Wu Jin. Wu Jin pretended to apologize and put the dagger away. The guy started mumbling something else. But before he could finish speaking, Wu Jin suddenly struck him with a dagger. Wu Jin said that he was not an American soldier, and that the guy should instead think about the countless lives that were lost on the battlefield. Wu Jin noticed that someone was filming him on the sly. He told the one who was hiding behind the stones to come out. He counts to 5, after which the guy will be dead if he doesn't show up. The guy came out. Wu Jin found out that he is a war correspondent and his name is Tom. Tom heard about the hostages, so he came here. Wu Jin replied that he was just in time. He said that Tom would follow him from now on and write everything down. Tom was confused, and Wu Jin told him that he would record the end of the Reign of Terror. Commander Morgan was shown some video. He asked what was going on and whether the rebels should have so many tanks. They will all move towards the base. Morgan asked if they had started fighting with each other. He was told that this report was sent by Hostage Rescue Team A. Arriving at rebel territory, the man responsible for taking 37 hostages was captured. Roman's corpse was also discovered, as expected of their awakened warriors. The commander asked about the losses, but surprisingly there were none. Morgan asked how it was possible that there were no casualties, even though they were fighting on their territory. The speaker replied that there was no resistance. Right now, some videos and images are being circulated on the internet. It said that the Messiah, Kang Wu Jin, had finally arrived in this war-torn land. Awakened from Korea has declared war on the terrorists. Kang Wu Jin's rage rages across the desert. Morgan asked if the video was real and where the subordinate got it from. The guy replied that it was taken from the social network of a war reporter named Tom. If so, then everything fits. All these enemy forces, as if for the final battle, are heading towards Ugin's undead army. Murdy prayed to the goddess. She said that the immortal was furious, but not for himself, but for the adults and children of distant countries. She thought about how nice it would be if Ugin protected Alfen instead of Ardal. If this had been the case, Alfen could have been saved. Murdy asked the goddess to let Ugin's anger lead to the destruction of Tranet and let a new order be established after his death. Meanwhile, the rebel leader was furious. He asked his subordinates about these damn skeletons. All major rebel bases were destroyed, including troops in cities under their control. The firearm was useless. And as if they understood, the skeletons only attacked the rebels. In addition, the leader is sure that they followed them and he was discovered. He said that they cannot die like this, with their hands folded. He said to prepare this. A warning to all terrorists from the necromancer Kang Wu Jin and an announcement to the whole world were transmitted over the internet. The joint United Nations and United States forces have just begun to discuss troop and humanitarian assistance. Nothing has been decided yet. Kang Wu Jin and his 10,000 strong army of soldiers are on the verge of the final battle. There may be people who doubt a necromancer who controls such a large army. But among the abyss of despair, for the first time he noticed a ray of hope. This is coming from someone who has been a war reporter for 15 years. And may Ugin be reborn as a god who will surpass the king of the undead. This victory will turn Ugin into a god. The goblin energy was approaching. Wu Jin wondered how long it would take him to run away, and finally he came out of his bunker. It's time to begin. Wu Jin told his group to burn the remaining trash. Ramson said he never thought the day would come when he would be able to fight side by side with his king. Wu Jin said he won't let you down. They told him that Ramson was a strong warrior. Ramson said that the prince had indeed become king, and they, together with the army of skeletons, headed into battle. They must kill everyone. The skeletons deftly killed the rebels, but they also shot back. They threw a shell at the army and there was a big explosion. Ramson told Ugin to leave it to him. The rebels shot at him, but he didn't care. Ramson, using his power and magic, destroyed the enemy tank. Ugin told the warriors to attack. He also told the dead knights to capture it first. However, the hero saw a huge number of combat helicopters in the sky. The rebel leader said to send the hero's army to hell. All the helicopter pilots began dropping bombs and missiles on the army. Wu Jin said they separated. Their troops are surrounded, so it doesn't matter to them who is friend or enemy. The wizards intercepted the missiles and bombs with their magical charges. The pilots were in a panic and wanted to prepare for the second launch, but then Wu Jin blocked the way. He mercilessly killed the pilot. Ugin also used magic to immobilize the remaining helicopters, and one after another they began to fall to the ground. A huge transformer, formed from the wreckage of helicopters, also appeared in front of the rebels. The transformer began firing missiles and bombs at the rebels, which was very effective. The rebel leader could not believe that his troops were defeated. He was desperate. And then, the leader of the monsters, Ugin, appeared behind him. The remaining rebels began to flee. However, Ugin killed them with one blow without getting up. The rebel leader began to insult Ugin, saying that he is evil and a bastard. God will be angry, and he will not forgive Ugin for this. But all Wu Jin had in his head were images of those poor children who were doomed to a terrible death. The hero said that he was just taking out the trash, and there was no reason for God to be angry. He cut off the head of the rebel leader with one blow. After the battle with the rebels, news spread everywhere that one man was able to end a war that even the United States could not cope with. The Americans, who were exhausted by the long war, and the people caught on the battlefield, rejoiced for Kang Wu Jin. He became a hero all over the world. However, there were also those who feared his strength, comparable to an entire nation. Ironically, but most of all, they feared his strength. In the guild, the guys were talking and cutting off Sungu. Did he know about it? He replied that he knew about Ugin's strength, but he didn't think it was that strong. Commanding a 10,000 strong C-rank skeleton army is fantastic. Min Chang suggested that we look into what happened and discuss the plan because even in Congress the atmosphere is not very good. What's worse is that they don't like that Wu Jin refused the agreement, and now that they know about his power, there's even more trouble. Sung Hoon asked why they were making it sound like they were staging a coup. Hamin said that he heard that some members of Congress want to ban Wu Jin from entering the country. Suddenly, Seung Hoon saw a message about an emergency situation. The Daegu dungeon was breaking out on November 29th. Seung Hoon told Min Chan that there was a breakthrough. Chief Jun replied that this was impossible, since there was not a single dungeon in Daegu on the verge of a breakthrough. The news showed a report from an unexpectedly broken dungeon in the Jukjeong subway in Daegu. The metro area is currently in a state of emergency and is currently inaccessible. Soldiers in the immediate vicinity have been deployed to evacuate citizens, but monsters are constantly rising. The situation is unfavorable. The government declared martial law and appealed to the guilds. Min Chang couldn't believe that the stable dungeon had suddenly broken through. The alarm was ringing and one girl was home alone. She hid under the blanket in fear and begged her parents to take her. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared on the streets of the city, and he smelled the scent of a person. The monster saw the girl and broke the window into her apartment. He tried to grab her. But Baek Jong-do was in time and struck the monster, thereby saving the girl. His subordinates ran to him. Baek told the guys to get ready because there was a baby. He asked why there was still no army. He was told that they were still on a search and suppression operation in the east. Many civilians cannot find shelter and they cannot wait for them. Baek Jong-do said that it's good that only B-rank monsters are appearing so far. They might get over it pretty quickly, but what if this unexpected dungeon break doesn't end up as a one-off? It would be very good if this was a normal incident. 47 people died, 512 injured, property damage amounting to 50 billion won. The impact of this mysterious dungeon breach is as great as the damage. Memories of breaking through the dungeon 5 years ago returned to people's minds. Many of them left the city out of fear. 2 days have passed since the breakthrough. Sungu asked Min Chang if he had already been able to contact the boss. Min Chang replied that Wu Jin seemed busy with the operation. He'll probably get in touch soon. Sungu said that he couldn't hang around here. He would have to train in the nearby low-rank dungeons. Even if only a little, he must become stronger. Min Chang said that in this case it is better to be in touch, and Seung-hoon should go with him. Sungu and Haeseo arrived at the dungeon. They told Seung-hwan that they would be back in about 3 hours. Seung-hoon suggested that the rest of the guards simply stop at a nearby cafe. Suddenly, a mysterious man in a robe and mask walked past Seung-hoon. He didn't understand what it was. Seung-hoon thought that this someone smiled when he looked at him. Seung-hoon decided that he was just imagining things. Suddenly, Seung-hoon received a call from Ha-min. The guy panicked and asked Seung-hoon if Sungu and Haeseo entered the dungeon. Seung-hoon said yes, and Ha-min said they had problems. It turned out that the sedan station had recently broken through. Seung-hoon was shocked by what he heard. Meanwhile, Sungu and Haeseo trained with each other. They finished and shook hands. The training went great. Haeseo said that she is amazed by Sungu's skills. How many times she sees them. She thinks that he is as good as those who awakened with abilities based on physical strength. Sungu modestly replied that he still has room to grow if he compares himself to his boss. No, he said it was better to compare him to a Death Knight. Sungu almost died when he sparred with Kiba before Wu Jin left for the Middle East. Anyway, Haeseo and Sungu decided to go out. But when they went out, they saw a disaster in the city. They asked the wounded awakened one about how this happened. He replied that there had been an explosion at the sedan station. It all started with the breaking of a 6-star dungeon, but then 4 and 5-star dungeons began to break through. Sungu was confused that high-ranking dungeons began to break through, just like that. He has many relatives in Sedan. He asked Hay, so if she could handle everything because he had to go to Sedan. People ran away in panic from numerous monsters. They keep coming. But the president of the Hammer Guild, A rank of the Republic of Korea, Park Sang, stopped the monsters with the help of his wind ability. He saw Min Chan asking all residents to go to the headquarters of the Hammer Guild, because staying in the bunker was much safer than in any other place. Sang-o walked up to him. He told Min Chan that who would have thought that they would meet in such a situation. This is strange, because Ming Chang was once one of his best subordinates. But now he has become the vice president of a rival guild. Min Chan said that the awakened ones from their guild would arrive soon and asked to wait a little longer. Sang-o said that it was dangerous here and asked to go to the shelter. Sang-o thought that in the Ardal guild, only Kang Wu Jin deserves attention, so he doesn't expect anything special. He began to look around and saw a huge purple wolf. Sang-o didn't understand where he even came from. The wolf called his minions and approached the headquarters. Sang-o prepared for battle. But when the wolf began to attack, Sungu suddenly appeared and hit the wolf with great force. Everyone around was in shock. Songgu also used a firewall against a pack of wolves. He said that there may be many of them, but they can deal with them one at a time, and said not to lose hope. This encouraged the rest of the awakened ones. Sang-o was surprised and wondered who this young man was. Was there a fire magician of such power and soul? Suddenly the wolves began to be fired upon from helicopters. It appears that the Capital Defense Command has arrived. The wolves began to make terrible sounds. They said among themselves that the Earth was indeed an interesting place with explosive metals along with warrior magicians. People began to wonder if this wolf was talking. This is actually not true. He doesn't make any sounds. The voice comes from within. The wolf wants to use these earthlings as an offering and ascend to the third stage. He is one of the 72 commanders of Tranet Level 2 Uriel. Suddenly, Uriel began attacking people with his powerful magic. This stunned most of them. Sungu decided that he needed to be stopped and they couldn't lose so easily. Uriel was impressed and annoyed by Sungu's tenacity, so he attacked him. Sungu fell to the ground. The wolf said that there were so many tasty people gathered here. Suddenly, Sungu saw a rocket in the sky. This is incredible. Has the government really abandoned Seoul? The missile defense system was activated. Another one flew into the rocket, and first there was an explosion in the sky and then a flash of light. Wu Jin arrived home. He thought that this place really was like a fucking shithole. He asked Uriel if he had caused this mess. Sungu asked the hero what was happening. Did Wu Jin really fly here riding a rocket? Wu Jin replied that yes, but what else? Damn bastard Rushmod, he didn't even tell who he lost to. But who would have thought that an immortal would appear on Earth? Wu Jin asked Uriel how they broke through the dungeon. The wolf replied that the hero was talking nonsense. Wu Jin thought that suddenly it wasn't him. Then there's nothing more to see here. Ugin summoned his army of skeletons. He ordered them to get rid of the wolves. Kiba also said to carry out the royal order. The skeletons deftly killed the wolves. Ugin went to attack the main one, Uriel, but suddenly his attack was repelled. Uriel told Wu Jin to just wait and said he better be on guard when he returns. Does he really want to just take it and run away? Wu Jin can't just let him go. The hero entered Uriel's area. He can choose duel or battle for dominance. Also, Wu Jin needs to choose a mode: visit, infiltration, or conquest. Wu Jin didn't understand what this all meant, since the last time with Rushmod, everything was a little different. But, in any case, only conquest is suitable for him in this situation. Wu Jin is told that if he completes the task, he will receive achievement points. Uriel was simply sleeping next to the Dimension Fragment Stone. Wu Jin asked him if he really ran away and is now giving up. Uriel replied that creating a gate on Earth was definitely a mistake because who knew that Ugin would be there? The hero said that this place is perfect for hunting and he will come here often in the future. Uriel said that Wu Jin is talking nonsense and doesn't know anything. If this place is conquered, the gate will disappear. This means he will never encounter the hero again. However, he can also kill him here. Uriel activated the unique dominance effect Field Protection and became gigantic. All of Uriel's physical stats are increased by 300% for 30 seconds while the effect is active. Wu Jin realized that the reason Uriel ran away was because of an ace up his sleeve. But anyway, he's just a crazy dog. Uriel replied that, as he thought, the best way to kill a hero was to tear him to pieces. Wu Jin proudly replied that he couldn't. Uriel said that it was true. They would still be resurrected. But Ugin would not be able to do this and began to attack the hero. Wu Jin called first Bibi and then Kiba. Uriel insulted Wu Jin and said that if he didn't try, his life would end today. The protection effect ends after 10 seconds. Uriel decided not to waste time on Ugin's minions, but to immediately get to him himself. And suddenly Uriel attacks the hero with his sharp claws. He was glad that he could kill him, the immortal himself. He was glad that he had done what the high-ranking lords could not do. But suddenly Wu Jin started laughing. As expected, no matter how smart Uriel is, he is just a dog. Wu Jin said that their little devil has some bad hobbies. Bibi said it was interesting to watch Uriel dance alone. The cat that was earlier turned out to be a witch of hallucinations. Wu Jin asked how long he would stand like this. And then Uriel began to be cut into small pieces. Wu Jin won. Wu Jin has finally collected all 3 fragments of the third dimension. All 3 pieces merged together and a fragment of the third dimension was obtained. The fragments resonated and a spatial proof was created. Spatial proof allows you to become the owner of a dimension or a dungeon. A dungeon that has lost its owner will look for and respond to a new owner. So this is what the heroes have been missing all this time. When Wu Jin was leaving the dungeon, he was met by Sun Gu. He told the boss that they had problems. Besides Sedan Station, other dungeon breaches continue to appear. Sun Gu said that they always break down after the 4th subway line. He heard on the radio that dungeons were already being broken at Sukmyung Women's University. Wu Jin said that he would go check this area and let the others take care of the surrounding area. The Awakened continued to kill monsters, of which a lot appeared. They were waiting for reinforcements. Suddenly, a bone wall and a huge transformer appeared around the entrance to the dungeon and began killing monsters. It was the work of Wu Jin, who was flying over the station on his horse. Wu Jin said that we need to buy some more time. From Sedan to Sukmyung Women's University, Wu Jin has installed his minions everywhere. If he participates, then everything will be resolved soon, but if the dungeons continue to be broken, then there will be no end to it. The cause itself must be eliminated to prevent the spread. Ugin noticed the oddity that dungeons are not broken out anywhere, namely on the 4th line. He is sure that someone is deliberately breaking through them. Then the next goal is Seoul Station. Wu Jin had just arrived there, but it was strange that 30 minutes had already passed, and the dungeon had still not been broken through. He couldn't understand why, because the only difference was that he arrived at Seoul Station in advance. If Ugin is right, then the dungeon is broken by the one who knows him. A group of other awakened ones approached the hero. They introduced themselves and said that they had heard about Wu Jin, and it was a great honor for them to meet a person they had only seen on TV. They were happy about Wu Jinu's arrival, as they believed that now it would not be a problem, even if the station was breached. Suddenly, Wu Jin walked around everyone and approached a girl. She was in a panic. And then Wu Jin hits her in the face with all his might in front of everyone. People were shocked and began to ask the hero what he was doing. And under the mask was Lee Sang-ho, who was only slightly dressed up. He was surprised that Wu Jin hit him out of the blue, and said that people should know about Wu Jin's disgusting character. Wu Jin was funny and hit Lee Sang-ho again. The hero said that for such a crime he should be punished accordingly. These words shocked Sang-ho. It cannot be that Wu Jin understood about his crime. Great Lord of the 25th Stage, Yellow, at Jukjeong Station in Daegu, Lee Sang-ho became one of his vassals and gained enormous power. And he received enlightenment along with power. This being was a god, and the earth must kneel before his power. Sang-ho caused dungeon breaches by following his orders, but Sang-ho started making a fool of himself and saying that it was Wu Jin who was trying to kill him. Sang-ho began to attack using telekinesis. Wu Jin noted that Sang-ho has good control. He didn't think this guy was that strong, but Wu Jin repelled all the attacks, saying that these were just minor dirty tricks. And the hero hits Lee Sang-ho with his staff at great speed. Lee Sang-ho said that the world is truly unfair, since he cannot cope with this guy, although he has become stronger. But Sang-ho said that if not him, then someone else will break through the dungeons, and the hero cannot change this. Wu Jin was surprised to learn that it was Sang-ho who was digging the dungeons. Sang-ho let it slip. He thought that Wu Jin was aware of his affairs. Wu Jin asked the guy if he was the one who ordered his murder when he was in the Middle East. Wu Jin said that now everything is turned upside down and the two of them should have a friendly chat sometime. Wu Jin and Lee Sang-ho went to explore one of the dungeons. The hero began to ask Sang-ho about how he broke through the dungeons. If he wants a painless death, he better start talking. Lee Sang-ho began to be sarcastic, saying that he would not tell anything, and Wu Jin decided to hide and seek for him. Lee Sang-ho found himself in complete darkness and could not understand where he was, because he was sure that he was in the dungeon with that guy. He saw Wu Jin behind him and decided to run faster. But Wu Jin beat him to it and ended up right in front. Sang-ho was terrified because Wu Jin was just behind him. It turned out that Wu Jin had cloned himself many times, and he surrounded Lee Sang-ho. Bibi was glad that she had found her ghost cloak on Earth, and Lee Sang-ho lay motionless, covered in blood. Bibi said the guy must be having fun. When Wu Jin asked what she showed him, Bibi replied that she showed Sang-ho a hide and seek game, where if you are caught, you will be beaten to death. Suddenly, Lee Sang-ho woke up. He begged Wu Jin on his knees to spare him and promised to tell everything. Wu Jin replied that he already knew everything and cut off his head. Wu Jin said that people from Earth are gradually becoming involved in this process. When this guy came under the influence of Bibi's magic, he began to reveal everything. He told how he became Lord Yellow's vassal. Because of this, he was able to avoid the monster's aggression. But since Lee Sang-ho was a human, he could only cause the dungeon to break through by using the return stone to destroy the barrier. Bibi said it was a relief nonetheless. Wu Jin agreed, but this guy became a vassal of the Dimension Lord, so he will still be resurrected. And he will become a full-fledged vassal, in which there will not be a drop of humanity left, so he will not be able to repeat the same trick. Wu Jin suggested getting it over with and moving on. Bibi and Wu Jin went to the dungeons. This time, the dungeon of flying dragons. They wandered around the area and it was very creepy. Bibi asked if this place was scary, because it felt like a ghost was about to appear. The heroes entered a palace and saw the Stone of Return. Wu Jin went to take it and a notice popped up saying that spatial proof was coming with the dungeon return stone. Synchronization level 72%. Wu Jin was asked to claim Wyvern's Nest as his territory. The hero remembered Murdy's words that the owner of the dungeon is chosen by the dungeon itself. If you collect fragments of 3 dimensions, the dungeon can react to this. Wu Jin decided there was nothing to worry about, and clicked agree. Wu Jin was asked to change the name of his territory before registration, and chose the name Ardal. Guidelines for measurement area management have been created. A lot of notifications started popping up, and for some reason Wu Jin felt worse. Wu Jin said that even if he tried to plan everything, they were one step ahead. Now he understood. It's all a game from the Lord of Spatial Territories, and 72 commanders to gain more power. And the fact that Alfen and Earth are just hunting grounds for acquiring energy, Ugin decided that he would turn everything upside down. His rank changed to Lord. Residents of Seoul have been informed that all the monsters that appeared during yesterday's dungeon breaks have now been destroyed. Unexpectedly, when Wu Jin, Sun-gu, and Min Chang entered the office, everything was destroyed. Even the warehouse had been completely cleaned out. Wu Jin told them to look around Seoul Station and look for a building that could be used as a fortress, like the one the Hammer Guild uses. Suddenly, Wu Jin received a call from Ji-won. She cried and begged Wu Jin to help. She was in the hospital and didn't know what to do, so she decided to call Wu Jin. Something terrible was happening to Jae-min. He was breaking free from the doctor's hands, and fangs appeared instead of teeth. Wu Jin immediately rushed to the hospital. Ji-won hugged him tightly. She was very scared for Jae-min. She was worried that he would die. Wu Jin began to calm her down and said that everything would be fine and her brother would not die, and asked her to just trust him. Wu Jin entered Jae-min's room. The guy became very thin and was tied to a bed. Jae-min said that he was bitten on the shoulder. The guy asked the hero what would happen to him. Wu Jin asked Jae-min if he knew about vampires. Wu Jin said that, to put it simply, Jae-min will turn into one of them. The guy asked if he would then have to live the rest of his life without the opportunity to look at the sun. Wu Jin said that he can still look at the sun, but he will die tomorrow, leaving only his body, which will turn into a vampire. What Jae-min thought of is a real vampire, but he will turn into an ordinary bloodsucker. As the title suggests, Jae-min will become a regular monster. Unfortunately, once he's bitten, there's no turning back. Jae-min was panicked and crying. Wu Jin said that there is a way to avoid death. The guy said that he wants to live. In one of the courtyards, the vampire Weimort, Ryder's vassal, drank the blood of a defenseless girl. He said that this world, crowded with people, is simply paradise. It would soon be dawn, and Weimort decided that was enough for today. But thank God, Wu Jin and Jae-min found him. Weimort remembered this child who was bitten during the night, but could not understand who the guy on the right was. Weimort decided that there was no need to put himself in danger and decided to run, but Ugin caught him and threw him to the ground. Wu Jin tied it for convenience and gave Jae-min the blade. Wu Jin told the guy to pierce the vampire's heart if he wants to live. Jae-min was confused and asked if Wu Jin could do it. Wu Jin said that this vampire will die as soon as the sun rises anyway, and as soon as this vampire dies, then Jae-min will die, because he is now his henchman. Wu Jin said that Jae-min could breathe with this guy or absorb him and live. Although he would still turn into a vampire, it's his decision. Jae-min thought and realized that he must live, because his sister is still sitting and crying while they are talking. And even without this, Jae-min wants to live, so without hesitation he plunged the dagger into the vampire's heart. The blood flowed like a river, joining together and hitting Jae-min straight. Everything was going as it should. Now the bloody ritual is complete. Jae-min's ears became sharper, claws appeared, and he is now a level 15 vampire. At the same time, in the territory of the Ardal dimension, Kiba wandered the vastness. He thought about what existed outside this vast territory. Suddenly he met some half-animals, half-monsters. Kiba asked about their business in Ardal. One of them said that they needed to meet with the lord of this territory. The rule that states that breakthroughs only occur with dungeons that have not been completely cleared within 30 days was broken. News of a series of breakthroughs that began in Daegu and reached Seoul plunged the world into horror, and all the townspeople were busy evacuating themselves. To prevent chaos among the population, the government issued statements day after day, assuring that they were able to control the dungeons, but almost no one believed them. They also insisted on a national defense contract with Ardal, continuing to put pressure on the guild. People at the Seoul airport saw Murdy and whispered about what she was doing there. They talked about her aura and that she was much more beautiful in real life than in the YouTube video. Murdy walked up to Min Chan. He offered to take her things, but she refused. She said that there are documents that Wu Jin asked for. She said that she would hand them over herself, from hand to hand. Meanwhile, Wu Jin saw some kind of fortress in the dungeons. He didn't know that there was such a thing here. Suddenly, a joyful Bibi ran up to him. She said that there was a lot of stuff in this dimension's trading post, and it was very difficult to choose it all. Bibi is the butler of the Ardal spatial dimension. Wu Jin told her to take care of the palace, and here she inspired a flower field. Spatial energy is directly related to the level of troops protecting this dimension. And Bibi has already spent 10,000 points that the hero gave her just yesterday. Wu Jin heard a sound. Bibi replied that she had built something here for Ramson at his request. He said he needed to get a hobby or something like that. Wu Jin asked about another building. Bibi said that this is a tavern and it turns out that you can buy alcohol with dimensional energy. Wu Jin will have to waste energy for a while during the hike. Wu Jin asked how Jae-min was doing. Bibi said she thought he was pretty upset, so she gave him a house and took him a few packs of blood, but he didn't drink them yet. And he didn't drink them because he hoped that he was still human. Kita approached Ujin and said that someone was asking for an audience with him. These were the same monsters. Ugin received them in his palace. Ugin asked the reason for their visit to Ardal. The monster began to beg Wu Jin to let his family stay here for a while. This is a visit from a family of humanoid tigers. They are exhausted by refugee life. Ugin can order the soldiers to drive them away, or accept the family as inhabitants of the dimension. Wu Jin said that he doesn't mind but wants to ask a few questions in return. He asked about how the tigers got here. Before coming here, they were in the Orth dimension, which was dominated by the head of the orcs. But due to overwhelming tribute, they had to leave that place. And that's why they ended up here. Wu Jin asked if they came from another dimension. The tiger said yes, because the boundaries of dimensions can be moved anywhere. Wu Jin asked about the tribute and how they paid it. The tiger replied that the feudal lord imposes tribute on the settled inhabitants of his dimension. Usually it is paid in bloodstones, received as a reward for the hunt. Ugin thought about it and asked if there was anyone to hunt in this wasteland. The tiger replied that Ugin had nothing to worry about since the hunt took place outside the gate. The hero was at a loss. He understood what was going on. For the spatial dimension, there are 4 ways to obtain energy. The first is to kill and absorb the energy of the wanderer who came to hunt in the dungeon. The second is to release troops and the population of the dimension into the outside world, that is, to make a dungeon breakthrough. The third is to grow plants or animals that contain bloodstones. Simply put, it is an energy farm, but it is too inefficient. While the last way is wars between dimensions. It has the highest reward, but it also has serious consequences. Of course, the easiest thing would be to allow the residents to hunt and oblige them to pay tribute. Wu Jin stood up and said that the gate would not open. The tiger was shocked and said that then there would be less energy, and they risk being conquered by other dimensions. The hero replied that this must be avoided, because the world beyond the gates is his home. The tiger asked Wu Jin for forgiveness. The hero told the tiger that they should decide for themselves whether to stay or go, but after they have rested. Once someone obtains a measurement, it is protected for 30 days. At the same time, as he said, they will only become prey for those who are hunting for fresh territories. Before this happens, however, it is necessary to find a way to increase not only military power, but also dimensional energy. 20 days have passed in the spatial dimension, 5 in the real world. In preparation for the seizure of other lands, the Ardal spatial dimension quickly built its base system. At the same time, the Ardal Guild was busy moving its headquarters closer to Seoul Station. Min Chang asked the boss if he forgot that he had to attend the parliament meeting at 2 o'clock today. Wu Jin replied that he remembered and asked Murdy if she had brought from the States what he asked for. Murdy said that everything was here and handed the documents to Wu Jin. When Min Chan asked what kind of documents these were, the hero replied that this was a list of individuals to be eliminated. Min Chan at first didn't understand what Wu Jin was talking about, but when he realized, he was simply shocked and panicked. Min Chang asked to look at the documents. He asked if it was because of this that Min Chang agreed to go to the parliament meeting. Wu Jin replied that naturally, it would be more convenient to get rid of them at once when they are all in one place. Who knew that there would be so many people behind the assassination attempt on Wu Jin? He decided that he would cut off everyone's heads. Wu Jin asked to contact the parliament and say that he was coming. Events continue in the South Korean parliament building. The deputies greeted each other and took their seats. MP Park Seo-guk told another, Choi Tai-oh, that Wu Jin finally decided to show up because he had no choice. They said that he was a youth, and if the state demands, he must comply without further ado. In their opinion, Wu Jin is simply mocking the sacred duty of protecting the country. They also did not understand why the hero did not like their conditions, and why they turned their nose up. Seo-guk said that if Wu Jin wants to continue living in Korea, he will agree and won't go anywhere, and this whole pathetic show is just to increase his worth. Tai-oh said that in this case, he will certainly bring Wu Jin to light in the morning. Wu Jin was in the car with Seung-hoon. The guy asked if Wu Jin would definitely not kill anyone. The hero replied that, if Seung-hoon asks again, he will destroy everything there. The vice president tried to reason with Wu Jin as best he could, so maybe the worst scenario could be avoided. Wu Jin suddenly told Seung-hoon to go somewhere else. The demonstrations are still going on, and people are furious. President Kim Byung-man was in a panic because an incompetent government could not protect its citizens. The only joy is that Kang Wu Jin is positively considering the possibility of concluding an agreement. The hearing should also proceed without incident. A man abruptly entered the president's office. The president said that it was already time and we must hurry to the parliament meeting. But suddenly that man said in a panic that this was not the case, and Kang Wu Jin arrived at the Blue House. The president was at a loss as to why he was here and not at the meeting. An hour passed after Kang Wu Jin's meeting with the president. The deputies were angry, because the hero himself said that he would come, but in the end, he was late. Everything must have its own measure. This is incredible audacity. The two deputies began discussing whether Wu Jin might have escaped. Another replied that he was not sure, because for the hero, government requests have always been an empty phrase. Seoguk was angry with Wu Jin in his thoughts, saying that since he received worldwide recognition, now he acts as if he is above the parliament. He thought that he should have been killed back then, in the Middle East, before things took such a turn. And suddenly the long-awaited guest, Wu Jin, comes in. He was glad that everyone was here. The deputies began to shout at him, saying that parliament was just a joke for him, and asked him to answer questions and not ignore him. Wu Jin sat down and asked the prosecutor to give him verified materials. He looked at the photographs and decided who he would kill. There are a lot of rabble here, but Wu Jin cannot kill them all. However, the number is decent, almost half. Wu Jin stood up abruptly and prepared to leave. Seung Hoon was shocked. Wu Jin said that he had already gone through the faces and that was enough for him. One of the deputies began shouting to ask the hero where he was going and how he dared to disregard parliament. He demanded to immediately return and sit down. A meeting. Wu Jin said that the deputies seemed to be planning here to convince him to found a protective guild for their stupid government. Wu Jin took the microphone and said that he was not going to do this, so he didn't care about their meeting. But before leaving, he wanted to warn deputies about one thing. He said that those who tried to arrange his murder by organizing a terrorist attack, those who deliberately caused a dungeon to break out, just so as not to lose their profit, and those who will be useless in the coming war, very soon they will all pay for what they have done. He added that he had already sent out information related to this to the press, so that the reason why they should die would be known by watching the news. The deputies began to ask what kind of bullshit this was and said that this was already crossing all boundaries. Wu Jin started to leave, but one of the deputies ran up to him in a frenzy, asking where he was going and demanding to sit down. Suddenly, Wu Jin uses his shadow grab in front of everyone. A man from the audience began to talk about what Wu Jin allows himself in the sacred building of Parliament. Ugin replied that it would be better if they spent this time praying, asking, God, if only it wasn't me. Wu Jin turned around and left, and after him they shouted that how dare he, all his information was fake, Wu Jin should be driven out of the country immediately, and so on. Wu Jin told the prosecutor and Seung Hoon that they held back well. The prosecutor thought what a pity, he thought that Wu Jin would do something bigger. By order of a superior, they conveyed information to Kang Wu Jin about the dungeon breaks organized with the sympathy of the Diet members. The prosecutor could not believe that the hero just retreated. I managed to declare war on them, so now they will immediately get rid of the evidence and in the end, everything will repeat itself, as if in a reprise. Wu Jin decided to start. He called his henchmen and told them to kill all those whose faces he had just remembered as they came out. Seung Hoon asked the boss if he didn't promise that he wouldn't shed blood in the parliament building. Wu Jin replied that he came out from there. The hero thought that it would be boring to wait for everyone to leave and that he could speed up the process a little. He called for fire and alarm began in parliament. Everyone started running towards the exit. Tae-oh was running ahead of everyone, but suddenly he saw a standing crowd. He didn't understand why everyone stood up. He pushed them all aside and was glad that they had time, and he was saved. But then a certain monster had already dealt with some of the deputies, and he discovered his next target. Tae-oh didn't understand what it was and started pushing everyone away to escape, but the monster caught him and lifted him into the air. Tae-oh started to struggle. Wu Jin entered the room and said to get rid of Choi Tae-oh. The man did not understand why, to which Wu Jin replied that he would find out on the news. Tae-oh asked about how the hero offers him to watch if he already dies. Wu Jin replied with a grin that it was unfortunate. Tae-oh began to say that since Wu Jin has power, he imagines himself to be a god and he should at least know the reason. The man insulted Wu Jin. And the reason is his connection with Lee Sang-ho. Tae-oh deliberately caused a dungeon breach and profited handsomely from it, illegally acquiring billions, and he also had a hand in the assassination attempt on Wu Jin. Tae-oh began to say that he had nothing to do with this person, and that he was not guilty. He asked Wu Jin if it was possible to kill an innocent person without any evidence. The man remembered the law and began to demand a trial. But Wu Jin replied that now he is the law. Tae-oh started saying that the hero is a crazy bastard, and that they are in a republic country where Wu Jin won't get away with anything so easily. Suddenly, the henchman squeezed Tae-oh's neck for disrespecting the king. Wu Jin said to take on the next one. He told everyone that if they didn't want to be warmed alive there, then they better hurry up and get out. The prosecutor thought that this was complete madness, and did Wu Jin imagine himself to be a revolutionary, that he would get rid of the rotten regime. At this rate, Wu Jin will soon be remembered as the most brutal killer in history. The president was thinking about a warning and a proposal. When Wu Jin came to Gulkoi at home, he was asked why he was here and not in parliament. Wu Jin threw a folder with documents and said that before he takes revenge on them, he decided to warn them and at the same time offer something. The president asked the aide about his opinion. The news said that Wu Jin attacked the parliament. The president asked the aide about Wu Jin's proposal. He replied that this is not something that someone like him judges. The Minister of Defense called the president. He said that Kang Wu Jin said that he would attack if he did not end the siege within 5 minutes. He asked the president to allow them to engage in battle, because they must strike ahead of the curve. The president thought that even so, they were unlikely to be able to get Kang Wu Jin, the one who suppressed the firepower of the Middle East terrorists. The president was informed that 57 people were injured, including MP Park Seo-guk. Wu Jin kept his word. The president said to stop the siege. The minister resisted, saying that his actions were a rebellion against the rules. The president once again clearly said to stop the siege. He told his secretary to immediately prepare an official press conference. Ha-min said that he couldn't believe that the boss actually decided to do this. Min-chan was in despair. They needed to think about their next steps. Now this isn't just another one of Wu Jin's pranks. An uprising against the government and the mass murder of members of parliament, but this has never happened in the entire history of the country. Sungu said that they were bad people anyway, and besides, they were supported by a large part of the citizens. Wouldn't they be fine? Min-chan said no, they won't. Murdy said that the immortal was already a king, and he was not one of those who would obey the greedy rulers of such a small country. Min-chang hoped that the saint would understand the situation. Ming Wang began to drink a sedative when he suddenly heard that at an organized press conference, the president announced the approval of the sovereignty of the Ardal Guild, the recognition of the organization as a separate country, and also at the same time the president expressed his gratitude to the guild leader Kang Wu Jin. After the reorganization of parliament, a popular vote will be held, the main agenda of which will be the recognition of Farad as an independent state. Suddenly Wu Jin came into the office and asked what was wrong with everyone's faces. Min Chang said that he asked him to do so, and asked how he could organize a massacre of such a scale. Wu Jin said that he did not kill anyone in the parliament building. Wu Jin said that the government kept bothering him lately, so he is going to create a separate country. Then they won't interfere with him, and they will be more comfortable working. But Min Chang asked what Wu Jin said to the president. The hero replied that he simply made him one offer. He told him that he was going to get rid of all the rotten types, and found his own country, and asked the president for assistance. He told him that if they do not interfere, then for their part, they will, so be it, enter into an alliance with the government. And apparently the president was satisfied with this. Min Chang said that although everything was resolved well, this time the situation was really dangerous. He understands Wu Jin's desire for revenge, but Wu Jin said that it's not just about the attempt on his life. For the benefit of just a few people at the top, countless people suffered. They got off lightly. The murder of 57 politicians is hardly a worthy price to pay for the repose of the souls of the victims. Min Chan was speechless. Who would have thought that there was such a deep meaning behind the boss's impulsive action? Wu Jin said that, in any case, from today Min Chang is the prime minister. Since they need to establish their own state, Min Chan will have to take over the responsibility and lead everything, instead of Wu Jin. Min Chan thought that he was certainly ambitious, but not that much. Sun Gu was made the supreme general, and Seung Hoon the minister of foreign affairs. Their whole country is doomed to failure. We find ourselves in the spatial dimension of the swamp of Kormod. A certain monster is exploring the dimension of Ardal and Ugin. The monster says that it seems that Ujin is the first owner of the dimension to arrive from Earth. One might say that a newcomer could not be greener. And after 5 hours, Ardal's protective period will expire. The monster will not allow others to deprive him of such a chance. He sarcastically said that he would have plenty of fun. Meanwhile, Wu Jin showed Murdy his dimension. He asked her how she liked his third Ardal. As expected from an immortal, he arranged everything here so quickly. However, Murdy asked to be forgiven for her insolence, but she said that Wu Jin needed to strengthen the dimension's defenses. Ugin replied that he had knights and an army of skeletons, which would be enough. Murdy replied that, of course, no one compares to the Death Army in combat power, but still, the problem is that the battle for territory is completely different. As soon as the protective period expires, they will fall on them one after another, but Ugin will not be able to use the army of death for defense. Wu Jin didn't understand what this meant. Murdy said it was like playing chess. The owner of the dimension cannot independently participate in the battle, but only competes with the enemy, using exclusively the resources of the dimension. Wu Jin said that he wouldn't understand why they couldn't fight on their own. Murdy suggested holding a training battle. They came to Ugin's palace. They started doing everything. A notification came that the instructions for the battle for territory had been launched, and Wu Jin was told to choose the energy to bet. The selection of the enemy has begun. The enemy was Count Written. Wu Jin didn't understand what was happening. Humanoid tigers appeared on the battlefield. They told the ruler to give the order. The base, consisting of structures and workers located in them, as well as indicators of resources and population, is similar to a tactical simulation. In this case, Wu Jin decided to collect blood plants first. He started looking at what he could build now, but it seemed like there was only what was already on the property. To prepare for the battle, you will need to better arrange everything in reality. The first thing Ugin decided to do was establish a training camp for orcs and additionally create more workers and orc warriors. Wu Jin received a notification that he had reached the maximum population and needed to build a hut. Wu Jin had already forgotten how annoying this all is. Suddenly, enemy forces appeared on the battlefield, the nightly detachment of Count Written. Wu Jin couldn't understand when they managed to break through here. Wu Jin received a notification that he had lost the battle for territory. He was angry and said that he should have entrusted this to others. Murdy asked Wu Jin's opinion. He replied that he couldn't fight on his own, which made him feel like he was tied hand and foot. He asked if all the rulers suffer from this crap, and who would have thought that invading other dimensions and collecting bloodstones would turn out to be some kind of stupid game of toy soldiers. Murdy replied that dimensional battles are important to them. The stakes are low, but in return, you can gradually increase your rank without putting yourself in danger. Wu Jin asked what kind of fight it was, because they say you can get revenge for it. Battles for territory are battles that take place between dimensions. However, the duel is a competition between the rulers of dimensions in the struggle for primacy. Wu Jin decided that then they would start with him right away. Merid said that the fight is possible only if the opponent gives his consent. With the exception of situations where the duel is demanded by the losing side in the battle for territory, then it can be carried out forcibly. Wu Jin said that he liked it, and even if they lose the battle for the territory, it will be enough to win it back. Business as usual. Bibi saw Wu Jin and ran up to him. She asked if the saint had already left. The two of them showed up with Wu Jin so suddenly Bibi was already scared. Wu Jin gave Bibi some book and said that she would probably have to use it right away, so she should familiarize herself quickly. By the way, Bibi said that Jae-min is already better. He hunted and ate monsters today. Wu Jin decided to visit him. He asked how the guy was feeling and whether he was getting used to it little by little. Jae-min replied that everything was going slowly. Wu Jin asked Jae-min how about meeting his sister. The guy said that she wouldn't be able to come here, and that crowded places were still a problem for him. Wu Jin replied that yes, it will be difficult for Ji-won to get here since she is not awakened, so she is not even able to go through the portal. Jae-min said that sooner or later he would have to go out, but for now, he asked him to tell her to wait a little longer. Wu Jin told the guy to take his time. Out of the blue, Jae-min asked if Wu Jin was God. The hero did not understand this question at all. Ugin thought that, in his eyes, he could really seem like that, because the Lord of Dimension creates everything from spatial energy. Ugin replied that he was not God at all, but just a man. Jae-min also said that people have been quite worried lately. Wu Jin asked what he was talking about. Jae-min talks about the inhabitants of the dimension. Many are worried that since the ruler is a weak, unable to collect taxes from the people, will their territory be taken away from him at this rate? Wu Jin replied that soon everyone will know who is really a weakling and who is not, and told Jae-min not to worry about such trifles. He just needs to focus on getting used to his form. Ugin received a request to fight for the territory from Kormod. The hero can refuse a maximum of 3 times, after which battles will be forced. In case of victory, his protective period will be extended by 4 days, and in case of loss, by 12. Wu Jin was waiting for this. He told Bibi that it didn't matter whether she won or not. The main thing was to give them a hard time. Bibi was confident of victory and asked if she won to dispose of half the energy, as Wu Jin promised. Wu Jin thought that if they win, it's good. If they lose, it's not a big deal, because they will immediately take revenge through a duel. Kormod couldn't believe that Ugin immediately agreed and called him a fool. He is ready to take away everything that the hero has. Wu Jin started watching the game and thought that Bibi was doing well for his first time. The enemies are there. These are troll warriors. They decided to attack first. Bibi ordered the orc warriors to attack. And yet in terms of control, Bibi lags behind her opponent. As a result, Bibi lost the battle for territory. 10,000 units of energy were lost. Kormod was awarded the privileges of the winner. The dimension storage was looted, and Ugin lost some items. Wu Jin was angry because it turns out that he not only gets their stake, but can also rob the storage facility. But, fortunately, judging by the fact that they collected all sorts of rubbish apparently, things fall out randomly. Bibi began to cry and apologize to the owner. Wu Jin said that it's okay and they will take revenge anyway and return everything back. Ugin decided to answer them twice as much and challenged Kormod to a duel. Kormod saw that Ugin was using another strategist in his place. Apparently, he managed to spy on this somewhere. However, this is pointless, because Kormod won anyway. He saw a request for a duel from Wu Jin and it made him laugh. That's why he likes teapots. Since he lost, it would be better to start equipping the army while the protective period is in effect, and Ugin, look, he can't stand it. The arena is icy expanses. If he wins, Ugin will be given the appropriate privileges and will be able to take revenge. If he loses, he will die for a while and will be reborn after 12 days. Wu Jin understood why everyone avoided participating in fights as best they could. Having lost in the battle for dimensions, they receive a 12-day protective period, however. If they think about another fight, all the time that was spent on arranging the dimension will go to waste. And there is no guarantee that immediately after their revival they will be able to cope with another attack. Kormod was called into the duel. He wanted to offer something to the newly declared ruler. He said that it was unpleasant when valuables were lost in battle, and asked how about each of them do the manly thing and bet on a dungeon. Kormod noticed Ugin's distress and said that with such an attitude he would never achieve a high rank. In fact, Ugin sees right through Kormod. Wu Jin agrees but suggests not to waste time on trifles since they are raising the stakes. Then Kormod suggested adding 100k units of energy to the reward. Wu Jin replied that he agreed, but there were still doubts inside. They placed bets and decided to start their duel. Kormod fell for Ugin's bait. If the other Dimension Lords are also something similar, then he will rise to the top in no time. But this is unlikely, because we still need to look for such suckers. Ugin and Kormod began to walk and attack each other. The hero repelled Kormod's attack. The monster noted that, for an Earthling, Ugin has a fair amount of strength. But Kormod was once the leader of an entire race, so there is no way that any human can compare with him. He began to attack Ugin, but the hero hit him in the leg, causing Kormod to miss with his attack. Ugin summoned a wall of bone, which destroyed Kormod's weapon. The monster tried to somehow stop Ugin, but the hero uses air split and finishes off the enemy. As a reward, he received the Nisian Column dungeon. That's where we're moving. There, Ugin's skeletons met some kind of army. Residents said that the restarted dungeon had now turned into a lair of skeletons. They thought that getting rid of the skeletons would not be difficult, and they just had to break through the skull. The leader of the Rati race, Retik, thought that they only had to succeed in this campaign, and then their race would be able to survive. They must win at any cost to save their planet and species. Retik told the others that they did not know who could attack and from where, so they needed to remain vigilant. Suddenly, the army saw wyverns flying in the sky. They started attacking them with lightning. Surprisingly for them, Raksha's magic was reflected. Retik thought that their rider was also a magician, and it was Ugin, and he told them that welcome to Ardal. Retik began to ask the hero who he was and where he came from. Wu Jin stood up and proudly declared that he was the boss here. Ugin told the army that they looked quite strong, and he was becoming more and more interested in what planet Jakku was like. Retik replied that they wouldn't tell so easily. But Ugin wasn't going to start a conversation. He began to use his necromancer magic. The rats began to retreat. But Ugin ordered all his knights to bring him at least one of them. Ugin's monsters began to catch up with the army. Retik was horrified and thought that this was madness, because in such numbers they had no chance to resist dozens of death knights. Retik realized that he had to try to save at least his remaining comrades. He said that he would delay them, and ordered the others to use the Stone of Return to escape. Retik used the imprisonment skill, thereby knocking down the Death Knights. He was pleased with the result, but he put all his magic into this blow. With this, he will be able to delay them at least for a while. Wu Jin said that Retik exceeded his expectations and said that he takes it. Retik did not understand what the hero was talking about. Assad approached Retik. He was shocked that they could move even after his attack under captivity. Ugin congratulated Retik because now he will become his 54th Death Knight. He imprisoned his soul in a sealing stone, and the rest seemed to have escaped through the portal. Ugin said that they had a pretty good guard here, so that for a while, no one would think of coming here. A notification came that the ruler of the dimension Dread had come to the hero. Wu Jin completely forgot about him. 2 days ago, after Ugin acquired the Nasian Pillar Dimension, Ardal was visited for some time by guests, the rulers of other lands on the planet Jakku. Since the process of restarting the local dungeons was almost completed, the Lords of the Dimensions, who owned the nearby dungeons, had the opportunity to visit Ardal in order to establish friendly relations. Wu Jin asked what again? This is Dread's third visit to Ardal. He asked Wu Jin why he thought neighbors often visited each other. Dread replied that, of course, to get closer. Wu Jin told him that if he sneaks around again, he will go to his dungeon and blow him to hell. Dread asked not to be angry, and said that he even prepared a gift. It turns out that there are such things. If you install a petition on the territory of the dimension, the artifact will accelerate the growth of bloodstones. Dread said that every time he gives something, it was time to give back somehow. Wu Jin reluctantly offered to eat together. Dread was very happy. He started eating at the table. It was disgusting to watch. Wu Jin told Dread that since he was full, he could move on to the real reason for his visit. Dread wanted to ask a question first. He asked Ugin if he knew what forces existed on the planet Jakku. The hero replied that he was aware. The indigenous inhabitants are the Radi race, as well as associations consisting of the Lords of Dimensions, the Black Hat Alliance, the Red Hammer Alliance, and the Yellow Lizard Alliance. Dread was surprised how Ugin knew everything. The hero simply found himself a useful informant, that Racian whom he turned into a Death Knight. Dread said that it seems that some other alliance managed to pay a visit to Wu Jin before him. Then he decided to speak directly. He serves the Rajakai, the strongest of all associations. Dread asked if Wu Jin would like to join them. Ugin replied that he did not need this, and that he was able to defend his dungeon alone. Dread said that Ugin was still an inexperienced ruler. Of course, as long as there is only one dungeon, you can cope on your own, but what if there are several of them? How will Ugin protect his dimension during a simultaneous attack from two fronts? The hero didn't think about it. Wu Jin asked Dread what happens in such a case. Dread replied that if someone suddenly entered both of his dungeons, the territory would be divided into two separate dimensions. The same thing will happen with the military forces, but the ruler himself will be able to choose only one side for protection. The second side will have to be entrusted to another ruler. As the number of dungeons owned by the hero increases, it will become increasingly difficult to defend the dimension. Dread told Wu Jin to think about it carefully. Wu Jin told Bibi to refuse all visitors to the dimension in the future. There are approximately 30 days left before the Nasian Pillar Dungeon on the planet Jakku restarts. If the intruders decide to advance along an individual route, then the column will obviously immediately become their target as soon as the barrier opens. Wu Jin needs to hurry up and level up. Immediately after meeting Dread, Ugin returned to Earth. The primary goal is to raise the level, and also for gaining the ability to summon more powerful spirits. To do this, the guild decided to start helping other countries in clearing dungeons of the highest difficulty. Wu Jin and Baek Jungdo met at the airport. They were happy to see each other, and Wu Jin said that he owed Baek for his help. Baek Jungdo asked if the fiery Sungu was next to Wu Jin. The hero asked what this childish nickname was. It turns out that Sungu is now a very popular blogger. Baek took Sungu to take a selfie, and Wu Jin asked Jung-hoon where their next stop would be. They will start from the nearest dungeon out of the 12 for which they requested help. It's in Japan. The heroes flew to Osaka, Japan. Wu Jin told Jung-hoon that they were supposed to be met, and that he should contact them. Jung-hoon replied that everything was correct, but he had problems with Japanese. Wu Jin said irritably that Jung-hoon also decided to become the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Wu Jin poured something into Jung-hoon's mouth. People around began to discuss what Wu Jin was doing here, and it seemed to be because of the Nanba dungeon. The Japanese surrendered after failing to clear the area for the third time. Wu Jin told Jung-hoon that if the effect of the potion appeared, then he should contact them. Takuchi, vice president of the Japanese Sensei Guild, thanked the heroes for such a long journey. He said that before they entered the dungeon, he would like to briefly introduce them to the situation. Wu Jin said that they had a lot to do, and asked them to skip the briefing. They will go together with Sungu and clear the dungeon as quickly as possible to move on to the next one. Takuchi thought that Wu Jin had a lot of confidence, but no matter how high his skills were, they alone would not be enough to carry out the capture. For this, they usually assemble a diverse team. What is Ugin up to? Wu Jin told Takuchi that he shouldn't worry and just wait for them to return. As promised, they will do everything in the best possible way. Then Takuchi asked to be allowed to accompany the hero, because he needed to document the clearing strategy for further extraction of bloodstones. He wanted to see everything with his own eyes. Ugin thought that if they took him, he would only get in the way. However, the more bloodstones the Sensei Guild gets, the better. since they share the spoils 7-3. Wu Jin said that it's a deal, but Takuchi will defend himself. Since this was the case, Wu Jin invited Beck to join. Baek Jungdo was happy because Kang Wu Jin never cooperates with other guilds. Did he really have a chance to clear the dungeon with him? Baek can't wait to see Wu Jin in action. The heroes arrived at Nanba Station. There are 4 of them. They are ready to begin. Takuchi can't believe that they were going to take over the dungeon with such a lineup, although even the best team in Japan couldn't cope with it. In addition, it is no longer possible to use the Stone of Return. If they fail this time, they will definitely be finished. Takuchi said to be careful, because they will be the first to attack. He did not have time to finish, as he saw that all the monsters were already dead. Beck gave him a dagger. They were assigned to collect stones. Beck didn't even have time to blink an eye. As soon as they entered the dungeon, Sungu and Wu Jin together completely dealt with the humanoid wolves that attacked them. He expected nothing less from Wu Jin, but who knew that Hong Sungu also had abilities that clearly surpassed A rank. Takuchi couldn't understand what was happening. He didn't even think that he would be accused of collecting stones. Suddenly Wu Jin said that they could already go. It can't be that they've already finished. They dealt with the main monsters in just 5 minutes. Wu Jin said they were moving on to the next stage and entered the portal. This time they came across a volcano. To get to the homecoming stone, you will have to cross a magma flow. Sungu asked if they would travel by air. Takuchi replied that it was impossible, since as soon as they left the island, explosions would immediately follow. He said there was another way. They must first deal with the magma fish that live here. Then the island will move, connecting with the next one. That way they can get out of here. Wu Jin thought, and called Rocky. The heroes sat on the magic wolves, and Ugin said that Rocky would clear the path, and they would be right behind him. Takuchi started shouting that they didn't hear him. If they leave the island, an explosion will immediately begin. Wu Jin said that these are disruptive mosquitoes. They're hard to spot with the naked eye, but they fly over there, barely noticeable. Wu Jin said that these mosquitoes live near volcanoes, and it is due to contact with them that explosions occur. At least they're lucky they don't fly close to the magma. Therefore, Ugin said that if they stay close to the golem, they will not be in danger. The heroes crossed to the other side with Rocky's help. Takuchi asked Wu Jin where he got this knowledge. The hero replied that he studied with a master. No matter how capable he is, it is impossible to know all the monsters. Sungu asked if Wu Jin was talking about his time on Alfen, and whether he learned from that man there. Ugin replied that he mastered magic on his own, and learned much more important things from that man. Madness and mercilessness. Submission, through suppression by fear. That's what Wu Jin is about. Sungu asked if the mentor was still on Alfen, to which Wu Jin replied that he had died. Sungu began to express his condolences, but Wu Jin replied that his mentor was originally dead. Sungu is shocked. Wu Jin said that they will meet him soon. He is also a fire mage, so Sungu can learn a lot from him. The guy was happy that he would learn from the master teaching Wu Jin. The hero replied that the main thing is that Sungu does not die. The guy didn't understand what Wu Jin was talking about. Harris's Memories is an artifact that allows you to record video and audio inside dungeons. The Death Knights deftly dealt with the local monsters, and Wu Jin delivers the decisive blow, a cut in 2. This completes the clearing of the Osaka dungeon. Gato, the head of the Sensei Guild, said that this was absurd. How did Wu Jin so easily conquer a dungeon that their best team had failed 3 times? The entire guild watched the recording. Even after seeing it with his own eyes, the head still can't believe it. The head asked where Kang Wu Jin is now. He was told that he had dealt with the Tokyo dungeon, which was close to a breakthrough and was now moving towards China. Gato was simply shocked. He could only laugh nervously. Having someone as awakened as Wu Jin is incredible. He even envies Korea for something for the first time. Takuchi asked if Wu Jin had stopped being a Korean citizen. Gato said the government has not yet acknowledged Ardal's existence. Takuchi asked about who should recognize whom. Weak strong? After Wu Jin cleared the dungeons of Osaka and Tokyo, he successfully dealt with 3 more in China. It took him only 24 hours to conquer a total of 5 dungeons. Wu Jin's group immediately headed to the next point. Beck asked Wu Jin what he was going to do with that proposal. He didn't understand what he was talking about, and Beck spoke about the change of citizenship proposed by Japan and China. After Japan and China independently became convinced of Wu Jin's brilliant abilities, each of the countries wanted, ahead of the other, to be the first to contact the Ardal Guild in order to lure Kang Wu Jin to themselves. They pledged to provide him with land and also to recognize Ardal as an independent state, which was an exceptional proposal that would have previously been unimaginable. Wu Jin replied that he was not going to agree. Be said that he expected this from Oni-chan Kang. He said that there is still patriotism in Wu Jin. The hero replied that it had nothing to do with it. The Seoul Station is located in Korea, so there is no need for him to migrate. Beck asked what was wrong with Exit 1. Wu Jin said it's all about the spatial dimension. Everyone was at a loss. Wu Jin told everything during the flight. Beck could not even imagine that such a secret was hidden in the dungeons. Ugin said that there was a possibility that there was a dimension lord in one of the high-class dungeons close to the breach, and they needed to get rid of him before a connection was established between his dungeon and Earth. Sungu asked that in that case, is there a way to make all the dungeons disappear at once, because then you won't have to worry about connecting? The dungeons are under a strong protective barrier, so this is not an option. Well, maybe if they ever find out the whole truth about the dungeons, they'll find a way to pull this off. The heroes flew to New Delhi, the capital of India. They were met by local awakened ones. They entered the coast of Dread. It seems that this time the dungeon is connected to the spatial dimension. However, if it's Dread, Blanca, a rank A awakened buffer from the Vishnu Guild, said that he specializes in support and will now bless Ugin. Ugin said that they don't need any blessing, it will only weaken their strength. He told Blanc to wait here. He started shouting that he was also awakened and could be useful. Beck replied that since they told him to wait, then we just have to wait. Blanca said that they entered the dungeon as teams, and they couldn't refuse help like that. He understands that they probably don't want to reveal the secrets of combat to him, an outsider. But he asked why they were doing this to Black. He replied that they didn't need to go, which means why if they didn't help much. Suddenly, a portal appeared. Blanca was shocked by the speed. Beck said that even after the story with Japan and China, the reaction is still the same. Beck said to go, and as soon as they passed through the portal, start taking notes. They entered the dungeon, and it turned out to be the ocean shore. Sungu was very excited. Blanca tried to stop the guy because it was very dangerous. The crab wanted to jump at him sharply, but Sungu managed to intercept it. The guy offered to cook it, since they had not eaten for a long time. Blanca said to quickly leave here, as they move in packs. A lot of crabs gathered around Sungu, but he knocked them all down. Wu Jin said that the fried crabs were also good and offered to eat. The heroes decided to have a glass of beer and invited Blanca to the table too. But Blanca was wary because this was a dungeon and the meat could be poisonous. However, everyone had already tried the crabs and everyone liked it. Blanca was shocked that they could be so careless while in the dungeon. He told them that it was, in fact, a 6-star rating. Blanca shouted that now was not the time for this and that a plan must be made. Even though they have dealt with the crabs, to achieve the final goal they will have to dive underwater, and there obviously, fire magic does not work. It will be very difficult to capture the Stone of Return. For this you need to fight your way through hundreds, no thousands of jellyfish. In addition, there is no antidote for their paralyzing poison. Ujin said that if there are hundreds, thousands of them, then this will be just right. He suggested we start fishing. Ugin entered the water, but huge sea monsters suddenly began to attack him. Ugin summoned skeleton mages and used the Ring of Poison skill. He kept repeating it again. Ugin killed all the monsters in the water. That's what he meant by fishing. Bak said that for Ujin, hunting is easier than steamed turnips. The hero replied that this is only if we are talking about small fry. To begin with, he ordered the skeletons to continue spreading the poison, so that he would soon become unbearable and have to go to land. Bak didn't understand who Wu Jin was talking about. Suddenly there was an explosion in the water. It was Dread who appeared, who was furious at what Ujin was allowing himself to do. He said he could regard this as a declaration of war. Ugin replied that he was the first to start, and no one asked him to join his dungeon to Earth. What an impudent fellow. Dread said that Ugin behaves as if all the dungeons of the Earth are his property. He can't believe that Ujin came to conquer the dungeon as a traveler. Is he really not afraid of anything? It would be nice if this was a battle for a dimension or a duel where he could use the power of his possessions, but here the situation turned out to be in Dread's favor. He said that Ugin will pay for invading his dungeon, and he will show the hero his true strength. But Ugin was confident as always and blew up the corpses, thereby killing Dread. The level has been increased and Ugin is now level 76. Wu Jin said that it's a pity that there wasn't really anything left of it because octopus fried in creamy sauce is so delicious. Suddenly, Blanca began to cough up blood sharply. He asked the hero why they didn't tell him about the plan in advance, if there was one. Due to the fact that I had to suddenly draw a large amount of mana, the recoil was serious. Ugin said that Blanca could have kept his head down, because in any case they were under the protection of the ghostly armor. Blanca is fine now, he healed himself. Wu Jin saw that he not only had A-rank enhancement skills, but also self-healing. This might come in handy. Suddenly, Wu Jin asked Blanca how much he was getting. He didn't understand what the question was about. Ugin invited him to move to Ardal. He promises him conditions many times better than those of the Vishnu Guild. Blanca did not understand why Wu Jin decided to recruit him so abruptly. He replied to the hero that he was grateful for the offer, but he had a close connection with their head, and the Vishnu Guild was the place to which he should devote himself. Look how faithful he is. But Wu Jin has a lot of aces up his sleeve. Kasim, the head of the Vishnu Guild, thanked Ujin because he easily coped with the dungeon, about which the others had already given up. Wu Jin suggested finishing the formalities as he had something to offer him. Ugin asked to give Blanca to their guild. Blanca and Kasim were dumbfounded. Kasim said that Blanca is, in fact, his adopted brother. Wu Jin asked what amount would suit him. Kasim replied that he could not sell his brother for money. Ugin said that he would completely transfer the rights to manage this dungeon to them, and if another similar one appeared in the future, he would clear it and donate it to their guild. Kasim thought about this. He told Blanca that he had been thinking about it for a long time, but it was still quite selfish to hold him back. As a loving brother, it is his responsibility to let his little brother go so that he can grow and take on new heights. Blanca was left speechless, and Ugin welcomed him to Ardal. He was sold like a pig for slaughter. Sungu encouraged him by saying that he also came here for money and nothing. Blanca was shocked and asked someone to wake him up. All the news wrote about the continuous clearing of dungeons close to a breakthrough, about Ugin's trip around the world to save the earth. It took Kang Wu Jin only 3 days to conquer dungeons scattered throughout the world, which no one could cope with before him. Following Japan and France, the United States also entered into diplomatic relations with Ardal. Ardal formed an alliance with America. President Kim Byung-man said that signing a contract with them no longer makes any sense. Now they cannot influence the situation in any way. The president asked about the people's opinion. The prime minister replied that this was something they took for granted. The president thought that they could not prevent it any longer. In this case, it is necessary to at least become Ardal's strongest allies. Wu Jin's group returned as heroes. Everyone met them, and they were under the gun of cameras. Sungu said that he is now a celebrity. Seung-hoon said that, with the exception of the head, he can be said to be the most popular among all the awakened ones. Sungu said that these clothes suit Secretary Wu. Seung-hoon replied that he was no longer the chief secretary, but the head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He thinks that this is their reward for devoting all of themselves to the faithful service of Wu Jin. After 8 years as a phone salesman, Wu Seung-hoon has finally achieved success. Reporter Lee Si-yeon asked Seung-hoon to answer the question about where Mr. Wu Jin is, because he is not among the arrivals. Seung-hong said that Wu Jin is not a lord at all, but the king of the Ardal state. What kind of familiarity is this? The girl repeated her question, and Seung-hoon replied that Wu Jin was in the dungeon. She thought he was in the USA, but no. Seung-hoon acted mysteriously, hinting that Wu Jin might already have returned to Seoul Station. Ugin was in his own dimension. The protective period had just ended, and they all went wild. He saw a human girl among them. She seems to be someone who relies more on her own strength than winning battles across dimensions. Wu Jin decided to choose her today. He told Bibi to try harder. She promised not to let me down this time. The battle with Leah had barely begun before it was already won. Bibi began to demand her 10,000 units of energy. Wu Jin asked how she pulled it off. Wu Jin asked Bibi if she had learned from someone. She didn't want to say, but the hero guessed that she learned from Jae-min. Not surprising, since the battle for dimensions is similar to a tactical game. Even though Jae-min was a diligent student, it's not just that Korean high school students are famous for their skills. Wu Jin said that now that he thinks about it, he can now trust Jae-min to do this. Mistress Leah requested a duel. It will be launched forcibly. Wu Jin found himself in some kind of savannah. Leah said she couldn't believe she lost to a new lord, and a human one at that. Wu Jin asked if she was from Earth. Leah replied that this place was quite popular in their day. She also said that Wu Jin could introduce himself. Wu Jin asked what this chatter was all about. Leah replied that this meant that they would see each other almost every day, and it would be nice to become friends. Wu Jin replied that there was no point in that, because they were fighting to the death here, actually. Leah said that Wu Jin is still quite green. She wanted to start the fight. Leah said that Wu Jin was not only handsome, but also naive, and kindly gave her time to reload the gun. She said that the game was over, and Wu Jin was surrounded by some black smoke. So, it was not an ordinary gun, but an artifact with a special skill embedded in it. Apparently that's why she was stalling for time before the battle. Leah said that while the hero is still quite good in battles, in fights everything is quite sad, and advised him to give up quickly. Wu Jin said that giving up is crazy. The cloud of death is not ordinary smoke, but a special field from which it is impossible to escape. Not even a ray of light penetrates here. Complete darkness reigns, and the poison contained in the cloud immobilizes the enemy. She started shooting at him, but Wu Jin quickly fought off all the bullets. Leah said he wasn't bad for fending off the shots despite his body being paralyzed. But will Wu Jin be able to withstand if she starts pouring in attacks from all four sides? Wu Jin was, of course, surprised by her audacity. But that was not the case. He summoned several thousand of his minions, including Death Knights and Skeletons. Wu Jin ordered Liu to be seized and brought to him. Death Knights and Skeletons were ready to bless their master with the death of the enemy. However, Leah dodged the blow and shot the skeleton in the head. She saw that the cloud of death had no effect at all. She cannot fight with each of them. There were too many summoned souls. She needs to direct all her power at the necromancer and get rid of him. But the Death Knight Ugin was already waiting for her. He made quick work of Leah. She was smitten and was brought to Ujina. The cloud of death passed and became lighter. Wu Jin said with a grin that this would not work on an army of immortals. Leah began to insult the hero and wanted to attack. But Ugin took and cut off her head. He told her to come back and get even. Wu Jin received a notification that he had won the duel. He was offered to plunder a storage facility or territory. He decided to see what was in the storage this time. Items drop out in random order. Wu Jin came across Skia's sandals. They belonged to one of the gods of the planet Alfen, the patron saint of travelers. Ugin said that he was lucky, and he might even have time to create a procession of trash, even before going to Alfen. Thresh 5-piece set, glory, protection, majesty, retribution, and marching. This is also the most fashionable uniform in existence. It was what Ugin used on Alfen. If he again takes possession of Thresh's set, which increases the magical power and overall power of the wearer to the maximum, then, we can say, he will actually return to the power that he possessed during his life on Alfen. One of the materials needed to make the procession is Skia sandals. It was impossible to get them while on Earth, so the hero had already given up on this matter. But who knew that they would come into his hands, just thanks to winning the battle for the dimension? It turns out that everything will go like clockwork, you just have to continue winning battles. You can use BB and J Min for this. Leah lost the fight. Resurrection will occur in 12 days. She has experienced death hundreds of times, but it still gives her goosebumps. She didn't understand how that bastard could be from Earth. She wanted to take revenge on him. Ugin walked through the center of the lands of the Ardal dimension. Everything here has grown considerably. Now there is something to see. Wu Jin noticed J Min. This is great because he was just looking for it. It turned out that a cafe appeared in the dimension. Wu Jin asked the saleswoman for the same thing he asked J Min. J Min tried to dissuade Wu Jin, but he didn't have time, and when Wu Jin took a sip, he began to spit it all out. It turns out it was blood. Wu Jin wanted to ask how J Min coped with the battle for the dimension. Apparently he had experience in games before this. J Min replied that not much, but since the last grade there was no time for games. Then Wu Jin invited the guy to become responsible for the battles. J Min asked if Wu Jin could just hire a professional player to do this, since he is not so confident in his abilities. Wu Jin said that he couldn't trust someone else. Wu Jin replied that losing is not a big deal. Winning is not the main thing. What matters to him is that he can count on him enough to entrust such a thing. Wu Jin told the guy that the next battle was only in 4 days, so they could spend the whole day on Earth and meet Ji-Wan. J Min was happy. At the same time, one pitiful soul, located beyond the border of death, tried to wake up again. And this was Li Sang-ho, who wanted another chance. His lord said he was pathetic. But he will, so be it, give Sang-ho another chance as he wished. Sang-ho began to say that the lord could rely on him, and this time he would definitely achieve a breakthrough in the dungeon. But the lord said that after Sun-ho went through death and resurrection, his attachment to Earth was lost. Now he's just his minion, so he can't grab the recall stone and cause a dungeon break. Sang-ho asked why he did it then. The lord replied that there was other work to do, so he resurrected him. He gave something to Sang-ho and told him to take it to the planet Jakku. There, Sang-ho will need to find the dragon Rajakya and give him a message that if he destroys the Earth, he will grant him access to the planet Ephraim. After this, Sang-ho will go to Earth, divide the Earthlings among themselves, sow confusion among them, and also prepare everything for the Lord's visit. And the power contained in Yellow's ring should help him. Sang-ho listens and obeys. We move to the territory of Ardala, the place of residence of employees and their families. Ji-Wan arranged a meeting with her classmates this evening, and said that Wu Jin will not come because he is so busy these days. She went to the shower, and there she began to think that 5 years had already passed since the last high school reunion, And it would be cool if Wu Jin went too. But nothing can be done. He's probably busier than anyone right now. And then as a surprise, Jae-min came to his sister. Ji-won ran into his arms. She said that everything was fine and she would accept him as anyone, even if he was a vampire. And Wu Jin also came. He was delighted to witness the beautiful reunion between brother and sister. Ji-won was embarrassed by her appearance and quickly ran into the room. Wu Jin said that Jae-min and Ji-won have something to discuss, so he won't bother them and will go. He said that he didn't have time to idle and needed to return to the dungeon and continue leveling up. Jae-min didn't understand why he needed to level up, because he's already strong. You might not be able to tell by looking at him, but Wu Jin is quite conscientious when it comes to this sort of thing. Wu Jin arrived at Mokdong Station, Exit 4. He told his charges that he would spend the whole day inside, so they could go eat for now, and there was no need to hang around here all the time. Seung-hoon said that they will guard the entrance. The hero received a notification and selected one of the modes: Duel, Battle for a Dimension, Visit, Penetration, or Conquest. As Ugin thought, the Lord of the Dimension is located here. Judging by his experience, dungeons with a rank of up to 6 stars were usually run by ordinary masters, however. Those that had a higher level of energy almost all belonged to the Lords of Dimensions. And this time too. Connections between dungeons and dimensional dimensions are happening everywhere, so it's only a matter of time before one of the overlords makes their way to Earth. Of course, the connection itself can be broken later by conquering the dungeon, but if the ruler of the dimension manages to reincarnate before this, then enormous damage will be caused to the Earth. Ugin will not be able to protect the entire planet at the same time. Yeah, somehow Wu Jin likes this less and less. He wondered where all the monsters were and whether the local ruler had decided not to pour energy here at all. Suddenly a portal appeared in front of Ugin. Apparently the bishop suggests not to bother with the little things, but to immediately get down to business. 6 hours passed after Wu Jin entered the dungeon. His team was frozen. One of the guards asked Seung-hoon if there was a problem with them walking around here. He also asked if Ardal didn't become an independent state because it was, after all, Korean territory. Seung-hoon replied that the agreement had not even been concluded yet, and besides, they were not some kind of North Korea. That's right, they are a separate country. But in the end, it turns out that by joining Ardal, a person not only acquires local citizenship, he also retains Korean citizenship. They also discussed why the boss was taking so long to come in. The man replied that, given the time it usually takes him to clean up, he was obviously late today. Since 6 hours have passed, then a whole day must have already passed inside the dungeon. Suddenly the man saw urgent news regarding the dungeons. They shocked the man. It said that multiple dungeon resets occurred simultaneously and, according to calculations, only 20 new points appeared. 11 in Seoul, 2 in Daegu, 7 in Busan. Based on the energy measurement results, it is estimated that 8 of these dungeons are rated 6 stars or higher. Seung-hoon could not understand why there were sudden dungeon resets and what was the reason. It turned out that this is not only the case in Korea, Seoul just added 3 more. Something serious might have happened. Could it be Wu Jin? There was the usual city bustle, and some guy was acting strange. That illusion. Was it real? It doesn't matter whether it was God's grace or the devil's temptation. The man hoped that his daughter Hyo-yeon-yi would be able to recover. He has no choice, and he must do it. He started to walk towards Hongdae Station, but the military stopped him and said it was dangerous. The man suddenly rushed, and the military could not restrain him. They didn't understand who he was. Sang-ho went to the appointed place. The setter is really already there. The local ruler, in the form of a spider, spoke to his minions. She said that they would have a lot of fun today. The ruler of the dimension is called Charlotte. She is from the planet Jakku, belongs to the Yellow Lizard Alliance. Left hand, faithful servant of the Golden Dragon Rajakuya. The 13th reunion of Mito High School was held. Everyone was happy to see each other because a lot of time had passed. The girls asked Ji-won if Wu Jin would be there. She replied that it seemed not. Classmates said that it was a pity. They had invited more people on purpose. They thought maybe Wu Jin would come after all. If Wu Jin met old friends and they reminisced about the past together, it would probably make him happy. The guests did not understand why it was so noisy outside, and suddenly, a guy ran in complete horror, who told everyone to leave quickly, as there were monsters outside. The watching spiders killed the poor guy in front of everyone. Charlotte herself entered the room. Seeing the number of people, she was glad that she would have a great meal. Meanwhile, Jae-min was walking around the city. He thought that he had already gotten used to life in the spatial dimension, but apparently he still really liked being around people. It's a pity that he can only go out at night. He saw tanks heading somewhere on the road. Has something really happened? Jae-min saw the terrible news. In Seoul alone, 14 dungeons broke through, and this happens in all cities. Wait, Hongdae Station is among them. It seems that Ji-won mentioned that the alumni meeting will be held somewhere nearby. Bats were chasing people on the street. The city was plunged into panic. The military fired back and told everyone to quickly run away from here. Seeing so many bats, the military did not understand what was going on. The evacuation of civilians is not yet complete, and it will be difficult to attack indiscriminately. In addition, they do not have enough awakened ones due to the number of dungeons they have broken through. The situation is not pleasant. Another soldier told the colonel to look up, and there sat a huge yellow dragon with glowing eyes. At the same time, Ujin was in Mibichi's spatial domain. He saw someone wearing a robe and a hood and asked if he was Mibichi. The guy took off his hood and said that he didn't think that he and Wujin would meet again. This guy is the strongest knight on planet Alfen, Mibichi. Ugin knew him, but the hero did not understand what the Alfen warrior was doing here. Wujin asked if Mibichi had followed the saint. Mibichi asked if Murti was still alive. Wujin didn't understand the phrase still. Wujin replied that she was alive and helping him. Mibichi said that she had an unfortunate fate. He can't believe that she left the Alliance and joined the Immortal, all to save Alfen. Rumor has it that Mibichi betrayed the Alliance and joined Tranet. It seems that he wanted to become a hermit, since he is not at one with the saint. This is then the only reason. Mibichi replied that Ugin does not understand a little, because Tranet is the one who makes no sense to resist. He is the new world order, the absolute law, which even God cannot interfere with. So Mibichi said that betrayal is not the right word. Wujin replied that the guy moved his head. He will raise them to the ground and that will be the end of it. Mibichi said that Wujin doesn't seem to be aware of the situation. According to Mibichi, Ugin already exists, subject to the laws of Tranet, and by his actions, he will bring upon himself death and eternal oblivion. And Ujin, in turn, said that if he had been afraid of such a trifle, he would not have stepped onto the battlefield in the first place and would have attacked Mibichi. Mibichi asked about when Ujin managed to master the sword, but the guy was calm and easily repelled Ugin's attack, throwing him back. Mibichi was about to attack Ugin further, but the Death Knight stood in the way. Mibichi said that Ujin is not shy about cheap tricks, because he alone is attacked by 30 people. Wujin asked if they agreed to fight with swords. Sungu learned about another breakthrough. He asked a colleague about what was happening around Ardal. The man replied that the manager, Choi Haiseo, is busy with protection, but there is a critical lack of strength. Sungu was surprised by these words because under her leadership there were so many A-rank monsters. Is it really that bad? The man said that because of the appearance of the dragon, the city plunged into chaos. They say that all the monsters that have appeared in Seoul are heading in that direction. Sungu was worried because Namsun could be considered right behind Ardal. Also, Ugin has not yet returned from the dungeon when he is needed so much. They said on the radio that the monsters seem to be acting under a certain force, a powerful boss. Due to the organization of their movement, the implementation of countermeasures is difficult. The firearm also had no effect. Seung-hoon was in a panic because the monsters were gathering in organized groups. Namsan, Mukdong, Hongdae, Gangnam, Seoul National University Station, Hwaseong Fortress. This is no longer a one-time attack, but a real war. Seung-hoon's assistant said that if they continued to stay here, they would be putting themselves in danger. Seung-hoon asked for some piece of paper. When Ujin came out of the dungeon, he was surprised because he did not meet anyone. He wanted to quickly return home and take a bath. But the hero noticed some kind of note. In it, Seung-hoon spoke about an emergency situation that broke through 14 dungeons. Yeah, what kind of vacation is there when there's work for 10 people? Seung-hoon is of course great. How will Woo-jin contact him if he didn't even leave him a phone number? Jae-min was just wandering around the city at night, jumping on the rooftops. Suddenly, he heard Ujin turn to him and ask where he was. Jae-min didn't understand how this was possible. Ugin replied that he could communicate with him telepathically because he had appointed him as one of the servants of their spatial dimension. The hero asked how things were going. Jae-min said that there are riots all over Seoul. The worst is near Namsan and their base. He heard that Sungu and Haeseo went there and are now fighting. Woo-jin asked about Jae-min himself and whether Ji-won went to the high school reunion. Jae-min replied that he was heading there because he couldn't contact her. Woo-jin immediately began to worry. He also headed to a hotel near the station. And at the hotel, Charlotte made cocoons out of all the people, floating them in the web. Ji-won was there too and couldn't breathe. Charlotte said that if all Earthlings are so weak, then it would not be difficult for her and Mr. Rajakui to capture the entire planet. She feels sorry that Mr. Yellow was the first to set his sights on the land. Charlotte decided to start colonization. She opened one of the cocoons where the guy was. Ji-won was very scared because anyone could be next. Entering the hotel, Wu Jin and Jae Min saw that the entire building had turned into a spider's nest. The spiders didn't waste any time. They managed to settle down comfortably. Monsters of this type multiply quickly, and due to their large numbers, fighting them will be very tedious. Ugin told Retik to start frying spiders with the guys. The hero also told the goblin to find Ji-Wan. All his minions listened and obeyed. Looking at Ji-Wan, Charlotte said that she had not met such a pure soul for a long time. She decided that thanks to her, someone special could be born. She wanted Ji-Wan to be a vessel for her children. But Charlotte didn't have time to do anything when a huge explosion occurred at the entrance. It's Wu Jin who has arrived. He apologized for coming late. Jae Min began to unwind Ji-Wan. It seemed like everything was fine with her, but with her friends. Their classmates gathered, rejoicing and anticipating that maybe Wu Jin would come too. But if he were here, they would most likely survive and return home. Charlotte could not believe that there were such warriors on Earth. She understood why the Lords of Dimensions still could not make a connection to the local dungeons. Ugin asked the spider's name. She said her name was Charlotte and belonged to the Yellow Lizard Alliance. It turns out that the title is the same as where the octopus came from. Charlotte said that Dredd was talking about Wugin. He also mentioned that the hero is an Earthling. Wu Jin said that he would remember her name, but today he shouldn't even expect an easy death. Charlotte was furious at his insolence and told her children to devour Wu Jin so that not even the bones remained. The hero told Jae Min to protect Ji-Wan, and the hero himself launched his attack with a hammer. Wu Jin deftly interrupted Charlotte's kids, and her time had come. Wu Jin threw it straight into the wall. She looked just like a stuffed spider. Charlotte was close to death, but Wu Jin told her to hold on, because he said that if she just died, it would hardly help him let off steam. Meanwhile, Sun Gu was dealing with the monsters in the city, but there were a lot of them. And the monsters continued to rush at him. He was wondering what to do, because his reserves of magic were almost running out. He needs time to recover, but if he retreats, then all the families living in Ardal will suffer. And suddenly, out of nowhere, a monster attacked Sun Gu. The guy had practically no strength anymore, and Heiso could only hope. But suddenly there was a strong explosion. Sun Gu was shocked and panicked, and it turns out that Rocky and Bibi helped him. Murdy treated Sun Gu a little, but he hasn't fully recovered yet, so he can't overexert himself too much. Sun Gu thanked the saint, and said that now at least he can live. Bibi said that Wu Jin will be here soon too. Song Yanwu hoped that Wu Jin would sort things out. Murdy heard that it wouldn't be long before Lee's call. King of the Plague. It looks like I finally declared it. Murdy said that he held a high position even among the immortal soldiers. The Plague King is the name given to a lich named Janus. Over the past 200 years, he managed to kill 30 million people. Its very appearance can be said to foreshadow the plague, hence the nickname. But Wu Jin told Sun Gu to learn magic from the lich. He hoped he would be okay. Sun Gu said that he is still Wu Jin's teacher, and it seems that the lich surpasses even their boss in the number of kills. Murdy replied that there was no way, and that the number of those killed by immortals was close to 100 million. Sun Gu was scared by what he heard. Suddenly Wu Jin appeared, who heard the guys discussing him. He praised them for holding the harrow while he was gone. Now they need to go after the head of this huge lizard. As expected of Ugin, he quickly dealt with all the monsters. It seems to him that even from just the vicinity of Namsan he will be able to gain a lot of experience points and will soon reach level 80. And that same huge yellow dragon flew over Ugin. His fiery breath was already straining Ugin. Spiritual armor will protect him, but the awakened ones and Ardal are behind him. The dragon threw out a huge, blinding ball of fire that disturbed Ugin. Heiso and Sun Gu also did not understand where this explosion came from and covered themselves from the rays. It seems to have passed, and Wu Jin called Janus for help. Ugin said that the dragon was just Tranet 6 and was of no use to them, so he ordered Janus to just get rid of it. The golden dragon Rajakui is the ruler of the dimension on the planet Jakku and the head of the Yellow Lizard Alliance. His fiery breath is so ancient that it has existed for an eternity. Rajakui can't believe Ugin was able to repel him. The dragon asked the hero to say his name. But there's no point in exchanging pleasantries now. It's time to act. Janus told the dragon that he would incinerate him so that there would not be a bone left. Rajakui is mired in Janus's blue cloud. Rajakui said that he was a fool, because his body has unlimited resistance to magic, and it is pointless to attack it with it. But this was not an ordinary flame, as Rajakui thought. Hell's flame is the same one that will never go out as long as its caster lives. But the dragon said that this was not enough to pierce his scales. Since Janus's fiery power was not enough, he will add a little more. He summoned the Hydra, a 9-headed dragon burning in hellfire. The hero orders to show Janus what real hell is. Janice continued to call hundreds of individuals. The Hydras began attacking Rajakuya with their hellfire. And so Rajakuya simply turned into dust, easily flying in the sky. Wu Jin sees that Janice is not giving up her position. He asked him about what it would be like to be released from print. Janice replied that he was not interested in talking about days gone by, and what was more important was that Wu Jin had to find the fulfillment of Thresh. Wu Jin sighed and said that he searched but found nothing. Thresh's execution is an item from Thresh's set that functions as a weapon. Janice insisted that fulfillment must be sought. But it is not available in any of the stores, and even the recipe for making it cannot be found. Wu Jin begins to doubt whether it really exists. Wu Jin said that they would talk about the rest later, but for now, let Janice join the Death Knights. We must first clear the battlefield. Since Ugin left the elimination of the monsters to the guys, then he himself will clean up the mess that the lizard left behind. It will be hard if the bastard expands his holdings at the expense of Soul. Suddenly he felt some strange energy. Wu Jin used heightened senses. He realized that the meteor was flying towards the very center of Seoul. Only Janice could arrange this. Yeah, it's not Namsan you need to worry about when the whole city here could disappear from the face of the earth. Some people were filming what was happening in the city. The producer said he was pleased that the army had already largely suppressed the attack. The cameraman suggested coming closer, but the producer replied that there was no need to get hit by a bullet. They would wait and move when the shooting ended. But they won't have time to do this, as Ugin caught them. He asked if they were filming the broadcast live. The news started showing breaking news, led by Wu Jin. There they said that the hero Kang Wu Jin discovered a meteorite summoned to Earth by a dragon. According to the statement, the meteorite is aimed at Namsan and is rapidly moving in its direction. The collision will occur in about 15 minutes. By order of Kang Wu Jin, the soldiers who fought the monsters urgently evacuated from the battle site. He completely took control of all the monsters near Namsan, and he himself remained on the battlefield to stop the meteorite. Citizens were asked to prepare for the shockwave that would follow the collision, and told to pray that their heroes would return alive. Wu Jin wondered if this was too arrogant on his part, but he couldn't say that his conscript did it. The hero asked Janice why he was creating problems on his own head. He replied that since he found himself on Earth for the first time in a long time, he should knock. Besides, he thinks that this way they can get rid of all the monsters at once. Wu Jin said that at this rate there will be nothing left of the planet. But Janice objected, saying that it was just a small pebble. However, even a shockwave from such a pebble can kill Earthlings. Wu Jin asked Janice to stop talking and get ready. Janice never thought that he would use magic to save people. He needs to hurry, as the meteorite will soon collide with the Earth. Janice began using a large barrier and expansion so the meteorite did not collide with the Earth. According to the news, 2 days after the dungeon was broken, restoration work was still underway on the destroyed infrastructure, ranging from Seoul and the Gyeonggi area to Busan, Daejeon, and Daegu. In other countries, monsters are destroyed using nuclear weapons, and their country has become an example of how to overcome a crisis with minimal damage. All this, in no other way, is the merit of Mr. Kang Wu Jin's outstanding abilities. Nobody doubts this. Day after day, dungeons explode and monsters pour out of them in heaps. The people of their country are faced with the most important decision in their lives. Recognize Ardal's independence and stand under their protection, or watch them leave the country. Min Chang told the guild members that the situation seemed to have taken a positive turn, but they should still prepare for the fact that there would be a majority of no votes in tomorrow's election. Lee Kang-jin, a former Korean prosecutor who joined the Ardal Guild, said he agreed, and if the constitutional amendment was not passed, they would immediately leave Korea. Min Chang replied that Ardal would not go anywhere, and private estates would become state property. Kang Jin asked if he wouldn't leave Korea if their independence was encroached upon. The other guy replied that it would be better if it were so, but the chairman will not go anywhere because Ardal has become an anti-state organization. If they rebel against the country, then an armed conflict will occur. Min Chang said that this is why they don't plan to let this happen. The prosecutor asked if they could simply convince the chairman. Sungu said that it is easier to carry out a coup in the country than to convince Wu Jin. We'll have to pray to heaven that he can accept the outcome of the vote. At a time when the members of the Ardal Guild were racking their brains to come up with something, Wu Jin, who had dealt with all the dungeons in the country, received an invitation from abroad and headed to the base. Lord of Dimensions, now everything is for real. Wu Jin asked Murdy if it looked like Alfen. She said she had a terrible dream. There must have been monsters constantly appearing at the base. Presumably the base is where the Overlord uses his power. The Dimension. Lord buys monsters from the Dimension store, and through the base he can sell these monsters. On the planet Alfen, they only destroyed the monsters that invaded the territory. Now the situation is completely different. To protect the Earth, Ugin must quickly destroy all the bases where the bastards have taken root. Events take place in Rome. Monsters continue to attack the military. The soldier ordered all the wounded to be loaded into the car and to retreat immediately. 4 minutes left. There are bombs all over the city. They will not help destroy all monsters, but will delay their attack. The soldiers did not understand why they stopped. It turns out that a flock of monster birds was flying towards them. They tried to shoot back, but suddenly all the birds fell on the ground dead. The soldiers did not understand what was happening. And this is Wu Jin arriving with Murdy. The hero told Murdy to stay and heal the victims, and he would immediately go to the base. The soldier tried to stop Wu Jin because there were bombs all around this alley. The soldier said that the bombs would explode in 59 seconds, and after that, Wu Jin would be free to go. But Wu Jin, without listening to anyone, went where he needed to go. He can't lose his experience points like that. Wu Jin called Janice and told him to destroy everything in 30 seconds. And Janice will happily destroy some city. Janice uses a large-scale explosion, thereby blowing up the monsters. The Colosseum in Rome base has grown more and more. Looks like he is almost done. Suddenly there was an explosion and someone appeared. He said that it was a man who behaved like a dead man and destroyed Mr. Rajakuya. He, Nictor, wants to take revenge on Ugin for Mr. Rajakuya with his own hands. Lord of the Dimension. Nictor, a giant warrior from the Yellow Lizards Alliance on the planet Jakku. Ugin asked how Nictor was going to do this since he was not stronger than Rajakuya. Nobody furiously replied that Lord Rajakuya is a great lord who cannot be compared with him. He is only his servant. Nictor was angry that the hero was insulting the warrior and could not tolerate it. He was ready to crush Wu Jin. But when Nictor struck, Ugin was behind him. Wu Jin mocked him, saying that if this giant had a brain, it would be much more interesting. Ugin ordered his Death Knights to deal with him. Nictor was angry at these small midges. He tried to attack them, but the knights of course overpowered him. Just as Wu Jin thought, he is simply huge. It was too boring. The hero told Janice to burn what was left in the base. This time, a piece of dimension associated with Tranet also appeared. This is the key with which you can break into the Tranet game. In Korea, among 9 dimensions, only 3 had a piece. With the ones he got in Dread's dungeon, Ugin now has 5 of them. But it was somehow strange. Why are all the bases either crowded places or historical monuments? Janice replied that he couldn't know that either. Wu Jin thought it was even better. Cats appear in packs in places that are easily visible to people. If the rulers of the dimension conducted their affairs secretly, it would be more difficult. We moved to Manjangul Cave in Jeju. There, the employee asked the manager what was happening. He replied that the repair work had been postponed to an earlier date. The worker replied that he should have told us in advance, because there were still tourists there. The manager then proposed to no longer sell tickets and gradually remove the tourists inside. He told the employee to inform everyone. The worker asked about the box there, and he thinks that these are not the same workers who repaired the railing last time. The manager replied that the developer had changed. He could not disclose all the details and asked to cooperate with them while repair work is underway. It's already evening. The manager said not to let any people in. All the men stood on the pentagram, and the chairman manager said that everything was ready and everyone should leave. Lee Sang-ho was ready to begin the ceremony to summon Mr. Yellow. At the same time, Ugin, having completed his business in Rome and received an invitation from England, heads to London. In one of the houses in the suburbs of London, an old man was listening to the radio. It said that it was now known that Kang Wu Jin of Ardal would take part in the military operation in London. The army, tired of a long war, upon learning the news of his joining, perked up. Immortal soldiers, and he are at the scene of the event, awaiting the upcoming battle. It means that Wu Jin has arrived, the second candidate for the role of the one who will save their world. In the center of London, Wu Jin and Murdy have already collected a 6-piece piece. They're really lucky. Tom Claxon, chairman of the Awakened Association in London, came up and said that Wu Jin's reputation was well-deserved. Tom also said that if Wu Jin had not come, it's scary to think what would have happened. Ugin replied that it was good for both of them, because he gained experience points and received a piece of dimension. Tom asked if Ugin would sell this piece of the dimension to England. The hero was surprised that Tom knew about the piece of dimension. Tom said they haven't been announced to the world yet. The heroes were shocked. Tom said that a piece of dimension is a treasure that appears when the structure created by the Monster Lord is destroyed. This is the core of the dungeon. Although they have not yet been officially announced, James Toppler, an English dungeon explorer, had long foreseen their appearance. America, Japan, China, and Germany have already received these and are now engaged in research. Therefore, England also needs a model. Wu Jin was shocked that James Toppler foresaw the appearance of dimension pieces. He had heard this name somewhere. Once at the hotel, Wu Jin heard Toppler speak on TV about his hypothesis about the stones of return. He also said then that the dungeons are not a mine, but bloodstones, that they steal are just bait. So this is the old man Wu Jin is in the news. It turns out he is from England. He is the one who comes closest to the secret of the dungeons. It was time for Tom Claxon to say goodbye to the heroes, and he once again thanked them for saving London. Wu Jin asked to consider his proposal regarding the dimension pieces. Tom replied that he would convey the heroes' words to Parliament. Wu Jin will wait for an answer. The heroes have left. Later, Murdy asked Wu Jin if that doctor was really that important, since the hero personally asked him for a favor. The hero said that he was the closest to the secret of the dungeons, and nothing bad will happen if they meet him. The heroes came to Dr. Toppler's home. Toppler treated them to tea. Wu Jin was surprised that the man spoke Korean and asked if he was somehow connected with their country. The doctor replied that at his age, heroes would also teach everything they could. And then suddenly the doctor in the Alfen language tells Murdy to sit down, as the tea is getting cold. Wu Jin and Murdy are stunned. Ugin took out a dagger, put it to Toppler's throat, and asked how he knew Alfen's language and who he was. Could he be the ruler of the dimension? The doctor replied that no, he was just studying it. Then Wu Jin asked the doctor who he was. The doctor decided to switch to Korean. Dr. Toppler is someone who is not afraid of death, but what is even stranger is that he has no soul. Wu Jin asked the man why. A characteristic feature of necromancers is that they can see the souls of people, all animals, monsters, and even insects. And until now, there has not been a single one who does not have a soul. And Wu Jin does not feel it at the doctor. Toppler laughed and said that Wu Jin need not worry and he has the same goal with them. The hero said to stop talking nonsense and reveal your essence. The doctor replied that he was from another dimension, but even so, Wu Jin doesn't understand why he can't feel his soul. Toppler replied that he could tell them nothing more. They can even kill him if they want. The doctor said that the heroes must have come to ask him something. Wu Jin sighed, drank tea, and said that now they will talk, and let the doctor better not hide anything. Toppler said that the heroes do not need to be wary of him, because they have the same goal with him. He means protecting all planets, not just Earth. Wu Jin asked about the name of the doctor's planet, to which he replied that he would tell about it later. Wu Jin doesn't care what planet he's from. If Toppler says they can save the Earth, then the doctor knows a way. Toppler asked if the heroes knew about the matter of the Earth. Wu Jin replied vaguely. Toppler said there was no point in talking about how it was created. The whole point is in its value. The core was formed from Tranet matter. This is a supernatural connection with each planet. The doctor spoke about the movement of dimensions. Toppler said that there must have been living beings that moved between dimensions due to an unstable connection, similar to how Ugin moved to Alfen 5 years ago. Wu Jin thought that the doctor had been watching him for so long, but Toppler just heard it on the news. The doctor said he wasn't expecting heroes. He was just waiting for someone who could help his planet. Wu Jin was annoyed and said that the conversation took too long. He demanded to tell us how to protect the Earth. The doctor replied that if the Tranet is a supernatural connection, then the dimensional territories are the connecting links between the planets. By cutting off this connection, you can increase protection. Murdy perked up and said the word God. It was true. Toppler replied that the god of the planet is a being similar to a barrier that blocks this connection. The Earth God will appear soon, he says. The doctor asked the heroes to protect his Tranet powers. Murdy asked if they could block the connection only if they protected God, because there was also a god on Alfen. But the result was sad. The doctor said it was true. No matter how great the barrier is, it will not be able to protect against all viruses. So someone must become a powerful vaccine to finally destroy all the viruses that have penetrated the barrier. Toppler also added that the necromancer Kang Wu Jin already knows the answer himself. Wu Jin perked up. The weapon that Janice is hunting for, which is capable of destroying all opponents. Thresh's execution. Toppler remembered that Wu Jin had said that he had no soul, and said that he believed in them. Wu Jin didn't understand what the doctor was talking about. Toppler explained that Wu Jin has eyes that see the truth. The hero is closest to the one the doctor has been looking for all this time. Wu Jin was shocked. And then the doctor stood up and said that that was all he could tell the heroes and said goodbye. When he started to leave, Wu Jin was furious and wanted to stop him, because he hadn't said everything yet. But when Wu Jin tried to grab Toppler, the hero's hand went through the man, and thus, Dr. Toppler simply vanished into thin air. And suddenly the doctor's voice wished Wu Jin to find the truth at the end of his long journey. Wu Jin told Janice that it seemed like they would definitely need to execute Thresh. Janice replied that, of course, Thresh's execution is the final weapon that only a necromancer can wield. But first they need to put everything together before moving on to the puzzle. Janice talked about other things in the kit. Ugin pointed to the portal and said to go find everything that Thresh left behind. Meanwhile, Ardal successfully negotiated an agreement with the Korean government and officially became a new independent state. Min-chan and Seung-hoon were driving in the car. Seung-hoon asked if Min-chan should now be called minister. And Min-chan asked Seung-hoon about when he managed to learn foreign languages. Seung-hoon replied that he didn't do anything amazing, and it was Prime Minister Jun who did all the hard work. Min-chan was pleased to hear his new position. Seung-hoon said that he heard that the chairman had finished work at the base in England and would therefore be back soon. Min-chan wanted to quickly report on today's achievement. Min-chan was not given a promotion, but the title of Prime Minister. Moreover, this is a huge new state that has a crazy influence on the whole world. Min-chan was confident that he was the best person for this position. Seung-hoon said that Min-chan did a good job anyway. The heroes drove up to their office and heard a security guard not letting a man in. The man tried to prove that Ugin himself called him here. And the security guard replied that he was not on the guest list. The man tried to explain that he was a famous awakened one from India. The guard indignantly said that he did not know any people from India. And suddenly the man, who turned out to be Blanca, waved to Seung-hoon. He said he would sit down with them to come over together. Seung-hoon was surprised by his arrival in Korea and said that they could have sent someone to pick him up if he had contacted them in advance. Seung-hoon introduced Prime Minister Jun Min-chan to Blanca. Min-chan said to go inside to talk. And when Min-chan opened the door, Wu Jin was already sitting there. Wu Jin said that Blanca hesitated, but finally came. Blanca timidly replied that he did not hesitate, but was late because he had business to do. Wu Jin said that Blanca did not come from India and asked if he was planning to meet his brother again. Blanca began to make excuses, saying that this could not happen and that he himself wanted to come. Wu Jin said that it didn't matter and welcomed him to Ardal. Wu Jin also asked Seung-hoon and Min-chan about why they were both smiling as he had a bad feeling about it. And then, Min-chan proudly held out the agreement that was signed today. Wu Jin shrugged it off and told him to just tell him the gist. Min-chan began to talk about how Korea recognized Ardal's national sovereignty and amended the constitution to allow dual citizenship. You no longer need to renounce your Korean citizenship when becoming a resident of Ardal. Min-chan was happy and said that it was all thanks to Wu Jin. He asked if he could now call Wu Jin a ruler. Wu Jin said to call him Your Majesty. Min-chan turned white. Wu Jin asked if everything was so, to which Min-chan replied that it was nothing, and called the hero His Majesty. It was Wu Jin who made that joke. He said that after becoming an independent state, everything should be easier, so Min-chan can call him whatever he wants. Min-chan breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Jin said that this is not so important now and asked to call everyone to him for a serious conversation. Everyone ran into the office in surprise, and Wu Jin told everyone to sit down quickly. Sungu was surprised that Blanca was already here. When everyone sat down, Min-chan asked about Wu Jin's important conversation. The hero replied that it was about penetration into the outside world. Everyone was a little perplexed. Ugin said that until now, they had tried to destroy the connection between the rulers of the dimensions, but this caused great damage to the earth. The enemies will endlessly form connections, so there will be nothing left of the cities. Min-chan didn't understand what to do then. Wu Jin continued to talk about how even if the battlefield is Earth, they have their own military camps, so maybe they shouldn't fight on Earth. Wu Jin said they can't just defend themselves, they must attack first. Sungu asked if they would then go to Alfen. Murdy was happy with the idea. Ugin replied that they would leave Alfen for last, and now they would go to the planet Jakku. It is a planet associated with Earth that has an alliance of yellow lizards called Rajakuya. Ugin proudly stated that by hunting them, they would increase their strength. The heroes arrived at Seoul Station. Everything was ready. They wanted to go in, but Wu Jin said they had to wait for one more person. Nobody understood what we were talking about. Wu Jin asked Seung-hoon if he contacted him. The guy replied yes, and then they call out to Wu Jin. This is his old friend Baek Jong-do. Sungu didn't understand why Chairman Baek was here. Baek said that they were now on the same team, and only brother Wu Jin could come up with infiltration into an alien world. Wu Jin told Sungu that he called Baek because they don't have a tanker. They have a binder who is good at cornering monsters, a tanker with the ability to self-heal, and a healer who won't let you die. Now the full lineup. Sungu asked what he would do. Wu Jin has a special task for the guy. Is that crazy teacher Wu Jin? Sungu got scared and tried to tell Wu Jin that they didn't have a dealer and he could be one, but the hero had already contacted someone and told Sungu not to try to escape, because he had already agreed with Janice. Sungu will not be able to avoid this. He is already scared. The entire group entered the portal and found themselves in the Ardal dimension, which they had only heard about. Beck said it was really surprising. He thought that Ugin could only use dungeons, but it turns out that he is the ruler of an entire dimension. Suddenly, Bibi and Jaemin ran up to Wu Jin. Bibi said that they have many guests today. Wu Jin had just asked her to show the dimension lands to the guests. And then, suddenly, Wu Jin said that there was one person here whom he should introduce. And it turned out to be their team's dealer, the vampire, Du Jaemin. The guy was slightly shocked by what he heard. Bibi led the group on a tour and told them to keep up. Jaemin timidly asked if he could definitely join them, since he thought he might become a hindrance. Wu Jin replied that Jaemin is the best player from Earth and they need to have a lot of fun. Meanwhile, Bibi suggested that the group try Ardal's special beer. Wu Jin asked the guy if he had mastered the skills he told him about. Jaemin replied that he had mastered everything. But training is different from real battles. This will be a good experience for Jaemin, because he is the one who has to protect his sister. The group ended up in Ugin's castle near the portal. The hero asked if everyone was ready. The group confidently replied that everyone was ready. Wu Jin began to command, saying that once they get through the dungeon, Sungu will train with Janice, and everyone else will conquer the remaining dungeons of the planet Jakku. Wu Jin will go separately, so if there is anything unusual, we will need to contact him through Jaemin. Everyone understood and accepted everything. The group arrived on the planet Jakku, the Column of Nasia dungeon. Wu Jin said that this is where they split up and Sungu goes with him. But suddenly monsters appeared along with their leader. The leader welcomed them to the planet Jakku. Wu Jin asked who he was. It was Nagal, the ruler of the dimension who takes care of Mr. Chen, the head of the Black Hat Union. It turns out that Nagal was waiting for Wu Jin. Nagal heard about how the hero destroyed the yellow lizard. Mr. Chen was very happy, so he wants to meet Wu Jin. He has a high position for him. But before Nagal could finish speaking, Ugin cut off his head. Nagal asked what this meant. Wu Jin proudly said that this meant the beginning of the capture. Incredibly, Baek was impressed that Wu Jin became even stronger while they weren't seeing each other. The ordinary head of the dimension dealt with everyone alone. It is unknown how strong Wu Jin can still become. Haseo said that now they have to go. Baek asked how they would find a dungeon in such a limitless place. Did Haeso really know where the enemies were sitting? And then Haeso began to call someone, raising her hand. A purple bird flew to her. She will show the heroes the way. Wu Jin and Sungu were flying, and it seemed they had already seen one base. Wu Jin told Sungu to train with Janice while he was in the dungeon. Sungu was in a stupor because he was afraid of meeting Janice. Wu Jin asked him why he didn't get down, and Wu Jin had to push Sungu down to the base himself. Wu Jin said that for Sungu, every free minute is time to practice. Sungu must try to survive using all his skills. The guy was terrified he would soon reach the ground. What should he do? Janice laughed and said that Sungu was impudent for daring to ask to teach him. He decided to see how good Sungu was. Janice decided to torture the guy with the help of his fire magic. Wu Jin saw Janice's deeds in the sky. Looking at this, he remembers the first time he met Janice. Hong Sungu needs to stay alive because if he can return, he will become an SS rank player. Wu Jin saw where they built a mechanical city. This is the camp of the ruler of the dimension, Leah. Ugin summoned his army of thousands of skeletons and ordered them to attack. But suddenly, Ugin saw that the skeletons were being shot at from Leah's base. Wu Jin irritably asked someone if he didn't want to be a part of this. He ordered to turn into stone and clear the road. Despite the bullets that hit him, the huge golem destroyed the cannons one after another. Ugin also told all his knights to attack. They were ready to kill everyone and destroy everything. One of the Rati watched everything that was happening and Ratik from behind the rock. He cried bitterly. So the great warrior Rati became the enemy's little animal. Predator eats predator. Who knows, maybe God's prediction will come true. Wu Jin sent notifications that the base, which had no owner, had been conquered, and he could either destroy it or occupy it. By the way, Wu Jin heard the name Leah somewhere. This is the one he injured back then. Apparently she still can't recover. Bibi began to ask the owner to give her this base, but Ugin replied that he had no interest in taking over other lands. Therefore, he chose to destroy the base and watched it carefully. Wu Jin wondered what Leah's face would be like when she recovered, and saw that her base was completely destroyed. By the way, he wonders how Jaemin is doing. So far, there hasn't been anything special. Beck wonders if there is anything worthwhile on this planet. Haeso told Mr. Vampire to quickly drink the monster's blood and move on. Jaemin reluctantly agreed. Jaemin bit the monster and drank the blood, but something strange began to happen to the guy. But it seems Everything has passed, and that's all now. It seems he's already used to it. And hey, so the bird pointed the way. She began to lead everyone with her. The heroes walked, but suddenly huge beavers began to rush at them. Hey. So began to use the skill of sharing consciousness with others. She told the other group members that there are 3 monsters ahead. Chairman Beck should go first and deal with one. Blanca will help with speed and strength, and Jae Min will take on the remaining 2. All the heroes began to deal with the monsters and did it successfully, but one Jae Min behaved too aggressively, biting the monsters. But ahead, he senior noticed another flock of monsters. She used her calm to tell Jae Min to retreat. But Jae Min did not listen and rushed at the monsters with great anger. Hae So tried her best to stop him, but Jae Min seemed to have lost control again. Jae Min attacked and killed the monsters furiously. The group realized that until he came to his senses, there was nothing left to do but watch his back. But a large number of monsters were also waiting for the heroes behind them. And it was necessary right now. Murdy reported that air monsters were also approaching. Hae So panicked and ordered everyone to leave. Baek went to pick up Jae Min and grabbed him by the neck. The guy tried to bite Beck, but his skin is not so weak that some low-level vampire would bite through it. Taking Jae Min by the collar, the heroes began to quickly run away. Meanwhile, Sungu was simply running away from Janice's attacks. Janice himself asked how long this would continue, and said that the guy would die without knowing how to do anything. Sungu was incredibly angry and thought to himself about what Janice could teach him at such a pace, because he said that he would make him the best fire mage, but he was just playing around, since he couldn't kill. Sungu decided to pull himself together, picked up the stick and began to use magical fire. Janice laughed that now Sungu wanted to try. He told the guy to show his abilities, and then Sungu began to attack Janice himself. But Janice grabbed his stick and began to consume the fire. He said that fire does not choose enemies. Janice himself now directed his magic towards Sungu. The guy doesn't have time to give up. Sungu said he was crazy. Sungu needs to try to fend this off. The guy realized that he could not dodge this attack and his body was at its limit. He would not be able to strengthen it. If he can't block and avoid this attack, then his only option is to use it. If Sungu fails, he will die. And then Sungu completely absorbed the energy. He was incredibly happy about this. The power overwhelmed him, and he seemed to understand the power of Janice. Janice told Sungu that he was able to learn the basics after all. Sungu began to thank Janice for the valuable lesson because it seems that he specifically showed by his example how to absorb fire. But still, if something went wrong, the guy would die. But Janice was not going to stop, because who said this was the end? Let Sungu thank you when the training is over. Suddenly, Raksha met Ribito in the vastness of the planet Jakku. Ribito asked Raksha how it went, but Raksha was worried about the shaman. Ribito didn't understand why he was in such a hurry and what happened. Raksha said to quickly inform the shaman that the savior has finally arrived. Nervous, Raksha ran into the house of the shaman Tsutsushi. She told him to calm down and asked what he saw that was so scared. Raksha began to say that the Rhea fortress was destroyed, and this was not the work of the Union, but all because of the new predator who destroyed Retic. The shaman was surprised whether the Pillar of Nesha really had a new owner. The shaman replied that Rhea is part of the Blackheads Union, and then he must be from the Yellow Lizards or Red Hammers Union. Raksha said no, because according to the spies, he is also against those 2 alliances. Tsutsushi said that then the result is obvious. They will soon forget about him, since he opposes 3 unions at once. Raksha indignantly said that the shaman was saying this because she had not seen him, and he defeated the great warrior Retic with his bare hands and completely destroyed Rhea. Raksha also added that perhaps he really is the man from the legend. The shaman thought about a predator that absorbs other predators. She asked Rakshi if he thought that the one he was talking about would save their planet. Raksha was completely sure of this. Raksha was glad that finally their planet would be helped, but Tsutsusha said that he was just pathetic, because that legend was just a lie to give hope. The real legend from the ancestors was that the day a predator appears, devouring other predators, the planet will come to an end. This is what the ancestor actually said. Tsutsushi added that all they can do is pray that he is the wrong person. Raksha couldn't believe it. Suddenly they heard a strange sound. This sound was a warning of an intrusion, and fires could be seen in the distance. The shaman asked what was happening. Ribito said that a large detachment had attacked them in the forest, and they had to leave quickly. Tsutsushi didn't understand what had suddenly happened. The Union is fighting against each other. Do they really not think at all about such small peoples as they are? But why? Raksha asked Ribito if by chance that squad was made up of skeletons. But Ribito was shocked that Raksha found out. These were skeleton monsters that he had never seen before. And then Raksha was definitely sure that this was the one who killed Retic. He's already gotten here. Ugin approached the gate, which was guarded by many Rati. He didn't know what this place was. And those Rati look weak. He won't get much experience from them. Raksha ran up to see who had arrived. He was horrified that it was him, Wu Jin. And the hero, in turn, ordered all his skeletons to sweep away everything here. Ribito said that they should buy as much time as possible so that the people from the village could leave, so he ordered all the Rati to prepare for battle. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Ratik appeared, addressing the king on his knees. He asked Wu Jin to be generous and let them live. Wu Jin was surprised by the impudence that Ratik was asking for benefits for himself right in front of his master. Terati were Ratik's fellow tribesmen, but Ugin asked what if he did not want to do this. Ratik began to explain that they were inhabitants of the planet who had nothing to do with the power of Tranet, and continued to beg Ugin for generosity. Wu Jin had not seen such devotion for a long time. He is interested in how each family member resists. He could have subdued them all, but suddenly Ujin received a notification that the faithful knight Ratik was cordially asking him to save his fellow tribesmen, and if he answered his request, he would repay the hero with his loyalty. Wu Jin thought about it and decided that it would be so. He told everyone that they were coming back. Ratik swore allegiance to Ugin, and the cost of the subjugation skill was reduced to 1 point, and Rati were happy that they were alive and grateful to Retic for saving them. But suddenly Ujin noticed something familiar on one of the towers, like some kind of flag or cloak. It was Thresh's ruined robe. Ujin couldn't just come back. The hero told Retic to bring this thing and kill everyone who tries to interfere. Retic wanted to obey the command, but Tsutsushi began to stop him in a panic. She said that this item is a divine cloak that protects their village and cannot just be given to some predator. But Retic pointed his weapon at the shaman and told her that if she valued her life, then she should not stop him. Therefore, Retic brought the long-awaited item to Ugin, and thus, Ugin found one of the items from Thresh's set. It was Thresh's armor and guardian cloak, but the cloak was torn and could not show its effects. Domination plus 100, there is no longer a limit on the number of possessed souls, but other effects are closed. The shaman said that this is the god of destruction, and this is not something that some predator can take. Ujin was surprised that Tsutsushi knew about the god of destruction. The shaman said that the god of destruction is the deity of primordial chaos. Tsutsushi said that predators may roam like gods, but this thing is a real divine artifact. The moment the hero puts it on, his body will be dissolved by the curse. Ugin wondered if his body would dissolve if he was a dimension lord. Raksha asked what he should do, because if the sacred artifact was taken away, then they would have to live like wanderers. The shaman told him not to worry, because as soon as Ugin dressed him, he would be cursed and die. To spite everyone, Wujin put on a cloak and said that it may not look good now, but it still fit perfectly. The shaman was shocked that the curse did not work. Was Ugin really a legend? Wujin replied that it originally belonged to him, and now he is taking it back. Suddenly, the shaman felt ill. She said that the predator that devours predators, the harbinger of the god of destruction, has come. She wonders if the planet is already completely destined for destruction. It was 3 days later that Ugin and his team arrived on the planet Jakku. Beck asked the annoying measurement people about how long they were going to follow them. Murdy approached Beck from behind and began to treat him. He thanked her and said that if it weren't for her, he would have died long ago. But what was more important was whether Wujin was still alive. Jaemin replied that he contacted him, but it seems that he is quite far away, so it will take about half a day. Murdy said she had to somehow hold on until then. Jaemin thought to himself that it was all his fault because he was intoxicated by the feeling of becoming stronger, and ended up ignoring the plan. So decided to cheer up the guy, saying that he doesn't need to blame himself, because without him, she wouldn't have been able to survive until this moment. And suddenly, out of nowhere, a whole army of orcs appeared. It's kind of crazy that they have so much strength left. There is nowhere to run now. Beck said sadly that he would probably die before he even got married. Haiseo was surprised that Beck was lonely. Suddenly, the group saw some kind of fire in the sky approaching them, and then a strong explosion occurs, and all the orcs were destroyed. And this was Sungu's old friend. Jaemin asked what happened. The guy replied that Wujin sent him here. Haiseo couldn't believe that Sungu had such unimaginable strength. She didn't understand what kind of training he had gone through to become so strong in 3 days. While Heiseo's group barely survived thanks to Sungu's arrival, Wujin met another dimension lord. Wujin asked which side he was from, whether it was the yellow lizard. The Lord replied that he was from the Black Hat Alliance. Yeah, being a lizard, you don't have to be from the Yellow Lizard Alliance. Ugin said that it didn't matter anyway, but more importantly, he had to make sure. So he threw the cloak over the Lord. But to Ujin's surprise, nothing happened. He did not begin to die. The lizard said, how dare the hero take such damned equipment without a code? Ujin asked what code means. The lizard replied that it is difficult to understand how someone who does not know what the code is takes this cloak and is still fine with it. Wujin demanded to know about the code, but the lizard began to scoff, saying that he would not be so obedient as to tell. Wujin began to say that the lizard would not die pleasantly in this case. But suddenly the lizard simply disappeared, saying that if the opportunity arises, they will meet with him next time. Yazaritsa simply self-destructed. Wujin thought about this code. The more you know, the more confusing things appear. Wujin called Janice. The hero remembered how he told him when he became part of his group that Wujin was special. Janice confirmed that the hero is special. Wujin asked if this meant that he would not die, but I asked this thing. Janice said that this is true, and Ugin is the being who escaped Thresh's curse. Before Rod took it, Tranet's pawns coveted it, and they all disappeared. Wujin asked if Janice meant that they died since they were still alive. Janice replied that they disappeared, not died. All Thresh items collected from Alfen are armor, and yet the moment you put it on, you disappear. Therefore, if they obtain Thresh's only offensive weapon, Thresh's execution, then Ugin could permanently destroy the dimensional lords who keep coming back to life no matter how many times Ugin kills them. Wujin happily said that the puzzle was finally starting to come together. Janice wanted to ask Wujin one question. He asked if it was okay to let that guy grow further in this place. This is about Sungu. Janice doesn't really like this, because his magical talent alone exceeds even Ugin's abilities. The hero was shocked that the guy was at such a level. Wujin is even jealous, since Janice himself recognized Sungu's talent. Wujin told him to do as he knows because he is the one to teach Sungu. Janice replied that he would create the first living slave for the master. Sungu was overly excited and Jae-min asked him why he was acting this way and if everything was okay. Sungu said that he just suddenly got goosebumps. Sungu had a strong premonition. This is the 4th day since he arrived on the planet Jakku. Wujin and Jae-min left Sungu and Haseo's group and went back to the Ardal spatial dimension. Wujin said that the territory defense period passed quickly, even if it was only 4 days. He instructed Jae-min, after receiving the territory, to be sure to provide a period of protection again. Then, Jae-min wanted to ask Wujin something. The guy said that he wanted to buy a couple of things and asked to borrow some points. He said that he has something that he is saving up for, but it is a little expensive. Wujin was surprised that what he gave was not enough for the guy. He asked what Jae-min needed money for. Jae-min replied that the item was the Heart of the Vampire Lord. The guy apologized, saying that he was asking for too much. On the planet Jakku, Jae-min proved to be a liability to his teammates. To fill his role in the group, he must become much stronger than he is now. But as he expected, he cannot count on Wujin all the time. Wujin said to wait. He found this item and it cost 200,000 points. This is quite a lot, but it is the expected price for the heart of a top-ranking vampire. So, Wujin bought it and gave it to Jae-min. The guy was incredibly grateful. Through the blood ritual of absorbing the heart, one can inherit status by becoming a vampire lord. The one who absorbed him does not remain just a blood-sucking monster, but gains the ability to have his own pawns under his command. Jae-min said that he will repay Wujin this time. The hero said not to say anything stupid, and that it would be enough if Jae-min could defeat at least one monster without dying. Wujin told the guy to test his abilities on the planet Jak-Wu after the ritual, because he must adapt carefully before moving to another planet. Jae-min was surprised, but the hero assured him that it would not be long before he went to Alfen. Meanwhile, in Ardal, former telephone salesman and current foreign minister, Seung-hoon, is holding talks from around the world. He said that these guys have a lot of demands, and he must show who is boss. Suddenly, his phone rang. He was informed that the group had arrived at the Prime Minister's office. Seung-hoon replied that he would be right away. In the meeting room, Seung-hoon greeted everyone and introduced himself as the Minister of Foreign Affairs. When Seung-hoon sat down, Min-chan wanted to fill him in on the matter, but Seung-hoon stopped him. He asked to be entrusted with these negotiations. But Min-chan was not entirely sure of his success. Seung-hoon told the Japanese representatives that he had reviewed all the information and requests that they had prepared. It matters regarding advance notices of the appearance of 6-star dungeons or higher, as well as joint strategies. Min-chan calmed down and thought that Seung-hoon was definitely good at negotiations. He prepared the material carefully and has skill in negotiations. The Great Britain team also arrived for negotiations. Xiang Hong asked why the Japanese guild suddenly came without sending any material in advance. One of the men replied that the king of Ardala invited him to talk to the people from his homeland, which is why he came like this. The man also said that he wanted to buy dimension fragments directly. Xiang Hun asked how much he was going to pay them. And the man replied that Wu Jin requested an entire aircraft carrier. Min Chan and Xiang Hun turned white in shock. Sun Zun asked again if the man said everything correctly. Xiang Hong quietly asked Min Chang about the dimension fragments. Were they really that expensive? Min Chan replied that this was the first time he had heard about them. The woman said that after careful consideration of the matter by the royal family and the government, it was concluded that the fragments of the dimension were indeed valuable. He also added that the requirement of the aircraft carrier itself is meaningless. Therefore, it is proposed that in the next 5 years, those who will be in the Eastern Sea will take over the defense of Ardal. The man asked how about this. Also, the man asked about Ardal and the government's entry into the 5-5 aircraft carrier cost operating agreement. Xiang Hun panicked and said that this is not something he can decide for himself and must meet with Wu Jin first. Suddenly, the hero himself came in and said that he had left the negotiations to Xiang Hun, and now he was acting absent-minded in what was going on. Wu Jin said to just give them the plane since they don't need people. A man from the delegation said that the maintenance and operation of an aircraft carrier requires thousands of people, and even if they hand it over to Ardal, they see that there will be insufficient personnel. The hero replied that he would take care of it himself and let them leave the aircraft carrier as it was. The man doesn't understand the point of just taking an aircraft carrier and doing something with it. Wu Jin asked why their side needed dimension fragments. The man replied that they needed the fragments for research. However, they did not yet know what they were. Wu Jin replied that they could just buy a dimensional gate that leads to another planet, and that way they could own their own dungeon. Everyone present was shocked. Wu Jin asked what about this deal? It should be pretty cheap. Min Chang told Wu Jin that it makes sense to give such a valuable item in exchange for an aircraft carrier, which is not necessary for Ardal. Wu Jin replied that he just wanted to try an experiment. The hero said that they should just give them a piece of metal and why an aircraft carrier for this. Min Chan didn't understand anything. In addition, Wu Jin asked him if Min Chan continues to recruit new awakened ones. Min Chang replied that they are now accepting applications, but there are so many people that they need more time to review all the documents. Wu Jin said not to waste time on this and to bring them in 3 days. The hero himself personally selects people who can do things carefully. Min Chan also asked Wu Jin how he was going to handle the awakened assembly in 6 days. Maybe he wanted to visit in person. A month ago, after repelling the invasion of Uriel with Ardal KH Group and the Hammer Guild in Korea, a global assembly was planned to develop future strategies. Wu Jin thought that the awakened ones from all over the planet should know the truth and unite together, because the crisis that will come will be too difficult to cope with on their own. Ugin said that was great, and before they left for Alfen, he asked that invitations be sent out so that all guilds could attend. Wu Jin turned around and was about to leave. But he turned around and told Xiang Hun to stop beating around the bush and return to his duties as a secretary, since the hero had seen earlier that the man was not particularly good at negotiations and had no talent. Xiang Hun was as upset as possible by the hero's words. How could you buy a phone from a person who is bad at negotiations? Min Chan tried to calm him down. Xiang Hong was in despair that he was demoted from the position of a minister to some kind of secretary like this. But suddenly Xiang Hun realized that the secretary manages the entire staff of Ardal, and does this really mean that this is a promotion? At the same time, on the planet Jakku, the goblin told the lord of his charge to force the magicians to defend the fortress and set up barriers. Suddenly, King Mona, a dimension lord from the Red Hammer Coalition, appeared from the portal. He was furious that someone dared to attack his fortress. He asked what kind of alliance this was. The goblin replied that this was not an alliance, but a crazy man appeared on the planet Jakku, and, it seems, from the other side. The Lord realized that this was the one who claimed to have completely destroyed the Yellow Lizard Alliance. The Lord demanded that the most powerful magical defense of the fortress be activated as soon as possible. But the goblin mumbled that it had already been destroyed. The Lord asked how many soldiers remained. The goblin said that they were all still alive, however. The enemy's firepower was too strong that they could not even approach. Mona didn't understand to himself what it was. How is it that the final armor is destroyed, but most of the soldiers are alive? The Lord asked who was fighting on Earth then. The goblin replied that there are 2 imposters, and they are fighting each other. They fight each other on the Lord's territory. Mona was simply furious that 2 people dared to do this. He is ready to kill them. But before the Lord could finish shouting, An incredibly strong fiery explosion occurred. It was Sungu who flew into the wall. They hit him right on target. But suddenly Sungu and the goblin looked up and saw that Monique no longer had a head. The goblin was horrified, and Sungu was surprised that it was a Dimension Lord. Sungu just felt like he had run into something. Janice flew up and asked the guy what he was doing here and did he really want to be burned to the body along with this building. Sungu began to say that Janice promised him a 10-minute rest if he defeated the Dimension Lord, but Janice just laughed and said it was a shame. Suddenly, Wu Jin appeared behind Sungu. Ugin said that the guy is already quite good, especially since he defeated the Dimension Lord himself. Sungu replied that it was all thanks to Janice. Janice said that Sungu had learned the basics, and now the real game could begin. Sungu was simply shocked, because he thought that this was already a real battle. Wu Jin said to get started and do everything properly. Janice burned down the fortress, and Wu Jin was interested in how much Jae-min had already grown. Meanwhile, Jae-min was attacking the locals. One of them begged the guy to have pity on him, but Jae-min told him to drink his blood. If he drinks his blood, he will be reborn as Jae-min's servant. Haeso told the others that they would take a break. Beck said it was a good idea, and they needed to get ready before the monsters swarmed again. Suddenly, Wu Jin appeared. When asked by Beck about when he appeared, the hero replied that, not so long ago. He asked how the group was doing and whether everything was tolerable. Beck said this becomes a good incentive. He expands his capabilities and feels a gradual improvement in his abilities. Wu Jin suggested that he come with them. Beck politely declined, saying that outsiders should not join them. Beck has already gained a lot from this expedition, and now he must return to the guild and do what he must. He will only be around for the duration of this expedition. Wu Jin asked about where Jae-min went. Haeso replied that Jae-min had infiltrated the nearby fortress. Wu Jin was surprised that he went on his own, but Haeso reassured him, saying that the guy just went for reconnaissance and everything should be fine. But Wu Jin objected and said that he didn't think Jae-min was just being there. And the group saw a whole swarm of bats, among which Jae-min himself was walking. Beck asked why the guy brought them all with him. Jae-min began to call all his servants. He said that large numbers are better than fighting yourself. Wu Jin was unsure about this idea, and suddenly, Jae-min's servants smelled Wu Jin's blood and began to attack him. Jae-min tried to stop them, but they didn't listen. Wu Jin simply threw them all away at once. Jae-min was angry and upset at the same time. Wu Jin told the guy that he seems to be trying to copy him, but nothing good comes of it. Wu Jin pointed at them and said that their bloodlust was more than just a simple hunger. He told Jae-min that if he couldn't restrain them with his influence, then his subordinates would be nothing more than monsters. It is not the number of subordinates that affects, but how you, as a lord, can control your subordinates. But Jae-min said that Wu Jin still has many of his subordinates. Wu Jin replied that no matter the number, zombies and skeletons are just consumables, and said to take a look at his people. Even after spending 20 years on Alfen, he only collected 54 Death Knights. Jae-min must study. Jae-min timidly said that he understood everything. Wu Jin also told Jae-min to relieve the tension in his eyes. He asked whether youthful maximalism plays a part in him. Gradually, Jae-min began to grow as a vampire lord, and 3 days later in Earth time, the day of viewing the awakened candidates came. Wu Jin said everyone was quiet. Ugin told everyone that those who would be elected at this meeting would become both citizens and awakened ones of Ardal. The selection process has begun, and Wu Jin uses his search and analysis skills to review the candidates' skills and statistics. Wu Jin quickly analyzed everyone and said that the 23 people who passed the exam will follow the staff's instructions, and the rest can go home. But people started getting angry, saying that there was no point even without any test. They didn't understand how Wu Jin could judge skills just at first glance. People really wanted to get to Ardal and asked the hero to give them a chance to show himself. Wu Jin decided, so be it, to give them a chance. He decided to set conditions since he doesn't have much time. He called his knight Assad and said that those who hold out with him for 30 seconds will move on. However, the price for this is life. People began to be indignant since no one wanted to die if something happened. And suddenly, in the crowd, one of the mysterious guys said that he would try. It turned out to be the famous Kim Kang-chul. The rest of the awakened ones did not understand what he was doing here. Before Wu Jin came, he was the best awakened person in South Korea. He rose to AA rank, but the circumstances were a mystery. But Kang-chul had never been united with anyone before this point, so it is a mystery why he decided to apply to Ardal. Wu Jin thought it was strange because he was sure that not a single high-rank awakened had been detected, but now, for some reason, the detector shows that Kang-chul has an AA rank. Wu Jin replied that he knew how good Kang-chul was, but asked if he was going to join Ardal. Kang-chul said that what he wants is not joining Ardal, but he came to talk to the hero. Wu Jin replied that in that case, Kang Chul can come later because he doesn't have enough time to talk now. But Kang Chul continued to insist, saying that it would take a little time. Wu Jin started to get annoyed by this and told the guards to take Kang Chul out of here. Security surrounded the guy and told him to wait for an official invitation to meet with Ardal. But Kang Chul offered a deal. He would last 30 seconds against Assad, and in exchange for that, Wu Jin would talk to him. Wu Jin told Assad that Kang Chul seemed to be underestimating him, but Assad was confident and said that he would knock down Kang Chul in 30 seconds. So Kang Chul and Assad prepared for battle. Assad began to attack powerfully, and Kang Chul to defend. Kang Chul blocked Assad's attacks with his bare hands. This was not like the body enhancement system Beck uses. Wu Jin wonders if the red shell around Kang Chul is his ability. Wu Jin had definitely not seen such people before, but still, Assad had already reached S-class, constantly raising the level. However, no matter how special Kang Chul's moves are, he is still only AA rank, and this difference in levels is quite difficult to catch up with. Kang Chul said that one of his servants had S-class power, and indeed, Dr. Toppler deserves attention. Wu Jin was shocked when he heard the doctor's name from Kang Chul. Suddenly, Kang Chul's level increased by 10. This is impossible. Wu Jin was surprised, and thus having cut off Assad's hands, Kang Chul won the duel. Wu Jin stopped him from causing further harm to Assad. Wu Jin was shocked that Assad was neutralized simply by a special enhanced attack. Kang Chul asked the hero if he would talk to him now. Wu Jin was amazed by a man who not only knows Toppler, but also knows how to change skills. He decided to talk to him. This will be a fun conversation. Kang Chul asked what happened here. Wu Jin replied that there was a guy who ran away while they were busy having pleasant conversations. He was a special prisoner, so trying to use force would do no good. Wu Jin asked about the reason why Kang Chul came to him. Kang Chul replied that he came here on the testimony of Dr. Toppler. The guy said that the doctor sees in Wu Jin a strong candidate for saving the Earth. Also, the doctor said that Wu Jin must collect codes to save the Earth from Tranet. Wu Jin thought about it. That monster from the planet Jakku also mentioned something about codes. Wu Jin asked what exactly these codes were. Kang Chul replied that he had no idea. Dr. Toppler simply asked him to give Wu Jin a message. Wu Jin sighed and said that he needed to know what it was in order to find it. Either way, it's forced inspiration. The hero asked Kang Chul how he is related to Dr. Toppler and who the doctor is. Kang Chul replied that as Wu Jin knows, he is an independent awakened without any influence. However, it is sponsored by Lunar World. Wu Jin asked what it was. Kang Chul replied that it was an organization owned by Dr. Toppler. Wu Jin said that he had never heard of this organization and asked if it was a planet. Kang Chul replied that it is supposed to be so. Suddenly, a panicked Seung Hoon burst into the office and said that Wu Jin should come right now. The hero was at a loss, but it turned out that Wu Jin's sister, Su-ah, was in the hospital and exhausted. Wu Jin arrived at the hospital as quickly as possible. Mom was distressed and said that Su-ah was not waking up. Min Chan and Murdy were also there. Wu Jin encouraged his mother, saying that everything would be fine, and no matter what it took, he would raise his sister to her feet. The hero told Min Chan to take his mother outside. Wu Jin asked Murdy about Su-ah's condition. Murdy replied that her body was fine. In this case, the hero was interested in why Su-ah didn't wake up then. Suddenly, Murdy asked Wu Jin if he remembered when Dr. Toppler said that God would be born on Earth. Every time she remembers this, she remembers that Toppler said that the heroes must find and protect the God who will soon be born on Earth. But still, Wu Jin didn't understand how this had anything to do with Su-ah. Murdy is not sure how this happened, but although faint, she definitely feels the presence of divine energy inside the girl's body. She must be meeting God in her long sleep now. Murdy said all they could do now was wait for her to be accepted by God. And when Su-ah opens her eyes, she will wake up as a goddess who can hear the voice of God. Seung Hoon was in the office with Kang Chul and shared his worries about Su-ah. Suddenly, Kang Chul asked Seung Hoon if something happens on Earth for no reason at all. Seung Hoon was at a loss, but Kang Chul continued by saying that even when they accept something as a coincidence, most often there is a reason behind it. Kang Chul started using magic. Seung Hoon was in a panic, but the guy quickly knocked him out. The cruel mechanisms of fate began to turn. Will Wu Jin be able to get out of them? Evening came, and Wu Jin came to the office and saw Seung Hoon lying on the floor. Min Chan and the hero started asking what happened. Seung Hoon started talking about how Kang Chul broke the restriction while he was talking nonsense, and after that he doesn't remember anything. Seung Hoon also talked about Kang Chul's words about how nothing comes out of nowhere in the world. Wu Jin thought about it. So the guy meant that everything that happens has a cause and effect, even the fact that Su-ah was chosen to become a goddess. It seems that Wu Jin had a clue, but now he is lost again. Moonlight World is a group that supports Kim Kang-chul, and an organization that Dr. Toppler is involved with. They claim to be on the same side as Wu Jin verbally, but they are quite cautious. They seem to be watching the hero from the shadows, continuing to keep their identity a secret. Wu Jin told Chung-hoon to leave and recover, and Min-chan to go after Kim Kang-chul. Wu Jin said to find a way by any means necessary, even if it means collaborating with someone from Korea or doing something else. It was 3 days before Ugin and his group were sent to Alfen. There are 12 days left to prepare for the expedition, according to Dungeon Time. Wu Jin entrusted the training of 23 new awakened women to Hae-so. She told them that they would have a hellish 12-day training session aimed at achieving B rank. In addition to Hae-seo's rigorous training, the skill books and enhancement stones generously provided by Ardal quickly accelerated their growth. And after successfully completing their training, they were collectively known as the Phantom Division, and were organized under the command of General Hae-so. And also, Janice's hellish preparations for the fortress had also reached their final stage. Now Janice says that Sun-gu already has something to look forward to, and Sun-gu has already fulfilled his dream of becoming a fire mage. But for some reason, he was not happy. And now about Jae-min's situation. Following Wu Jin's advice, it seemed that he began to limit the abuse of his powers, and began to control the power. Jae-min continued to bully the locals. Beck told him to stop fooling around and go quickly. Jae-min was too good, and apparently the dignity of the knight aristocrat was slightly lost. Looking at his city, Wu Jin said that it seems like everyone is more willing to trust others with things now. There is exactly 1 day left before leaving for Alfen. After the World Assembly of Guilds, the expedition to Alfen will begin. Meanwhile, Toppler was in his moon world. Some girl, Soso, brought him lunch. Lunch was as meager and strange as possible, to which Toppler said that he would not be able to eat even such porridge for long. This time, he will ensure that he executes his plan without failure. The day of the World Assembly of Guilds has arrived. The heroes are in the port of Busan, South Korea. Looking at the aircraft carrier, Ha-min said that it was gorgeous. Ha-min was also told that this aircraft carrier is 280 meters long. Ha-min also asked the captain if he could handle him. The captain replied that there would be no problem with the aircraft carrier itself after the transfer. However, loading additional weapons, including ship-based aircraft and deployable pilots, would require a huge amount of money and time. Ha-min agreed. He wondered why Wu Jin needed this aircraft carrier at all, since they have a country with a small population. Suddenly, Ugin flew in on a dragon. Ha-min remembered that Wu Jin was supposed to have a general meeting with the guilds today, but the hero replied that he was just going to plant a tree and then immediately return. Ha-min is a little confused. Wu Jin asked about the man in uniform. He introduced himself and said that he was the new captain of the aircraft carrier, and his name was Park Gil-soo. Gil-soo is a formal naval colonel and has 6 months of experience on an aircraft carrier as an officer. Wu Jin liked that he was experienced, and wanted to start working with him as soon as possible. Ha-min asked Wu Jin how he plans to manage this place now, since he has no planes or ships to escort him, and lacks mounted weapons and manpower to manage it. In fact, now it is just a huge ship and nothing more. Wu Jin said that's the main thing. The main thing is that this is a huge moving ship. Ha-min was confused, but Wu Jin, on the contrary, was pleased. Ugin connected the 2 fragments of the dimension, and the creation of the base began. It's just like when the dragon built its nest on Namsan Tower. There are 24 hours left, until the formation of Spatial Lord Kang Wu Jin's base is completed. At the moment, Seoul Station is surrounded by various dungeons and is very vulnerable. If you get robbed while you're in Ardal, it's all over because the portals back to Earth disappear. Yes, Seoul Station is moving to Alfen. At the same time, a general meeting was taking place in one of the hotels in Seoul. There, Min-chan thanked everyone for visiting and introduced himself to the guests. He said that he would briefly reveal the information about the fake ones that they discovered before the king arrived. The guild members were waiting outside. Hae-seo asked Seung-hoon if he had received any messages from Wu Jin. Seung-hoon just got a call, and Wu Jin said that he would come from Busan directly to the portal at Seoul Station. Hae-seo hoped that he would not be late. They also went to their places. Min-chan began to talk about why monsters appear. To begin with, those present must understand the Tranet, the interplanetary network. This allows materials to be transferred regardless of distance. Nothing is known yet about its origin. However, one thing is certain. The monsters that appear in dungeons are creatures from outer space. The Earth is already connected to outer space through the Tranet. And if full synchronization is completed in the future, stronger spatial lords and monsters will invade Earth. When that time comes, the Bloodstone business will not be the only problem. The survival of humanity will be at risk. One of the awakened ones stood up and asked what they should do, because the dungeon seemed to be protected by a barrier and could not be destroyed. Min-chan replied that this was true and the dungeons really couldn't be destroyed, but they might be able to cut off the connection with Tranet. The man asked if there was a way. And then the long-awaited guest appeared, Ugin, who said that of course there is a way, and that is why he is going to Alfen. An ancient weapon hidden on the planet Alfen. Thresh's execution. If you find it and fill it out, you can forcibly disable the Tranet connection. Ugin also said that the reason everyone is gathered here is to ask all the guilds in the world to unite and protect the planet while Ugin is away. People began to discuss that such a weapon actually existed. One of the guys from the audience mockingly asked Ugin whether he was really going to Alfen to protect the Earth. The guy asked if Ardal still has a monopoly on information about dimension fragments, which allows him to own the dungeon. In his opinion, protecting the Earth is just a coincidence. In fact, it is not the intention to monopolize the huge profits from the Alfen dungeon. Ugin replied that there can be no talk of any profit while humanity is under threat of extinction. What he wants is simply to protect his family and the planet they live on. If the guy doesn't believe it, he can go to Alfen with Ugin. The hero said that the guy could go ahead and take a look and he would follow him. The guy was a little scared. Wu Jin asked Min-chan to turn on the screen. Sanho showed up there and Wu Jin began to say that this man, a representative of the Hwarang Guild, deliberately caused a dungeon breach at the instigation of the Spatial Lord. Because of this guy, monsters that couldn't come out normally in 30 days after restarting the dungeon came out in one day. As a result, Sol and Darby suffered enormous damage. After this, the same method was used in dungeon busts that were happening simultaneously all over the world. But there were also a lot of crazy people besides that. An American criminal organization has successfully created an artificial dungeon. In the future, when synchronization ends and the apocalypse begins, there will be more and more traitors. Those who try to join the dimensional lords like Lee Sang-ho are traitors who sell the Earth to save their lives. And these people are talking about profit. If this doesn't happen, then there are no such people among those present. Wu Jin is sure that everyone should understand well that he said everything clearly. He will ask for the last time. Tomorrow morning, the warriors Ardala and Ugin will return to Alfen, and they will certainly return back after finding a way to save the Earth. Until this moment, the awakened must join forces and protect the planet. All this time, Murdy was with Sua. Finally, there was only Leno left for her before they went to Alfen. She wondered whether the Allied forces could hold their own against the Tranet Corps commanders. Suddenly, incredible energy began to float in the air. Sua began to float in the air. This was the coming of God. Wu Jin immediately arrived at the hospital. He asked if everything was okay since Sua had no reaction, even though God had awakened. Murdy replied that, fortunately, the synchronization is stable. They just need to wait until they get a reaction from the girl. Wu Jin asked Sua, or rather the god inside her, about his name. He wanted him to introduce himself. God replied that he was wondering what name the grain that had just been born on the planet might have. Wu Jin was puzzled by this answer. He asked whether there had been no god on the planet before. The god inside Sua replied that although this is the first time they are meeting, they have known each other for a very long time. After a whole paragraph in the story, they meet again in this way. Wu Jin didn't understand what he was talking about, and asked him to explain it to him in clear words. God replied that the essence gave birth to manifestations, and people only recognize this phenomenon. The endless reparations of the history of lies are again coming to an end. A story of lies? God asked Ugin if he would be salted to end this endless cycle. He will watch him. Suddenly Sua woke up and recognized her brother. The girl said that she had a dream. Wu Jin told her not to say anything and just rest. Fortunately, Sua accepted God well and there were no problems, but if something went wrong, her body and mind could be damaged. After all, Sua is the seed of God. It's too much to be a coincidence. Wu Jin told Min-chan to move all employees, their families and equipment to the carrier as planned. Also, the hero asked Min-chan to keep an eye on Sua while he was away. Even if he loses everything, the girl must be protected. A man wanted to see what progress had been made in public disclosure, but was told that entry was prohibited. He began to say that 10 years had passed since he had been working here and couldn't he even look in a little bit. Suddenly, director Lee Sang-ho arrived and asked what was the matter. The man explained to him that he just wanted to look at the progress of the structure, but the watchman wouldn't let him in. Sang-ho asked why the man wanted to know this. He replied that it was not surprising to be curious about this, since he had been here for 10 years, but had never done such renovations. Suddenly, Lee Sang-ho sighed and said that he would show everything. They started walking around the construction site. The man said that they can communicate well since Sang-ho is the director. He said that he was sure of good intentions, but still, it was a valuable natural monument. The man also added that this may be his anger, but he is also worried that the monument may be damaged. Sang-ho said that he understands him well. Suddenly, the man heard some growling and alarmedly asked the director about it. But Sang-ho pretended that he didn't understand anything. The man said they might have been bats. The mice killed the poor man. Sang-ho switched to his real appearance and said that there is no point in someone coming to a place where they can't even defend themselves. Sang-ho arrived to his Lord Yellow and began to worship him, expressing his respect. The Lord asked about Ugin. Sang-ho said that they are building a base on a huge moving ship. Once completed, it is expected that the base will be moved somewhere else. Yellow said they were probably trying to free themselves from the dungeons. It's a headache. Sang-ho also said that they are going to go on an expedition to Alfen with the awakened ones from Ardal. The Lord understood everything, so Wu Jin tries to find the hidden code. Sang-ho was at a loss. Yellow said that everything is going as it should. While Ugin is not on Earth, he must find the Earth God and kill him. Meanwhile, Ugin and his team were already near Alfen. It had been a long time since he had inhaled the aroma of this place. Sungu asked if this was Alfen, since the place looked too run down. Wu Jin replied that the place couldn't look normal after a war that lasted 200 years. The hero asked Murdy where they were. She said they were in the western part of the Rada Plateau. If they go northwest from here, they will reach Ardal. If you go north, you can find the land of the Allied forces. But Murdy doesn't know what it will be now. But Wu Jin said there was no need to worry after forcing him to go that far. Ugin said that they must go to the lands of the Allied forces. We moved to the Southern Alfen League. There people were running away from a huge number of evil mantises. The hero Torin, a monk who worships the tempter god Skia, told everyone to get up and run away. He told the people to leave the canyon to join the heroes. Suddenly, a praying mantis was waiting for Torin from behind. When the monster began to attack him, he took up the weapon and overpowered it. They were really tough. As Torin and the boy ran, they saw a strange crowd ahead. Why are they still standing here? And then Torin realized that the retreat road was already blocked. The boy, in a panic, called Torin and showed that Kadi was a whole flock of mantises. The monk began to call on his god Skia. But then someone started shooting the praying mantises. The counts and the elven lord have arrived. The people are saved. The eyes said that all the people looked exhausted. It will be difficult to move in the current state. The monk asked Graham about his attack on Gashusha's base, as well as about the others. Graham, one of the heroes and the best fire mage, responded that the strategy was a failure. The surviving colleagues are now scattered and trying to save nearby residents. Elven Lord Atasha, one of the heroines of the unification, said that when the situation is like this, all that remains is to take the remaining survivors and go to a new place. They have no choice but to leave this place. Torin thought that since they failed to destroy Goshusha's base, is there any other way? Suddenly, the heroes heard a scream. It turned out to be Ferris. Their location has been revealed. Everyone was in a panic. Ferris is a giant air monster, reaching 500 meters in length. Its huge body is a threat in itself, but even more dangerous is the fact that it functions as a transport ship for monsters. The mantises that were on Ferris began to fly towards the heroes. Graham told Turin that they must leave immediately. Itasha also said that they should at least retreat, and they won't be able to save everyone. If they flee while protecting the inhabitants, the heroes will also be destroyed. This is what stopped Turin. One boy approached the monk and asked if they would die. And then Torin told Graham and Itasha that the two of them could go, but he would stay and protect the people as best he could. They said that they couldn't lose Monk Skia like that, and that their common goal was actually to survive and protect Alfen. But the monk objected, saying that his goal was not to save their lives now, but to protect these children. Even if death awaits him in the end, it means that Skia has prepared such a fate for him. Graham came to his senses and said that he was sorry for thinking only about his survival under the threat of great danger. He also added that he cannot call himself a hero if he turns a blind eye to his fellow countrymen and simply runs away. He offered to fight together until the end. They asked Itasha's opinion. She said that since the Blood Oath, people have also been her countrymen. She too will join them. Torin was pleasantly surprised. Graham said that they had been talking too long and it was time to fight the enemy. Wu Jin also saw Ferris. This was his first time seeing something so big. It will be fun to catch something after a long time. Therefore, he began to attack Ferris. Graham, Itasha, and Torin saw a powerful explosion in the sky. They also felt some kind of vibration. They decided to take a good look around. And then Itasha noticed an army of skeletons and death knights. She didn't understand why the Immortals' army was here. Graham said that the army of death, which had not been seen for some time, had appeared. This is truly a dilemma. Torin said it couldn't just be a miracle. Itasha said it was more of an opportunity. They must get out of here while the army of death and Goshush's minions fight among themselves. Suddenly, they heard a terribly familiar voice. It was Wu Jin with Murdy. He said that he had not seen the heroes of the Union for a long time. Torin was perplexed that of all times he met with the immortals right now, and he also did not understand why the missing saint was with him. Torin angrily asked Ugin if he had kidnapped the saint. Murdy replied that there was no kidnapping and apologized for being late. She said that she had brought reinforcements from Earth to protect Alfen. Graham asked what she meant. Murdy said that the immortal decided to help them restore Alfen. Torin could not understand why the Taken One was telling such an obvious lie that the immortal slaughterer would help Alfen. Is the immortal really with the saint? Torin was furious and thought that Ugin not only kidnapped the saint, but also turned her into an undead. Is Ugin trying to absorb Alfen using her? Murdy began to stop him, saying that he understood everything wrong, and she was alive, and the immortal really wanted to help them. But Wu Jin said there was no need to bother with explanations. But Torin was incredibly angry and continued to attack Ugin, saying that as long as he was separated from his army of death, there was a great opportunity to destroy him. Ugin decided that since words would not solve this, he must act by force and attack Torin in response. Graham also got angry and said that Wu Jin was just an immortal bastard. He was ready to attack him. Graham used his teleportation skill to get behind the hero, and then his firepower. He intended to kill him, but Ugin repelled all attacks with his mastery of the bow. Itasha saw how strong Ugin was, and did not understand what was happening. No matter how strong the immortal was, he was also a necromancer, as she remembered. How can he deal with the heroes with just a few words? Itasha pointed her dagger at Wu Jin and he asked her if she wanted to fight too, or if she thought he would stop just because she said so. Itachi couldn't stand it and threw the dagger. The hero told Merli to heal the wounded, and they would try to explain everything clearly to them when they were in shape. Ugin asked if the monsters were Gashushu's minions. His fortress must be nearby. Wu Jin decided to help. The hero arrived at the fortress of the spatial lord Gashushu, the place where lightning shoots. The smitten lord said that the shameless one had arrived. Wu Jin asked him why he was acting so friendly. The lord replied that he was building borders, and was not going to invade Ugin's territory as before. The hero asked what he should do if he wants to take this entire planet for himself. And suddenly the lord asked Ugin whether Alfen's codes were his goal. Ugin asked about what codes are, because someone talked about some kind of codes on the planet Jakku. The lord understood, apparently. Ugin wants to help the inhabitants of the planet, not knowing about the code. The hero asked to tell him more about the codes, but the lord did not want to do this. Therefore, Wu Jin quickly dealt with him, since he wants to force the hero to ask 20 times. Wu Jin couldn't understand what these codes were, since everyone was keeping it so secret. Sungu and Jae Min approached Wu Jin. Wu Jin asked them if they cleared the bottom floor as well. They answered yes, and asked if Wu Jin had cleared all the paths from below. Wu Jin said that these monsters are at the entry level. Since they have completely cleared this place, we can move on. Murdy treated the heroes. Tareen recognized this divine energy of the goddess Arya. He also said that if she simply followed the immortal, she would of course lose her abilities. All the heroes apologized to the saint for misunderstanding her. She thanked them, and said that she was grateful for their faith in her, even after this. Ugin came and asked Taran if his head had cooled a little. He asked the hero why he left them alive. Tareen was referring to why Ugin is helping the Alliance, and the hero replied that their interests simply converge. The heroes were seriously surprised by this. Wu Jin said that their common enemy is known as Tranet. The boy asked Murdy if this guy was a hero. She replied that she wasn't sure, but it was certain that he was the one who would take big risks to save them. Itasha said that she still doesn't trust him. Murdy thought about the prediction, and what it meant. She said that there was no need to worry about the immortal even after hearing the prediction. But perhaps saving Alfen might not lead to his death. The day came when the Gushush army was defeated by Kang Wu Jin. We find ourselves in a village where refugees have gathered. Khonshu, the young king of Khonshu Kingdom, said that he couldn't believe it. No matter what it costs to eliminate Tranet, the devil who manipulates the dead is with them. In the hands of this evil spirit, millions of their Honshu soldiers became ghosts who were not allowed to die. Khan said angrily that an alliance with a man like this was impossible. The orc leader Kurga on whether Ugin's real intentions are something else. Even if he is sincere, if the situation changes, he will betray the king even tomorrow. The king of the dwarfs, Raoul, said that this was true, and that it was like leaving fish to the cat. Murdy came into the tent and said there was one thing they needed to know. She said that the immortal is not a devil, not a person possessed by evil, but an ordinary person, no different from them. Everyone said that this couldn't happen, and apparently Arya's joke had gone too far. Murdy replied that it was not a joke. She arrived on Earth at the direction of the goddess. There, she saw Wu Jin's true inside, which was misunderstood. On Earth, he was incredibly angry and cruel, but it was all about his family and colleagues and defending the weak. First of all, the goddess Arya revealed that he is the savior. Therefore, they must believe in him and stick together. Khan said that this is nonsense, and Arya cannot make predictions like this. Suddenly, Wu Jin came in and asked what they were doing behind his back. He thought they were swearing at him. He said that was why they suddenly pretended to be friends after the battle. He said it was just an alliance. Everyone has their own grievances. Heroes aren't the only ones who want this. Wu Jin is also ready to bury his grievances. They just need to think about Tranet. Ugin also said that they can attack him, and if he turns him into an enemy after Tranet, then the end of Alfen will be obvious. Khans was outraged, but thought about it, looked at the others, and said that he understood and they would form this alliance. In that case, they need to prepare a strategy to protect Alfen. The first is the construction of a fortress to protect Alfen. Sungu and Jae Min prepared a huge amount of food for the villagers. They were very grateful to the Earthlings. They also invited Wu Jin to eat with them since the meeting was over. But Wu Jin refused and told the guys to make friends with the heroes. And Wu Jin, in turn, left and said that he was going to finish the job and would return soon. Ugin arrived at Mount Soros, south of Alfen. This is the place the guys from the association were talking about. Kurga showed this mountain on the map. With the exception of the main mountain, the surrounding area is clear. It's easy to expose yourself to enemies here. There are wide open spaces around the mountain. Khan said it might be easy to defend because the terrain is high, but if you think about supplies, it's a place where it's easy to be isolated when attacked. And Ujin needs to choose a good place to protect himself, and Khan's suggested a deep canyon and showed it on the map. Ugin answered no, and said that they did not need to build a shelter, but an expanded fortress for a counterattack. A good place for this would be Soros Mountain. But Kurga told the Immortal that there were bigger problems than just location. It turns out that Mount Soros is already under Tranet control. This is also one of the 72 great monarchs. Wu Jin wondered who it was, but he never expected to see familiar faces. And it turns out that it was Uriel. Uriel said that it is difficult to understand why to participate in such an expendable fight between the dimensional lords due to some resentment. Uriel said that their spatial lord is immortal, and there is no reason in battle to kill each other because of some personal feelings. Wu Jin decided to try to talk about codes. He asked Uriel what if they were going to get Alfen's codes. Uriel thought that perhaps Ugin's ultimate goal was to dominate Alfen, but in that case, the approach was wrong. The Alfen code does not yet have a spatial lord. Perhaps Alfen must be hidden somewhere deep inside. Uriel asked about hunting planetary creatures in search of him, instead of fighting among the dimensional lords. Udin thought, and it seems to him, that the code is something that gives power over the planet. This is weird. Why then did Toppler advise collecting code to rule several planets? There must be some other purpose for the codes other than planetary control. Uriel said that beings like them in the upper echelons prove their worth through dominance. Ugin just woke up as a lord. Wu Jin said he's not interested in domination, but that could be a different story. Uriel was quite surprised. Uriel realized that Wu Jin was talking about a hidden code. He came to Alfen to chase the real thing. Wu Jin asked if there really is such a thing as a hidden code. Uriel replied that, of course. Each code has different privileges. Alfen's hidden code is transmitted only as a legend. Suddenly, Uriel realized that the hero did not know anything about the code. Wu Jin said he wouldn't have discussed this with him if he had known. Uriel was furious that Wu Jin dared to mock him. Wu Jin said that if he had used teleportation magic, he could have found out and dug it all out. But it's a pity that Bibi didn't come. And Bibi has her own tasks to deal with. On the aircraft carrier, Bibi was drawing something and Sua became interested. After she moved here, she also tried to draw a new Ardal sign. She tried really hard. But Bibi was worried about something. She didn't know how to decorate the place. She decorated the castle well, but she had never seen anything like this aircraft carrier. Sua wanted to help, and Bibi asked her if she knew what aircraft carriers do. Sua said that he knows the plane. She thinks aircraft carrier means airplane. It's just that the words are a little more complicated. Bibi considered this logical and decided that an aircraft carrier was a flying ship. She began to thank Sua, and Bibi now knows what to do. Bibi began to look for something, and Min-chan watched this carefully. Bibi was inspired and concentrated. And suddenly she found someone to repair the aircraft carrier. It was Nosam, who arrived at Bibi's request. Nosam is a dwarf technician from the Black Mines tribe, expert in magical mechanical devices and construction. Min-chan was panicked that Bibi wanted to repair something. She said that how would the Ardal base work if it just floats in the sea? She needs a proper renovation. Min-chan was at a loss. He asked if a flying aircraft carrier was possible. Nosam said that people do not know anything about dwarfs. Nosam said that there was nothing that the dwarves could not fix with their technology. Min-chan didn't know what to do because the aircraft carrier was not broken immediately after its acquisition. And suddenly 4 portals appeared on the deck. Bibi said that the master must have made a base in Alfen. This means that everything worked out for Wu Jin, and this made Min-chan and Bibi happy. Then Min-chan said that they would prepare the next team. Meanwhile, Mount Saurus, which had defeated Uriel, welcomed its new master. Tareen asked why an immortal should own the world tree. Wu Jin said that there is no need to attach importance to this because it is just a symbol of the fortress. Murdy said that this is how the first base formed by the alliance between the Union and Ardal was created. She suggested painting the banner of the Immortal, the Federation, and Ardal. Wu Jin liked the idea, and told them to carry the flags to show that the Alfen unification was blossoming. The flag of Alfen was set up, and Ugin wanted the same with the flag of Ardal. But Ujin was confused by what he saw. The once formidable symbol of Ardal, who was terrifying, is now just a cat. Ujin realized that Bibi had registered her cat as a symbol. Apparently Bibi manages the base well, and she and Nosam worked tirelessly. The heroes completed the formation of the alliance with Alfen, and provided the base with everything, including protection. Now Ugin needs to collect Thresh's full set of things. Ugin asked Murdy whether the first priest Lysias was still alive. For some reason, Murdy began to mumble. Wu Jin demanded to speak. Murdy said sadly that this high priest Lysias confronted the immortal army 5 years ago. Wu Jin remembered that he killed him. He's been crossed so many times that he can't even remember them all. Murdy also didn't know if there were any heirs because she hadn't been to Alfen for a long time. But someone still had to take power. Suddenly, Atasha announced that the first priest who inherited the holy relics of Lysia was located in Linta City in northern Alfen. Ugin saw that Atasha was aware of the whereabouts of the first priest. Atasha asked why Ugin needed a priest. The hero said that he really needed his help to save Alfen. Wu Jin told Murdy to stay here and defend the base with the others while he went to look for the first priest. He also said that Atasha was going to Linta City with him. Atasha was in shock and did not know why she should accompany Ujin. But the hero put pressure on her, asking if she wanted to save Alfen, and if she wanted to help. They quickly set off. Meanwhile, Murdy informed the Alliance that the Immortal had gone in search of the first priest of Lysia. The heroes began to talk among themselves about the fact that Ugin, perhaps, was again trying to steal the holy relics of the god of Lysia, and whether his desire to collect holy relics was still the same. Murdy objected and said that it was not like that at all. Now that they have officially formed an alliance with the Federation, this will no longer happen before. Tareen began to remember himself when he was 16. Lysia was exhausted, and Tareen ran to him to help. Lysias told Torin to prepare from that day on for the position of first priest in his place. Torin was furious and asked what this meant because Lysia was alive and how he could do this. But Lysias said that the holy relic was stolen by an immortal. Namely, Wu Jin stole Skia's shoes. From that moment on, Torin was incredibly angry with the hero. He wanted to be sure to repay him for the humiliation that his master suffered. This happened, and after 3 years he inherited the position of the first priest and received a new holy relic from Skia. However, all the associated relics of the 5 gods were destroyed. And now, after all this, they have formed an alliance with the Immortal. The promise of revenge on the Immortal became meaningless. Tareen told everyone to calm down. He said that he did not know why the Immortal wanted to visit the first priest, but one who took all the sacred relics of their ancestors, he would not necessarily desire sacred objects again. Besides, as Murdy said, they are now in the same alliance. Ujin and Atasha arrived at the place, Lintu City. There was a city under the lake. Atasha said that Linta City is the last city of the Union, hidden under the lake. Even the Lord of the Tranet dimension cannot invade. Only Lysia's chosen ones can enter. Atasha said that she also cannot go to the hidden city since she's not allowed, but the surveillance ship on Linta Island should be able to see them. Suddenly, Atasha noticed that now there would be 49 people with whom they would communicate. But Ujin didn't listen to anything or anyone and started walking. Atasha tried to stop him. Wujin asked how many years she was going to wait. Let him just cast the water-breathing spell and go. Atasha tried to warn that they would not return alive if they entered the territory without permission. But Wujin didn't listen to anyone and still touched the water, and there was a huge splash. Atasha said that this is the end. Since ancient times, 17 dragons have been guarding Lake Linta, and now they are out. Wujin said that these dragons look different from the ones he knows, And then Itasha said in horror that the dragon's breath was coming. The dragons try to kill the heroes with their terrifying breath. This breath left a huge dent in the ground. And Ujin took Itasha by the collar and they flew away. She was shocked that they managed to survive. Wujin said that even a Dimension Lord would have difficulty entering. He never thought that such creatures were revealed under the lake. Itasha said in a panic that they needed to leave as quickly as possible, because the water dragons were about to come out. But Ujin was calm, as always. He asked if the water dragons could fly and reach them, to which Itasha answered yes. He mockingly said that since they would fly, they could simply be called dragons. Itasha asked Ujin to get ready. And then suddenly that same terrifying dragon appeared on their way, and with every second, there were more and more of them. But Ugin managed to maneuver away from them. He said that with this level of power, these dragons must give the strongest of the water creatures. The hero thought about turning them into his death knights. The dragon's breath was released into them again. Sungu and Murdy stood at the base. He said that it had been almost a day since Wujin left, so the base should be completed soon. But Murdy was worried. She said that perhaps Wujin is not as justified in trusting the goddess as he seems. Sungu began to calm the saint down, saying that this is Wujin, and there will be no problems there because he is very strong. He is confident that the boss will somehow save both Alfen and Earth. Sungu trusts Wujin even more than God. Murdy was amazed at this level of trust in Wujin. She knew that Wujin was just an ordinary person, and Sungu liked to embellish everything. Meanwhile, Ujin and Itasha had already been saved, and she began to come to her senses. She began to ask about what happened, because she was sure that there was a dragon's breath there. Wujin replied that he blocked him. Because of the shockwave, it was carried right up to the edge of the forest. Ugin said that dragons must have been guarding Lake Linta since ancient times, since blocking one attack consumes a huge number of souls. Itasha started screaming that she had warned her, and that she should just wait for the people from Linta to arrive. But Wujin didn't listen, and told her that if she was ready, they could move out. Itasha realized that the hero wanted to try his luck with the water dragons again and said that it was reckless. Wujin said that if you don't try, you won't know. Although 17 dragons is quite stressful, Ugin is not himself. So they went to the same place, but Ugin had already called his death knights. Janice said that it had been a while since he had hunted a dragon, and he didn't mind calling it friend. Ugin said that summoning the dragon would not take too long. It would be a good idea to prepare your friends in advance. Another Ugin knight said that they would get 17 friends at a time. This stupid guy probably won't bother remembering all the names. Itasha sees how the elite conscripts of the immortal are terrifying. She doesn't believe that he will actually catch ancient water dragons. Suddenly, Ugin saw that one dragon was coming towards him, but not at all aggressively. Suddenly, a guy approached Ugin on a dragon and asked if he was immortal. It turned out to be the assistant to the first priest of Lycia. He went out without Wujin even calling him. The priest said that if he could protect Linta with just one sacrifice, then he should definitely do it. The assistant said that the loss of a divine relic is the same as death for the first priest. He handed Ugin Lycia's gloves and asked him to accept them. The priest knew everything. Lycia's gloves are the gloves of the deity Lycia. They have a mystical power that gives birth to all degenerate seed and allows the fruit to be harvested. Ugin received gloves, which are the main component of Thresh's set. Skia Ujin got his boots from that girl Leah. He received the cloak in the village of Radi. If you take away the remaining divine relics of Arya and Harris, then Ugin will regain his former power. It's been a day since Wujin left. Kurga said that as Ugin said, they built a fortress in Soros, but the anxiety does not leave him. Perhaps the forces of Tranet have already heard about Soros. Khan said that at such a time when the immortal is absent, if the forces immediately attack them, they will be defenseless. Torin said that they absolutely lack the manpower and equipment to build protective equipment. He wondered what Wujin's plan was. Just then they saw Ugin and Itasha in the sky. He was on time, and one of the heroes suggested finding a solution together. Sungu and Murdy met Wujin. The hero told them that everything went well, and he also received the relic. Khans was furious and asked what was the point of collecting relics, which went against the alliance. Wujin understood that they needed him, and they weren't going anywhere. Itasha said that Lycia himself ordered that the relic be given to the immortal. Ugin then asked his assistant how the priest knew that he would come for the relic. The assistant spoke Lycia's words. If the hero gives up the treasure, his wishes will be fulfilled. It turns out that Lycia himself said that the immortal is Alfen's savior. Kurga and Tauren asked if Ugin would then also take Skia's treasure. Wujin replied that he already had it. But Ugin asked why he didn't see Arya's divine object then. Murdy remembered that after the immortal took the relics of his predecessors, She wanted to see the main priest and went to the main temple. However, the land where the main temple is located was already among the enemy camp. Wu Jin was angry that Murdy was still an inferior saint who did not receive the relic. Wu Jin said that everything is fine and he will find her for Murdy. Suddenly, a notification came that the creation of the database was completed. A gate was created to the spatial dimension of Ardal, to the first exit of Seoul Station, to the aircraft carrier, and to travel to the village of Rot. They have successfully created the gate. Preparations for the creation of Thresh's set are also going well, so now their ally duties can be carried out. Suddenly, walls and a road began to be built. Wu Jin did all this, and the rest of the union members were shocked. So, Wu Jin built buildings, infrastructure, and so the village was built. At this point, the work is almost complete. Of the 900,000 points, 220,000 were used. The union members fell to their knees and began to bow to Wu Jin. He didn't understand what they were doing. Khans began to say that he saw the miracle of God of creation, and that Ugin was not immortal, but God. The guy also apologized for doubting him. Wu Jin ordered them to quickly stand up. Wu Jin replied that he is not God or anything like that. This is simply an ability he can use as a dimension lord, limited by the fortress. Suddenly, Ugin saw that his points were halved. He couldn't understand how it happened because he didn't spend it. Suddenly, a portal appeared, from which Heiso, Blanca, and the others came out. Wu Jin said that they came quickly and asked if anything happened on Earth. Heiso said that there were no breakthroughs, and it was basically quiet. They waited on the aircraft carrier and arrived as soon as the gates opened. If the Earth is safe, then the points are then used in the measurement. Did Dimension Lord Kiba really say that the situation was so urgent that he had to use a large number of points? Heiseo said that something is broken on the aircraft carrier and it is being repaired on a large scale. She doesn't know what it is. But Prime Minister Jun was alarmed. Other than that, nothing bad. But Wu Jin replied that he checked and everything was fine, without any problems. He asked Hey, so who told her this? And this was Bibi. Apparently, Wu Jin knows who used the glasses. Ugin told the heroes that he would go to Earth for a while and let them clear out the monsters around. Arriving here, the joyful Bibi led Wu Jin along. And there he saw that the aircraft carrier was now flying. Nosam is not a person, so it was difficult to simply fix it, and Bibi simply attached a floating stone so that the aircraft carrier began to fly. But Bibi still has a lot more to show Wu Jin. Bibi led Wu Jin to the situation room. Since the original earthly objects cannot be controlled with magic, Bibi replaced them all. Bibi also attached a magic cannon that can shoot in all directions. In addition to the attack, Bibi even cast a barrier spell surrounding the aircraft carrier. It launches automatically when it detects an enemy attack. And besides this, Bibi said that they are also developing new weapons. Wu Jin said that there is no point in spending extra money, but Bibi is still great, because the place where his family is the most important of all. He told her to keep it up from now on. Suddenly, a message appeared that there had been a breakthrough at Daejeong Station. Wu Jin said that this is not a problem, but a great opportunity. He wants to test the aircraft carrier's new features. Bibi was ready to show everyone the power of Bibi Castle properly. A huge number of monsters were coming to the city, including crabs and turtles. One of the guys wanted to get into the rescue vehicle but couldn't and twisted his leg. And then a huge crab appears behind him. Roddy, fortunately, helped him. And the city was attacked by a huge fire turtle. He said that people are interesting creatures with such a level of fiery power and technology in a world without magic. And then with his breath he began to destroy everything in his path. He is the owner of the Baratu space, descendant of the decadent dragon. Although he has lost his wings, he has a gigantic body that is larger than a dragon and extremely strong. He has enormous defense against magical and physical attacks. Wu Jin and Bibi started attacking him from the sky from an aircraft carrier, but it had no effect. He decided that he needed the dragon's breath to destroy its shell. Bibi became incredibly angry that Baratu was laughing at her invention, and began to use the full power of her magic. Bibi told all passengers to defend themselves and prepare for blows. Baratu tried to attack back, but his strength was not enough to break through the barrier of Bibi Castle. Now it was their turn to attack. She uses Bibi's breath to attack. Baratu continued to mock and did not believe that anyone could defeat him. The attack was so powerful that Barata was simply sawed in half. Even Wu Jin was shocked by it all. He admitted that Bibi's invention was a wonderful thing, but suddenly they heard a strange sound, and all the lights went out. Bibi said that she accidentally used all the energy sources, including the spare ones, and now the aircraft carrier simply began to fall. They needed to do something urgently. Ugin received a notification that magic could be naturally recharged or replaced by the Lord's magical power. Ujin, of course, chose a replacement, and thank God the aircraft carrier was saved from falling. But it was close. Wu Jin was angry, and Bibi promised to be more careful next time. Min Chan and the captain almost died. Wu Jin can talk about the situation on deck without even looking at it. Suddenly, Roddy appeared on the screen and said that all the members of their tribe had returned. Wu Jin asked about the people on deck. Rothi said they brought in people who were unable to evacuate due to injuries. Only the Earth God's miracle could help them, so Bibi brought Sua to them. Sanho couldn't find out who the new god of the Earth was, but Lord Yellow threatened him, so he had to do it no matter what. His assistant showed him that Kang Wu Jin's aircraft carrier had recently appeared during the Daejeong breakthrough. It seems that the wounded on it are receiving treatment, but the situation is still not normal. But Sang Ho was watching the news. And there that same guy was talking about an incredible sight, how a girl prayed, and even a man who had lost his arm was regenerated. It said that she was a true angel on Earth. Sang Ho couldn't believe his eyes that she was such an angel girl who regenerated her whole arm. Sang Ho was glad that he had finally found what he was looking for, the Earth God. Now he will be able to follow Yellow's instructions. Bibi Castle stood in Ardal City, near Seoul Station. Bibi Castle, which made a name for itself at Daejeong Station, attracted a lot of people's attention. They filmed and did not believe that there was a flying ship that hovered in the sky and defeated all the monsters in Daejeong. The fusion of the magic of another world and modern technology has created great curiosity among people. The impressive force displayed at Daejeong Station seemed to offer hope for overcoming the current crisis. However, there was also a difficult prospect. Ardal held a press conference. There, the man was talking about how the Prime Minister had mentioned today that they would respond to the dungeon breach by deploying an aircraft carrier. Currently, it is seen that most of Ardal's personnel have migrated to the aircraft carrier. Some suspect that Ardal, by deploying the aircraft carrier, is trying to leave Seoul and achieve survival on his own. It's like a modern version of Noah's Ark. Min Chang was asked what he thought about this. He replied that this suspicion was not worthy of an answer. Min Chang said that Bibi Castle is not an ark, but a strategic fortress. Ardal will lead the battle at the breakout site using Bibi Castle. The man asked if this meant protecting all of Korea. Min Chang said that he might have caused a little misunderstanding. Their Ardal will rush to where help is needed to conquer monsters. But the goal is not only Korea, but the whole world. People began to discuss that Ardal would be traveling abroad and what would happen if a large dungeon broke out while Ardal was away. One of the men began to ask if this was not too dangerous a statement, since King Kang Wu Jin also went to Alfen, and if he goes abroad, he is interested in what will happen to Korea then. They think that in this case, South Korean citizens may be in danger. Min Chan expected this reaction after all. He decided to clarify everything. Min Chang said South Korea should abandon the complacent idea of relying solely on Ardal. The country must protect itself, and they are only here to help. He confidently stated that Ardal's goal was not only to protect Korea, but also the entire Earth. Later, all the news was filled with the recent press conference. Sung-hoon brought Min Chan some coffee to give him some rest and relaxation. Min Chang said that it is difficult when people do not understand Ardal's sincerity, because they are doing their best to save the Earth in every possible way. But Seung-hoon replied that it was not that important. He recalled that Wu Jin once said that a world without a country, where even morality would collapse, was on the horizon. Min Chan asked if Seung-hoon was okay. Min Chang said that humanity is collapsing in the face of impending disasters. Seung-hoon said that there was no need for them to talk about protecting humanity and advised them to concentrate on fulfilling their duties, like Wu Jin. It was as if Min Chan was doused with cold water and thanked Seung-hoon. Otherwise, he was burdened with a huge sense of responsibility without even realizing it. As Sung-gu said, they should just trust and follow their boss, Wu Jin. Meanwhile, Wu Jin and Murdy were heading to Arya's temple. Wu Jin's ears were itching, and he decided that someone was talking about him. Murdy suggested taking a break. Wu Jin at first refused since they had a long journey ahead, but then looking at the tired Murdy, he decided to still feel sorry for her. They stopped in the forest. Ugin told his servant to scout the area for any dungeons or bases. And Wu Jin himself bought a table with food at the store and offered Murdy a quick snack. Murdy said that even outside the fortress, the immortal still exhibits the power of creation. Wu Jin noted that this is not a creation but a purchase. Come to think of it, Murdy probably doesn't know about his achievement store passive skill. Murdy asked if a person who can reproduce the miracles of the gods is considered God. Wu Jin asked about what God is according to Murdy. The one who creates bread or a building at the snap of a finger, or who predicts will be with exceptional insight like Arya? Wu Jin replied that he was not God or anything like that. Perhaps the beings they know as gods are also slightly peculiar beings, slightly different from them. Murdy was shocked by such disrespect, but Wu Jin said to think about it seriously. Soon Murdy will come face to face with the goddess he serves. 2 days have passed since Wu Jin and Murdy went in search of Arya's relic. We moved to Soros, the walled city. Jae-min walked around the fortified city and noticed that it was surprisingly quiet there. Although they have cleared everything of monsters near Soros, it is still difficult. Are they lazy and waiting for Wu Jin to come back? Jae-min is already looking forward to returning to Earth. He doesn't understand how Wu Jin lived here for 20 years all alone. Suddenly, a panicked Sungu appeared and told Jae-min that the Union members were urgently looking for them. Khans thanked everyone for coming right now, despite the urgent request. The reason for the urgent meeting is that there has been a change in the enemy's movement recently, and they need to come up with measures against it. Jae-min asked if something happened. Tavern replied that according to intelligence reports, a large number of monsters are gathering on the southern narrow plateau. The problem is that not only does the Alliance control the plateau, but also the forces of Sirac, Fatu, and Leia are joining forces. Sungu asked who they were, and whether they were strong. Khans replied that each of them is a terrible opponent. Even Vunon, the commander of the 36th Legion, is a being on a different level than the typical Dimensional Lord. Ithaca said that this was strange, because recently the Spatial Lords had been acting quite independently, but now they suddenly decided to join forces. Khan said there seems to be only one reason that can be thought of. A new source of power has recently appeared on Alfen. Everyone began to understand what was going on. Everyone understood everything correctly. From their point of view, their most troublesome enemy, the Immortal, had returned, forcing them to join forces. Raoul said that it would be difficult to defend the castle without the Immortal, and they must find a new shelter. Grafham agreed, because from the very beginning, Soros was too weak to defend himself from his enemies. They need to move their base as they are in danger of being isolated. Sungu shouted that they couldn't do this and leave their base so easily. Itasha agreed with him, saying that they could not leave the world tree. The counts replied to the elf that calling it a world tree is a bit of a misnomer, since it is simply a symbol created by Ugin. Itasha confidently said that this is definitely a world tree, and she will not refuse it. Raoul sighed and said that there was no other way. Wunan is a high-level commander in charge of 36 locations. Maybe if it were immortal, but they can't wrap their heads around them. Itasha said that it would be nice if Wu Jin was here. Jae-min said he could contact him. Everyone was immediately happy because they didn't know that Jae-min had such an ability. Now they might have a chance if the immortal returns. Jae-min will contact him. He has become one of Wu Jin's vassals. The guy started contacting him, calling him, but for some reason Wu Jin didn't answer. Jae-min was a little upset. It was strange that Jae-min couldn't contact him. This is the first time this has happened. Tareen asked if there was any other way. Jae-min hopefully said that he would try again a little later. Khans cleared his throat and asked everyone to listen to him. This is a difficult time for everyone. Khan said the decision was made largely by Wu Jin, but they all agreed to set up a base here at Soros. This is a base they made knowing this could happen. They cannot afford to simply get scared and run away due to slight movements of the enemy. Itasha said Khans was right. While they are preparing the fort and gathering nearby allied factions, it cannot be said that they cannot defend themselves. In addition, Ardal is their ally. If they can't even defend this place before Wu Jin arrives, then there's no point in the alliance. Raoul said that we need to wait for the moment when Wu Jin returns. He looked at everyone and said that we need to try. Khans was pleased and said that he would accept this as universal agreement. From this point on, they will begin to plan a defensive strategy. Meanwhile, Wu Jin and Murdy were in some dark area with sticky, oil-like earth. Ugin said that the whole earth is rotten. This place is the land of the goddess Arya, the land of the dead. Ujin was annoyed and did not understand why Arya built a temple in such a place. Murdy replied that the goddess had never been against asceticism, and that is why she placed herself in this type. Wu Jin told her not to make things up. Murdy started saying that she didn't come up with it, but it was passed on. Wu Jin replied that just because words have meaning, that doesn't make them true. He told her to think about the subject of the gods one last time, but apparently she didn't take it seriously. And suddenly, Ugin noticed some kind of black block. They finally arrived at the place, at the temple of Arya. He was surprised that this flying machine was a temple to Arya. Since Wu Jin was surprised, he asked Murdy if they were in the right place, but she also didn't know since it was her first time here. Suddenly, the ship's doors opened. Apparently, this means they can come in. Wu Jin said that they will find out everything when they go inside. They entered and saw a large spacious room. Wu Jin wanted to check out what this place was like. But suddenly Ugin noticed that his magic was gone. He began to call for his death knights, but no one responded. It was unpleasant, and Murdy's energy only intensified. Apparently, holy energy from Arya herself is allowed here, so the heroes were convinced that this was definitely a temple. Wu Jin asked Murdy if she could find the location of the holy relic. She felt him underneath them. Wu Jin thought that in this case, there must be a way down through the spaceship. Then Wu Jin decided that Murdy would go do what she had to do, and they would meet after receiving the holy relic. But Merritt asked what Ugin would do. He replied that he had something to take care of himself. Wu Jin started to take the elevator up. This scientific civilization is something you can't even imagine on Alfen. If this is the case, then the goddess of technology seems more suitable than the goddess of clairvoyance. Wu Jin went up to the 30th floor and saw a room with a lot of computers. He began to approach and look at the information on the screens, but there were letters not from the planet Alfina. Is Arya trying to make fun of him? Wu Jin got angry and just wanted to break everything. And suddenly, behind his back, that same goddess Arya appeared. She said that they had not seen each other for a long time. It's been exactly 20 years since she suddenly appeared in his dream. And now she is in the form of a hologram on a spaceship. He asked who she really was. 20 years ago, Wu Jin traveled through a dimensional rift and ended up literally nowhere. He started calling out to see if anyone was there. He was sure then that he was going to school. And then Arya greeted him saying that he had arrived on time. She called him the promised savior, Kang Wu Jin. It was the goddess Arya who met him and gave him some abilities and knowledge to survive on Alfen. With her help, the hero was able to adapt to the harsh life on Alfen. But now she looks completely different. He said that she acts like a goddess and may actually be a clairvoyant artificial intelligence. She replied that it was possible and asked if it was really important to know whether she was a goddess or not. The most important question is whether she knows the answers to Wu Jin's questions or not. Anyway, Wu Jin said it was none of his business whether she was a goddess or not. He began to threaten her, saying that she must answer questions well so that he does not destroy this temple into small pieces. She agreed and asked what the hero wanted to know. Of course, he was interested in everything about the code, as well as how to obtain it. Arya began to say that, usually the code is the right to live on this planet. Anyone who lives in this galaxy has one. Wu Jin already has a code called Earth. Ugin was surprised that everyone and the Lords of Space were making all this fuss about something like this. Arya replied that it was. The thing they are looking for is the Master Code. It is something that is hidden deep within every planet. It gives the right to control the planet. The spatial lord who possesses this master code has absolute power in the vastness of this planet. Arya asked if Wu Jin was interested in becoming a spatial lord. But he's not interested. What he wants is to stop them messing with the Earth. He asked if there was any way. She replied that it might be a little tricky, but there is a way. This is the deletion code, the hidden code. It is sealed by the dimensional lords due to the unreasonable power it gives. With its help, you can break the connection with Tranet. Wu Jin asked if this is the so-called thrash execution, to which Arya answered yes. There are also 5 keys to activate the delete code on Alfen. Ugin realized that she was talking about the divine relics of the 5 gods of Alfen, and this is true, but the last key is not on Alfen, but on Earth. Wu Jin was very surprised by this. Arya said that she has no other information since she is the god who watches over Alfen. It was a big clue to find out that the final key to execution was on Earth. Arya added that many competitors began to be wary of Wu Jin. Wu Jin was not bothered by this, and said that he was used to all this attention. However, Arya said that she didn't mean it that way. Right now, his Soros base has been targeted and is in danger. But Wu Jin was not embarrassed by this either, and said that he could simply return using the portal. However, Arya objected, saying that Wu Jin does not have the Alfen code. She said that the reason why he was able to open return portals anywhere on Earth is because he began to own the Earth's code. This means he won't be able to use the return portal on Alfen. This is a pretty big problem. Wu Jin asked if the revelation Murdy mentioned was about this situation. Arya replied that it was true, and Ugin should quickly look for these holy relics. Ugin said that if the goddess was going to tell him, then it had to be done in great detail. Suddenly, Murdy enters the room. Looking at her, Arya said that Murdy must have successfully obtained the holy relic. Wu Jin said goodbye to the goddess and said that he must return quickly. He warned Murdy that the base was in danger and they needed to move out quickly. Murdy was mesmerized by the silhouette of the goddess, and Arya herself will pray for Kang Wu Jin's success. We are moving to the Soros base. The enemy army already numbers more than 100,000. The number is growing faster than the Union expected. They were even sadder at the thought that they couldn't even contact the immortal in such a situation. Suddenly, Wu Jin himself contacted Jae-min. Everyone immediately tensed up and began to wait for his words. Wu Jin asked about the situation in Soros. Jae-min alarmedly began to say that the enemies were gathering on a narrow plateau, and Wu Jin needed to return immediately. Wu Jin said that he can't go back now because he can't use the portal due to some problems. He also added that he would try to return as soon as possible, but it would take at least a week. And Jae-min and the Alliance must hold on for now no matter what. The Union was shocked that they would have to hold out for a whole week. Meanwhile, while Murdy and the Immortal were on their way, she asked about how bad the situation was. Wu Jin told her that the situation is difficult. Hundreds of thousands of monsters are gathering on a narrow plateau. Murdy couldn't believe it. Murdy asked how close the plateau was to Soros, to which Wu Jin replied that non-flying monsters could reach it in a week. The schedule is a little tight, but even if Wu Jin is a little late, Sungu is there and he should be able to hold them back a little. Suddenly, Ugin breaks sharply and they see a huge number of monsters near the plateau in front of them. The monsters won't let them go so easily, even when they have a long way to go. The monsters began to walk straight towards the heroes. Apparently, they were already waiting for them. Ugin ordered Dennis to clear the way. He was ready to turn into ashes everyone who stood in his lord's way. However, Janus didn't understand how, but his firepower was not the same as usual. Ugin realized that it was divine power. Due to Murdy's awakened divine power, his abilities were reduced by half. Murdy can now defend herself on her own when she has the holy artifact. Ugin said that he would clear the path to Soros from all monsters and let Murdy slowly follow him. She understood everything. Ugin told his Death Knights to go straight to Soros's base. Janus and the others' strength returned. Now they were ready to clear out these small insects from their lord's path. The power of his minions returned. As he thought, the reason was Murdy. And while his subordinates were coping with small monsters, he decided to move on to their commander. Some lords started saying that 200 years have passed since they started looking for the 5 Alfen codes. Even so, they like to look for codes slowly, because it is great fun for those who live forever. The reward of dominating the larger dimensions and getting high positions is just a bonus according to him. The Lord said that they were just enjoying the game until he, the Immortal, appeared. Wu Jin asked if destroying planets was a game. It seems the answer is to remove them all from the world. And the first, him, the puppeteer Ilak, the 44th Great Lord of Tranet. Ilak started laughing. Wu Jin said that he was crazy and asked why they separated. Ilak said that Wu Jin's ease was ridiculous and he had prepared well. Wu Jin said that no matter what training Ilak did, it wouldn't work on him. The Lord said that Wu Jin is quite self-centered, and he is not aware of the situation. Ilak said that he was heading towards Ugin's base with other surrounding lords, and Selrak organized a special alliance of forces to attack his dungeon. Wu Jin realized that he plans to shut down all the portals that lead to Earth. Wu Jin asked if Ilak really wanted to catch him so desperately. Ilak replied that the Immortal was truly a thorn in his side, and asked why Ugin was trying to awaken the useless god of destruction. Wu Jin realized that Ilak was talking about execution of Thresh. He acts like God, but is afraid that he will be removed. Ilak replied that it was definitely scary, but it wouldn't happen because Wu Jin would die today. Ilak began to attack Ugin. Ilak said that this magic is the culmination of his magical research over hundreds of years. Any of Wu Jin's minions who enter here will disappear in an instant. Ilak began to taunt Wu Jin that he was desperate because he was powerless and couldn't do anything on his own. Wu Jin pretended to be in despair. Ilak told his knights to bring Ugin's head. Ilak was glad that he managed to defeat the Immortal, whom no lord was able to eliminate. And after that, he will be a unique creation among all the great lords. Ugin thought that Ilak was arrogant for a reason, and this was just some kind of anti-recruitment magic. And then Ugin, in one motion, cuts off the head of the Knight of Ilak. The Lord is in complete shock and fear. The walls of Soros were preparing for the invasion of hundreds of thousands of enemy fighters. Songu asked Tauren where the enemy's position was. He replied that they had moved away from the narrow plateau and were heading towards the Soros base. If this continues, they will arrive at the target in 6 days. Songu said that it was quite close, and he should move up and try to delay the enemy's advance as best he could until his brother, Wu Jin, returned. Tauren was shocked that Songu was going to detain 100,000 soldiers by himself. He did not believe that this was impossible, and if he did it, he would be under the gun of the entire concentration of enemy fire. Songu replied that he should try it somehow. If he is thrown here, he will not be able to return home, and this is worse than 100,000 monsters. Tauren thought that this was true because the home of the warrior of the Holy Spear was the earth. It wouldn't matter if he escaped through the portal to Earth right now. But they would fight for their alpha to the end. Tauren thanked the guy for his courage and mercy. He also said that there would be a lot of preparations for the battle, which surprised Sun Gu. Tauren advised Sun Gu to visit Raoul, the king of the dwarfs. He is sure that this will help him a lot. Sun Gu obeyed and went to Raoul. He replied that he was checking the artillery, since if there were any defects, it would be a big problem. Raoul said that besides this, there is something else that is not incredibly huge, because they must repel an army of 100,000. Even kitchen knives should be used. Raoul said that he also wanted to show Sun Gu something and he came just in time. He said to follow him because he found an interesting thing. The heroes came to Soros's magical research facility. Sun Gu asked what it was. Raoul said that he found a magical amplifier in this installation, built by an immortal. He made some modifications to it to further increase the level of magic. Raoul said that if you stood there and fired with increased power, it would be a great weapon. Sun Gu liked this idea. Raoul said to just stand in the middle and start using your normal fire magic. Sun Gu didn't know how much the magic would be increased, so he decided to try it on a small fireball. And suddenly, when Sun Gu tried, an incredibly strong fiery explosion occurred. Sun Gu was scared and asked what it was and how much it had increased. Raoul laughed and said that there was no race that could compete with the dwarven magic of engineering. He said it definitely increases the power by 9 times. Sun Gu was very impressed because this is incredible. An increase of 9 times. The only thing that confused Sun Gu was that this structure was stationary and not very mobile. Sun Gu asked Raoul if he could make it smaller so that he could carry it with him. Raoul replied that this was a magic wand, and asked why Sun Gu still didn't have it. Exactly. Sun Gu only now realized that he did not have a magic wand. How could he not have thought of this before? Sun Gu tearfully asked Raoul to give him a staff that would be perfect for him. He replied that if you have all the materials, it will not be difficult. But Raoul said that Sun Gu would not be able to reproduce that level of power with the wand. At best, he will be able to fire the power 3 times. But Sun Gu replied that 3 times is also wonderful. He asked to make the rod as small as possible. Sun Gu was confident that this would be enough to delay the enemy until Wu Jin returned. The 46th Lord of Tranet, Vunan was simply relaxing with his servants. Suddenly, Queen Hoppy, Shirao, flew to him and said irritably that now there was no time to lie around, because Ilok's magic had completely disappeared. Wunan replied that he asked Ilok to detain the guy as long as possible. Ilok must be seeking revenge on the immortal. Shirao started screaming, saying that if this continues, they will have to face the immortal. What will happen if he, before they destroy the portal, goes to Earth to complete the execution? Wunan calmly said that everything is fine, and Wu Jin will not be able to go to Earth now. Shirao didn't understand what Wunan meant. Wunong revealed that Wu Jin doesn't have the full set of items needed to complete the execution set. Shirao asked how he knew about this. Apparently, she had never seen Wu Jin at his best. Wunan began to say that if Ugin had a full army of immortals, he would have already returned to Soros. And the fact that it takes him so long is proof that the immortal is not yet sufficiently prepared. Shirao was relieved. Wunan said the situation has been going well for them so far. All they have to do is stop Wu Jin from completing his execution and destroying the portal. And in the end, he will be imprisoned by Alfen and forced to watch the destruction of the Earth. Ugin understood that the Dimension Lords were targeting him. He thought about what to do. At the moment, his level is 88. He decided to probably reach the maximum level sooner than expected. There are only 2 levels left to summon a new companion, the original dragon Yonin. There are 4 days left until Wu Jin returns. A battalion of monsters was approaching Soros. Sun Gu was annoyed by the number of monsters. Their number was almost the same as in Ugin's army. Sun Gu thinks about how many of them he can stop. He decided to try the effect of the new weapon he received. He used a large-scale explosion. The monsters were burned to the ground. Even Ming was defeated and said that Sun Gu actually hit the jackpot when he received this thing. But monsters move regardless of whether their allies die or not. No matter how much damage the heroes cause, they will not be able to stop them. Jae Min thought there must be another way. Sun Gu panicked and said that the monsters keep coming no matter how many times they kill them. Even when the heroes attack them, they still ignore them and move on. Suddenly, an excited Jae Min ran up to Sun Gu. Sun Gu thought that he had come to say that the Spatial Lord had also appeared, but no. Jae Min came to say that he didn't think their current attacks could stop the monsters. They need to try a different method. Sun Gu was intrigued. Even Ming said that instead of attacking directly, they should destroy the surrounding area. So they will destroy the path where the monsters are walking so that they cannot cross easily. Sungu was delighted and said that this was a great idea and it should be effective. He also said that Jae-min is educated, and it shows right away. But the irony is that it was Sungu who went to college, not him. They decided to start by looking for places to destroy. While Sungu and Jae-min blocked the enemy's advance, Kang Wu Jin's immortal army broke through the monster's interference and headed toward Soros. There was one day left until Wu Jin returned. Monsters also continued to attack the hero. They were persistent. Wu Jin dealt with them deftly. He said that if they ran straight for the rest of the day, they shouldn't be late. Suddenly, some lord met Ugin and greeted him. He asked the hero if he had received his gift. Ugin replied that he received it and was waiting for the lord to appear. 2 days ago, Ugin learned that the Temple of Rot dungeon, which connects the world of Alfen with the spatial realm of Ardal, had been cleared. This means that apparently Kiba, who was appointed as the garrison commander, held out even after consuming the lord's points, but ultimately lost. And his opponent was the 27th of the 72 lords of Tranet, Selak. Selak asked why Ugin is so angry, and is it because he has to watch his home planet be destroyed, without the opportunity to return back. Selak sees that Ugin really wants to protect his planet. Therefore, Selak invited Ugin to become the god of the planet himself. Wu Jin was surprised. Selak said everything was correct. On the day his home planet was synchronized, he was the first to kill God. He received the code and became God himself. And now the people of his hometown live in exceptional abundance. The sacrifice is short, but the peace is eternal. Therefore, Selak suggested that Ugin stop chasing the trail of the forgotten god of destruction and become a god himself. According to him, the master code will soon become the god of the planet. To get this code, you need to kill this god. But the god of the earth is Su-ah, Wu Jin's sister. Selak thought to himself that since Ugin was thinking, then everything should go smoothly. But Ugin abruptly took the sword and attacked Selak. However, the lord blocked the attack. Selak saw that the story about Ugin receiving the power of a warrior was true, but he did not understand what he was doing. Does Ugin really not want to protect his home planet? The immortal replied that there was no need for long conversations. He said Selak would pay for making him feel like crap. Selak got angry and realized that dialogue would not work. He said that Wu Jin's courage in pursuing a useless ideal would ultimately lead him to lose his home. And then, Selak ordered his servants to hunt the immortal. They were all hiding in the sky. Even if Wu Jin hurries, it will be too late, and he will be in trouble. He silently prayed that Sungu would survive as long as he could, and he would do his best to come back soon. While Kang Wu Jin fought the spatial lords who stood in his way, the army of monsters eventually arrived at Soros faster than Ugin. Sungu didn't know how long they could last without Wu Jin, but he had no choice but to do his best and fight to the end. Sungu took his staff and started shooting rain of fire at the monsters. Also, Raoul's strengthening helped him. Tareen never realized that Sungu could be so good. Even with the booster, this is still an incredible area of effect spell. Torin now had hope that they could hold out until Ugin returned. He ordered everyone to drive away the monsters from now on. Tareen activated an all-out attack. The archers began shooting the monsters from the wall. Everything seemed to be going fine. The archers and Sungu were coping with the monsters, but their reaction, as Graham noted, was somehow strange. Even monsters that were mortally wounded are advancing. It can't be. Graham shouted that it was a rage spell and they were trying to push them back. All defenders were given the command to stop them so that they would not climb the wall. The archers and all members of the Union shot the monsters, but they still climbed the wall. It was idiots who trampled their own comrades to climb the wall. Sungu continued to use his magic. Graham told Torin that if they continued like this, they would soon be defeated. Therefore, he suggested that before it was too late to break through someplace and escape. Torin could not believe that he would have to flee immediately after he promised to protect Soros. Everyone's strength was already running low. Suddenly, Jae-min arrived and said that it was too early to give up. Wu Jin informed him that he would be here in 10 minutes, and they needed to hold out a little longer. Torin was delighted and told Graham about this, and offered to gather all his strength and hold on a little longer. But Graham was in despair and said that 10 minutes would be enough for Soros to be completely destroyed. And then they saw some flying monsters in the sky, and they turned out to be the dragons, Patu and Raya. They have already arrived at the enemy camp. Jae-min remembered that these are the same dragons that almost turned Seoul into a wasteland, and now there are 2 of them. Jae-min told Sungu that they have a big problem. Ugin should be here soon, but he didn't understand why the dragons had come here. But Sungu was quite calm, and asked Graham if he could block the dragon's breath with a protective barrier. Graham replied that this was impossible, because not only he, but also any magician would not be able to block the dragon's breath. Then Sungu decided that he would be the first person who could do this. He had no choice. The others were shocked and afraid for Sungu. If Wu Jin arrives early, it will be good, but if this does not happen, Sungu must go on the attack. When Ugin dealt with the monsters, he was waiting for Selak, but saw Wunan in front of him. He said that the immortal had come a long way. Wunan also added that dealing with Ilak and Selak would also not be easy, and Ugin apparently fought with incomplete strength. Wu Jin replied that he would let Wunan feel it himself and told him to go at him. Wu Jin seems impatient. Wunong asked if Wu Jin was worried about his comrades. He thought that an immortal was a heartless being without blood or tears, but he never expected to see him like this. Wunan told Ugin to surrender as Patu and Leia were already heading to Ugin's base. The hero internally panicked when he realized that Wunan was talking about those two lizards. Wunan said that within 10 minutes they should already reach the fortress, and the dragons will destroy it into dust, leaving no trace. Wunan said that Ugin looked worried, and he needed to leave urgently, but they would meet with him and the Legion of Minotaurs. He wondered what would happen first. Ugin would defeat him, and the Legion of Minotaurs would defeat him, or his fortress would be destroyed. Wu Jin replied that it was a dilemma. He never thought that Wunan would come such a long way to destroy it. The hero asked why he deserved such gratitude. This surprised Wunona and Shirao very much. Wu Jin thanked them for being able to protect everyone. Wunan did not understand what he was talking about, and saw the magic of summoning the meteor of the plague Lord Janus. Janus said they would be the last to donate for his friend. But Wunan did not understand how this could happen, because even if he is the Lord of the Plague, he still needs time to prepare such an attack. Did Wu Jin arrive first and wait for him and Shirao to arrive? Wunan was horrified. Wu Jin replied that he couldn't pass by the food table without eating. Of course, randomly, he only lacked 5% of experience points. And now, with the meteorite attack, he had reached level 90. Ugin used a callback, and the meteorite destroyed all of Wunan's servants. Ugin mockingly said that all the forces that Wunan had brought from such a distance were burned to the ground. Wunan replied that he was sure that Wu Jin had set everyone up in advance and prepared the meteorite attack. But even so, he had no chance to save the fortress. Wunan said with confidence that Wu Jin must defeat them first, and they will not give up so easily. But Wu Jin said no because he wouldn't be the one they would fight. And then the hero began calling Yen Young. The incredible black power transformed into a huge ancient dragon. Wu Jin asked if they had seen such a thing before because before that his strength was not at its maximum level. Wunan was shocked that the immortal fought against him while not at the peak of his powers. And then Yen Young asked Wu Jin if he was the one who called him. The hero replied that he was his master, but the dragon did not recognize him. The bone dragon Yen Yan is the most powerful ancient dragon that lived for over 10,000 years. Although the dragon remembered the entire history of Alfen, he died and fell under the curse of oblivion. Now that he is immortal, he is the strongest and last summoned of Ugin. In other words, he has dementia. Even if he is summoned again, this forgetful dragon will remain the same. They don't even recognize the owner's face. Wu Jin told him to just quickly ask his usual question. Yun Young asked what his master's wish was, and Wu Jin replied that he wanted the dragon to kill those two creatures. The wish was accepted, and Yun Young is ready to attack. Wunan was in shock and panic. Wu Jin flew away and said that she would check the base first, and let Wunan hold out against the mighty ancient dragon. Wunan started shouting that the hero was simply running away. Yun Young began to attack Wunong and Shirao. Magic did not work on the dragon, and Wunan was surprised. And suddenly he noticed that Yen Young grabbed Shirao. Wunan began to attack back, telling the dragon to spit her out, but when he began to attack, his sword, which usually kills any dragon, broke with the first blow. Wunan is in despair, and then Yun Young grabs him too. Wunan said it was like some kind of children's game. It was strange for Wunan that he didn't even feel any pain, and then he realizes that the dragon has grabbed him in its huge paw. He tried to break free, but then Yun Young begins to squeeze Wunan with such force that he simply crushes him. Meanwhile, Wu Jin flew towards his goal. Finally, he sees the mountains of sadness. Fortunately, the base appears to be intact. Janus told the hero to confirm the airspace over the base. The dragons arrive first. So far, they are not taking active steps. But suddenly, Janus fell silent. One of the dragons began to release its breath. This is a bad sign. People at the base began to panic. Jae-min worriedly asked Sungu what they should do because they couldn't just wait for Wu Jin. While Sungu was thinking, Wu Jin and Janus began to fly towards the dragons at incredible speed. Wu Jin suggested blinking above their heads. This is a short-distance teleportation spell. Janus replied that it was a good idea, but it was not yet possible. They need to fly closer, so that the dragon is within reach. Ugin hopes that the dragon will gather power for as long as possible. They tried to fly as close as possible, but the dragon was already ready to release its breath. And then they blinked, and Ugin found himself on the dragon. Wu Jin was able to kill him, but he managed to lose his breath. Wu Jin, in an incredible panic, told Janice to defend the base, but the breath was getting closer and closer. And then Ujin saw that someone had managed to block this breathing. He was incredibly amazed, because there could be no one on the Alliance side who was capable of doing this. And it was poor Sungu, who, with his last strength, blocked the dragon's breath with his fire magic. Sungu felt incredibly hot, and felt as if his body was about to melt. As expected, it was impossible to block the breath himself, but if he didn't do it now, all the people in the base would be victims. He decided to hold his breath at all costs, and then everyone saw that the breath simply disappeared. This is an incredible miracle. Sungu is a hero. And then Sungu, exhausted, began to fall. Wujin picked him up and carried him towards the base, and Ugin ordered Janice to take care of another dragon, Patu. He got over it quickly. Meanwhile, Wujin brought the wounded Sungu to the base. Wujin said that they have to save him, so he will stay here to deal with matters, and let Jae-min go to Earth first with the others. But Jae-min replied that he couldn't just leave them. Ugin said that the spatial lords point to the Earth god to rule it. Ugin said that he would return to Earth once he had fulfilled his original purpose of coming to Alfen. Until then, Jae-min must protect Sua no matter what. And Sungu was in prostration. He was hot. He didn't understand what the hell happened. He thought he had blocked his breathing, but the heat refused to go away. But suddenly Sungu felt that he was getting better. He began to hear someone's voice. Someone was calling him. It was Ujin. Sungu regained consciousness. Wujin said that Sungu went through a lot and thanked him for saving the base. Sungu was relieved that he did this. Sungu asked Wujin if he would die, but the hero said that she would not allow this to happen. He decided to get down to business right away while Sungu was conscious. And Ugin takes out the dragon's heart. This is a precious material that will save Sungu from the dragon's curse. The guy was grateful. It reminds him of his very first meeting with Wujin. But Wujin said not to rejoice ahead of time, since the curse that Sungu is now under cannot be healed only by the heart of a dragon. And then Wujin rips the guy's jacket off. Yi Wujin places the heart on Sungu's chest. Wujin says that the most important thing is the will to live and a strong spirit that does not succumb to the dragon's curse. If this will is not enough, the dragon's breath will burn the rest of Sungu's soul. Sungu needs to gather her courage. Wujin began the ritual. Sungu must endure the entire dragon curse and be reborn as the dragon Hong Sungu. 20 days have passed since Spatial Lord Wunan's forces were stopped. The Alliance and the ghostly forces of Ardal defeated the remaining orcs, and all the destroyed wall structures were restored. At the same time, Kang Wu Jin was by Sungu's side, helping him with the dragon ritual, completely isolated from the outside world. And also Murdy was already approaching the base with some man. Murdy has come a long and difficult way. They will arrive at Soros within 2 hours. Murdy said that she was fine, and they should hurry, as there must be injured people at the base. Now they can see Soros. The man said that the heroes will be very happy when they find out that Murdy is safe. The World Tree is a symbol of the alliance between the Alfen Union and Ardal. But why then did the goddess give such a strange prediction? And Arya told her that the time had come to make a decision to save Alfen. Murdy asked what she meant. Arya told her to burn the World Tree on Mount Soros for the sake of their long-awaited desire, saving Alfen. Murdy returned to the base to the heroes. Torin and Graham were glad that the saint was safe and sound, because she had come a long way. Murdy wished she could be with them during such a crisis at the base, but the situation was urgent, so she sent the immortal first, and followed him later herself. Torin heard about the situation, and thanked them both for being able to quickly save the base. They are indebted to them. But Torin also told Murdy that Sungu was a victim. She wondered what happened to him. Torin said that the holy warrior jumped to block the dragon's breath but could not escape the dragon's curse. And in the end, his body burned, and only this flame remained. Graham said that Wu Jin appears to be performing a ritual to revive him. The barrier has been maintained for 20 days. The holy warrior took on the dragon's breath to defend the base. But Tareen said not to worry too much, since the immortal has divine energy, and since he makes such a great effort, the holy warrior will definitely be resurrected. The newly blossoming hope of the alliance. How can you destroy with your own hands the world tree of the base, saved by the sacrifice of a sacred warrior? Moreover, this base is the last gate connecting Alfen and the Ardal spatial dimension. By losing this place, the immortal will lose the way to return to Earth. Murdy began to hesitate about what to do. And suddenly Wu Jin appeared behind her and asked what she was doing here. Murdy jumped in fright. Wu Jin asked if she did something wrong because she was somehow very surprised. Murdy began to say that this was all for the sacred warrior, and asked why Wu Jin was without him. It was very strange. Wu Jin said that if something happened, she should say it right now. Murdy started saying that nothing happened. Wu Jin said that the ritual was more or less completed, and the rest was now up to Sun Gu. He's probably going crazy, digesting a dragon's heart right now. This means that Sun Gu will be resurrected. Murdy felt relieved as she had a big burden on her heart that they had saved themselves at the expense of Sun Gu. Now that Ugin is done with the sacred warrior, he should probably go. Murdy asked where he was going. Wu Jin said that he must find the last relic. While he's not around, Murdy must take care of protecting the base. Wu Jin trusts Murdy. Itasha and Wu Jin set off. Itasha asked why she was following him again if there were other heroes besides her. Wu Jin replied that she seemed the most unoccupied. The elf said that they must pass by the mountains that they see in the distance. An elf with keen eyes is the best guide. Ugin told Itasha to hold on tight as they raced at full speed towards the Harris Temple. We find ourselves in the eternal times of Harris. Almost completely forgotten in modern times, the ancient deity is said to have been present at Alfen's birth. Only literally a few priests know about its existence. And they traveled across the continent, opening their doors only to those they considered worthy successors. And the location of the main temple of this secret deity is the northern continent, an eternally frozen land. The heroes arrived just there. It was incredibly cold there, absolutely no place to live. The Temple of Arya is one thing, but the Temple of Harris is on a completely different level. Itasha said that the Harris Temple is in the coldest and deepest part of the northern continent, so it makes sense, but they're almost there. They approached the temple and saw a door. It looked like an entrance, but there was no doorknob or keyhole. Itasha said that the Harris Temple is the most special of all. She suggested waiting for someone, like at Lake Linta. But Wu Jin lightly pressed the door, and it shattered into small pieces. Itasha panicked, because they could break her. Wu Jin said that he doesn't care how special this temple is, and he will still go there. When they entered, they saw many computers sounding alarms about an intrusion. The deity was asked if he wanted to turn on the defense system and eliminate those who invaded, but he told them to shut up, and there was no need for unnecessary things. All this happens as it happened in history. Itasha tried to call upon the power of light to illuminate the darkness, but for some reason it did not respond. It seems that divine energy is limited inside the temple. The same thing happened in the Temple of Arya, but this is not the only thing similar. There is advanced scientific technology here, far beyond the level of technology that Alfen is at. Could Alfen come from an extraterrestrial civilization? Wu Jin said that when he meets Harris, he will understand a little. The heroes continued to walk. But Itasha found it strange that although they entered loudly, no one appeared. Wu Jin didn't know the answer. The transfer of the role of chief priest may have been discontinued long ago. Suddenly he noticed that something had finally begun to appear. When he entered the room, he saw a pool table and refrigerators. Harris seems to truly care about his priest's well-being. Wu Jin opened the refrigerator and saw several cans of cola there. It's so absurd that she doesn't even want to laugh. Itasha was surprised and asked about this red thing. She thinks that since it was in the temple's treasure chest, it must be a valuable thing. Wu Jin suggested that she drink a little, because since it was as she said, holy water should give it. He decided to mock Itasha. She was very excited. Wu Jin also noticed a lot of lockers. Perhaps they belonged to a priest. But he went to take a closer look and saw different names. Maybe these are the cruise lockers. However, Wu Jin saw Kang's name there too. Then everything becomes clear here. The gods of Alfen have a connection with the earth. Itasha took a sip of cola and immediately spat it out. She said that it was boiling inside her and that it was not holy water but poison. She began to beg Wu Jin to give her an antidote. The hero sighed and said that if she waited a little, everything would return to normal. But Itasha said that her insides were burning and she needed healing magic. Suddenly, Itasha, in a panic, noticed that something was moving on the ceiling. It was a camera. Apparently they were watching them all this time. What a scoundrel. Wu Jin said to the camera that if he doesn't want to play hide and seek, he should show himself right now. If a guest comes, you need to greet him. Wu Jin began to threaten that if Harris didn't show up right now, he would start destroying everything. And suddenly a door opened in front of the heroes. Wu Jin said, Harris should have done this earlier. The heroes entered there and saw a hologram of Harris. Itasha started shouting that there were people sealed in flasks, and they had to save them. But Wu Jin told her to just stand there. He approached the hologram and asked if he was Harris. It replied that this was true, and that he was the god of time who protected Alfen's long history. Wu Jin asked where all his priests were and why he was here alone, or rather they should be called crew members. Harris said that none of Wu Jin's terms were appropriate, but said that there are no people here because they never existed. But Wu Jin replied that this was nonsense because he saw the names written on the lockers in the hall. Harris responded that people are often deceived by what they see and are unable to see the truth. Wu Jin sighed and said irritably that his head was in the clouds, just like Arya. Then he decided to ask Harris what the ancient civilization of Alfen had to do with Earth. But Harris said that he had nothing to tell me on this matter, since he was only a recorder of history and had no right to read it. Wu Jin didn't like this answer, and threw the staff right in Harris's face. Wu Jin asked if Harris really thought that Wu Jin was a weak player, and said that he could kill him. But Harris replied that even if the immortal did this, he would still not be able to reach Harris's physical location. Ugin told Harris to forget, and simply demanded to bring his relic. Harry said that he could give it away, but the time had not yet come for this. He asked to wait until the time comes. Wu Jin was surprised and said that Harris was talking complete nonsense. Wu Jin asked what Harris meant. Harris told him to wait. They will bring the relic when the time comes. Heiso communicated with a member of Ardal's ghost squad. The guy said that quite a lot of time had passed since their arrival, but there was still no reinforcement. There were many guilds interested in the expedition to Alfen. Did they really all give up? Heiso replied that this is likely, since this is an expedition to another planet, and it is not easy to be hasty. Suddenly they noticed someone in the distance and got very scared, and it turned out to be Murdy with a torch in her hands. Heiso asked what brought the saint here. Murdy said she came here to talk to the tree and asked her to leave for a while. For Yahiso, it seemed strange to communicate with the world tree, the being in charge of the base. Well, since this tree has a special meaning for the inhabitants of Alfen, then anything can happen. Heiso left and said she would come back later. Murdy approached the tree and began to remember Arya's prediction that she should burn it. The goddess's predictions cannot be doubted, and she must have her own reasons for this. But is this really the right thing to do? If there is no world tree, the connection between Alfen and Earth will be destroyed forever, and then the Earth may be doomed. First of all, it would be a betrayal of the sacrifice of the sacred warrior, and the trust placed in the immortals. Murdy thought, and began to apologize to the goddess for her lack of faith. And suddenly Murdy's divine energy began to dissipate. This must be the consequence of failure to fulfill the prediction. Now Murdy is no longer a saint of Arya. Suddenly a portal appeared near the tree. Is someone really trying to get to the planet? Suddenly some strange people came out of the portal. They talked about how Alfen is not very different from Earth at first glance. Murdy asked them about who they were and how they passed through the Immortals portal. They said that they were from the Leo Guild and were glad to meet the saint in person. Guildmaster Na Kyung-young said that they were reinforcements from Earth to rescue Alfen. And in the Harris Temple, alarm began due to an unknown object that appeared. Wu Jin didn't understand what it was all about. And then Harris said that the time had come and told Ugin to accept the last of the 5 relics, Harris's belt. 2 days have passed since the Lion Guild joined the Alfen Alliance. Kim Jun-young, the lead member of the Ghost Squad, was discussing with another that reinforcements had recently arrived. Jun-young had already met them and introduced them to Captain Jo Hae-seo earlier. The guy asked if there was anything unusual. Juneng didn't understand what the guy meant, and the guy said that there was something that was bothering him. What worried him was what he saw this morning during reconnaissance. And he saw how members of the Lev Guild considered something as a detector, namely minerals and the volume of oil reserves on Alfen. They discussed how the development of Alfen could bring huge profits. They also said that the master was right. And suddenly a guy from the Ghost Squad approached them and asked what they were doing here. Those men were very worried. They began to make excuses, saying that they were just exploring the area here because they must first understand the terrain before fighting the enemies. A member of the Ghost Department said that in fact they could provide them with data upon request, and why would they personally deal with it? The men said anxiously that they were following orders from above. Juneng began to wonder if they were examining the area with suspicious equipment. Are they really thinking about something behind their back? Junyoung said that he will inform all the other members to begin surveillance and tell Haeseo directly about it. Jenyong looked down on the Soros city base. She said this was a good start to his conquest of Alfen. Jenyong took out a fragment of the dimension and decided to act for real. Near the tree, he received a notification that he had found a base, the owner of which was far away, and he was asked to either destroy or occupy it. We travel back a few days to when Jenyong was still on Earth. He scolded his guild workers for not doing well enough in the second half of the year. One of the workers said that recently the volume of bloodstones in the dungeons has sharply decreased. This may be because the synchronization speed between dungeons and Earth has increased. Another said that, fortunately, the situation in the upper dungeons is much better, but this is already tightly controlled by the KN and Hammer guilds. Jen Young was furious and said that he did not want to hear excuses and demanded that he find a way to increase income. Suddenly, his assistant said that the person he was contacting had recently arrived. Jen Young asked if he brought this. The assistant replied that the man said that he would allow me to look at it immediately after meeting him. And then Jen Young came in and sat down at the table with a masked man. He thanked him for coming all the way here and asked if he was his contact or avatar. And then the man takes off his mask and it turns out to be the familiar Lee Sang-ho. Jen Young was in shock and couldn't believe his eyes, because Sang-ho seemed to have been killed by Kang Wu Jin. Sang-ho said that there was nothing to be surprised about, because he was simply resurrected by the power of his master. Jen Yan was perplexed by these words, because this could mean that the spatial lord that Sang-ho follows can even revive the dead. Sang-ho laid out the promised measurement fragment and measurement confirmation on the table. With them, as Sang-ho said, the two of them can get what they want. These two stones are the key to becoming a spatial lord. Jen Young asked Sang-ho what he wanted. Lee Sang-ho told the man to use these stones to take one of Kang Wu Jin's bases on Alfen. Jen Young began to say that this is impossible, because who knows what Ardal will do to them in response to betrayal. Sang-ho said that the man does not understand the whole essence of the situation a little. San-ho said that the spatial lord is a godlike being, and at least in his own territory he has godlike powers. Moreover, they are beings who have eternal life. Jen Young began to think about this proposal. Let's return to today. After being able to live forever, it seems ridiculous that Jen Young was worried about the guild's income. Therefore, he chose to capture the base. Thanks to this, he will escape from humanity and become the god of this land. 3 years have passed since the arrival of the Lion Guild on Earth. Jen Yen met Torin and asked if he happened to know about the second withdrawal of troops from Earth. He plans to use this as a template for department composition in the future. Jen Yang replied that he knew that some brave guilds would participate. He suggested waiting a few more days and gathering more awakened people before forming a branch. Torin thought and replied that since they had defeated all the monsters around Soros and had some leisure time, they would prepare the composition after the immortal returned. Jen Young said that sounds great. It's a pity for Jen Young, but there is no chance of a second exit from Earth. The moment he captures the base, the first thing he will do is close the portal. There were 24 hours left before the base was captured, but Jen Young was annoyed that this Haeseo was staring at him from the very beginning. He thought she might have suspected something. He needs more time, but has no choice. Haeseo called him over. Jen Young asked as if nothing had happened if she wanted to ask him something. She said that she had heard some reports from her subordinates that the Lion Guild was engaged in suspicious activities. She asked if they had another reason why they came to Alfen. If he couldn't explain everything properly now, they would send them back to Earth. Jen Young began to say that he did not know what Haeseo was told about, but they came here to protect Alfen along with the Alliance. And suddenly he said that this role, instead of Ardal, would be taken by the Lev Guild. Haeseo was furious and said that the scumbag showed his true colors. But when she wanted to approach, she realized that her leg was not moving. Jen Young said that he had already stepped on her shadow. Haeseo may be an A-rank awakened, but she can't escape his restriction skill shadow step. And then Jen Young received a notification that the takeover was completed, and he became the new owner of the Soros base. He is now a spatial lord. He was happy that he was now as immortal as Kang Wu Jin. Torin noticed a strange green light and could not understand what it was. Jen Young was surprised that he didn't have any changes in appearance. Haeseo started asking him about this light and what he did. Jen Young laughed and said that it was about time. He said to look at the divine miracle that will give to this land. Yellow asked Sun Ho about how it went. He replied that, on his orders, measures had been taken. An immortal who has lost his fortress will not be able to return to Earth for some time. Yellow praised him and asked about what happened to the Earth deity and whether Sun Ho had found him. Sang Ho proudly said that he suspected his location and would give a report after a more thorough investigation. Yellow responded that the immediate priority was to block the immortal's intervention because he should offer his assistance in his place. San Ho said in surprise that he did not know about the Lord's grand plan and did not understand what it meant, but asked if Yellow wanted to replace the immortal. Yellow laughed and said that Sang Ho was a stupid creature. Soon the Earth will be completely synchronized. The Lords of Space, with their power limits raised, will not miss this opportunity. Numerous lords will descend and the Earthlings will be in despair from their overwhelming power. Until Yellow intervenes, it will remain so. It is true that the Earth is now in its most critical situation. Yellow will become their savior and rule over them. Meanwhile, Junen and another squad member were watching the base and did not understand what was happening. A horde of monsters pours out from the center of the base. The monsters stopped moving. It appears that all the resisting coalition heroes have been captured. They lost their base with no chance of response. He thought about suspicious activities, but was unable to react so quickly. Juneng came to Blanca and the rest of the squad. Blanca asked if Junyoung knew Haiseo's whereabouts, but unfortunately, he did not find her. Blanca worries that something might have happened to Haiseo. If she were alive, she could contact them through telepathy. Juneng said that she may have been limited by a special method that blocks her magic. They will observe the situation a little more, and then plan a rescue operation. Suddenly, Wu Jin appeared behind them and asked what they were doing here. Blanca started hugging him, saying that they missed him. Wu Jin threw it away and asked who did this to them. Wu Jin already knew that they had lost the base and demanded the name of this person. Junin said that it was Nagan Yong from the Lion Guild who arrived as reinforcements. When Ugin received word that they had lost the fortress, he thought that it was one of the great lords of Tranet who had done so. Wu Jin said that it was unimaginable that someone would dare to stab him in the back without fear. He told Blanca and Juneng to follow him along with the others. They are going to take back the fortress right now. Wu Jin was belligerent, and Zhen Yang enjoyed the life of a lord. He now understood why Kang Wu Jin was so strong, not only summoning troops from overcrowded points in the territory, but also the ability to expand your abilities. Zhen Yang felt a power that he couldn't rank, boiling inside. He wants to go all out right now. Suddenly, an alarmed guard ran up to him and said that Kang Wu Jin had arrived, and he was fighting monsters in the castle right now. It was just in time because Zhen Yang wanted to test his strength. He was ready to meet with the old king and personally convince him to complete the takeover of the throne. But when he went outside, he saw that the army of monsters he had summoned had been destroyed in minutes. He was in complete shock. And then Junin and Wu Jin met the one who plunged a dagger into Wu Jin's back. And now Zhen Yang is in trouble.